Hello, best of Trekkers! Welcome to the Supercut of the top 500 episodes across the live-action end of the Star Trek franchise. While the original series, Best of Trek, Worst of Trek, ranked all 755 episodes that existed at the start of the project, which are everything through Picard Season 1 and Discovery Season 3, the first handful of videos really weren't a quality product. Though, if you want to watch the complete list, a link to the playlist is below so you can see where the Spock's brains and thresholds of the world rank. Also included is a link below to the full rankings in a Google spreadsheet to check out, and can be the starter of the making of your own rankings. Look for the additional seasons of Trek to be added in supplementary episodes in the future. Join me for the next 10 hours as we count down the 500 best episodes in the Star Trek franchise. I'm your host, Dustin Wing. Disobeying orders at 500, New Risa, or Prime Factors. While we still have 499 episodes to rank after this marks being more than 1/3 of the way done with this project ranking all of Trek. Voyager receives a distress call, but not the kind you think. They're offering to relieve Voyager of their distress by giving them shore leave with an offer to give up on their 70,000 light-year journey and settle on this friendly planet. They also have some tech that can move people but not ships 40,000 light-years. When they refuse to trade for it, of all people, Tuvok defies orders and makes a black market trade for the tech that doesn't work anyway. Janeway gives him and his co-conspirators slaps on the wrist, and we wrap up this watchable but perfectly mediocre plot. Phasing out of existence at 499, The Boy. Or Where No One Has Gone Before. When an arrogant engineer is ordered to upgrade the Enterprise's engines with garbage technobabble, an accident sends the ship 3 galaxies over. When they try to get home, they end up outside the known universe where energy and thought are seemingly intertwined. The assistant to the worst engineer in Starfleet history is the cause, and it's his way of showing Wesley Crusher what's possible, before disappearing in the end. This is quite a fun watch, and one of the few tolerable episodes of TNG Season 1. Wesley goes from being completely ignored and called the boy multiple times to an acting ensign by the end of this episode. Chasing a fugitive at 498, Secret Agent T'Pol. Or The Seventh. An episode called The Seventh at the 7th episode of the 2nd season. How quaint. Apparently, one of T'Pol's past Vulcan assignments was to hunt down 7 Vulcan fugitives. But one has remained at large for years. It brings up a bunch of repressed memories and emotions from T'Pol because she was never sure she was justified in killing one of the fugitives years earlier. This guy, played by the excellent Bruce Davidson, spends most of the episode convincing T'Pol he's the victim here, and he's not the bad guy the High Command is making him out to be. Except that he is. And Archer ends up being T'Pol's anchor and helps bring him in. Mayweather is part of this episode, and as usual, doesn't have much to do or say. Thanks, writers and producers. An okay episode, but it feels like it had more potential that was wasted in a runtime that drags through the middle acts. Waxing poetic at 497, Eye for an Eye. Or The Darkness and the Light. Another episode that's absolutely great. Until a ridiculous ending. A Cardassian, pissed off at Kira's former resistance cell for an attack they carried out, goes about meticulously taking out Kira's friends in some pretty interesting ways, and sending taunting messages to her using her own voice. This episode is solidly interesting until the reveal of the man without a face, who speaks only in Shakespearean-style quips. A single-episode Trek villain whose methods are fun to watch, but whose overall reveal is the bottom of the barrel with bejazzle. Haunting us in our dreams is 496. Data's unconscious. Or Phantasms. Data has weird dreams and nightmares through the use of his dream program. He also spends a chunk of the runtime watching Spot sleep. Geordi's ongoing arc of not getting the woman he actually wants leads to another cute woman that wants him, and he's not interested in. Some of the metaphysical and psychological aspects of this episode work, but as a whole, it's one of those Season 7 TNG head-scratchers, where it's a fun watch, but you're not quite sure what you watched when it's over. One scene I definitely can't forgive is where Picard goes to engineering to try and help with the repair process, and ends up showing a total lack of basic understanding of reality when he offers to move around isolinear chips. If Kayshawn were to sum this one up, Deanna Troi, when she became a cake, with mint frosting. Having hilarious fun at 495, the stupid syndrome. Or the naked time. It's hard to imagine that TNG did an episode based on this script, which I ranked 7th from the bottom of the list. Meanwhile, the silly TOS episode it's based off is somehow much more satisfying to watch. The Enterprise finds a scientific party frozen to death, Ensign Dumb as a Rock puts his exposed hand under his beekeeping suit and infects himself with the virus that ultimately killed everyone here. He goes back to the ship, and we start this crazy Trek trope so cliche and fun, Lower Decks had to have a poke at it. Lieutenant Colored Sugar Cubes plays the role of Wesley Crusher, takes over the ship, and almost crashes the Enterprise. Uncle George and his rapier are just gold in this one, even if it's completely and totally over the top. Spock invents the intermix formula for time warp that's seen again in Tomorrow is Yesterday, and Star Trek IV The Voyage Home. Majel's first episode as Nurse Chapel is a nice touch, even if this is the worst wig she will wear in her next 3 decades of appearances in Trek. Introducing Wallace Shawn at 494, Rightful Heir, or the Nagus. Miles must suffer being a substitute teacher while the Ferengi Grand Nagus convenes a Mafia-style meeting of Ferengi bigwigs for the big reveal that he's stepping down and naming a successor. His son, who we'll never hear mentioned again, is deemed unworthy, and he sets Quark up by making him Nagus. He then fakes his own death and waits to see who's going to kill Quark. It's a fun introduction to Ferengi culture as more than just worthless bad guys of the week. Searching for the Vault at 493, Yankee Traders Part 2, or Acquisition. In a fun but ultimately worthless episode that gives Jeffrey Combs and Ethan Phillips a reason to adorn Ferengi makeup one more time, Enterprise is immobilized by a group of Ferengi that try to steal stuff, and the females. Turns out Trip was in decon when everyone else got knocked out and does Die Hard on a starship. In his undies. Might be the least serious musical score in Trek history, but a totally satisfying watch.
Doing a 1930s radio play at 492, Photonic First Contact, or Bride of Chaotica. When photonic lifeforms from the nth dimension mistake Paris's black and white holoprogram as real life, they get hosed by the dangerous, dastardly, and diabolical Chaotica. The Voyager crew help foil the evil genius's plot, but only after Janeway gets her coffee. Bob Picardo at his best as the president of Earth, and don't miss Kate Mulgrew as Arachnia, queen of the spider people. Join us on the next episode of Voyager and see if our heroes make the leap home.
The universe tries really hard to tell Miles not to marry Keiko at 491. Bad Day. Or Data's Day. There's a bunch of plots going on, and some of them are okay. Data writes a letter to the scientist that once wanted to dismantle him, while getting caught in the middle of the O'Briens' near breakup on their wedding day. Meanwhile, the ship is carrying a seemingly Vulcan ambassador to meet with Romulans, only to find out she's a spy they're returning. Not the last time you'll get burned by a Romulan posing as a Vulcan in Starfleet. And to further round out the runtime, Data gets dancing lessons. The episode feels quite mismatched, but it also mostly works. On a fast track to Chief Engineer is number 490, Trust, or Parallax. In one of the better second episodes in a show's run, B'Elanna starts failing upwards in the world by becoming Chief Engineer after breaking Carrie's nose. Voyager encounters a time-delayed version of itself and plays around with temporal mechanics, but we get a tiny bit of character development for everyone. Kes humanizes the Doctor, though we had to pad the runtime with really bad camera tricks of Bob Picardo, as his hollow emitters cause him to shrink. Enjoying bread at 489, Spirit Folk, or The Crossing. Energy beings try to inhabit the crew, but only after immobilizing them, then letting them go, then immobilizing them again. This episode was nominated for an Emmy for Best Visual Effects in a Series. Honestly, the effects are pretty mediocre, as is most of Enterprise's CG. The CG in Voyager and DS9 really worked, but somehow in the early 2000s, switching over to the Plan 9 operating system only yielded good starship shots and little else. It's a decent classic sci-fi trope, explored mediocrely though. Dealing with mental issues at 488, Integration. Or Forget-Me-Not. While Season 3 is overall my favorite season of Discovery so far, this one takes too much suspension of disbelief to get through some parts, and like the Enterprise episode we just talked about, the CG feels weak and forced. Discovery brings Adira to Trill and seeks help integrating her symbiont so she can access its memories better. They're at first refused, but later one of the guardians of the symbiont pools tries to help by throwing salts in the water that somehow allow Adira to turn into a White Walker and breathe underwater. And later Burnham, who goes into this pH-balanced pool with her boots on, and ends up inside Adira's consciousness, or something. The whole thing is really metaphysical and weird. I do like the character of Adira a lot, and we get a ton of flashes of her symbiont Tal's backstory. Meanwhile, the rest of the Disco crew get the night off after what seems like their precursor to Zora's intelligence, suggesting to Saru to put the ship on autopilot and give the entire crew the night off. He hosts this weird dinner party for the bridge officers, which is, on one hand, a nice time, but devolves into this weird thing where Detmer starts displacing her anger onto Stamets for little to no reason, in a poem about his blood. This episode has some severe ups and downs, which lands it here on the list. I think it's better than the 6.2 it's ranked on IMDb, though. Pulling a con at 487, Federation franchises. Or Live Fast and Prosper. Have you ever wanted to be part of the Federation? For the low, low price of 3 bars of gold press latinum, you too can own a franchise in the United Federation of Planets. If that's something that works for you, perhaps I can interest you in some discounted mining futures? With a group of aliens impersonating Janeway, Tuvok, and Chakotay selling fraudulent Federation memberships, Voyager is forced to defend the integrity of their organization. I really like the fake Tuvok character. He seems to be taking his role as the character of Tuvok very seriously. Cool piece of trivia. The bridge of the fake Delta Flyer is just a redress of the Defiant bridge. Putting a new spin on personality-changing viruses at number 486. The Naked Time, 33 1/3. Or Dramatis Persona. The Trek writers basically dusted off the old Naked X plot and slapped a new coat of paint on it in the form of turning the crew against each other instead of showing what happens on ecstasy. A Klingon ship comes back from the Gamma Quadrant, and the last survivor of the doomed ship infects the station population with the virus. That makes them agitated and drives the senior staff into 2 factions, following either Kira or Cisco. Ben makes this awesome clock that you see in his office again randomly, for seemingly no reason. Odo's the only one unaffected and figures out a way to disrupt what's happening to them. We've got one of the few single episode stories of Season 4 Enterprise at 485. Sex Sells, Part 3, or Bound. This one is weird and fun in a soap opera-y kind of way. Enterprise receives 3 lovely Orion females who are really there to spy because Archer has a price on his head by both the Klingons and Orions. Trip is the only male crew member immune to their charms because he banged T'Pol once. The most interesting thing about this one is getting to see one of the many actresses that portrayed Zial again in some green makeup and skimpier clothes. Getting frisky at 484, 7-Year Itch, or Blood Fever. Recurring character Vorik, brother of Torek, engages in workplace sexual harassment of B'Elanna. While undergoing the Vulcan Pon Farr, he somehow transfers his libido steroids to Torres, and then she gets a little saucy with Tom on an away mission. You think Vorik took his frustrations out on the holodeck, but he forces his way onto the planet, and we end up in this ridiculous ritual combat thing like Amok Time. At the end, we get the reveal that the Borg have been here, and Voyager is creeping up on their primary tract of space. 483 is participating in a sham marriage, playing Klingon, or the House of Quark. When a drunk Klingon in Quark's bar falls on his own knife, Quark falls into some Klingon legal nonsense, which ends up with him being married and head of a Klingon house. He helps sort out a plot against the house, and in the end gets Grilka a special dispensation to be a woman in charge of a house. Okay, I'm really fine with all the times Trek has changed Klingon makeup, but the retconning of L'Rell as Chancellor 100 years before this, and now this woman, who would be the first woman to sit on the council, with the implied word ever? It's a fun watch that does give a woman a bit of power in the end, but ultimately just highlights the patriarchal BS of Klingon society. We get some awesome Gowron eyes in this one. This may be my favorite DS9 Gowron appearance. Back on the station, Keiko shuts down the school finally and goes on a 6-month expedition to Bajor. Cue Miles' bromance with Julian Bashir. Striving for the finish line at 482, Speed Racer. Or Drive. Oh hey, look, a pre-9/11 plot on terrorism. Remember these were a plot that almost costs B'Elanna and Tom, along with thousands of others, their lives, but you could still end on a cute gag of Tom and B'Elanna getting married and taking the still broken Delta Flyer on a honeymoon? You guys literally just rebuilt the Delta Flyer after Janeway destroyed the old one. And now Tom's got it involved in a race with some formerly warring species, and Voyager tries to bring stability back to the region. I really like the white and black racing flight suits, and Neelix seems to find his most useful purpose in the history of Voyager as the announcer of the race. Harry Kim ends up partnering with one of the aliens to get into the race after B'Elanna got him kicked off the race team so she could have some sweet time with Tom. Harry figures out he's in a race team with someone trying to sabotage the race, blow up everyone at the finish line when the Delta Flyer explodes. And he saves everyone. Action-packed, but we don't see the wedding since we'd already seen it in the alternate Voyager from Course Oblivion a season before. Doing courtroom Trek at 481, Truth. Or A Matter of Perspective. We're dropped into the captain painting at a nude model painting class, which is pretty cool. Except for the music. There's more bad music cues later in the episode also. By the 3rd season, these selections are inexcusable. The bulk of the runtime gives us a look at the trial format with multiple perspectives, and none of them are necessarily right or wrong. But what I really want to know is just how handsy Riker got with Mrs. Apgar. If all the versions are somewhere in between what really happened. Pretty much all courtroom Trek is good. But overall, this episode is a severe underuse of incredible actor Mark Margulies, who's in a few of my top 50 favorite movies of all time. Bringing home A Human Corpse at 480, Stuck. or One Small Step. This one's odd but satisfying when Voyager comes across a subspace garbage collector that in a turn of weird fate picked up a mission to Mars in the 21st century, killed the pilot, and Chakotay's obsession with it will strand the Delta Flyer. Seven learns to try and take in the narrative of the work Starfleet does, and not be purely analytical all the time, even though her criticisms of the commander that nearly stranded them in the Graviton Ellipse are totally valid. We don't find out what's on the 4th floor at number 479. Team building. Or learning curve. So many microplots to merely end the run of Voyager's short first season. There were supposed to be more episodes, but they were held over to season 2, and this became the happy-go-lucky way to head into the summer. Janeway messes around with her holonovel. Neelix's cooking is so bad the bioneural gel packs that regulate the ship's functions become infected with food poisoning. Meanwhile, the main plot involves Tuvok bringing some of the rougher around the edges Maquis crew up to speed. In the end, he learns as much about flexibility as his recruits learned about teamwork and responsibilities. A fun enough watch overall. Not cut out for space travel at 478. Hoshi is a slug. Or fight or flight. We establish the running gag of a squeak under Archer's deck plate and find out Hoshi is more comfortable on the starboard side of the ship. The writers find every reason for her to be a pain in the butt in this episode, including her finding the dead crew of a ship they check on. It seems she may not be cut out for space travel, even though she's the best translator Earth has to offer. In an analogy to her, she picked up a slug on another planet they visited, but it's getting sick. And by the end, they deposit it on a new planet so it might survive? Way to contaminate a biosphere to validate your growth as a character, Hoshi. Seeing the Black Mountain at 477. The Great Forest. Or Mortal Coil. Neelix dies for multiple hours, but the Doctor brings him back with Seven's nanoprobes in some kind of perpetual life scheme we won't revisit. He's dismayed that he didn't find the Talaxian afterlife, and starts questioning everything in his life, to the point he's ready to commit suicide by transporter. Samantha Wildman, who doesn't know how to read a room, or to her own daughter, thinks getting the suicidal guy to read to her kid is more important than Neelix's current situation of mental health. And what does the ending with Naomi in the Great Forest actually symbolize? That Neelix is all better? Trying to validate itself as an episode at 476. Once a terrorist. Or Past Prologue. It's only the second episode, and we open to just plain simple Garrick sizing up Bashir for a new suit or something. In Ops, a Cardassian ship is seen chasing a Bajoran ship which Cisco provides shelter to. Lursa and Bator come to show us their bubes and trade with the now supposedly peaceful terrorist. He's trying to blow up the entrance to the wormhole so Starfleet will leave Bajor like the Cardassians, and Bajor can go back to a xenophobic caste system. You know, the good old days. This episode definitely suffers from characters not quite being dialed in yet, but a decent watch just the same. Closing out our block at 475.
Resident Evil Trek 2.
Or Context is for Kings. Another Discovery episode with potential and a pile of action that missed the mark in spots and needed some time to round out the show's rough edges. I feel like this should have been the first episode of Discovery, and then put the two-part pilot to be a conversation between Burnham and Lorca filling in the backstory. If this show had started like every Elder Scrolls game with our protagonist in prison irons and a backstory to fill it in, I think it may have been more interesting. So after starting with Michael on a prison shuttle 6 months after the Battle of the Binary Stars, Discovery saves the shuttle from a space storm with bugs. The prisoners try to kill Burnham during a fight at lunch, and Lorca recruits her to work for Starfleet with no rank. He then proceeds to throw her to the wolves on an away mission, finding out what happened to disable their sister ship. They find a large tardigrade with some very swollen nipples rampaging and killing Klingon boarding party. If Discovery was in the area to save this prison shuttle, why didn't they respond when the pilot asked her control for help with the bugs eating the hull? And did she ever get rescued? Things I think about. Much like the scowl on the security chief's face is very similar to when Archer does it, we get a very early setup that Section 31 is on the ship via a throwaway line of dialogue about someone wearing a black badge. But we won't talk about that till Season 2. Let me be clear, Tilly has been my favorite character on Discovery till she was relegated to babysitting duty in Season 4, but pretty much every scene she's in our introduction to her, I want to strangle her. Stamets acts like a clown, and his character needs to be fine-tuned. Plenty of action, but the pacing is off, and the show needs some tweaking. Getting married at 474? Logical illogic. Or a mock time. This episode was originally ranked on this list at 660. The second watches can really change your perspective along with balancing the needs of the many in this franchise, trying to get to a fair and accurate ranking. Just because an episode has classic moments doesn't mean that when you judge it versus 754 other episodes over a 50-plus year franchise, that the throwaway parts of the episode don't bring it down as a whole. We open to Majel trying to be kind to the sickly Spock, who won't see anyone, and who promptly throws his special meal she's brought him out into the corridor. This forces Kirk to intervene and try and get to the bottom of what's happening to Spock. We as the audience now know it as Pon farr, but this 1960s TV show that could show more cleavage and short skirts than its spin-offs literally could not say the word sex, even though the show's cup runneth over with innuendo. Shouldn't have Spock known this was coming and put in for leave ahead of his special time? Is Pon farr kind of imperfect and off by a little bit every 7 years? And you never know if it's coming in April or June? Anyway, the next approximately half of runtime is devoted to changing course between Vulcan and Altair 6, where the Enterprise is ordered to go, but Spock's sex-addled brain gives the first unlawful order to change course. And then Kirk, even after being told explicitly not to by superiors. All the while, we just throw around euphemisms and get some of the ongoing one-way love story of Nurse Chapel for Spock. When they finally reach Vulcan, Spock is allowed to bring his closest friends. And even after all the racist remarks over the years, chooses McCoy, along with Kirk, to accompany him. Even though we'll be introduced to them later in this season, Sarek and Amanda haven't been invented yet, so they're not invited to this wedding. From here, every scene is dragged out as we learn about Vulcan culture. Which, the more you dig into that logical exterior of stone, the more you realize that Vulcans aren't very logical at their cores. Their rituals rival Klingons in complexity and ridiculousness. Spock comes to find out only now that the woman he's arranged to be married to is more interested in another. And he's stuck with blue balls that will kill him, unless Kirk fights him, for some reason. Kirk agrees to help Spock without realizing he's agreed to a fight to the death. I've watched this scene a few times, and the motivations and way Kirk enters the fight still don't make any more sense to me than the first time I watched it. McCoy rolls a successful speech check and convinces the great T'Pau to let him give Kirk a hypospray that would give him a leg up against a Vulcan in this rarefied air. Spock kills Kirk, and he's back to normal. Because reasons. And when he goes back to the ship, he finds Jim isn't dead because of the hypo Bones gave him that simulated death. This is the best scene in the whole episode and one of the best scenes in all of Star Trek. When Spock's face lights up and he hugs Kirk before composing himself and remembering he's Vulcan. The problem is you can't hang an entire episode on one scene. Well, it's a phenomenal scene that cements why we love the Big Three. You can't call it the perfect episode because of it. Speaking gibberish at 473, the story language. Or Darmok. I'm just going to get this out of the way up front, but it's the bit of disbelief I find it hard to suspend to make it through this episode. You can't have a language based on imagery that doesn't have an underlying base language to convey it. I understood that the first time I saw this episode at about the age of 9. For that matter, when I was a kid, I would have told you that this, Code of Honor, and Samaritan Stare were all equally as bad. This one has grown on me more as an adult, and I've tried to balance the will of the fans versus my own feelings about this episode. But an episode that's been the butt of so many Trek jokes can't truly be a great episode. The Enterprise makes formal first contact with a race known as the Children of Tama, who only speak in the titles of Shakespearean-style plays. Picard is kidnapped and forced to spend 2 days and a night with the captain of the other ship. This seems really hostile for first formal contact. Then basically nothing happens but the two ships' captains sitting in a sandpit saying the same thing over and over and calling it a television script, while watching for an invisible enemy. The thrill is truly dialed up to 11. The only part that works and even makes this episode worth being ranked this high on the list is Patrick Stewart's performance and the bits of character development for Picard. But when compared to Enterprise's Dawn, where there's always something happening in a plot that feels organic, and a bond that you feel truly formed by the end, this is a mostly wasted episode. Evolving at 472, Ascendance, or Transfiguration. The first 2 acts of this one are about as boring as Trek gets. The Enterprise finds a person crashed in a system they're surveying. He has no memory, and literally the first half of the episode is a 6-week montage of this guy getting better until he still doesn't remember anything. When the crew locates his homeworld, they find out he's a fugitive and other members of his race force choke the entire crew to get him back. Turns out, though, this guy is just at the threshold of turning into this race's next evolutionary form, and the others are afraid. The music in this one is distracting in parts, but we get to see the first of many times O'Brien will visit the sickbay for kayaking mishaps. Arguing with Fungus at 471, Tilly and the Shrooms, or Saints of Imperfection. This episode has the opposite problem of the one that preceded it. It has way too much going on, and so much requires not just massive amounts of suspension of disbelief, but requires giving up on the concept altogether. We start off by being reintroduced to Georgiou as part of Section 31. Tilly is taken into the mushroom network that the ship travels when it goes black alert, and to try and stop a creature that's killing them, which turns out to be Culber, who's here because when he died, Stamets touched him, and his soul ended up here, and he's resisting being broken down by the fungus that underpins the entire universe. I give the writers a little credit for some completely original thinking in a Trek script. Unfortunately, when you actually try to sum it up as a coherent thought like I just did, it sounds ridiculous. I particularly liked Culber, so I'm glad they brought him back. But, note to the writers, if you don't want your characters dead, don't kill them. In the first 2 seasons, 3 main characters climbed the Black Mountain. This episode goes big on special effects for often what feels like the sake of special effects. Section 31 literally comes out of nowhere, as if they've been shadowing Discovery the whole day. Send in Uncle Benjen to clean up the corner the writers ended up in. And there's this point they've got a minute to get out of the network and take 10 screen minutes doing it. The cherry on top is closing with the explosion and no real logical closure point observed. All this said, the couple of scenes with Paul and Hugh just before getting him back are heartwarming. Enough for me to put this episode a little more than a third of the way up the list. Swimming in Sewage at number 470. False Start. Or The Xindi. In a nutshell, Enterprise has been in the Expanse randomly messing around for weeks and finding out nothing. What they finally learn in the episode is that the Xindi aren't one species, and their home planet was destroyed a few hundred years ago. Getting from the long road to the closing credits means opening a platinum refinery, cutting off a finger, and wading chest deep in alien sewage. Not to mention Hoshi just now introducing herself to the Mako soldiers on board, even though it's been like 4 months altogether on a small ship. Trip's unsettling dream about his sister, and the beginning of sexy time neuropressure are the only things hanging this one up here on the list. This is a really bad start to a really good season. On the rebound is number 469, First Romance. Or, in theory. This episode is all over the place. And except for some good character development for Data, it's as much of a train wreck as Data's first girlfriend. A really needy, one-dimensional character just broke up with her boyfriend and finds a rebound in Data, which is confusing for him, and it is fun to watch him try to incorporate human mating behaviors into his programming. But some of the bits are really cringeworthy. There's another plot about anomalies that stack furniture into horror movie piles that fills the rest of the runtime. We see Data's shapeshifter Spot, who escapes. Guinan makes drinks with Targ milk, and Data asks everyone their opinion on dating, with mixed results. In general, this was a Trek attempt at being funny that missed the mark as a whole, but got enough chuckles to rank it here. Taking on a new captain at 468, shake things up. Or, Brother. So much happening in this episode, some of it is great, and some of it is barely coherent. I'm quite unclear what the point of using Cassini photos with more way too long exposition was. Not off to the best start of a season here. At least we're introduced to arguably the best version of Amanda ever, but even little Spock is unimpressed with exposition. Discovery literally just left Earth to pick up a new Vulcan captain after their last captain turned out to be a Mirror Universe ploy. And in comes Pike with no advanced warning from Starfleet that he's coming on board and commandeering the ship. Don't get me wrong, I've got high hopes for Strange New Worlds based on Anson Mount in Season 2 of Discovery. But this has never sat right with me. We finally get formally introduced to the bridge crew by name, reminding us the writers completely and totally failed in character development in Season 1. We pick up Jet Reno as a recurring character rescuing the crew of the Hiawatha, and she's easily one of the best additions to the cast, even if we only see her a couple of episodes a season, like Guinan. In the same asteroid field, they capture a dark matter asteroid, which will become important later in the season. Burnham meets the Red Angel for the first time. Pike reads a fortune out of one of Lorca's cookies that's absolutely perfect for him. And Burnham finds out Spock has known about the Red Angel they're chasing. A lot of good setup, but some poor execution of the plot in places. Swapping consciousnesses at 467. Transference. Or Return to Tomorrow. Basically, the Enterprise crew find disembodied souls, and Kirk orders members of the crew to give up their bodies for a few days, so these master android builders can build themselves new bodies. We get some amazing William Shatnering moments, and get one of the early appearances by Diana Muldaur. And one of the souls doesn't want to give up bodies they already have. There's some weirdness in people like Kirk dying, Spock killing his own body while his consciousness is in Majel, and then somehow McCoy still puts their consciousnesses back in their heads. Overall, it's a satisfying watch, even if most of the episode doesn't make a lot of sense. Don't try to think too hard about this one and you'll enjoy it. Turning into a top at 466, see what sticks. Or Shadow Play. Another episode packed full of mediocre microplots. Odo and Dax find themselves in a holographic village where the villagers don't know they're holographic. Dax resets the simulation so they can continue existing a while longer. Jake gets a job with Miles and confesses he doesn't want to go to Starfleet Academy. Quark sets Kira up with Bareil so she'll be distracted from his contraband smuggling cousin, but he gets arrested anyway. There's some weird line delivery by Kira in this one. She seems really dumbfounded around Bareil, but it's the start of something great and tragic, which is what DS9 is best at. Satisfying middle-of-the-pack Trek. watching a
soap opera.
At 465, Hidden Feelings, or Human Error. In a retread of TNG's Hollow Pursuits, Seven suffers hollow addiction to the point of failing to regenerate, rather opting for sleeping in holographic quarters and having an inappropriate relationship with a hologram of Chakotay. She should really compare notes with Reg Barkley when they get home in a few episodes. The intro is Seven playing piano for seemingly no reason, but the biggest sin in this episode is one that's plagued Voyager. When they try making the traditional B-plot flip runtimes with the A-plot, and the classic Trek plot going on is actually getting in the way of the mediocrely done but better traditional B-plot, in this way too late in the series romance, starting here and picked up in the real world only in the very end of the series. I kinda like the idea of Seven and Chakotay. As far as soap opera Trek goes, this is watchable. A contract is a contract is a contract at 464, for keeps, or body parts. There's no other way to put it. This one just feels weird. It's always a good time to see Jeffrey Combs go all Brunt FCA, but taking Quark's business license and seizing all his assets in a scheme concocted by him just doesn't seem overly satisfying. Moreover, this is where Keiko starts losing her mind and micromanaging Kira and Miles since her baby got transferred. Certainly one of those DS9 episodes that moves Quark's series plot forward for future run-ins with Brunt. Keeping kids up past their bedtime at 463, Ghost Story. Or The Haunting of Deck 12. The ship shuts down most power, and Neelix pops into the cargo bay at the last possible creepy moment to babysit the Borg children, whose regeneration cycle is impacted by the power shutdown. He ends up telling them a ghost story that doesn't truly have an ending. This episode builds up a ton of suspense, and then at the end, this unseen entity that speaks through Majel gets released to where it should be, in one of the most anticlimactic moments in Trek. Solid watch, especially for Halloween. But this episode definitely missed a Halloween market, releasing in May of that year. It was nominated for an Emmy for visual effects, though. We start with an absurdly long title at 462, Love. Or Looking for Parmak in All the Wrong Places. In a Trek soap opera that's worth a watch, we're reintroduced to Quark's former Klingon wife, Grilka. Except now, Worf's on the show, and he gets all Twitter-pated. He actually might use the most expressiveness his character will ever see in his futile attempts to win over the Great Lady. When he's told in no uncertain terms he's not worthy, he helps Quark win her love for real this time. Though he doesn't get the Klingon he's after, he and Jadzia start their romance together in bonding through teaching Quark complex Klingon mating nonsense. In more misguided love, the B-plot revolves around Keiko micromanaging Kira and Miles, and unwittingly driving them into an almost romantic getaway on Bajor together. Miles and Kira actually make a cute couple. Trek had a chance to make a really cute throuple and smothers it. Teaching guerrilla warfare at 461, fighting back. Or Marauders. This is a perfectly mediocre episode with a classic Trek plot. Find a group of oppressed people and help them the best you can. Enterprise is looking to pick up some deuterium and find a group of refiners who've been bullied out of most of their supplies by Klingon raiders for years. They help them set up a trap and, in theory, do a good deed. The biggest positive in the episode is seeing Hoshi handling a rifle confidently, which is a nice character development for her getting out of the mess of a character she was through parts of Season 1. Accused of murder at 460, Prejudice. Or Man Alone. We open to Julian not getting the meaning of no means no with Dax, and his Season 1 over-eagerness is maybe at its worst in this episode. A Bajoran Odo once sent to prison for murder comes to the station to frame him by growing and then killing a clone of himself, which, without all the evidence, a violent mob shows us that prejudice of that which isn't fully understood is alive and well in the 24th century. when they scrawl a racial slur on his office wall and trap him there. This episode suffers from a lot of the common problems of Season 1 DS9, but is one of the better of the bunch. It feels almost like this script was written for some other TV show and then adapted to a sci-fi genre. It's a pretty generic crime drama with a racial prejudice moral to the story. Learning to lighten up as a father at number 459. Paradox. Or Firstborn. With only a handful of episodes left in the series, the TNG writers thought it would be a good time to try and kill a kid. But also explore that old thought experiment about going back in time and killing your grandfather. Except here you're just going back to kill yourself. As a kid. With a dad that tries, but clearly has no idea how to parent. Some of the best scenes in this don't involve the main plot of older Alexander trying to teach his younger self, or literally die trying. There's some great comedic bits, like Riker cashing in his vouchers for Latinum with Quark in exchange for information. And then the next stop, where they find a miner who is scammed by the Duras sisters they're looking for. When they do catch up with them, they discover it couldn't have been them that sent the assassins after Worf and Alexander, because older Alexander staged the whole thing and used a dagger from the future to try to frame the Duras. It's really always bothered me about this obvious plot hole. Shouldn't older Alexander have known how Klingon house symbols work? We get some expansion of Klingon lore, and honestly I'd rather watch this ridiculous version of Alexander than the teenage version of him during the Dominion War. Swapping allegiances at 458? Klingon food. Or a matter of honor. Riker is chosen to be the first in an officer exchange program to serve as first officer on a Klingon ship for a few weeks, while the Enterprise gets an ensign from the Benzites. Ensign Mendon finds a metal-eating bacteria on the hull, but doesn't tell anyone until it becomes a problem. The Klingons discover the same thing on their ship and become convinced the Enterprise must have planted it on their hull. I get it, the Federation and Klingons are the ultimate frenemies, but without just communicating with the Enterprise, they decide to cloak an attack. Thankfully, Riker takes out the captain and diffuses the situation. Like the episode preceding it on the list, the only thing really holding this one up is Klingon lore. It brought the viewers up to date with the race for not the first time in TNG, but the most significant look at the culture up to that point. There's some chuckles to be had, but also a bunch of conflict that feels really contrived. Losing another shuttle at 457, taking it personal. Or maneuvers. With the help of Seska, the Kazon conduct a raid on Voyager to steal transporter technology. Chakotay takes it personally and upon himself to go on a shuttle mission to destroy the tech they stole without endangering anyone on Voyager. With the actress playing Seska pregnant, it's written into the story of the season in a really bizarre way, where she impregnates herself with Chakotay's DNA. Though it turns out that didn't take, and it's not his kid in the end of the season. But this is just an extreme violation of his person. Sadly, this is one of the better things the writers ever gave Chakotay to do. It's not great, but has a few comedic overtones and a solid story that move from start to finish. Doing a project just because you can at 456? Bonding. Or Explorers. Ben gets plans for an old Bajoran light sail craft, and decides for no apparently good reason to build one just to see if it was really spaceworthy. He gets Jake to go with him on the trip, and the two get some nice father-son time, where Jake shows us the draft of his first story. Basically, technobabble that accelerates the craft to light speed, and they end up in the Cardassian system. This episode as a whole is a feel-good time waster, but how did they get the next system over at warp for just a few seconds? More than that, unless inertial dampeners are built into the artificial gravity unit Cisco installed off Blueprint, they should just be stains on the bulkhead like the Jem'Hadar in the ship. The way the craft is lit is a refreshing change from the dark, absorbent surfaces we normally see. This is a decent use of 90s CGI. There's a throwaway B-plot about Bashir meeting with the valedictorian from his graduating class, where we get to hear about the pre-ganglionic fiber a few more times. The original draft of the script had Miles O'Brien constructing the ship, which I think would have been more in character with the series, but the father-son bits that it led to basically saved the episode from being ranked lower. Forced to deal with fate at 455. Will the real emissary please stand up? Or Accession? Yep, I'm putting the two Bajoran Lightship episodes together. Why? Because they're both mediocre for different reasons. While this one does actually have some good pieces of series arc being moved forward, it's as a whole a Bajoran religious nightmare that somehow doesn't include Kai Wynn, other than a name drop. When a Bajoran lightsail craft gets spit out of the wormhole with a 200-year behind-the-times Bajoran poet claiming to be the emissary, Ben jumps at the chance to abdicate the title. But by the end, this is the episode that really cements his place as emissary, after 4 seasons of merely dealing with the title. The new emissary wants to take Bajor back to a caste system where you're allowed to kill someone that's below you for sitting at your seat or whatever. When Ben decides he's had enough foolishness, he challenges Akorum to an emissary off, where they both go into the wormhole and only one comes out. The Bajoran people are very trusting that Ben didn't just kill the other guy he didn't like and say it was the will of the prophets. This is the final appearance of Kai Opaka in the show. Oh, and by the way, Miles, your wife has been away for the past year and she comes home pregnant. There's some math to be done here. Just as trusting as the Bajorans of Cisco. Losing time at 454, Failed Mission, or Twilight. Here's one a lot of people enjoy, and I'm not quite sure why. It's not bad, but Archer roaming the ship in his shirt off feels like a classic Scott Bakula ploy. This is basically the plot of the Adam Sandler movie 50 First Dates done worse, where Archer wakes up 12 years in the future and remembers nothing due to a pathogen he contracted. With him unable to complete the Xindi mission, Earth gets destroyed and the few remnants of humanity are being wiped out by Xindi death squads. Enterprise is still around, and they try using the warp core to cure Archer, so that maybe time can be changed if his temporal pathogen is eliminated. It's one of those episodes where it never happened in the end. Changing the fabric of the universe at 453. Going in circles. Or Twisted. Kes finally turns 2, and Neelix can't wait to be a jealous creeper through most of the episode. The ship comes in contact with a strange anomaly that reconfigures its geometry and sends characters roaming the corridors for hours. This episode must be the most extensive use of corridors across Voyager's run. Wandering for absolute and total filler. The eerie tone of this disjointed episode is interesting at times. Interesting anomaly, not so interesting random microplots, like the Doctor getting caught up with Sandrine's hollow character, and a problem that can't be overcome no matter how many times they try different strategies. Turns out they didn't have to do anything. The anomaly passes them by and things go back to normal. It was apparently another race's way of communicating. They leave a bunch of information in the ship's computer that we'll never bring up again. Purely mediocre Trek with an interesting anomaly. Being tested at 452, 4 aliens in search of an exit, or Allegiance. An episode where I love half the plot and hate the other. When Picard wakes up with what's eventually 3 other prisoners in a sealed room, he spends the runtime trying to keep the others from fighting and devise who has captured them. It puts Picard into the plot of one of my favorite Twilight Zone episodes, 5 characters in search of an exit. Patrick Stewart does a great job figuring out which of the other prisoners is actually their captor. Meanwhile, it's simultaneously Picard on the Enterprise that makes me want to toss the rest of the filler plot in the garbage, where Picard is replaced with an imposter and sees if the crew will follow him to death for no reason at all. Thankfully, Riker's smart enough to take control of the ship. Mediocre classic An Alien Race Tests Humanity Trek trope. Looking at our first 3-parter on the list at numbers 451, 450, and 449. Data's great-grandpa, Or The Augments, Cold Station 12, and Borderlands. Some parts of this three-parter really work, and a lot of it is just filler and fan service trying to make use of a Season 4 cut episode budget by double and tripling up on episodes. In general, it works well for the season, but this is one where the plot is stretched thin, in what could have been done in 1 or 2 parts at most. When once frozen genetically modified embryos are stolen and raised by Data's great-grandfather, Enterprise finally has something to do after its refit, when the augmented humans attack and take over a Klingon ship. The augments themselves are the biggest problem with the story. The ties back to Khan feel cool, but these over-the-top refugees of the 1980s Road Warrior cast take every chance to pull us into a psychosexual daytime TV drama every scene they're in. Soon sets a trap for Enterprise so their crew will get kidnapped and sold in an Orion slave market. Honestly, this diversion that is pure filler for the 3-episode run is one of the best parts. After Archer recovers his crew, the augments steal Soong from them, and the next 2 episodes are a game of cat and mouse that involve biological weapons and one of the more gruesome deaths we'd ever seen in Trek. At least we got to see recurring Trek actor Richard Reel to put a face on Dr. Lucas Phlox has been name-dropping for 4 seasons. By the start of the 3rd episode, Archer takes a spacewalk without a spacesuit and gets retrieved just in time. Even Soong realizes the augments might have been a bad idea, and helps Enterprise take out the remaining augments. Just when you think the episode is heading for a satisfying conclusion, the final augment comes out of nowhere on Enterprise to attack Archer and Soong. This one had a lot of promise, and it was really nice to see Brent Spiner in one of many Data's relative roles. Maybe actually the best one he's played so far. But 3 episodes to tell this soap opera were too many. It was nominated for an Emmy for stunt coordination. At least at the end, it ties us directly into Soong starting on positronics, rather than biological augmentation laying the groundwork for one of his descendants to make Data. Spinning a web of lies at 4:48, Dissemble. Or Vortex. Always nice to start an episode with an exchange between Odo and Quark. Odo sniffs out that Quark has some kind of scheme going on, and sneaks into the meeting, where a stolen object is being negotiated, and an alien from the other side of the wormhole storms in, kills one of the sellers before Odo can take control of the situation. This guy gets Odo to believe that he knows about changelings, and his story about there once being shapeshifters on his world, but then being persecuted into leaving, sounds like his may have been the original planet of the Founders. Odo is ordered to take him back to his planet Rakar for crimes he already committed on that world. While that whole story plays him up to be a lying thief and killer, it turns out what he's wanted all along is to free his daughter from a stasis pod on a planetoid in some kind of vortex. If the FX of the vortex look familiar, that's because it's the Mutara Nebula from Wrath of Khan, recolored and flipped upside down. One of the better episodes of DS9's first season. Holding a Time Lord at 4:47, How Tragedy Shapes Us. Or Perpetual Infinity. We open to finally seeing the backstory of Burnham's parents' fate at the hands of the Klingons that's been talked about since the first episode. This becomes important when she finds out that her mom escaped in the first Red Angel suit and the Klingons attacked to get back a time crystal Section 31 stole. Her mom doesn't want to see her, but she forces the issue and her mom's all like, tough love. She tells her about her adventures into the desolate future where Control destroyed everything once it got its hands on the sphere data in Discovery's computer. This is decent setup for the final episodes of the season, but there's some unbelievable things, like Tyler getting stabbed by Leland and somehow making it to an escape pod. Did he retain Voke's redundant heart? The dynamic between Burnham and her mom couldn't start off any worse. Having a near-death experience at 4:46, devil's in the details. Or Coda. The first bits of the episode are a time loop of Chakotay and Janeway in a shuttle, where Kathy dies a few times and they end up back in the shuttle, but realize they're in a loop. Side note, why are the captain and commander doing what appears to be a mapping survey? That's a lower decks job. Anyway, Janeway eventually dies and is trying to be convinced by a figment of her father to let go of the physical world and join him and some kind of afterlife. In the end, it's really some kind of entity that feeds on souls trying to get her to surrender herself, because apparently there's rules to his soul harvesting. This episode is quite an intriguing look into the idea of an afterlife, but it drags everything out and feels like they only added 4 time loops because the show was too short. Overall, an interesting watch though. Making first contact with a primitive civilization at 4:45, indigenous protections. Or natural law. Chakotay destroys another shuttle while investigating a force field covered area on a planet Voyager is participating in a conference at. He and Seven end up inside the barrier and find a primitive culture who have been protected from the outside world by a force field erected by an unknown race to keep them safe from the more materialistic modern civilization on the planet. In getting out, they bring down the force field and let in the very people that weren't supposed to be there. Chakotay realizes they must put the barrier back up for the sake of these people. The civilization that rolls in is eerily reminiscent of colonial armies driving Native Americans from their land. Seven gets some more late-in-the-game character development by not caring about the primitive culture, and then being a Greenpeace activist by the end. There's also a throwaway B-plot about Paris having to take piloting lessons for running a stop sign or something. Decent outing, and a slightly less culturally appropriating episode than TOS Paradise Syndrome. Taking the kids on a cross-country journey at 4:44? Trek Vacation. Or Good Shepherd. We start by playing a game of Follow the Pad, where we see the chain of events when someone on the bridge says they need to increase power to something, getting handed down the chain of command all the way to the lowest of the lower decks. The intro kicks off with a camera flying in on Janeway in her ready room, and closes by flying away from a small viewport on Deck 15. It's down here in Voyager's greatest numbered deck where we find guitarist of Rage Against the Machine Tom Morello, one of my favorite bands of the 90s. The episode itself has overtones of the episode of TNG Lower Decks, and even more so shows us a motley group of Starfleet personnel that probably would have washed out in the Alpha Quadrant. Janeway takes her underdeveloped crew on a survey mission aboard the Delta Flyer. What they experience is both interesting and literally nothing at the same time. The flyer is attacked by some kind of dark matter life forms we can't see in space, but end up going full invasion of the body snatchers on the hypochondriac of the group. The experience seems to have been an overall success, as these wayward crew members have a new sense of teamwork, all because of Janeway. Taking the psych test at 4:43? Trials. Or coming of age. Look at you, Season 1 TNG, hanging out up here with the almost cool kids on the list. Wesley takes an early entrance exam for Starfleet Academy, while the Enterprise undergoes a formal inspection ordered by Admiral Quinn, who's said to be one of Picard's best friends. It seems this is the setup for possibly the worst payoff in Trek history in Conspiracy, that's currently ranked 696 on this list. For Season 1, the setup here, questioning all the senior officers, is really well done. Meanwhile, Wesley is placed in the beige world of the back rooms and forced to face his darkest fear: not being able to make a literal life-or-death choice in a critical moment. Considering how annoying his character can be written through Season 1, this is one of the nicest looks at Wesley Crusher. Worf is written quite well in this one also. I've always thought Worf's character lost a kind of spark after Season 1. Starting us off today at number 442, maybe Q. Or True Q. In one of the more bizarre appearances of Q, he comes to test a girl whose parents were former Q, executed by the Continuum. His first test is causing a warp core breach to see if she'd correct it. By the end, the same as Riker in Season 1, she can't refuse using her powers of Q and remain human. She returns to the Continuum and we never hear about her again. The primary Trek plot is an eco-friendly one, with the Enterprise helping a planet that's polluted its atmosphere pretty bad. You know, where we're headed here on Earth in the next decade or so. There's a small plot about Baby Q taking a liking to Riker. A pretty meh episode, but some great one-liners. Deanna's sporting her way too much hairspray do, and we get maybe the deepest questions ever asked about Beverly Crusher. Reunited at 441, Data's mom, or inheritance. The Enterprise responds to a planet whose core is cooling. We find out that one of the chief scientists is kinda his mom. She was married to Noonien Soong at the time Data was created. Long story short, an accident while trying to reliquefy the core with phasers exposes the fact that she herself is an android. Soong perfected the art of neural transfer from a living person to an android body. When the real Juliana was about to die, he transferred her into a new android. Eventually she left him, never knowing what she was. I find it hard to believe that this woman has been married to someone flesh and blood for decades, and no one has ever picked up on her true android nature. When the truth is discovered, Data runs a holo program embedded in his mom. It was created by his dad and explains what she is and to never tell her about it. For some extremely improbable reason, he also created responses specifically for Data in the program. Some hokey bits, but overall a satisfying addition to the multitude of people we find out are his long-lost relatives. Playing around in caves at 440, Ancient Prejudice. Or The Breach. Enterprise has been tasked with evacuating a group of rude Denobulan scientists on a world whose government has destabilized and demanded all off-worlders leave. It just ends up causing Travis a broken leg and a whole lot of comic misadventure in this story thread. Meanwhile, in another plot, we learn that Denobulans and another species were bloodthirsty enemies centuries ago, and there's been no real contact between their races in this time. He refuses to be treated by Phlox, opting to die at first. Through the episode, both he and Phlox really work through some of the deep-seated racial prejudices each hold. On one hand, we have Star Trek doing what it does best, exploring racial issues. And on the other hand, we have the ultimate Trek filler, caves. Endless series of caves. I'm still trying to figure out how they got themselves, the crazy climbing Denobulan scientists, and an injured Mayweather out of those caves in a sufficient amount of time. This thing has like 3 or 4 logical closure points toward the end also. Going for a 3-hour tour at 4:38 and 4:39. Lost. Or Caretaker. After a text scrawl almost too fast to read, we're dropped into the weather getting rough in the Badlands as a crew of Maquis outrun the recurring Gulliver. This matte painting right here of New Zealand is maybe one of, if not the worst use of a matte painting in the history of Trek. Thanks for correcting this in the final use of an excellent evolving matte painting in the 7th season. Janeway's first reveal with not Nick Locarno is stunning. It should be, considering more money was spent on Janeway's hair over this episode than special effects. Never failed to do a little ship porn in a first episode of a series docked at DS9. It's even the right length, not spending multiple full minutes. We get the classic handing of the torch by inserting Quark, Morn, and DS9 itself into the plot. Plus, they could reuse the Badlands region footage a bunch of times through DS9. When Voyager come in contact with a polarized magnetic variation, it causes Lieutenant Commander Cavett to literally leap across the bridge, killing himself, when he was standing next to something he could have held onto. Half the officers on the ship we've been introduced to up to this point are all just so many red shirts for the Great Koala. The only one I feel bad for is Stotty. She's the only one that seems like an animate character and not just a one-dimensional stick figure. It doesn't take long to figure out they're 70,000 light years from Starfleet, But their more immediate question is whether to partake in corn on the cob or deviled eggs. The episode quickly devolves for a bit into some of the reasons this season premiere isn't ranked higher on this list. I have great nostalgia for watching this when it first premiered in 1995, but some parts of it have not aged well. Right out the gate in Season 1, we're introduced to the first of many times Harry Kim must suffer, when he's the only member of the crew to not be returned to Voyager. They find the Maquis ship they were originally sent after, and decide to team up since they all have the same problem. It's really always bothered me how many Maquis are on this small ship. Seems like there's between a dozen and 20 introduced across the series run. While on their way to investigate if the missing Harry and B'Elanna are on a planet nearby, they run into Neelix, whose introduction dialogue is boiled down to the lowest possible common denominator. He underhandedly gets Voyager to help him free Kes, though she helps them find the Ocampa, and a good chunk of the rest of the runtime involve multiple cast members climbing an endless flight of stairs. In the end, Janeway has the opportunity to send her own crew home at the expense of the Ocampa. The caretaker of the Ocampa that brought them here dies and turns into a pile of shrinking CGI poo, and is quite wordy in his final moments. Considering Kate Mulgrew had no prep time for the role of Janeway, having the part recast mid-production, she is the guiding force that sells this show, and despite this premiere's many flaws, it does set the tone of the show's run and main characters well. Can we be honest for a minute about Janeway's decision? After their energy runs out in a few years on a planet with no water that can't support vegetation, and that's at least partially controlled by the Kazon, the picture's pretty grim for the Ocampa, and maybe the plan to help them at the expense of your own crew wasn't so well thought out. But then, we wouldn't have 7 seasons of zany ways to get off the island. Doing spy stuff at 437, the Bashir who loved me, or our man Bashir. Julian is running his holo program where he basically plays James Bond, when most of the rest of the main characters have a transporter accident that ends up with their neural patterns transferred to the holodeck. They all become characters in the program, and this kicks off a solidly fun episode of television. I considered ranking this with other episodes in the Not Quite Trek category back in Season 5 of Best of Trek. I feel like this one has too many actual Trek elements and something more at stake for the main characters. It's also a superb pairing of Bashir and Garrick. This episode should have been billed as Avery Brooks playing Ben Sisko, playing Hippocrates Noah, playing Avery Brooks. A lot of his real persona shows through in the character, even if he's just a slightly more than one-dimensional mustache-twirling villain. MGM, the owners of the 007 franchise, came very close to suing the production. DS9's producers thought they were within the realm of parody, but the threat of a lawsuit kept the idea from coming back for a sequel. Shrinking at 436? A small problem. Or one little ship. This episode is a lot of fun, but there's a ton of holes in the plot. Starting with why Starfleet would send one of its few pure warships to do a science mission during the height of a war. They're observing an anomaly where things go in shrink. So what better thing to do than send a runabout with living beings in to see what will happen? The whole thing is cut short when the Defiant is attacked by the Jem'Hadar, and loses its tractor beam to the runabout, causing them to stay small. The dumbest Jem'Hadar in the series take control of the ship, but command the senior staff to fix the warp drive, giving them a chance to take the ship back, with some help from a tiny runabout. Ira Steven Behr thought they should have used more comedic villains like the Pakleds or something. I think that might have made for a slightly better episode. Homesteading at 435? Boundaries. Or resolutions. When Chakotay and Janeway are infected with an incurable virus, they must stay on the planet they contracted it on or die. They're left behind for over a month as Voyager resumes its course for the Alpha Quadrant. The two bond and come almost close to a romantic relationship by the end. Despite Janeway's final orders not to, the crew convince Captain Tuvok to take the risk of getting the remedy from the Padians. It goes about as well as you'd expect. They do get the cure, but are almost harvested for body parts in the process. The bonding between the two highest-ranking officers is quite a good soap opera, as far as Trek goes. It's too bad the romantic angle was never touched on again. We're starting things off with a two-parter today at numbers 434 and 433, Father's Pride, or Birthrights Part 1 and 2. We should be off to a good start to a crossover episode with Enterprise docked at DS9. But Mort in the background and Bashir are the only pieces of the DS9 puzzle we get. And only a nod to Chief O'Brien needing to work on the replicators without showing his face on his original show. Bashir is caught screwing around with the power in sickbay trying to interface some random piece of technobabble from the Gamma Quadrant, since Cardassian tech sucks. After he's discovered, Data and Geordi decide the best place to play with an unknown device is right next to the warp core. Thankfully, the only casualty is Data, when an energy surge knocks him unconscious and triggers a dream program he didn't know he had. He sees some surreal images of a crow, and his creator Noonien Soong letting him know he's accrued enough XP to level up as a life form. Some character development for Data, but ultimately pretty boring stuff. Now, the other main plot that actually extends into the second part involves Worf, as usual on a quest for the honor of his father, which is his ultimate recurring burden. Except this time, he's got it on bad authority from a Euridian traitor that his father is still alive and in a Romulan prison camp. While he doesn't find his father, he does find the plot for every animated Jungle or Under the Sea movie where the sharks and gazelle get along. A group of captured and now dishonored Klingons have grown up in this Romulan camp, where the two races have largely gotten over their differences and even interbreed. Worf's Klingon warrior brain struggles to wrap his head around the concept for an uncomfortable amount of the runtime. Worf's actually the agitator and the problem with the plot. Otherwise, we're shown an almost Federation ideal where the other two great powers of the quadrant we've seen throughout Trek are actually living in harmony. Not bad plot ideas in principle, but this one really stretches to fill its 2-episode run. We have the second longest title in all of Trek at number 432, Kitchen Utensils Give No F**ks About Your Diced Up Body. Or, The Butcher's Knife Cares Not for the Lamb's Cry. Saru isn't impressed that Lorca kept Michael without consulting his first officer. Burnham's deciding to mess with the giant tardigrade creature that tore up Discovery's sister ship in the previous entry. What she finds out is that if you attach nipple clamps to it in the Spore Cube, they can jump across the galaxy on a network of mushrooms. In the process, the dumbest security officer in Starfleet, Commander Landry, attacks the creature for really no good reason, and gets red-shirted faster in a first season than you can say Tasha Yar. There's the unnecessarily long section of the Klingon story that ends in Voq being left to die in the derelict Shenzhou. Which brings me to a question. Burnham gets Georgiou's telescope in this episode from the Shenzhou per her will, but it appears here Starfleet wasn't able to salvage much. Despite the many flaws in the plot, this one is a good watch. It establishes a lot of the key premises going forward in Discovery, even if it's dull in spots. Longing for companionship at 431, blackmail. Or shattered mirror. Jake stands in his and Nog's old spot on the promenade, remembering, when he goes back to his quarters to find his dead mother. Turns out she hasn't risen from the Battle of Wolf 359, but it's another one of the many mirror universe crossings made in DS9. She's here to use Jake to get Ben to jump universes and help them shake down a replica of the Defiant they built from stolen plans. What's with ship's name Defiant from the Prime universe making the leap? Anyway, he does, and I really like Worf as the Regent. He's a more animate character. It's all the edge his character lost after Season 1 of TNG. Jake has to watch his not-quite-mom die, and now he and his father have that in common, I guess. Doing trial trek at 4:30? Jag. Or court-martial. I love courtroom trek. but this one's an odd bird. It's been re-ranked higher a few times because while it exposes us to solid litigating, it also has some hokey as TOS can be moments that keep it from joining the ranks of Drumhead. When a crew member is lost during an ion storm and Kirk was the one to eject the crewman by accident, he draws a general court-martial. After having to refute the Enterprise computer, which is said to be 100% accurate all the time, it turns out the dead crew member, Finney, was never dead at all. He was trying to get Kirk in hot water to get back at him for calling him out for major oversight years before, that cost him promotion over the years. There's a lot of nice backstory for Kirk, but unfortunately, as TOS often does, this one gets in its own way far too often. Starting with a dedicated button for launching an ion pod next to the red alert button on the captain's panel. Really, the thing worth watching is Kirk's book-reading, disheveled lawyer, as he poetically turns the tide of Kirk's trial in his favor. Having its browser history exposed at 429, Holodiction, or Hollow Pursuits. I'm just gonna say this now. Dwight Schultz is an acting treasure. He can hit basically any emotion and convey it beautifully. Here, he's only confident with holodeck fantasy versions of the crew around him that he has trouble interacting with. Riker, Deanna, and Geordi have to intervene when it completely impacts his work and breaks up his fantasy world. There's a highly mediocre other plot going on about a compound that's turning parts of the ship to goo to break up this mental health episode. Deanna is actually on point as a counselor in this one, but is even more interesting to watch as the goddess of empathy. Becoming predators or prey at 428, Devolving, or Genesis. In another episode kicked off by the neuroses of Reg Barkley, he's also a hypochondriac that makes Crusher believe he's actually got something, and then she whips up a hypo of cure-all that starts a deadly yet comic chain of events on board. Some consider this as bad as Voyager's Threshold, since it's about the same understanding of biology. Despite its numerous all-fi, no-sci flaws, this is a solidly fun episode of Trek to watch. A little hokey, but ultimately satisfying just to watch the scene in the briefing room where Riker and Ogawa walk out like monkeys. Shout out to Troy for the OG look at Cetacean Ops. The windmills turn out to be giants at 427, irritable coworkers, or the Galileo 7. The first time we see a shuttlecraft interior in Star Trek, this baby can seat 7 and doesn't control well in gravitational anomalies. Spock, Scotty, McCoy, and some red shirts crash land and spend the runtime bickering about trivial stuff while being attacked by giants. Meanwhile, back on the Enterprise, Kirk is locked into a dick-measuring contest with Galactic High Commissioner Ferris. Spock manages to use pure logic and a pinch of luck to get the shuttle off the ground before they lose any more crew and are rescued just before they burn up in the atmosphere again. It's an okay watch, though maybe I ranked this one too high. One that the modern effects updates helped a bit. Joined at the brainstem at number 426, Paranoid Stupidity, or Attached. This is a weird one. It's a solid premise that almost pays off a 7-season hinted romance, but suffers from the dreaded 7th season regression. Picard and Beverly are kidnapped while visiting half a planet petitioning to join the Federation. Turns out they're in a centuries-long Cold War with the other half of the planet and are thoroughly unfit to join the Federation at this time. It was the other half of this ultra-secretive race that holds Picard and Beverly until they're sprung and get to meander around classic Trek caves. But this time with an interesting twist. Bev and Jean-Luc's minds are linked and can hear each other's thoughts. This leads to them finally dealing with the feelings of love each has for the other. While by the end, it looks like this might go somewhere before the end of the season, the two just stay friends other than Q's alternate future where they were married and divorced. This actually gives Bev a chance to do some good acting before the end of the series. Being taken apart at the subatomic level is number 425. Reg to the Rescue. Or Realm of Fear. I don't know how it is that every time a main plot centers around Reg Barkley, He's fun to watch and gives us some wonderful looks at mental health. But whatever the other plot in the story ends up being mediocre to bad. Barclay has to confront his fear of using the transporter during an emergency on another ship. When he comes back, he's convinced he's going crazy because he saw something in transport, and now his arm is all glowy. Turns out he did see something in the matter stream, and by some bit of technobabble, is the missing crew members from the ship they came to rescue. Why does TNG continually do dangerous experiments in engineering right next to the warp core? You've got dozens of labs and cargo bays literally for this exact kind of thing. And here you are, one force field away from a core breach. Making duplicates at 424? Class Y copies. Or Demon. This is one of the cases of my current ranking system breaking down. I've watched the entire franchise once and ranked it, but as I do second watches to do notes, I move things around. Generally only by a little bit, but this one was about 100 ahead of where we are now, and it honestly probably belongs 100 below this. I gave it too much credit for being the setup for the Great Course Oblivion. I will correct this in the next re-ranks and retrospectives video. Voyager is running out of deuterium and limping along on 1/4 impulse. We're introduced to the idea of a Class Y demon planet, where their last hope is to set the ship down and mine in the most inhospitable environment to human life. Harry must suffer a breach of his EV suit and drags his good buddy Tom down with him. Seven and Chakotay find the two sans suits in a seeming impossibility. Turns out they're clones made from a semi-sentient form of deuterium, but they can only survive on this planet. In exchange for letting them lift off, the stuff copies the whole crew and the ship. At face value, this sounds like an okay episode of TV. The problem is, it's held together by a string of bad puns and jokes. There's a B-plot about Neelix being at his most annoying since Kes left the ship, and the only thing that's actually worth watching is Duplicate Kim's speech to Janeway about the meaning and rights of life toward the end. This is a gigantic filler sandwich that sets up a much better episode. Making a collect call at 423, Crank Prank Time Phone, or Eye of the Needle. This is the first of many times the crew engages in a zany yet failed attempt to get off the island when they encounter a micro wormhole. By some miracle, it ends in the Alpha Quadrant, but in Romulan space. With the help of a micro probe, they're able to get in contact with a Romulan science ship. Just when they're ready to maybe be taken Romulan prisoners rather than spend 7 decades in the Delta Quadrant, the catch is, they're talking to a Romulan from 20 years in the past. For a mediocre first season, this is one of the better premises, but it's also the absolute slowest paced. The second plot about humanizing the Doctor is a nice step in the right direction for his journey, going from being Spock with a scalpel to a motion chip Data by the end of the run. Fighting fascism at 422, the Nth Reich, or Patterns of Force. Oh cool, more Nazis. This one's not the best or worst use of them in the franchise. In a show produced just 20 years after the defeat of Hitler in Europe, it was still fresh in the consciousness of viewers. Basically, Kirk gets hooked up with this Nazi Girl Scout leader to find a former Starfleet captain who decided all on his own, you know what this planet needs more of? Nazis. Didn't work on Earth, but there shouldn't be any unforeseen consequences, right? Including him being a literal drugged puppet of propaganda. The MacGyvering a laser out of a light bulb and a pair of salad tongs has never sat right with me. But I will say, the overall tone of this is actually done fairly tastefully. Playing a dictator at 421, let them eat war. Or Warlord. To me, this might be the most Jen Lean got to act in her time on Voyager. We're dropped into possibly the weirdest first frame in all of Star Trek. Neelix is getting a foot rub, and it looks like his version of Umox. A now deposed warlord puts his consciousness inside Kes before his body dies. The episode revolves around her taking back the throne, all the while Kes fighting the other consciousness. Janeway in the end gets involved in an internal struggle and storms the palace to save Kes. Not the best script, but it's executed on a high level. Recurring Trek director David Livingston turned this lower-ranked script to a solidly watchable hour of television that gave one of the most underwritten characters across Trek something decent to do on her last full season with the show. Not living up to parental expectations is number 420. Stop, collaborate, and listen. Or Sons and Daughters. For me, this is the worst of the 6-episode arc of the Dominion controlling DS9. It's not bad, it's just not as great as the other 5 episodes. I'm not the biggest fan of this annoying version of Warrior Alexander that spent his life saying he didn't want to do all the Klingon stuff, and then to piss off his dad, he joins the Klingon Defense Force. For some reason. It's mainly focused on a ship commanded by Martok and Worf on a series of misadventures before building camaraderie in battle. I find it really interesting that the Bajorans protested the Federation giving the Cardassians 5 industrial replicators, and now with their non-aggression treaty, the Dominion gives them 15. They really got the Cardassian production capacity up in a hurry to make such a generous offer. The best part is when Kira realizes she's become the collaborator that she would have killed back in her Resistance days. Trying to get a little suckle at 419, Salt Vampire. Or The Man Trap. There's a reason that after 2 pilots, this was the very first episode of Star Trek to ever air. It's a humanized plot without a ton of technobabble. Even though Kirk would be the captain with a lady in every port, Bones gets to visit with an old girlfriend married to a Federation scientist on an extremely desolate planet. Turns out she's actually a salt vampire who killed the original Nancy and took her form in exchange for salt. Even when offered away off the planet, the scientist is a nutjob and chooses to side with the salt creature masquerading as his wife. We're introduced with the long-running Saurian Brandy. Sulu's Arboretum is pretty cool and feels like the inspiration for Saru's quarters on Discovery. The first red shirt of the series is blue, and it shouldn't have taken 6 deaths before they figure this out. Spock has a hilarious fight scene with Nancy, and the scientist keeps calling her with salt like a horse or a dog. Bidding for a chance at happiness at 418? The Little Things. Or In the Cards. This is one of those episodes that's great to put on in the background while you're doing something else. It's entertaining and is the calm before the storm that would be the next episode of DS9. It's a lot of fun, but is literally all filler. It just highlights how much happiness you can bring to people's lives by just doing little things. We've got the best of the Old West in Trek. At 417, Old West Prejudice. Or North Star. This would have been an even better episode if it wasn't smack dab in the middle of the Xindi story arc, in the first chronological use of the human colony we didn't expect to find trope. Archer and company find people brought here hundreds of years ago and rose up against their overlords. There's some really nice exploration of the treatment of the remaining Skagarans. This is bedrock Star Trek. Fight the battles of the oppressed. After a phase pistol shootout at the OK Corral, Archer promises to have ships come back for them someday, and leaves them with some reading material. I generally like the overall tone of this one. Creating misdirection at 416. Time Grift. Or A Matter of Time. Here's a classic but ultimately mediocre entry to the franchise. When a 22nd century inventor posing as a 26th century time traveler shows up, he almost creates a time paradox taking stolen objects from the D and pretend to invent it 2 centuries earlier. The whole episode is a comedic game of what if. The episode tied with another TNG episode, Conundrum, receiving an Emmy for visual effects that year. This guy was almost played by Robin Williams, which would have been incredible. You can tell the role was written with him in mind. He's playful, and Williams would have changed half the script. Doesn't feel like we've ever seen another character like this in Trek. Or like Robin Williams, one of the greatest late actors of all time. Closing out the block today at number 415, Robo Baby. Or Prototype. I really like the intro being this android's black and white damaged vision being found and beamed on board Voyager. In one of the oldest sci-fi tropes there is, the bot they beamed on board is one of many dedicated to wiping out the other side, which is also a race of robots that have wiped out their creators and are still at war. They steal B'Elanna and force her to create a prototype new android so they can in essence procreate. It's an okay B'Elanna episode. At one point, Chakotay says, "I'd hate to lose another shuttle." Pot, meet kettle. Transforming space at 4:14. One night stand. Or Harbinger. In another over-sexualized plot, Trip tries out the neuropressure skills he learned from T'Pol on one of the Mako soldiers on board. Except he messes it up and T'Pol has to do some girl-on-girl rubbing action that causes her to finally confront her feelings for Trip, so she gives him a one-night stand and then ghosts him. Meanwhile, Enterprise comes upon a part of the Expanse that's been transformed by the spheres they've seen before, and find what they figure out to be one of the sphere builder race, testing whether our space was transformed enough for them to take over. Nice butt shot, but otherwise a pretty mediocre entry in the Xindi arc. Losing a lung at 4:13, Neelix's thoughts, or Phage. We start this episode off with Janeway finding Neelix has taken over her private dining room and turned it into a badly needed galley. The question I have, what happened to the crew galley we saw in the pilot then? Anyway, as part of the away team, Neelix comes across some strange readings while prospecting through caves. Next thing he knows, his lungs are gone, and the doctor comes up with a crazy measure of giving him temporary holographic lungs. The rest of the episode is Neelix's thoughts of hating the ceiling, and whether or not Tom Paris was going to snag his one-year-old from him. They eventually catch up to the Vidians that took his lungs, but he's not getting them back. Kes gives up one of her lungs so Neelix can live. It sets up Kes becoming a nurse, though. Discovering ghosts in the family closet at 4:12. Deanna's sister. Or Dark Page. Mrs. Troy makes her final appearance in TNG while teaching a race that communicates almost completely telepathically, and literally loses her mind. Turns out, a little girl of this race reminds her of a daughter she had that died when Deanna was still a baby and she never told her about it. Deanna goes inside her mother's mind to help bring her out of a coma and learns of the family tragedy through some surreal imagery. One of the best Loxana Troy episodes in the franchise. Wandering in the desert at 4:11, Survival. Or Final Mission. Wesley goes on his final mission with Captain Picard before shipping off to Starfleet Academy. While en route to settle a mining dispute, they crash on a desert world, and with no water they decide to wander through the sand in a montage of sadness. Meanwhile, Riker can't bring the Enterprise to help in the search because they're dealing with a radioactive garbage scow that's ended up in orbit of a Federation planet. Picard almost dies because of the shuttle pilot's incompetence in a cave, and the pilot doesn't fare too well by the end either. Only Wesley's skills with a tricorder save he and the captain from an entity protecting the water here for seemingly no good reason. It's a pretty meh episode, but it also feels classically Star Trek. Feeling useless at 4:10, Death Wish. Or Sons of Moog. Great! More Klingon shenanigans. Worf's Klingon brother Kern shows up to the station drunk as can be, threatening violence from the moment he steps through the airlock. Apparently he can't live with dishonor and wants Worf to kill him, because that's what Klingons do. Kern almost dies twice, but Bashir and his medical ethics keep getting in the way. This gets to a point where Worf decides the best thing to do is lobotomize his brother, give him some cosmetic surgery, and pretend he's another Klingon that's lost his memory. While this gives us some touching moments, it's also just more Klingon overreaction and maybe the worst use of the incredible Tony Todd, but it's perfectly in step with Star Trek as an episode. Heading for the Great Barriers, number 409. Demigods. Or Where No Man Has Gone Before. This one is a rarity in television history, a second pilot. Though it didn't even get aired first. As the Enterprise attempts to leave the galaxy, they encounter the Great Barrier for the first time, which for some reason gives two of the crew godlike powers. When Kirk's old friend Gary Mitchell gets too powerful, they detain him and take him to the nearest Federation planet. Kirk has to outsmart a god and kill his best friend by the end, and even the psychiatrist chick dies for some reason. This one has some rough edges that clearly still needed to be smoothed out, like Spock's random emotions, and Kirk's middle initial, but a classic bit of Trek that must be seen to understand Gene Roddenberry's original concepts. Getting lit at 4:08. High AF. Or, will you take my hand? Who would have thought that the end of the first Federation Klingon War would be an anticlimax to a season? I thought the recap of saying last time on Discovery in Klingon was clever. But then it's into the ever drawn-out Michael Burnham exposition pieces that sound poetic, but ultimately say nothing. The crew of Discovery jumped their ship inside the Klingon homeworld, Kronos, to plant a bomb and stop this war at any cost. Except Tilly gets high off Clint Howard's supply and figures out their plan isn't as benign as she'd been led to believe. This causes disgraced, lack-of-rank Michael Burnham to give admirals of Starfleet a "we must do what is right" speech, which somehow changes their mind on the whole thing. Instead, they peace out and leave L'Rell with the detonator that can blow up her home planet and make her the de facto ruler of the Klingon Empire. Hooray! Everybody wins! And no shots were fired. It does feel like a very idyllic Federation ending to a bloody conflict, but kind of a letdown of a season arc. This one's held together by gratuitous sex, drug use, and finally the near confirmation that Klingons have two dicks. A pretty mediocre cap-off to a pretty mediocre first season of Discovery. Giving up a good thing at 4:07? It's a wonderful trek. Or non sequitur. When Harry Kim hits the cosmic lottery, he decides to give it up and go promotionless for the next 5 seasons. He wakes up in San Francisco with his girlfriend Libby, like the last nearly year of his life of Voyager never happened. He's got a good position in Starfleet that seems to be leading to a promotion, and the coffee is great. But this Harry isn't satisfied with no longer suffering, so he takes the Tom Paris from this universe to commit suicide and get him back to Voyager. This episode is ranked very poorly by many, and it has the numerous flaws I've mentioned. But I still find it to be a perfectly mediocre, fun bit of Trek that takes us back to the Alpha Quadrant for an episode. Going transgalactic at 4:06, Isosagons. Or by any other name. Here's another classic episode of Trek that's pretty decent, but every scene is stretched out to the point of wanting to change the channel. An away team is held hostage by bat belt technology that can turn living creatures to 20-sided dice made of chemicals. Spock mind melds through solid rock just because, but no one escapes. This group is traveled from the Andromeda Galaxy that will be wiped out by a radiation event, and they're looking for new places for people from their galaxy to conquer and settle. They blackmail Kirk into taking command of the Enterprise for the next 300 years or so. And we do the Great Barrier for the second time in this block of episodes. They turn most of the crew into dice and then proceed to be some of the dumbest beings we've seen in Trek. One of the best parts of the episode is Scotty trying to drink this guy under the table and pulling out progressively older bottles of booze until he gets to the classic "it's green" joke. Kirk turns the Andromedans on each other and eventually gets back control of the ship. There's a hokey fight scene in the end, and what can I say but classic middle-of-the-pack Trek? Performing a space cesarean at 4:05? Space ravioli. Or Galaxy's Child. So the Enterprise kinda, sorta kills a mother space ravioli while it's giving birth? And then the little ravioli thinks the Enterprise is its mother. All the while, Geordi finally meets his dream girl, only to find out she's really overbearing and married. But the two of them finally work together, even after she exposes his browser history, and get the little ravioli off the ship. This is another one that feels like a must-watch in the Trek franchise, even though it's perfectly average. Worshipping the sun at 4:04? Pictographs. Or masks. Oh hey, it's another one of those random probes from a long-dead civilization that will ultimately impose its will on the first sentient life that finds it. I've seen this one on other people's worst lists, but it gives Brent Spiner a chance to do more acting than in the previous 6 seasons combined. The story itself about transforming the ship into an ancient city and Picard taking on the role of a moon god are pretty wild things to add to an already somewhat disconnected 7th season. We get to see more work on dangerous weapons right next to the warp core, and simultaneously, snakes in a torpedo. But from Data trying to conceptualize music visually in the intro, through a civilization worth of characters, it's a wonderfully fun watch. Not living up to someone else's expectations is number 403, Broken Pedestal, or Fallen Hero. T'Pol is concerned that the captain and other members of the crew haven't gotten laid in a while. So Florida Man throws on the most Florida shirt ever as we embark on a 3-episode tour getting to Risa. After the long road, the plan to visit the Pleasure Planet takes a back seat when Enterprise is ordered to pick up a supposedly disgraced Vulcan ambassador and rendezvous with a Vulcan ship. She's apparently one of T'Pol's idols, and she wrestles with the letdown through the episode. In the end, it turns out she was secretly getting off-world to testify against a corrupt government, and they come after Enterprise. The Vulcans come to Enterprise's rescue at the last moment, which is a recurring trope of the early seasons of Enterprise. Interesting to see not Data's mom in a new role in Trek, being conniving at 402, Super Soldiers. Or The Hunted, the classic ethical dilemma about what to do with genetically enhanced super soldiers when the wars are over. In the first appearance of James Cromwell, we see a society asking to join the Federation, but still have some built-in prejudices to deal with first. A prisoner escapes from one of the world's lunar colonies, and the Enterprise plays a drawn-out game of cat and mouse with him, before finally getting him in a holding cell. They find out the tale of how these soldiers weren't welcomed back with open arms after the last war years ago. The guy plays another game of cat and mouse on board the Enterprise in an escape attempt. In the end, Picard actually lets the Augments hold the government hostage without interfering. Nice to see we actually uphold the Prime Directive every once in a while. There's a bunch of plot holes, but a good moral message in the end. Dealing with psychic trauma at 401, Space Potato, or Tin Man. Another episode that does have some bits of hokiness, but also a ton going on for it. Through the lens of a telepath that literally senses everything all the time, we see first contact with an unknown spacefaring life form. In a Soviet space race analogy, the Enterprise is trying to beat 2 Romulan ships to make contact. Tam gets the space raisin to destroy the first bird of prey, and the second almost overtakes the Enterprise. In the end, the pain of this telepath and that of the spaceship creature that has no crew are alleviated when they meld and become whole again. An at times convoluted plot, but classic Trek exploration of new life, with some Romulan bad guys to make it more fun. At number 400, Giant Space Amoeba, or The Immunity Syndrome. Another plot like Tin Man about a space-dwelling organism that's pretty generic over-the-top sci-fi, but somehow a really nice episode in its own right. Spock shows us the first of the Obi-Wan-like disruptions in the Force that Vulcans can sense about others. He knows that the Starship Intrepid was dead, because most of the crew were Vulcans. Upon further investigation, they find an entire star system that had life also just gone, gobbled up by a giant space amoeba. I think what I like about this episode most is seeing everyone at their stations just doing their jobs on board ship, without having the same redressed set new alien world of the week. There aren't enough episodes centered around the main cast at their posts in TOS. But this weird plot is taken very seriously by the cast, and acted well. There's a literal life or death order and choice between Bones and Spock to get out of the amoeba, and Kirk chooses to sacrifice Spock, in an effort to stop the creature, though is able to retrieve him anyway. This is a bottle episode that has the distinction of being the only episode of TOS not to have a guest star. Crossing over at 399, The Cloak's on You, or The Emperor's New Cloak. While this final DS9 Mirror Universe entry doesn't stack up as far as the incredible 7th season it's attached to, I really don't find this to be the supposed bad episode it's rated in other places. When Grand Nagus Sek gets himself imprisoned while trying to open up trade in the Mirror Universe, Quark and Rom have to steal a cloaking device in exchange for his release. I love the miming scene when the Ferengi brothers are carrying the cloaked cloaking device. Vic Fontaine's a real boy in the other universe, Lita and Ezri are kind of into each other, and Worf as the regent is always a good time. If you don't like this one, you probably don't like fun. Going up at number 398, Clue at 20,000 feet. Or Rise. Voyager is trying to aid a planet being bombarded with asteroids. Tuvok crashes another easily replaceable shuttlecraft with no way to transport or get a comm signal to Voyager. We learn one of Neelix's jack-of-many-trades talents is fixing maglev carriages, which they happen to have crashed near. They fight off and make a truce with a squatter and get off the ground. Through the rest of the runtime, it's discovered the asteroids aren't randomly hitting the planet, but being targeted by a race that wants to conquer the planet, and there's a collaborator on board. A classic game of Clue ensues, pointing fingers and playing whodunit. The real thing to watch in this episode is the dynamic between Tuvok and Neelix. Even though these two men have already shared the experience of being merged and killed by Janeway in the last season, this seems to mark a real turning point in the ever-evolving relationship between Tuvok and Neelix. It takes an outsider to point out Tuvok's inherent hatred of Neelix, which makes him rethink his prejudices. He almost dies on the outside of the carriage, and another character ends up going down in one of the worst visual effects in Star Trek history instead. This one is quite a decent watch. Embracing the Other Side at 397, When in Rome. Or The Wolf Inside. The second mirror universe in this block is much darker than the comical farce from DS9. The previous episode ended with Discovery doing what's supposed to be their last Black Alert, with the intel that would win the Klingon War, and ended up here instead. The episode opens to White Walker Paul holding the lifeless body of Culber. Before the episode is over, Stamets climbs the Black Mountain, as will Hugh in the not-too-distant future. Everyone fully embraces their Terran counterparts to avoid detection and get their hands on the data about how the USS Defiant from the Prime universe got here in a bid to get home. When Burnham goes on a mission for the Terran Empire, she meets this version of Sarek that's an awesome callback to the Mirror Universe Spock from TOS. Tyler starts to realize he's not who he thinks he is when he meets Mirror Universe Voke that's part of him. This causes the mission to almost fail. But the payoff when he confronts L'Orelle about it is a flash of Klingon tatas. The only topless entry to the franchise, unless you include this. By the end, the big reveal that dead in the Prime universe Georgiou is the Terran Emperor here. There's a mixed bag of good and bad stuff happening in this episode, but it sure is entertaining. Entertaining a bored kid at 396, Schoolyard Games. Or Future Imperfect. Oh hey, a lonely kid left alone with only a holodeck for a friend, and he didn't cause a galactic catastrophe. During an away mission, Riker is the only one unable to be beamed out. He wakes up seemingly 16 years in the future. The only things different are Beverly Crusher's hair, and Nurse Ogawa is still a nurse that hasn't aged. Though this was her first appearance and hadn't been considered for a recurring role yet. We discover Riker still has feelings for the holographic Minuet from Season 1, and becomes what appears to be a Romulan ploy. Though there's another layer to the deception, and it's really just this bored alien kid that's been alone on this planet with technology that can conjure realistic fantasies. It's a pretty interesting mystery plot for Riker, though I hate stories that never really happened in the end. Trying to Survive at 395, Storm Shelter. Or The Catwalk. Here's another one that fell through the cracks and missed a rewatch. It's nowhere near as good as this block of episodes, and I'll address it in the next Re-Ranks and Retrospectives video. Basically, the entire crew and that of an alien shuttle take refuge in Enterprise's warp nacelle to ride out a space storm that would kill everyone. Pretty basic and mundane, including a loading up the nacelles with cargo montage. After a whole lot of crew banter, another ship with a race that can survive the storm board Enterprise and take control. Archer and a few others take a little radiation exposure and force them to leave, even at the possibility of Enterprise's destruction. This one's not terribly well acted, particularly by Scott Bakula. It's not a terrible episode, just not enough happens to make it worth even being nearly halfway up this ranking. Breaking the language barrier at 394, No Words. Or Loud as a Whisper. I really like the Season 2 TNG trope of opening to Picard working on brain teasers that have stumped scientists for a long time. For 80s CGI, this solar system model of a planet with an odd revolution around its sun is really cool. The Enterprise is ordered to take a famed ambassador to a planet with two bloodthirsty warring factions. The ambassador is a mute telepath that has 3 other people speak for him. During the first negotiation meeting, one of the factions opens fire and kills Riva's chorus. The rest of the episode is filled with a throwaway romance between Riva and Troy, and Data learning a form of sign language to assist in negotiations. The overall message about binding warring people through language is a beautifully done Trek sentiment. Rising from the dead at number 393, Klingon Jesus. Or rightful heir. When Worf doesn't show up for his shift or answer comms, Riker assumes he's up to some sort of Klingon death ritual again or something, and brings security to go check on him. Turns out Worf is having a crisis of faith. He saw an image of Kahless in the fire when he was a boy and longs for that again. Picard gives him leave, and we see the sacred planet of Boroth for the first time. Worf gets more than a vision when flesh and blood Kahless actually appears to him. The rest of the episode is Gowron and the High Council trying to disprove his legitimacy. In the end, he's a clone of the original Kahless, and Worf convinces Gowron to let him be a figurehead as Emperor, who we'll mention but never see again. It really makes you question, if Jesus were a real deity and came back, would anyone actually believe he was who he said he was? Waiting for mail at 392, Dear Kathy. Or Hunters. Starfleet sends a message back along the relay network used to let the Doctor play counterinsurgent with Andy Dick previously. What on any other Starfleet ship would just be Tuesday, most of the runtime is spent awaiting the retrieval and decoding of letters from the Alpha Quadrant. After being out of touch for 4 years, it's actually a touching yet simple episode that brings good news and hard truths. Tuvok's a grandpa, the Maquis have been wiped out by the Dominion, and Janeway gets a Dear John letter from her former fiancé. By the look on her face, I bet he put her dog up for adoption, too. Oh, and just to add some action to the plot, Tuvok and Seven get kidnapped by the Hirogen, who we can build up to be the new recurring villain race, now that we've largely gotten out of Borg space. Trying to get the pair back, Voyager accidentally disrupts the entire relay network they were using to stay in contact with Starfleet. This one's a bit slow and soap opera-y, but a nice call from home in the middle of Voyager's run. Turning back the chronometer at 391, Time Donuts. Or Tomorrow is Yesterday. As far as TOS, this is actually pretty decent. The Enterprise just kind of ends up in 1967 Earth, because reasons that happened before the episode began? They're identified by a US Air Force plane, and they accidentally destroy it. Also, for reasons before the episode began, the computer voice was changed during an overhaul on an all-female planet to be a sexy Majel with more personality for only this one episode. Anyway, they save the life of this Air Force pilot and show him the wonders of 3 centuries in the future. They try and retrieve the Air Force footage of the Enterprise, and Kirk gets into a hokey fight scene. They accidentally beam an MP to Enterprise and almost give him a heart attack by making him soup. They correct everything by doing time donuts around the sun until they arrive before everything started, magically correct the timeline, and then go forward in time. Quite a bit of this is convoluted, but a solid hour of television. Dealing with a shift in universes is number 390. Reflection. Or Despite Yourself. In last week's block, I mistakenly said that the episode before The Wolf Inside was when they got to the Mirror Universe. Actually, this is the first full Discovery entry into the Mirror Universe. This episode grinds the action-oriented Federation-Klingon war to a halt, as the crew go on a side quest at the hands of Captain Lorca that's from this universe originally. Some people don't like this dropout in the season arc, but I actually enjoyed this revisit to the Terran Empire in its heyday, before that interloper Kirk convinced Mirror Spock that peace was the better answer. They spend the episode turning Discovery into its Terran counterpart, including its fabulous Captain Killy. I love Mary Wiseman in this role, and the Terran uniform, a lot. Burnham kills the current captain of the ISS Shenzhou so she can take command, and Tyler starts realizing he's not okay. Pretty good setup for Mirror Disco. Coming in at 389, Photonic Friends. Or Oasis. While eating the spiciest thing that even Florida man's ever tasted, a trader clues them into a ghost ship that they might be able to salvage some components they need from. What they find after some digging and hostage-taking is a crew of mostly holograms, a man and his daughter. It's a pretty drawn-out plot to, in the end, convince this guy for the sake of his daughter that it's time to come with them and be saved after crashing there 22 years ago. The cool parts are seeing wonderful Major Trek actor Rene Auberjonois, and his daughter in this episode would go on to be the Borg Queen in Season 2 of Picard. Seeking answers at 388, Lost Self. Or A Simple Investigation. Every time this actress shows up, she's either a sexy spy or trying to undermine a current system. In this entry, she doesn't even know she's undercover because of a procedure that gave her a new identity. Through the episode, she's trying to retrieve it and doesn't know it yet. When her contact gets killed, she turns to Odo, first as security, and then as a lover. Yep, it took 5 seasons, but we finally got Odo laid. When she finally gets her memories back, she has a husband, and Odo is left unfulfilled. This is a cliché crime drama, but it's nicely done. Closing out the block today is number 387, Non-Elective Surgery, or Invasive Procedures. An LA slimeball named Bryce Cummings shows up on the station during a space storm. With not Tuvok, while the senior staff and Quark are the only skeleton crew. He's here to steal Jadzia's symbiont. He forces Bashir to perform the transfer, but after it's done, the joining doesn't change him the way he expected, nor the way Sisko tries to convince his girlfriend that he'd change. The main cast finally takes back control and gets Dax back into Jadzia. There's some great acting in this muted episode with no regular extras, but it also feels very convenient through most of its plot points, with many scenes seemingly drawn out for runtime. Pulling shenanigans at 386, not Q, or The Squire of Gothos. This episode starts kind of weak with Yauman empty coffee cups, and weird messages start appearing on the Enterprise screens. They beam down to a planet with a fun callback to the salt vampire from the Man Trap. We meet a being that's not Q at face value, but is 100% the influence for him in TNG. We dazzle Kirk and Lieutenant credits to Navy beans with parlor tricks for the bulk of the episode, before devolving into a familiar setting of Kirk being on trial. In the end, it turns out he's a child of his godlike race, and he's learned not to mess with other life forms for his own amusement. This one's quite silly, but a solidly fun watch. Following up one baby Q with another at number 385, The Godmother. Or Q2. After Icheb gives a TLDR report on Kirk, Q shows up with his son born back in Season 3's The Q in the Gray. He's hoping Godmother Kathy can help teach him some of her Federation ethics and get him to stop messing with other life forms for amusement. At first, it just results in a series of antics until Daddy in the Continuum rein in his powers for a week to see if he can make progress towards being a better citizen of the universe. He starts making progress and friends like Icheb until he throws it all away to mess around on the Delta Flyer. His dad teaches him a lesson, and after some protest, he's reinstated to the Continuum in the end. It was cute having Jean Delancey's actual son playing the role here. Just another purely fun episode for the tricksters of the universe, the Q Continuum. Being replaced at 384, Slowly Invaded. Or Displaced. When a race that supposedly doesn't know what's happening slowly replaces the crew of Voyager, they realize something isn't right. Eventually, they're all imprisoned in a habitable biome and just trying to escape. We learn that Klingons, for all their warrior spirit, don't do well in the cold. But the Nerians that took the crew do even worse. Janeway takes control of their technology and blackmails their leader with death or returning to Voyager. This is the episode that really starts the chemistry between Tom and B'Elanna. Coming Home to Papa at 383, Fatherly Pride. Or Brothers. The first part of this episode leaves me so unattached to it, I'm actually kind of rooting for this kid to die. These unaccompanied minors have been left on the ship while their Starfleet parents go on sabbatical. For some reason, they're allowed to go on shore leave by themselves. One eats a fruit with some nasty parasites, and it somehow becomes his brother's fault. While trying to get him to a starbase medical facility, Data goes on the fritz and takes control of the Enterprise with the longest password in history. When he leaves the ship, what he finds is his more than 100-year-old creator, Dr. Soong. He used a homing beacon to summon Data to implant an emotion chip that will look different every time we see it before he dies. They have some weird yet touching moments until Lore shows up in hideous Pac-led attire. He tricks Soong into putting the emotion chip into him, and that's when all hell breaks loose. He presumably leaves his creator for dead, then Riker and away team show up just in time to allow Data some final minutes with his father. It has some iconic scenes, it's also as boring as can be in many places. Being alone at 382, alone in the dark, or Doctor's Orders. In a race against time, the crew of Enterprise decide it's better to go into stasis and take a shortcut through anomaly-prone reconfigured space, rather than take 2 weeks going around. Phlox is the only one able to survive in this space and spends the runtime seemingly alone. Let's just get the spoiler out of the way now that he imagines T'Pol, but she's really in stasis also. The ultra-social Doctor starts to feel both the loneliness and effects of the space they're in, to the point of almost shooting Porthos. Some parts are pretty mundane and boring, but the existential angst that builds for Phlox in this episode makes this a solid watch. Being of the Heart at 381, Faith, or Sacred Ground. While visiting a sacred monastery on a planet, Kes wanders off the guided tour and into some kind of radiation field that leaves her comatose. In reality, the ancestral spirits have taken her pa or whatever, and Janeway takes it upon herself to go through an initiation ritual to try and better understand what's killing Kes. This one is ranked poorly in other places, and I think a lot of people just see exploration of religion equals uninteresting. But if that's your takeaway, I'm sorry. I once had a pastor tell me that religion is a book telling you to take 2 steps back, and you do it. But faith is something completely different. The episode pokes fun at all sorts of meaningless religious rituals, all the while trying to build up the better parts of faith, like camaraderie, philosophical discourse, and the literal leap of faith Kathy has to take when she carries Kes back into the same field that knocked her out in the first place. Somehow it works, and the Doctor gives us some exposition of technobabble about how the miracle occurred. But this episode seems to give Janeway a new attitude towards faith. Number 380 has no collective with which to share its thoughts. Alone in the Dark, Part 2. Or 1. Another entry in this block that follows a single character while the crew is in stasis. This time it's a giant nebula that would take years to get around or a month to go through. And conveniently, the person with the most fear of being alone is the only one that can survive. At least this time she has the Doctor for company. Eventually he goes offline and Seven's emotional level of dread goes to 11. She starts imagining someone has boarded the ship and is messing with her, but that's all just delusional diversion. The lighting choices through her hallucinations are excellent. Coming towards the end of her first full season on Voyager, it's another milestone in Seven's progression towards humanity when she sits and eats with the other main characters in the last scene. Not getting your dream date at 379? The Odo and the Beautiful. Or Crossfire. This might be the most soap opera-ish episode of the franchise. That's not a bad thing, but it's a bit slow. First, Minister Shakar makes his first trip to the station despite death threats. Odo coordinates a massive security effort for the visiting delegate, and Kira finds that she has feelings for her old resistance leader. Since Odo is assigned to protect him directly, he's forced to watch as their romance blossoms. Meanwhile, he still can't find the words to tell Kira how he feels about her. Other than that, Quark proves you're never too old to wear a onesie when he gives his best frenemy some advice that sticks. A heartbreaking but enjoyable episode of DS9. Closing out the bottom half of our Star Trek rankings at number 378. Union Fight. Or Bar Association. When a slow season comes to Quark's bar, holosuites, and gaming emporium, he offers to keep all his staff but cut their hours. This doesn't go over well, and Rom does the most unthinkable thing a Ferengi can do: start a union. This is one of Rom's first big moments of self-actualization and gaining the confidence he'll need to one day rule the Ferengi Alliance. When the FCA gets wind of this, they send their strikebreaker Liquidator Brunt. Jeffrey Combs is at his absolute best as Brunt in this one. By the end, Quark settles the strike, but Rom quits, and starts his career on the station's maintenance crew. This one's got a ton of filler, but some overall really nice messages. Being stubborn at 377, the Tar People. Or the Ensigns of Command. Episodes like this are why I just took a month off. I gave this one too much credit in my first watch, and this is as low as I can make it. It's not bad Trek, but more mediocre than starting off the best half of these rankings. Shockingly, the umpteenth unknown colony of humans that aren't where they're supposed to be are discovered in the space of the Sheliak Corporate, the race of tar beings that value the absolute letter of their lengthy legal contracts. By treaty with the Federation, they demand the removal, despite them living on a planet of radiation that should kill them, interfere with transporters, and the Enterprise isn't equipped to evacuate thousands of settlers that mostly don't want to leave. So they send Data to negotiate with this group of stubborn humans who are more interested in their ancestral accomplishments against adversity than seeing the immediate threat of an alien race that can wipe them out from orbit. He goes for an off-logical programming solution to this illogical group of people and shows them how much damage he can do to their aqueduct system with one phaser, which finally gets the colonists to capitulate. Meanwhile, Picard frustratingly deals with legalese trying to get the Sheliak to see reason, and this gives us one of the worst named races in the franchise, the Grisellas, who are currently hibernating, still waiting for the on-screen depiction of the bear race. Some good character development for Data in a mostly frustrating to watch plot. Sprinting through the forest is number 376. Transmission sent. Or Si vis pacha parabellum. We're deep into the first Klingon Federation War, and Starfleet is looking for a way to break the Klingon cloak. They think they can use a natural crystal resonator on a planet to help see cloaked ships. That assumption backfires when Burnham, Saru, and Tyler try to make it happen. Turns out the planet isn't as lifeless as previously thought, and energy beings make first contact with the landing party. This gets General Order 1 involved, and now they've got to get permission to mess with the transmitter. Though, when the beings enter Saru, they change him, and this decent episode goes a bit downhill from here. We learn Kelpians have super speed when he goes after Burnham trying to complete their mission. Though, in 3 subsequent seasons so far, we haven't seen this heightened ability used again. We go through a classically hokey fight scene before Saru snaps out of it. The beings of the planet don't broadcast what the team was there to do, but a signal calling all Klingon and Federation ships in an effort to bring peace. There's also subplots about L'Rell foe-killing Admiral Cornwell as the two bond, and Stamets not doing well with his newly altered DNA. The Pavan race, which is like the entire planet mixed together as an entity, are interesting. But this seems so boring compared to what's going on in the season arc. Looking for clues at 375? London Town. Or Elementary Dear Data, an episode that's one of the best that the first 2 seasons of TNG has to offer, but it's still got some issues. Starting with the intro, where the Enterprise is literally just hanging in space waiting to rendezvous with the USS Victory, which segues into a corny joke about Geordi building a model of the sailing ship Victory as a gift for his former captain from his last posting. The crew in general are in a relaxed mood, and Geordi convinces Data it's time to do the Sherlock Holmes thing he's been interested in. Pulaski tags along to show us bigotry towards synthetic life and pushes Data to up the difficulty of the program. Geordi unknowingly creates a problem by misspeaking that he wants a character that can defeat Data, not Holmes, and out pops the ultimate iteration of his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. He takes the Doctor hostage and eventually takes control of the ship. It ends in an anticlimax when Picard rolls a speech check and convinces Moriarty to give back control of the ship, while they work on a way to make him a real boy someday. This one's silly at times, but a solid watch, and sets up the wonderful ship in a bottle later in the run. Dealing with the morality of the Prime Directive at 374, let them die. Or Homeward. I know this one isn't well received by some due to the fast and loose nature of the Prime Directive being upheld over the franchise. It's okay to save Wesley from a dumb death sentence, but saving a race of people about to go extinct is well outside the letter of the law here. I can definitely understand both sides of the argument, but this episode even shows us those unintended consequences of best intentions. Worf's human foster brother Nikolai is a cultural researcher studying the development of the Borellans, when a rare phenomenon occurs and starts melting away the planet's atmosphere. When the Enterprise responds to the distress call, they find he's used tech to help shield a village of natives in caves. He tries to get Picard to save them, but Picard's like, sorry, no, Prime Directive, you understand. So Nikolai goes ahead and does it anyway, beaming them to the holodeck simulating the caves. They then send them on a trek that changes their view of the stars. In the process, one of the Borallans gets out of the holodeck and discovers the true meaning of the universe. It's too much for him, and he takes his own life, knowing he can never truly go back to his own people or remain with aliens. This illustrates why the Prime Directive exists. While this guy would have died anyway, they're not out here to play God. They otherwise resettle the Borallans successfully, and Nikolai stays behind because, yeah, he way more than violated the Prime Directive by knocking up not future Mrs. Sisko. There's some nice late-in-the-game character development for Worf here, and a better episode than I believe other rankings would indicate. Getting someone else to do your dirty work at 373. Win Civil War. Or Shakaar. In a bid to consolidate power, Wynn also seizes the title of First Minister when the previous one dies. Kira, still mourning the death of Bareil, is tasked by Wynn to get her former resistance leader and friends in Dakor province to give back soil reclamators lent to them by the government. Turns out the government isn't playing fair, and neither is Shakaar. Kira and her resistance cell play cat and mouse in the hills with Bajoran forces sent after them, till they realize this is the beginning of civil war, and lure the soldiers into a truce. They force Wynn to abdicate the office of First Minister or tell the public she was ready to start a war over garden tools. This is a really decent episode in the story of the Bajoran people and gives Kira some new focus and purpose after the death of Bareil. Then, there's one of the worst, most throwaway B-plots in DS9 about O'Brien being in the dart zone, culminating in him dislocating his arm playing darts. I know his shoulder's all messed up from kayaking over the years, but it's the most ridiculous injury I might have ever seen in TV history. Splitting the difference at 372, Futility. Or Sins of the Father. This one is very much a classic, but has its problems. In the follow-up to Riker doing officer exchange on a Klingon ship in the previous season, the Enterprise takes on a Klingon commander to fill the first officer role temporarily. It's really this first complete half of the runtime that's the problem with the episode. While it sets up Kurn being Worf's brother, that's not revealed till just before we hit the third act in the script, and Federation officers following Klingon discipline just isn't a strong enough premise to lead us to the real meat and potatoes that this one brings to the overall Klingon story. Kurn reveals that their already mostly dead house was being dishonored because of false claims by Duras. The first portrayal of a recurring family of schemers that really aren't as good at their plotting as they think. He's trying to turn the dishonor of his own father against Worf's about betraying the Empire at Khitomer where Worf's parents died. The Council even knows its faults and paints this race that's supposedly honorable in many shades of grey. Picard as Worf's Chadich is some of the best acting Patrick Stewart gets to do across the franchise. It also sets up much of the Klingon drama for the rest of the series. While a classic, half a great episode only makes it halfway up this list. Not into shenanigans at number 371. Tom Hart's B'Elanna. Or Day of Honor. In the episode that both kicks off 7 of 9 as an individual and the romance of Paris and Torres, we get a look at some more Klingon melodrama. B'Elanna is encouraged to live her Klingon side up a bit in the traditional Day of Honor ceremony, which of course involves eating some random stuff and getting zapped by pain sticks. A group of refugees fleeing the Borg don't take kindly to Seven's presence during the trade with Voyager. We finally get to see a warp core ejection actually work for the first time in Trek history, and these grifters try to steal it before Voyager can get it back. When Tom and B'Elanna go in a shuttle to retrieve it, they end up in EV suits and conveniently running out of air. Oxygen deprivation and imminent doom force the pair to confront the chemistry that seems to have been there ever since early in Season 2. When the core is lost, it's said that Voyager won't be able to go to warp without it, even though tech specs clearly indicate at least a place on the ship for a second warp core to be. We'll just go with it never being installed, with the captain's yacht never likely installed either. Getting irradiated at number 370, Speed 3, The Final Frontier. Or Juggernaut. In a basic reuse of the Keanu Reeves movie plot, Voyager must stop a Malon waste freighter before it irradiates light years of space. We have to ask ourselves, with all the jobs Neelix has had, revealing he spent 6 years on a Talaxian garbage scow, just how old is he, and just how creepy is it that he started this series in love with a 1-year-old? Anyway, he, B'Elanna, and a few others go clear the heavily irradiated ship deck by deck, all while being chased by a super mutant the Malon think are a myth. This is a solid action episode and gives Torres another chance to show us how badass she is, culminating in some cool special effects with our first look at a working sonic shower, losing time at 369, reset button, or clues. Here's an interesting mystery plot to follow with a ton of throwaway filler, like Gloria from Cleveland. It's an intro to fit Guinan into an episode which has no payoff or parallel to the main story. When the Enterprise encounters a race that wants to be left alone, they reset them except data to before they were encountered. Little details don't get reset, and the crew end up having to solve the mystery, going back and having to reset again or be destroyed. One of the most satisfying things to watch in all of TNG is a possessed Troy throwing Worf around. Picard really takes stock of everybody's advice in this episode more than others. A decent mostly bottle episode with lots of conferences and people really working their stations. Starting a war at numbers 368 and 367. Prelude to War. Or the Vulcan Hello and the battle at the Binary Stars. I've seen these episodes a few times now and I still find it hard to contextualize and rank them. Starting off with the again reskinned Klingons, I thought it was cool to have subtitles shifting from written Klingon to English. Though the next bit with Georgiou and Burnham walking the Delta Shield into the desert to somehow contact the ship that can't see them on sensors through a sandstorm. Anyway, the first 2-part episode of Discovery does not have Discovery in it. We're introduced to the crew of the Shenzhou, some of which we'll come to know on the series' namesake ship later. A lot of the rest of the episode is kind of a jumbled mess of action for the sake of action, till Burnham tries to subvert the captain and gives unlawful orders to fire. Even though they never do fire, and Georgiou throws her in the brig as the Klingons truly make their presence known, she's now blamed for the entire Klingon Federation war, that the Klingons were going to start no matter what. But it's easier to pin the public's outrage over a war to a single face. This in general feels like a better action movie than most of the actual Star Trek movies. But for me it fails as a pilot. We're not truly introduced to characters' basics or given good reasons to care about the ones that survived this battle. I think the show would have done better to just set us on the prison shuttle from the 3rd episode and then have this play out as a conversation between Burnham and Lorca later in the season. Bridging a Divide at 366, Prelude to Invasion, or In the Flesh. Voyager finds a recreation of Starfleet headquarters in the Delta Quadrant. Perplexed, they send Chakotay to set up a date with a nice lady representation of species 8472. It's a pretty compelling watch and one of the more decent episodes to feature Chakotay so prominently. It was nice to see Ray Walston in this final appearance of the Academy groundskeeper Boothby. Janeway's ability to defuse the situation through diplomacy is a very Federation way to end the episode. Finding personal boundaries at 365, Deadly Deal, or Business as Usual. This one has a lot of analogies to gangster movies like Scarface, when Quark goes into the arms merchant business. The often mentioned and now seen cousin Gala, yes, the one with the moon, comes to offer Quark a position selling weapons for them. At the beginning of the episode, Quark has lost all his investments and is about to lose everything he's got left. So at his lowest point, the lucrative arms trade doesn't sound so bad. But he finally finds his own ethical limits when Cyrus Redblock wants to wipe out 28 million people just to send a message. He sabotages his own career as an arms dealer and puts the leaders of the opposing genocidal sides together in the same room. While a lot of cliches, nice evolution of Quark's character. Opening hailing frequencies at 364, Vipers in the Temple, or Destiny. When Cardassian scientists come to the station to test a new way to communicate through the wormhole, a Bajoran Vedic brings Sisko's attention to a prophecy that, like most prophecies, is misinterpreted. While in the Gamma Quadrant deploying their relay, they detect a comet headed for the wormhole. They do some technobabble to keep the pieces intact in its crossing. Turns out the prophecy wasn't about the Cardassians destroying the wormhole, but that the comet would keep the wormhole just open enough for communications to get through now. A win-win for everyone, except the one Cardassian scientist that thinks O'Brien is flirting with her and ends up with nothing for her trouble. Another decent middle-of-the-road Bajoran episode. Closing out the block today at 363, Who Counsels the Counselor? Or Afterimage. In the first episode to feature Ezri, it seems natural to start with her talents as a counselor. Garrick's claustrophobia is acting up, and through some ups and downs on the road to recovery, discover that he subconsciously hates himself for helping Starfleet break Cardassian codes. And this manifests in his willingness to blow himself out an airlock to keep from feeling closed in. Meanwhile, Ezri is working through her own issues of a symbiont she never wanted. Worf does his typical sulking, frustrated Klingon thing and ignores her, which makes her want to go back to her position on the USS Destiny. Between Sisko using his intimate knowledge of Dax and Garrick's brutal honesty, it helps her get a new sense of purpose by the end of the episode. For a final season introduction to a character taking the place of a beloved character that died needlessly, this was done quite well. In today's episode, we've got a block that consists of medical ethics and episodes with lots of small plots. This is Best of Trek, Worst of Trek. I'm your host, Dustin Wing. Using non-FDA approved methods at 362, do no harm. Or ethics. When Worf breaks his back picking up a peanut from inside an empty styrofoam container, he falls on the only thing a Klingon can do in any situation that's not glorious combat. He wants to die. A specialist with an experimental cure that completely replaces Worf's spine comes on board. While all this is going on, the Enterprise is called on a relief mission with a ton of wounded. I'm sure this episode resonates with people that have gone through similar trauma to Worf, but this one's got kind of a weird problem. While Odo arrests Worf for assisting in his brother's suicide in Sons of Moog, when Riker goes to Picard over Worf's request for the same assistance, he's met with Jean-Luc telling him all the reasons he should kill Worf. Thankfully, Riker's got a conscience and reminds Worf his grade school-age child Alexander actually has this responsibility. When him asking his kid to kill him goes over like a fart in church, Crusher finally relents to letting Dr. Death try her technique since Worf's determined to die either way. Overall, a really good message about medical ethics. Looking inside yourself at number 361, Murderous Mishap, or Equilibrium. While Odo tries badly to use a spoon in a mixing bowl, Jadzia finds a musical talent she didn't know she had. This leads her to having visions of a masked figure she feels like she knows but doesn't. Bashir can't do anything for her, so we get to see an awesome matte painting in our first look at the Trill homeworld. Turns out the Symbiosis Commission tried to block out the memories of a murderous host that never should have gotten a symbiont from Dax's memory a century before. And the memory is killing Jadzia. Sisko figures it out and threatens to expose the secret that more Trill are capable of being joined than widely believed. This one kind of plods along through most of its run, but this episode sets up most of what we know about the Trill, using Nazi medical research at 360, trial and error, or nothing human. When a strange creature latches onto B'Elanna to save its own life, the Doctor conjures up a holographic helper that knows more about organisms like this. Out pops a Cardassian doctor that it turns out experimented on thousands of patients just to find cures for diseases. This forces Janeway to have to choose between losing B'Elanna and using knowledge gained through non-ethical research to save her. In a Tuvix sort of situation, she goes with the latter, but the Doctor promptly deletes Krell Masset at the end of this ethical journey. A really interesting exploration in the ethics of medical knowledge. Slowly becoming a machine at 359, Robo-Burial. Or life support. After a bombing on a Bajoran transport, Kai Wynn and a dying Burial come to Deep Space Nine. They were supposed to meet with Cardassian officials about bringing formal peace and reparations between their people. Julian brings Antos back by some miracle, but as the episode progresses, they replace half of his brain with a computer. When the other half fails, Kira begs Bashir to replace his whole brain. And this is where medical ethics comes into play. At what point are you no longer you? This is one of a few tragic endings done right in Star Trek. The B-plot is pretty mediocrely bad about Jake having Lisa Turtle as a girlfriend and Nog insults his double date just being a Ferengi. In the end, Jake has Odo lock them up together to repair their friendship, but the charge Odo dreams up doesn't make sense. He accuses them of breaking into the Tholian ambassador's quarters. Tholians require a temperature of hundreds of degrees to survive, making repairs at 358 payment due. Or dead stop. After Reed almost losing his leg to a Romulan mine in the previous episode, Enterprise is in bad shape and is lucky to be directed to a seemingly abandoned repair station that magically repairs all parts of the ship, including Malcolm's leg, for the low price of warp plasma. The AI built into the station has an ulterior motive of harvesting people to enhance its computing abilities, and in this case, Travis must suffer. This one's a bit drawn out at times, but I don't honestly have anything bad to say about it. Roxanne Dawson, as director and computer voice, did a really great job for Enterprise overall not so great second season. Rekindling old flames at 357, Quark's Lost Love, or Profit and Loss. We get a look at the rarely seen sweet and generous side of Quark. When his lost Cardassian love comes back through the station while chased by Cardassian military, he offers her students a cloaking device in exchange for her staying. In the end, she leaves anyway and gets the cloaking device, shooting Quark in the process. This one again reminds us that Garrick still has some dealing with Cardassia, even in exile, when he's hired to take out Quark's love and then ends up helping her in the end. Some wonderful character development throughout. Overcoming obstacles at 356, Captain Picard Day, or Disaster. When the Enterprise loses almost all power, Troy is de facto in command. Picard gets to deal with his least favorite thing, children. Keiko goes into labor with Worf as her midwife, and Data has to sacrifice his body so that his head may survive, all at the hands of a quantum filament. There's some badly needed character development for Troy, which is pretty much negated by the Frere Jacques that comes out of the otherwise cool Captain Picard Day. The amount of hokey ridiculousness in this one is balanced out by some solid character beats, and there's something for everyone in this episode. Coming into the larger world at 355, Rambo Kathy, or Macrocosm. Much like the last entry, this one is just pure middle of the road, has some things wrong with it, but is also a ton of fun to watch. During unsuccessful negotiations, Janeway has to endure Neelix gesturing to the poorly named race, the Tic Tac. When they get back to Voyager, she does her best Sarah Connor impression, and she hunts down viruses that have grown to the size of dogs, roaming the ship and infecting the crew. Her classic Trek protocol, the Doctor fixes the situation before the crew dies, and we get to see Janeway at her best. Dealing with millions of casualties at 354, Atrocity. Or The Expanse. I would normally say this one doesn't know what it wants to be when it grows up, but nay, it knows it's setting up the entire next season's arc, though somehow needed extra distractions to fill the runtime. When the most perfect place in the world to be hit by alien weapons, Florida, has an orbital laser cut it in half, Enterprise is recalled to Earth. On the way, Suliban board the ship and take Jonathan to see the man behind the curtain, who tells him about the Xindi and their help from the future. Is this when Silic gets on board and just quietly stows away until the start of season 4? Because we can't actually get on with the main part of the plot, they're also attacked by Klingons just outside our solar system. Thankfully, other Starfleet ships help drive the original iteration of the disgraced House of Duras off. Enterprise gets refit, and Archer gets briefed on how this region of space they're going to doesn't follow the known laws of physics and has been known to cause psychosis in Vulcans. That doesn't stop him or the Klingons from chasing them all the way to the Expanse so Klingon Ahab can hunt his white captain. While it does an adequate job of setting up season 3, this one is all over the place, and not the most cohesive script in the franchise. Some great acting and line delivery across the cast, though. Having something to prove at 353. Duty. Or Valiant. As Ensign Nog and Jake take a runabout to Ferenginar, they come under attack by the Jem'Hadar. only to be saved by the USS Valiant. Has anyone else noticed how much money they tried to save on sets in the last 2 seasons? A rearranged Defiant, a duplicate station to DS9. Anyway, it turns out the ship is run by the Red Squad cadets Admiral Layton, shipped off-world before they could fully reveal that they caused the power outage on Earth. Captain Waters is a wannabe Kirk with a drug addiction, and his first officer is a literal Karen. Nog gets swept up in the Red Squad mystique as they go up against the Dominion battlecruiser they have no chance against. I understand the ship is under radio silence, but Worf says the Valiant was reported missing months ago. Why would Starfleet still be sending orders to a ship they're not sure still exists? I really like the ending calling back to Chief O'Brien once saying to Nog that if he had to take command, there'd be nobody left. And with the exception of Chief Dorian, it's time to abandon ship. This one's a bit over the top at times, but a really fun look at what duty actually means. Repenting its sins at 352, Condensed Religion, or New Eden. As a Red Angel signal appears tens of thousands of light years away, Pike just now finds out that the ship can travel on a network of mushrooms, and decides it's time to dust off Stamets' tardigrade DNA, to find another one of them colonies of humans nobody knew about halfway into the Beta Quadrant. What they find are a group of people that have mixed all major Earth religions into one, and just kind of ended up here right after World War III. Meanwhile, Tilly gets tossed across the cargo bay while studying a dark matter asteroid, which brings out her fungal friend May. Detmer gets to do donuts in Discovery using the gravity of the dark matter asteroid they previously captured, to alter the course of other asteroids about to hit this colony. All in all, a pretty good episode of feel-good Star Trek, with some minor breaking of General Order 1 that explores the rarely talked about human religions. In Search of Freedom at 351, Soul Searching, or Power Play. Troy senses something from a lifeless planet, and based on that alone, Riker and an away team crash a shuttle pod and force O'Brien to suffer a 50-50 chance of successfully beaming down to retrieve them. Of course, they're taken over by energy beings that are bent on taking over the ship and freeing others exiled here centuries before as prisoners. It's a pretty straightforward Trek plot that's been done a few times. Not a lot good or bad to say about it, other than being nominated for an Emmy in sound editing. Just another middle-of-the-road episode, getting down with your bad self at 350. Second Chances. Or Through the Looking Glass. In the second DS9 Mirror episode, Smiley takes Ben hostage to the other side, and convinces him to help in the Terrans' struggle for freedom against the Alliance by playing the part of the other Sisko that died in this universe. The only thing that sways him is the mission to capture alternate Jennifer Sisko, who works in weapons design for the Alliance. The coolest things are Sisko and alternate Jadzia having some alone time, and Tim Russ doing a Mirror Tuvok. Though there's a glaring contradiction in the Emperor's New Cloak about the Mirror Universe not having cloaking devices, even though we see Alliance ships decloaking in this episode 4 seasons prior. This was a fun way to stir up Sisko's feelings about his dead wife. Running a con at 349, A Contract is a Contract is a Contract. Or Devil's Due. I've seen this one on others' worst lists, and honestly, it's too much fun, and has too cohesive a plot to be anywhere near the bottom. This was a rewritten script from the abandoned Star Trek Phase 2. It does have more of a TOS feel, but updated to be slightly less hokey than it would have been in the 70s. As a non-Federation planet with a Federation research team on it descends into chaos, the Enterprise responds to a call for evacuation. Apparently, these people made a deal with the devil 1,000 years ago, and now Man-Bear-Pig has come to collect on the damnation part of the contract. Only, it's just a woman using techno tricks to mess with the inhabitants enough so that they'll work for her. Data as an arbiter of the contract is a really wonderful role for Brett Spiner. And the zany transporter tricks are used sparingly enough to be funny. This one was Emmy nominated for costume design, and some of Ardra's costumes are pretty great. This is a solidly fun watch. Using diplomacy at 348, Kazon Federation, or Alliances. As Voyager moves deeper into Kazon space, the attacks by various factions leave multiple crew members dead, and Kathy's had enough. So Janeway does what a Federation captain does best. Negotiate. She calls a meeting of all the Kazon faction leaders and the race we learn they overthrew and stole all their tech from, the Trabe. Janeway tries to bring the Federation to this little slice of the Delta Quadrant. It shows that Federation ideals aren't for every part of space, as the whole thing literally blows up in Kate's face, as the Trabe try to use this opportunity to wipe the Kazon leaders out, and the eye for an eye mentality continues. A nice try on Janeway's part, even if it ultimately went nowhere. Adding a third entry at 347, Dressing Down. Or Unification 3. Building off the story of unification from TNG, apparently after the destruction of Romulus, the Vulcans and Romulans eventually will reunify as one people under the new planetary name Navarre. Burnham goes home to try and persuade them to share science data about the burn. Apparently, the Centuries and the burn have amplified Vulcan and Romulans' already xenophobic tendencies, and they're not into sharing. Out of nowhere, Michael finds out her mom ended up here and is now a Qowat Malat sister. In some kind of old Vulcan tradition about trials to find truth, her mother, who was supposed to be her advocate, gives her a complete dressing down to the Navarre leaders. While it does give Michael a chance to build herself back up to impress the actual Vulcan leader Tarina, a little bit of that absolute candor might have come into play before she assailed her own defendant. In the end, Michael gets the data she was after. Another pretty open and shut middle-of-the-pack Trek episode. Taking Time Off at 346. Picard is Human, Part 3. Or Captain's Holiday. Riker and Troy pretty much kick Picard off the ship for some badly needed shore leave. He's set up for some great sexual innuendo and gets the kind of vacation Jean-Luc can actually get down on. A Dixon Hill mystery that involves archaeology and getting dirty rather than flashing Horgons by the pool. Max Grodensheik makes his debut as the first of many Ferengi characters, as he follows Picard and Vash on the search for the Taksu Tot. This is the first time in the run of TNG we see Jean-Luc open up as more than just a captain, and might be capable of real feelings, but not till truly after he's taken by the Borg at the end of this season. Love Vash's swimsuit, and have nothing bad to say about this one. A compelling mystery romance plot, being deceitful at 345, one-man show, or Renaissance Man. In Voyager's penultimate episode, the Doctor is blackmailed into pretending to be Janeway and ejecting the warp core, so a pair of bumbling mercenaries can steal it. Along the way, he's forced to play Chakotay and B'Elanna in a bit of comic misadventure. We see Kim in the big chair for a minute, and a warp core ejection working for only the second time in the franchise. There's a really fun scene where Tuvok has to play Where's Waldo in a holodeck full of Bob Picardos. Overall, a fun, if ultimately pointless final episode focusing on the Doctor. Remembering those that came before at number 344. Pioneers. Or First Flight. Another episode in the block that's a ton of fun and a bit of backstory in the human development of warp technology. After learning of the death of a colleague that would have been the captain of the NX-02, Johnny Archer tells T'Pol the story of their test pilot rivalry years before, and how without them breaking regulations, the Vulcans would have likely set their development back another decade. The ending with the two of them doing the unauthorized test feels a lot like Quantum Leap's first episode where Scott Bakula is also a test pilot. We get to meet the waitress Ruby that Trip and Malcolm found were Eskimo brothers through in Shuttle Pod 1. At the end of the story, Archer and T'Pol do discover a dark matter nebula and name it in honor of Captain Robinson, a purely satisfying hour of television. Looking at Prejudice at 343, Changelings Be Free. Or Chimera. As O'Brien laments not getting a present for his wife, he and Odo encounter a changeling in spacefaring form. Not one of the Gamma Quadrant founders, but one of the 100 like Odo sent out throughout the galaxy. The rest of the episode is about the perceptions that solids don't trust changelings. Meanwhile, this changeling kind of goes out of his way to be rude and condescending, so I'm not sure if the message of inclusivity is knocked down a bit by this. Even after Laz commits the murder of an intolerant Klingon, Kira lets him go knowing she'll lose Odo, but his happiness is paramount to her even if that doesn't involve her. Certainly an interesting look at freedoms and perceptions. Skipping 4 centuries at 342, The Borg, Part 0. I may have been a little overzealous ranking this one, but I do believe it's the best episode of TNG's first season. despite the hokiness. As the Enterprise is hanging somewhere randomly in space, waiting for Captain Picard's shuttle to arrive, they detect a 20th century Earth space vessel that couldn't have possibly gotten out to the edge of the neutral zone in a few hundred years, with 3 living humans in cryonic stasis. Most shows go to or near the years they were filmed in, but TNG's sparing use of time travel brought the 1980s to the Enterprise D. For a bit of out-of-time comedy and shenanigans, meanwhile, Picard has orders to investigate missing outposts along the Romulan neutral zone. There has been no formal contact with the Romulans in 70 years, but they're the obvious suspects. As pointy-eared Mark Lamo tells them in the end, Romulan outposts were also just carried off with no trace left. The Romulans are back in the game, and this is the first episode to quietly feature the Borg and just set up Q-Who in the next season. As far as possibly the worst season in Trek ever goes, this one's pretty decent, I guess. Doing time at 3:41, What We Must Endure. Or Choose Your Pain. Lorca is taken prisoner by the Klingons and forced into a cell with Ash Tyler, Harry Mudd, and a soon-to-be Redshirt. This is some of Star Trek's most brutal moments as Ash and Gabriel escape and leave Mudd to rot, until he comes back in possibly Discovery's best episode, Magic to Make the Sanest Man Go Mad. Meanwhile on Discovery, Saru as acting captain asks the computer to grade his performance through the episode, though he literally throws it away and is just filler to give us some name drops of the best captains in history, like Pike, Decker, Archer, and April. Saru also makes this huge jump in logic thinking a Klingon ship has Lorca on it. Getting to Lorca, Saru burns out the tardigrade and forces Paul to break genetic bands by injecting himself with tardigrade DNA, and is now the Spore Drive navigator for the rest of the show's run. There's some really great moments in this one, and a bunch of filler and inconsistencies that, like many episodes of Discovery, bring it down the list from something that had a lot of potential. Dealing with consequences at 3:40, Hostage Situation, or Shadows of Pajem. We again get the early running joke about Trip wanting to go on an away mission and Archer telling him not this time, but he's just messing with him, and he can come down to a planet they don't know has hostile dissidents that will kidnap the captain and T'Pol for extortion. This comes in the wake of the Andorians destroying the ancient Pajem monastery after Archer exposed it as a secret Vulcan listening post. This one drags a bit as the two try to escape to no avail, but when Mr. Jeffrey Combs himself busts in to save the pair and repay Archer's favor, the episode gets good. As a Vulcan cruiser had shown up to now free T'Pol, tensions run high against the Andorians and Vulcans on the ground, both against the dissidents, but also against each other. Another good time with Mr. Combs. Living in Your Dreams at 3:39, Nightmare on Delta Street, or Waking Moments. This episode starts with a weird shift between routine things crew members do as we cycle through all the things going on. We find all are having a realistic but unsettling dream, the best of which is Tuvok showing up for a shift naked on the bridge. There's a great story about this where Tim Russ got the prop guy to rig up a thing in the sock he wore over his manhood so it would stand up in front of the cast when he entered the bridge. So the laughing shot was a real thing they didn't know was going to happen. Nice one, Tim Russ. Anyway, they all encounter the same alien in their nightmares and realize something isn't right. Chakotay gets something halfway decent to do as he can lucid dream and wake himself up. He becomes the ambassador to this race of dreamers that are always asleep and playing Second Life, using telepathy to keep passing ships from finding them. Some hijinks about not knowing what's real and what's not make for an interesting watch here. Disciplining some creepy children at 3:38, Borg of the Flies, or Collective. As the boys on a mission aboard the Delta Flyer are playing poker, a Borg cube takes them prisoner. We're in a Borg cube and Harry's missing. So you mean Tuesday? This is no ordinary Borg vessel. All the adult drones are dead from what we'll find out later is Icheb's modified physiology to destroy the Borg, and the children of the Korn kids are running the ship, taking their lead from an older bully similar to Miri. Once Voyager enters the picture, 7 of 9 spends the run trying to get these childlike automatons to see reason. When that fails, they end up destroying the cube and the first dies of sheer stupidity, while the other kids are returned to Voyager and de-augmented. There's some really nice Janeway and Seven of Nine moments in this one, and the continuing development of the Borg kids through the season makes for some fun distractions. Shame how Icheb's story ended. The race of the Borg leader was from the species in Voyager's blink of an eye, suggesting the race finally found a way to exist in the rest of the galaxy's time. Also, Mazzoti's dress at the end is reused from the TNG character Isabella in Imaginary Friend. Number 337 isn't sure about the nature of its reality in Who Am I? Or Projections. The Doctor manifests in sickbay, and after detecting no life signs on board, B'Elanna comes busting through the door. Turns out the reason he doesn't detect life signs is because everyone is a hologram except for him. A kinoplasmic radiation surge affected the Doctor while he was using the holodeck, and he can't make sense of what's real, and then out of nowhere we get Reg Barclay's introduction in Voyager. He spends the rest of the run convincing him he's a real boy, and at the end Chakotay shows up trying to convince him of the exact opposite. After some false endings where Kes is his wife, the Doctor is finally saved from his malfunction causing hallucinations. This is one of the more interesting high-stakes holodeck episodes. It's the first time Bob Picardo is given an episode to show us what he's made of, and he and Dwight Schultz play off each other really well in this one. A little hokey and over the top at times, but a decent hour of Trek. Collecting the rare and the valuable at number 336. Ethical malfunctions. Or the most toys. As the Enterprise takes on a rare and explosive mineral needed in a relief effort, it's just a smokescreen set up to steal data and make the Enterprise think his shuttle had exploded. The middle acts of the script are kind of dull, even though I actually like the performance of Faggio that other critics have condemned. The original actor died 2 days into filming, and the part was hastily recast. Not only are Faggio's actions to poison a planet's water supply and steal data an extreme ethical malfunction, but after discussion through the episode about whether Data's ethical subroutines would allow him to kill, he's in the act of pulling the trigger when the Enterprise finally figures out the deception. Furthermore, he lies to Commander Riker about the weapon going off in transport. This is kind of an anomaly in how we've seen Data portrayed in TNG, but ethical debates make for great Star Trek. Which this episode isn't, but it is quite good. Best half-Riker maneuver ever, and even Picard gets in on the action. Wishing for Wellness at 335, The Cage, Part 2, or Life Signs. Voyager finds a Vidian female dying in a shuttle, and the Doctor performs some of his best holomedicine, storing her failing brain patterns in a hologram with some decent 90s CGI. The rest of the episode is Dr. Pell exploring her feelings of exuberance about being in a non-diseased form, and the Doctor opening up to the idea of romance, as he takes her on a series of dates. Dinara seems a lot like Vina from the original pilot, The Cage, who was deformed but existed in many forms through the Telosians. She tries to poison her own failing body, even though she can't exist as a hologram forever, for reasons. Eventually, they get her body stabilized and consciousness returned, and there's this nice little moment of her smiling, coming into Sandrine's for the last date with the Doctor as her real self. Starting us off today at number 334, New Bonds, or Light and Shadows. What would an episode of Discovery be without starting with exposition that would be better shown than told to the audience? In one of the two plots going on, a time anomaly opens right in front of Discovery in what feels like a big ball of filler. But it does give Pike and Tyler a chance to bond after a lot of angst between them in the season. Meanwhile, Burnham is trying to find answers to why Spock is accused of murder, and it leads her home to Vulcan, where she finds her stepmom Amanda sheltering a mentally broken Spock. We've seen Spock portrayed in all kinds of ways through the franchise, but this not with it Spock is fascinating to watch. Sarek figures out what's going on and gives Spock over to Section 31 despite everyone's wishes. Michael goes with him, and Georgiou convinces her to escape with Spock before they lobotomize him. This culminates in Spock seemingly taking them into a black hole, but it sets up the next episode going back to Talos really well. One of the better Season 2 episodes that sets up the rest of its arc. Displacing Locals at 333. Eminent Domain. Or Progress. Here we have a better retread of the Ensigns of Command, as Kira is tasked with removing 3 holdouts from a Bajoran moon they're going to mine for energy purposes. You'd think the Federation could hook them up with some fusion generators or something, but that wouldn't make for a good ethical dilemma. She starts feeling for this one old gentleman that's been stranded here for many years of the Cardassian occupation, and refuses to leave the something from nothing he and two others have built. Kira helps him stay in his home at first, but in the end does her unfortunate duty and just torches the guy's house to force him out. This is one of the most ethically questionable episodes of Trek, and I really want to feel for this guy in the end, but the needs of the many and all that. A good exploration of problems that face our modern society. Gaining more responsibilities at 332, another Pip. Or the adversary. The Cisco earns a well-deserved promotion to captain in this one, and is then tasked with checking in on the Zen Kethi after a change in authoritarian government by a Federation ambassador. Turns out it's a ruse, and the ambassador is a changeling trying to stir up trouble in the Alpha Quadrant, and locks them on a course for that homeworld. The episode becomes a fun game of find the changeling. At one point, Cisco orders no one to be left alone, and literally 5 minutes later, everyone has lost their buddy. Despite pretty much every system not being under their control, Cisco is able to engage the self-destruct in an effort to stave off war. In the end, there's a whole thing about no changeling has ever harmed another, and while this changeling does offer to leave the ship with Odo, he's perfectly content to let him die. And when Odo kills the other changeling, it somehow becomes his fault for the rest of the series that he's harmed another. This is an action-packed, fun hour of television, but it has a couple of things that don't make sense and bring this season finale down a few notches. Higgs boson, eat your heart out at 331, the God Particle. Or the Omega Directive. Voyager is stopped in its tracks when sensors detect the presence of the elusive Omega molecule that only Kathy and Seven know about, and Janeway decides it's up to her to undertake alone a mission that would be for a team of specialists in the Alpha Quadrant. Turns out a single molecule of this stuff can destabilize subspace across light years and make warp travel impossible. To Seven, though, it's a deity to be respected, as it represents the ultimate symbol of order to chaos. Miss of Nine's priorities clash with Kate's, but provide another opportunity for their bond to grow stronger through this crisis, and culminating in a discussion about the nature of faith and science in Da Vinci's workshop. This is a really unique story, and a distinctly Star Trek one at that. Number 330 is a blast from the past in Nostalgia Remembered, or Relics. Literally out of nowhere, the Enterprise discovers a wall in space, with a Federation distress call emanating from the surface. What they find is a crashed Federation passenger ship with the pattern of OG Enterprise's chief engineer Scotty trapped in the buffer. The question then becomes, was the other pattern lost of someone named Franklin the little alien sidekick that follows Scotty around in the JJ Trek movies? We spend most of the rest of the runtime having Geordi be an uncharacteristic jerk to one of the most important engineers in Starfleet history, and Scotty taking an extended trip down memory lane, reminding us of all the cool missions the TOS crew went through. This episode is a ton of fun, and the addition of the theoretical Dyson sphere cement this as a solid episode of Trek. I think it would rank higher if Geordi were nicer and there was slightly less nostalgia. Striving for individuality at 329, collective within a collective. In a short intro, we learn Seven was on a Borg vessel that crashed once with 3 other survivors. Apparently, when their link to the collective was severed, the other survivors started remembering their lives before being Borg, and Seven, the literal Borg poster child, couldn't have that. So she created another Borg link between the 3. Only, once they eventually escape the collective, they find that they're still linked and come after Seven to try and reverse the process. While a way is found in the end to unlink them, it means shortening their lives to only a few weeks. But they would rather live weeks as individuals than life as a mini collective. It's nice to see not Admiral Forrest in one of his many roles across the franchise. This one's a pretty good thriller for Seven, though it takes quite a lot of time to get to its point. A little dull, but a good episode. Setting up things to come at 328, Beginning of the End, or Penumbra. This episode starts the final march towards the DS9 series finale. The Cisco buys land on Bajor he'll never get to utilize, the running joke about Captain Baudet the Galamite makes its final appearance, and Worf has been lost after a battle near the Badlands, and Ezri steals a runabout hoping to find an escape pod with him in it. If anyone thought it was odd that the runabout's name is Gander and not a great river of Earth, it's because it was originally written and recorded as the Ganges, but producers only remembered after it was too late that ship was destroyed, and had the actors overdub their lines. We find out about the disease killing the founders, and Dukat shows back up on Cardassia looking for cosmetic surgery to continue spreading the good word of the pirates. Ezri, in an implausible set of circumstances, does find Worf, adrift in an escape pod for days, only to have their runabout destroyed by the Jem'Hadar, and spend a romantic evening together reminiscing over Dax's past life. In the end, they're captured by the Breen and discover the new alliance between them and the Dominion. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this episode, but it is all set up for what's to come, and so finds a home about here on the list. Walking a mile and then some in someone else's shoes is number 327, Shades of Beige, or The Inner Light. I'm going to skip the normal recap on this episode and just ask a series of questions. Why are all the doorways hobbit size and don't reach the height of the people that live here and walk through them without ducking? Why is everything a hideous shade of beige? Why does Picard look older in age makeup than he does in real life now? Why is Patrick Stewart so awkward at eating soup? Why do I laugh every time at what should be a traumatic moment as Picard's faux wife dies and her last words are, "Put your shoes away"? How do a planet that are only just starting to send up small missiles have the tech to send a psionic device far enough into space to clear a star-going nova and make it into interstellar space in 1,000 years? Why does the device only affect Picard and not everyone on the crew? If it does only affect one person, why not a random lower decks red shirt? Would the ending have been better if Riker brought his trombone for a jam session when he delivers the flute to Picard? While I do enjoy how this sets up what I call the Picard is human arc, the idea of a random probe forcing someone to endure decades of someone else's mediocre life just doesn't sit well with me on top of the questions I've already laid out. Though this episode won a Hugo Award for Best Dramatic Presentation. Number 326 brings war crimes against itself in Self-Incrimination, or Duet. This is another one that I don't fully agree with the bulk of the fandom about. A sickly Cardassian passenger comes to DS9 and Kira immediately has him locked up, because she knows he could have only contracted the disease he has by being part of a brutal forced labor camp during the occupation. This sets up a whole game of deception that does uncover a bunch of Bajoran history and backstory of the occupation. But I just don't feel sorry for this guy pretending to be the leader of the camp in question, just so he can self-sacrifice himself in the name of justice. Even though Kira was ready to convict him for simply being a file clerk there in the beginning, which he was, and is ultimately haunted by his death in the end, this guy's pain and grief just don't translate with me the way it does for others. A good episode, but not as moving as other rankings would indicate. Changing the Timeline at 325, Carl's Jr., or City on the Edge of Forever. Almost a year ago, I asked the question on a major Star Trek group, why is the City on the Edge of Forever better than Middle of the Road when compared against all shows named Star Trek? The majority of responses were pure anger for even having asked the question. At the 50th anniversary convention in Las Vegas, the Trekkies there were polled as to what their favorite episode was, and this won top spot. As far as TOS goes, it is quite good against many other episodes in that series. However, it has a lot of things that just don't make sense and others that, at least for me, aren't very interesting to watch. The first and foremost thing is McCoy completely losing it after accidentally injecting himself with a super stimulant. I can't stop laughing as he makes his way through the ship and somehow still has the brain power to operate the transporter. Security protocols on the ship show themselves to be completely lax when he pushes through multiple people to leave the bridge and everyone just stands there watching. This leads us to the best part of the episode, the Guardian of Forever. Who who would later be known as Carl. As far as methods of time travel, Carl is pretty cool. A sentient portal to the past that for some reason can't send you to a specific point and seemingly only sends you to the past on Earth. A deranged McCoy slinks out from behind a rock and runs into the past. The landing party is left without a ship to return to because Leonard has changed the past and there must be some kind of temporal field around Carl that keeps this group outside linear time. When she loses contact with the Enterprise, the late great Nichelle Nichols as Uhura is given her worst line in TOS. "Captain, I'm frightened." She doesn't actually appear to be frightened, and this isn't a great line for the strong African-American woman on the cast to deliver in what's supposedly the greatest episode of Trek. So Spock uses his tricorder to figure out where McCoy ended up in the timeline, and he and Kirk go back to put wrong what once had been put right again. About the next 10 minutes of the episode are the most problematic for me as a viewer and reviewer of Trek. As pretty much every time traveler in mid-20th century sci-fi writing, the dynamic duo find conveniently unattended laundry drying that they help themselves to so as not to look like they're walking around New York City in pajamas. That leads to one of the dumbest cops ever portrayed on television getting nerve-pinched in front of a group of bystanders that do absolutely nothing about it. But not before Kirk gets to make a semi-racist joke about Spock being Chinese and getting his head caught in a mechanical rice picker. In putting some distance between them and the scene of the crime, they shelter in the basement of a soup kitchen and are caught trespassing by one of the most naive, one-dimensional characters introduced in Trek. While Edith would become a more fleshed-out character through the episode, our first encounter has her offering a job to two random people that just admitted to evading the police, in a place where there is literally all the free or cheap labor it could ever need. She sets them up with work and a room for rent where Spock works on his hobby. Which in terms of this episode, the ever-growing series of vacuum tubes is a hilarious gag that helps pad the runtime. In the 1960s, I'm sure this made more sense when only a handful of people in the world even knew how a computer worked. But compared to Spock's 23rd century tricorder, this analog circuit could only add fractions of a single % of its computing ability, but far be it from me to look back at 60s sci-fi under a modern lens. The gag does work well, and leads Spock to learn that it's Edith not dying that changed the timeline so much. Her peace-loving ways shape US policy during World War II, and without them entering the war, the world falls to the Nazis, and mankind never takes its place on the galactic stage. Edith herself has an oddly familiar and specific sci-fi view of the future. Her speech to the poor and hungry during dinner is pretty much Star Trek's mission statement. While a bit tacky, this may be the high point of the episode for me. This is Star Trek in the penultimate episode of its first season on television, cementing what it's about and its views of the future. This episode has a broader audience than most in the franchise because the latter half is basically a soap opera between Edith and Kirk. And I really like how this spells out to that broader audience what Star Trek is bringing to the table. Too bad it's Edith's soft-hearted nature that paradoxically leads to the world not realizing her Trek-like vision of the future. As for the soap opera, this is one of Kirk's better love interests of the week, as he has to wrestle between the feelings he develops for Edith over just a few days, and ultimately letting her get hit by a truck. It's filled with a lot of long pauses and close-up soft lighting that feel whimsical, but not actually all that interesting of a relationship. However, when McCoy shows up and Jim has to hold him back from saving Edith, the pain on Kirk's face is actually one of the best acted moments for William Shatner in the show's run. However, you can't hang an entire episode off a couple of great scenes and call it the best episode of Trek. And let's throw in the bit where McCoy pops into the 1920s only to scare the hell out of a homeless man and drop his phaser, causing the dude to accidentally kill himself. This is over the top and at times funny, but ultimately all over the place and out of place for Trek. In the end, they show back up in their present and things are the way they once were. It finishes on a rare cold close of the episode without even returning to the Enterprise, and for me is a strong point in the episode. No ending on the typical joke on the bridge that breaks the tension of the episode. It leaves you feeling for Jim. Though, despite it being an overall terrible episode, The cold close and the Paradise Syndrome did more for me feeling about Kirk losing a woman that was his wife that he'd spent months with, versus this woman that he spent days with and knew had to die. Now that I've spent about 7 episodes of time justifying the ranking of this one, I think that about covers... Oh, I still have to talk about the rift this episode created between established author Harlan Ellison and Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry. The original script for this episode differs a fair amount from the DC Fontana tweaked version we actually saw. Ellison didn't like how the final episode came out, and he and Roddenberry got into a bit of a pissing contest for the next 20 years. The episode was mainly rewritten with budgetary concerns in mind, but there were definitely problems with Harlan's original script also. For starters, having a drug dealer on the Enterprise use the time portal to escape justice really isn't a good look for Trek, and would have only helped the scene with the bum later in the script make more sense. Otherwise, it's less about Edith, and would have kind of stripped the final product of being the big loss for Kirk. I think if it had been produced as written, it would still be about where this episode ends up on the list. Against other TOS, this is quite a good episode. But against the entire franchise, with so many entries left that don't have major issues like this one does, it would be doing them a disservice to objectively rank this anywhere near the top 100. Leading from a place of superiority is number 324, Resurrection, or Space Seed. This is another TOS classic that has a ton wrong with it, and I wouldn't personally rank it this high. But I do feel like it's a hair better than City on the Edge, and thus earns its place here. Just before the episodes on the list start to get solidly good all the way through their runs, without a bunch of hokey or perplexing choices made in their production. What makes this episode stand out and saves it from being objectively worse is the sheer presence of Ricardo Montalban. In wonderfully optimistic 60s vision, this vessel, launched in the 1990s, somehow makes its way unmanned to the far reaches of the cosmos, and is found by the crew of the Enterprise nearly 300 years later. As it turns out, it's full of genetically modified humans in stasis, a group that enslaved nearly a quarter of Earth's population at the time through pure superiority. And they aim to do the same in the 23rd century. Khan goes about memorizing as much of the database in Enterprise's computers as possible, and taking a liking to Lieutenant MacGyver's ship's historian, who seems to have a fixation on powerful men of the past. So the episode plays out like many TOS episodes, with bad soft eye-lighting on her in really awkward scenes where Khan grooms her to be what he wants. For the record, he's a really craptacular hairdresser too. With the help of MacGyver's, he wakes up others in stasis and takes control of the ship by cutting off life support, and somehow Kirk is the last one to succumb to passing out, and even has breath to get a final log entry in. Here's where the episode loses a few more points for slapping Uhura around trying to extract information. This is when Khan tries to force information out of the crew by putting Kirk in a decompression chamber and force them to watch. MacGyver's, though, helps Kirk escape, and it culminates in the final hand-to-hand combat with Khan. As far as TOS fight scenes, this isn't terrible. In the end, Kirk convenes a hearing and sentences MacGyver's, Khan, and his followers to an uninhabited planet. We never heard from them again, and presumably they created the ultimate super race. What? What? There's a movie? And Ricardo Montalban's chest is even more impressive? Of course, this sets up possibly the greatest movie in the franchise, which I have many fewer issues with, and for that, I'd like to thank this slightly better than mediocre episode for setting up something great 15 years later. As far as other random things, in the beginning, Kirk orders full alert, which apparently means that everybody on one side of the bridge swaps stations with someone on the other. Khan has almost as many wardrobe changes as the Dolom of Elas, and some are quite good. It's hard to rock yellow, but Khan manages to pull it off. Could have done without the yoga hour outfits and scene though. The scene where Khan first wakes up on the Enterprise and McCoy tells him the best way to kill him with a scalpel is one of DeForest Kelley's best scenes in all of TOS. As great as this episode is at setting up one of the franchise's best movies, this unfortunately isn't that movie. A solid watch, but a lot of classically hokey TOS moments to endure as well. Starting us off at 323, Data irradiates a village. Or thine own self. As Deanna returns from a conference, she feels pressure to look at her sideways moving career stuck at Lieutenant Commander for years. Bev, playing Night Court Captain, convinces her to take the Bridge Officer's test, in which she ultimately has to order friends to their death to fill in that hollow pip. Meanwhile, Data was sent to retrieve radioactive material from a probe that crashed on a planet with a pre-warp society. The radiation affects him in a weird way that makes him forget who he is, and he carries his case full of death across hundreds of miles till he ends up in a village and trades his warm metal for money, as he tries to figure out who he is. He's like if Bill Nye the Science Guy and Robin Hood were mashed together into a character. As people around town start getting sick, they blame him, even as he works out a cure and saves them, as they give him his second of 4 deaths in the franchise. In a Frankenstein pitchforks and torches moment, Picard only shows up at the end because contractual obligations. Patrick Stewart was doing his one-man Christmas Carol at the time. Nothing bad to say about this one, especially for TNG's mediocre 7th season. Finding something to live for at 322, Death Wish. Or Extreme Risk. This is one of Trek's better mental health episodes, as we see B'Elanna has been doing high-risk simulations in the holodeck with the safeties off. Chakotay finally forces her to face her pain, in a simulation she created watching Maquis friends slaughtered by the Dominion. This is a good likening to self-harm that started to get taken more seriously in the 90s, and a great show of the supports that people need, and she's had in place all along in her crewmates. The other main plot going on sees the crew trying to retrieve their multispatial probe before the Malon can, from stuck in the atmosphere of a gas giant. Somehow the solution isn't just to build another probe, but to build an entire advanced auxiliary craft capable of going to get it. And thus, the Delta Flyer is born. Albeit without diametric tail fins. A craft that will go on to see a lot of use and a complete rebuild over the final 3 seasons of the show's run. Going in for the kill at 321, Belly of the Beast, or Bliss. The crew is ecstatic when a wormhole leading directly to Earth is discovered. Seven and Naomi Wildman, though, are dubious of this wormhole. And while trying to take over the ship to prevent them from going in, Seven's incapacitated and wakes up inside a giant space-dwelling life form that lures you in with telepathic misrepresentations of things you want most. The rest of the episode sees Seven, the captain's assistant, and not Data's grandpa escaping the creature, only for Captain Ahab to go right back to hunting his spacefaring white whale, even though his ship was in pretty rough shape while inside the creature earlier. A very dark and ominous sci-fi adventure. Getting a lap full of grudge at 320, Fighting Back. Or The Sanctuary. There's so many microplots going on, I guess this Jonathan Frakes directed episode is about Quezhong and its dealings with the Emerald Chain. This one sets up pretty much everything in the back half of Discovery's Season 3. In one of the best pre-credit intros in Discovery, we're introduced to Osira, the leader of the Federation's biggest rival, the Emerald Chain. Seems she's not impressed with her nephew after Burnham and Georgiou liberated all his slaves previously, and tears him up. We know from her first introduction, Osira is a monster and absolutely means business. Georgiou isn't dealing with her debilitation well, and lashes out through the episode at everyone trying to help her as she's slowly ripped apart by time. Discovery is here at Quezhong, Book's home, where they get involved with pesticides from the chain used to kill sea locusts, destroying the land. Though it turns out in the end, Tirax and his brother just needed to do some druid stuff instead of using poison. The chain isn't happy about this, and Osira herself pays a visit and decides to carpet bomb the planet until Discovery interferes. And Saru sets the Federation on a path of war with the chain. Simultaneously, the escaped Andorian Rin, played by Mary Wiseman's real-life husband, and the not-super-emotionally stable Detmer fly the mission to stop Osira in Book's ship. This finally gives Detmer a new breath of life about herself after coming to the future. It also provides Grudge an awesome moment of comedic relief, in a chance to reenact the classic Alien Discovers a Cat cartoon right in the middle of the battle, as he ends up holding a grudge. Also, Adira comes out with their pronouns for the first time in this episode. This is also the first time Discovery detects the old Federation distress call from the dilithium-rich Verubin Nebula that will become very important towards the end of the season. There's so much in this episode, there's something to like for everyone. Getting caught at 319, professional relationships, or booby trap. Geordi, the hopeless romantic, fails to impress a date with Coco No-Nos and violin music. But when the Enterprise finds itself caught in a nearly 1,000-year-old booby trap that sucks energy out of their systems, Geordi runs a holo-simulation of the original drafting room where the Enterprise was designed, to try and figure out how they have enough power to escape the trap. He accidentally gets the computer to create his new woman from Fantasy Island, Leah Brahms. The childlike music when the hologram gains personality is one of the worst music cues across Trek. The rest of the episode is mostly her and Geordi working together, and the chemistry between the actors is evident. Their work does lead to an overhaul and increase in efficiency for the dilithium crystal chamber. But in the end, their work to figure out how to escape the trap is ultimately thrown away, and we get to see how good of a helmsman Picard really is. Rather than clearing his browser history, Geordi doubles down on being creepy at the close, having the moonlight date he failed at with the Hollow of Brahms. This one itself is perfectly average, and the crew dealing with a deadly situation to the best of their ability. Being an unwilling assassin at 318, reprogrammed. Or the Mind's Eye. Geordi sure is having a time in this block. In this episode, he can't even get to Risa and finally enjoy some appropriate non-holo love. The Romulans pick him up, and in the first appearance of one of my favorite recurring Trek actors, John Fleck, who subjects him to seriously uncomfortable brainwashing. This is also our first indication from the shadows that Denise Crosby was coming back to the show. He's sent back to the Enterprise with the goal of destabilizing relations between the Klingons and Federation by killing the governor of an outlying Klingon world the Enterprise is visiting to put down fears that the Federation is supporting rebellion. Data puts together what's going on by the end and has LaForge taken into custody just before he carries out his programmed assassination. Deanna gets to do some rare, meaningful counseling for Geordi, helping him peel back the layers of onion that were fake memories given to him by the Romulans. This episode is wonderful setup for the next half-season arc involving the Klingons and Romulans. Getting a well-deserved break at 317, PTSD, or home. Another episode of self-exploration as the crew of Enterprise finally make it home, after stopping the Xindi from destroying Earth and being flung 200 years into the past to stop a time traveler. They're greeted with a hero's welcome. But soon they find out it's not quite the Earth they remember. Through Phlox, we see that xeno-racism is alive and well, and that will pay off again at the end of the season. Archer goes and climbs a rock to get away from all the noise and try to truly process what they've been through, and the morally questionable actions he took. His old flame and soon-to-be captain of NX-02 Columbia follows him and tries to help him offload some of the emotional baggage he takes up the mountain with him. This is one of the best moments of self-reflection in the franchise. T'Pol goes home to Vulcan and takes Trip along for the ride, which sees the episode ending in heartbreak for Trip as T'Pol goes through with her prearranged marriage and all he can do is watch. A really slow episode of Trek, but spectacular in the realm of mental health. Stopping a weapon of mass destruction at 316, Broken Arrow. Or Dreadnought. As Samantha Wildman is trying to come up with a name for her baby, Tom sets up his bad boy routine to pay off later in the season, and is late for his shift. Voyager encounters some Alpha Quadrant tech in the form of a Cardassian smart missile that B'Elanna once reprogrammed to work for the Maquis. Though it was brought here by the caretaker like so many others, and confused, thinks a random Delta Quadrant world is its target. Torres ends up talking to herself and trying to convince a determined missile to stand down. She manages to destroy the device just before Janeway is willing to sacrifice Voyager to stop the thing before it kills millions. The plot is pretty straightforward, but a good early look at B'Elanna struggling against herself and simultaneously showing us her awesome engineering expertise as she goes through an OG escape room. Starting off at number 315, Misguided Favors, or Sleeping Dogs. This episode became the measuring stick for this list when determining where stuff around this point belongs. I'd ask myself, is this better or worse than Sleeping Dogs? It's an episode that's perfectly average and doesn't have anything wrong with it. That's saying a lot for Enterprise's first season. We open to Hoshi finally looking like she's growing as a Starfleet officer doing phase pistol training. While checking out a gas giant, they find a Klingon ship sinking into the atmosphere and attempt to help the passed out crew. They take one ungrateful Klingon back to Enterprise to try and figure out what's going on, while T'Pol, Hoshi, and Reed try to get the ship out of the atmosphere. It's a pretty good problem-solving episode that gives Hoshi some good growth and addresses the angst between her and T'Pol after detonating all the Klingons' torpedoes to ride the shockwave out, and Phlox coming up with a cure for the crew. They make pointless threats at Archer, and the crew go on their merry way. One of the best early episodes of Enterprise. Being set up at 314, Debts Unrepaid, or Judgment. Coming off the last entry, you'd think maybe the Klingon Empire owed Jonathan Archer a favor or two. That is being repaid in bringing him into a trial mimicking the one from the undiscovered country. At least he has not Martok as his lawyer, but Archer's words of justice only end up getting both of them sentenced to Rurapente in the end, and he's pretty nonchalantly broken out by the crew of Enterprise. It's a pretty straightforward plot we've seen a few times in the franchise, including the feeling of Q's courtroom for humanity. Pretty much every episode of Trek in a courtroom is a good one. Scott Bakula once said this is his favorite episode of the series. Questioning the nature of reality at 313? Not O'Brien must suffer. Or Whispers. This episode starts almost at the end and is told from the perspective of O'Brien dictating a log about how everyone on DS9 literally turned against him. It all started after he came back from setting up security procedures and first contact protocols with a Gamma Quadrant race. When back on DS9, everyone treats him with a very suspicious nature, and he even suspects Keiko of trying to poison him. We get to see a senior staff logs montage as he tries to put together what's going on. He gets to play a game of cat and mouse while stealing a runabout, which brings us full circle. The big reveal when he goes back to the world he'd visited in the Gamma Quadrant is finding Cisco and others already there, and as it turns out, a rebellious faction created this O'Brien as a clone to try and kill the leader of the planet during first contact. There's a touching moment at the end when not O'Brien dies and tells the real O'Brien to take care of Keiko. It's always fun watching Miles use his engineering skills to get through situations. Dealing with past life indiscretions at 312. Statute of Limitations. Or Dax. A race known as the Klystrons tries to extradite Jadzia without going through the proper channels and are thwarted. This brings up an extradition hearing where Dax is tight-lipped about Curzon's alibi of having an affair with the wife of the man he was accused of murdering, while the general was killed decades before. Odo has to go and dig up the evidence himself and clears Jadzia's name. It's a very interesting ethical dilemma about when the statute of limitations runs out for a crime committed by a joined Trill. Helping the natives at 311. Those in need. Or Civilization. In a fun romp for the Enterprise crew, T'Pol detects modern technology signatures on a pre-warp world, and a small team goes to investigate. Archer gets a Kirk-style love interest of the week in an apothecary investigating recent outbreaks of illness in the city. Turns out it's an alien using an antique shop as a front for underground mining. They put the antique dealer out of business, and Johnny leaves this woman wanting more. It's a bit of early exploration of the concept of a prime directive, and a great use of what feels like a classic TOS plotline. If only more of Season 1 had been like this. Number 310 is covering its tracks in The Spy Among Us. Or we open in this one by carrying over the tradition of being interrupted at the very end of a semi-sexual joke. As an away team gathers provisions, a mushroom-gathering Seska is seemingly attacked by the Kazon, and Chakotay saves her. After leaving the planet, they encounter a disabled Kazon ship with what looks like Federation tech. The rest of the run is Seska running games of misdirection about where her loyalties lie, ultimately being revealed as a Cardassian spy that joined the Maquis, and on her way to join the Kazon instead of stay on Voyager's 70-year mission. This sets her up to be Voyager's recurring villain for the next season and a half. Another case of a decent first season episode in a Trek show's run. Getting lost in a pocket of time at 309, Mutual Respect. Or Gravity. This one is a personal favorite of mine, but is quite dull in parts. Of all people, Tuvok gets a love story. On a shuttle mission with Tom Paris, they get pulled into a mini-universe with a solar system where they find other survivors fighting for resources. At first meeting, Nas mugs Paris for supplies until saved by Tuvok from other raiders in this universe, where months go by in a matter of days back in the Prime universe. To further press home the point of getting them out quickly, Voyager is fighting another civilization trying to close the anomaly because of the amount of ships they've lost to it, with seemingly no way to get people out. Voyager comes up with some technobabble via their now sacrificed multispatial probe. During the months spent just trying to survive, Nas develops feelings for Tuvok, and through this we learn that Tuvok had to undergo training with a Vulcan master to suppress his emotions, specifically love. Joseph Ruskin as the Vulcan master was an excellent casting job, and a fine use of the talented actor. When back on Voyager, Tuvok mind melds with Nas to help convey the feelings he has, but is incapable of putting into words. This moment of understanding is a beautiful shining moment in Trek, even if the plot is a little slow. Losing all hands at 308, Forbidden Knowledge. Or Contagion. This is some of the best the first 2 seasons of TNG has to offer, and the first appearance of a personal favorite recurring Trek actress of mine, Carolyn Seymour. We see the first indications that the Galaxy-class luxury cruise liners aren't all they're cracked up to be, as the Enterprise goes to try and help its sister ship, the Yamato, with failing systems hanging right on the edge of the Romulan neutral zone. After the ship literally destroys itself with all hands lost, it turns out not to be a design flaw this time, but an alien virus picked up while trying to find the homeworld of the lost galactic civilization, the Iconians. Picard plays a dangerous game entering the neutral zone to try and piece together what happened, and ends up in a standoff with a Romulan bird of prey as he and Data uncover the secret of this long-dead conqueror planet. In the end, they destroy this Iconian gateway and wipe their systems of the virus, while also saving the Romulan ship from self-destruction. This is the first of many times we see the pinnacle of Starfleet, the Galaxy-class design, as not all it's cracked up to be. And upon a deep dive, it really was an ill-conceived design, at the height of Starfleet's hubris after 3/4 of a century of easy expansion and only a few minor conflicts. Changing your perception of reality at 307? Genocide over brunch. Or Journey's End. Picard is asked by the hard-ass Nechayev to repeat history and force resettlement of former indigenous American peoples from their planet that is now in Cardassian space. Wesley Crusher returns in his final appearance in TNG as an unsatisfied 5th-year Academy cadet. His entire arc from Encounter at Farpoint on only has his path being that of a Starfleet officer, but it's only after he's gone through more than most that he resigns. For now, to go learn about the nature of the cosmos with the Traveler, as he realizes his ability to see math and the possibilities of reality as the same thing. Though he'd reappear in Nemesis in uniform with rank, we now know that his long-term future was to be one of the many groups depicted in Trek that protect the timeline. Picard gets Gulliver to see reason and seek a compromise with the people of this planet, which we'll see later isn't honored, and the Maquis would spring up out of necessity. I've seen this on others' worst lists, but with a message like, "Don't let history repeat itself," I feel it deserves to be here. Being replaced at 306, letting go. Or The Gift. In this episode, Kes gains enough XP to level up, as Seven is forced by Janeway to conform to her will. While exploring her mental powers, Kes discovers what exists at a level smaller than the subatomic, which poses a risk to her and Voyager. She had to be hastily thrown off the ship because the producers were cutting someone, and Harry Kim made the list of sexiest men of that year. So Jen Lean left, but not without a bang. Kes uses her powers to send Voyager 10,000 light-years closer to home, before disappearing seemingly forever. Okay, until Fury. The other half is kind of a weird plot where Janeway is almost grooming 7 of 9 to be something that she's not, all under the guise of it being in her own best interest? I mean, we wouldn't get an awesome ex-Borg to enter the franchise otherwise. but it's that Tuvix level of questionable ethics on the part of Kathy getting there. However, this might be the best version of writing a main character out in the franchise history. They don't kill Cass, but they shouldn't have brought her back later either. The game is afoot at 3:05. Duped. Or Ship in a Bottle. This might be the most fun episode of TNG that also works as an episode all the way through. The accidentally created Moriarty finally breaks out of the holobuffer after 4 seasons and a behind-the-scenes settlement with the estate of Arthur Conan Doyle. Picard, Data, and Barclay then unknowingly get trapped in a holo simulation created by Moriarty in which it appears he's willed himself into existence off the holodeck. The solution, of course, is then to trick him into a holo simulation within a simulation within a simulation and get Moriarty into giving over the codes to release the real Enterprise before it's destroyed by a celestial event they're observing. There's a lot of technobabble and tidbits for the tech manuals in this fun hour of television. Searching for the truth at 3:04, a briefing with Neelix. Or investigations. We finally pay off the season-long arc of Paris playing the bad boy, as Voyager's resident Talaxian plays reporter in his hit YouTube series, A Briefing with Neelix. Tom joins a Talaxian convoy, which he and Janeway knowingly set up to have him stolen from by Seska and the Kazon. This was all in an effort to flush out a known Kazon spy on Voyager, Michael Jonas. And Tom is able to let Voyager know this just in time and escape. Meanwhile, it's at times riveting to follow Neelix's search for the truth about secret logs, and gets let in on the ruse about Tom before even Chakotay. In the end, he ends up killing Jonas in a struggle in engineering, though this unfortunately won't be the last time we see the Kazon, as Seska comes back at numbers 303 and 302, Outmaneuvered, or Basics Part 1 and 2. As Voyager continues to traverse Kazon space, they keep getting attacked in the same spot. It's all part of Seska's plan to take over Voyager. Brad Dourif comes back as the reformed and more mentally fit Lon Suter, and wants to do something for the ship. Initially, he's working on new strains of plants for the aeroponics bay, but will be asked to make the ultimate sacrifice by the end of this 2-parter. Eventually, Seska's plan pays off, they take Voyager, and it's a bit unsettling to see Janeway get smacked around by Kala. For some reason, they maroon the crew on a rough planet rather than killing them. Tom Paris has gotten a shuttle out before Voyager was overtaken, and comes back with the Talaxians from our previous entry, and are able to retake the ship. Seska dies trying to get to her baby during the battle, and it's a heart-wrenching moment. Crewman Suter's death as he initiates the final part of Paris's plan is also one of the best deaths in the franchise. Through the second part of the story, the crew bond and we see a bit of Starfleet survival training in action, as they deal with CGI critters and Stone Age natives. The plot feels a little stretched as a 2-parter, but when this first came out, the cliffhanger was very real, waiting all summer to find out how the crew were going to get unstranded. Becoming a made man at 3:01, Undercover Mechanic, or Honor Among Thieves. For some reason, Starfleet Security taps Miles O'Brien to go undercover and infiltrate the Orion Syndicate. O'Brien does his job a little too well, as he does odd jobs and repairs in a low-end syndicate group. He actually starts forming a true friendship with his boss, who witnesses for him. Like becoming an Italian mafia made man, Miles uncovers more than expected when it turns out the Dominion are using the Orion Syndicate for certain jobs to help destabilize relations between members of the Federation Alliance against them. In the end, O'Brien warns his friend and boss about the ambush he's walking into, all thanks to him. Miles gets a cat for his troubles and a lot of baggage, as we see him worrying about Bilby's widow into the next season. This is an awesome gangster movie style episode where O'Brien makes others suffer and then has to live with it. Doing a deep fake at number 300, Facade, or Stratagem. This episode really makes use of a single set for the majority of its run. It's really easy to sum up, but has to be seen to appreciate Scott Bakula's performance here, as he tries to figure out where the Xindi weapon is being built from a council member they've made think has lost years of his life imprisoned with Archer. Degra is distrustful at first, but it's great to watch the two men form a bond, and Archer having to improvise as the facade starts to fall apart towards the end. They do get what they need out of Degra, who we'll see further into the Xindi arc. One of the best episodes of Trek with the fewest locations used, divulging its final secrets at 299, Death Rites. Or Ties of Blood and Water. Kira's Cardassian father, Dekeni Glamour, comes aboard, and I appreciate how the show catches the audience up through Dax catching a confused Worf up. The episode becomes about the struggles people face at the end of their lives, and what their families and those close to them can go through just keeping them comfortable in their final days. Kira takes detailed notes from the defected former legate, while doing what she can for him till his time comes. Until she learns some of the things that he did during the occupation of Bajor, and that makes her question her Cardassian faux dad, to the point it opens up her pain of going on a resistance raid and missing her own father's death because of the Cardassians. Completely opposite the main plot, we see the most bubbly version of Weyoun and learn the Vorta are immune to most poisons in the character's second appearance. So much interesting lead up to the coming war and more character growth for Kira. Being frenemies with the Klingons at 298, Swashbuckling. Or Day of the Dove. This one tries really hard to be the best plot revolving around the TOS Klingons, and it's got a lot of things going for it, while also having a few hokey and questionable things, but is almost the best episode of the overall terrible third season. When a landing party beams down into what looks like every planet, they find a human colony completely wiped out. Klingons show up in a disabled ship led by the famous Kang, and claim Kirk has killed 200 of their crew. There's some of the best TOS fight scenes throughout this between Klingons and Enterprise crews. They're being pushed at each other by an alien presence until Kirk convinces Kang's wife that they have to work together to stop the malevolent entity. After an awesome final battle, we get a really lame cliché speech. This one has quite a few small problems, like Chekhov getting a little handsy with his female Klingon prisoner. But welcome to Season 3 TOS, where the budget gets cut in half. Getting a second chance at 297, Wayward Soul. Or Ensign Ro. We open this episode by finally meeting Mr. Mott, ship's barber who just keeps moving Picard's head and combing without actually trimming his hair. Hilarious scene that has nothing to do with what's going on. Picard is soon ordered to take a disgraced officer, Ro Laren, on a mission to find out why Bajorans seemingly attacked a Federation colony. It's all just a ruse by the Cardassians, turn Starfleet against the Bajorans in the upcoming withdrawal of the occupation. It backfires when Laren goes behind Picard's back to help set up a solution to this dangerous situation she's now caught in, taking secret orders from an unknowingly compromised admiral that fell into a Cardassian ploy, and only because of her actions and Guinan's insistent friendship with her, does it bring her to let Picard in on everything she knows, allowing him to formulate a plan to expose the whole conspiracy. In the end, he does and gains a friend in both the Bajorans as a whole and Ro personally, as he, Jean-Luc, gives her one more chance at a Starfleet life. This introduction to the Bajorans and the less funny mold of Beckett Mariner in Laren is a wonderful episode of Trek. Helping some friends at 296, Deep Cover. Or Counterpoint. Voyager is going through the space of some, you guessed it, xenophobic pricks that require them to submit to inspections periodically and have a no telepath policy. With Tuvok, Boric, and the members of a telepathic race that Voyager is giving safe passage to, they have to put them in a transporter suspension during each inspection. But this is a dangerous solution. One of the head inspectors claims to defect to Voyager for a while, which was just deception to see if they had telepaths aboard. He and Janeway almost have a great romance going till the ruse is revealed at the end, but Kathy outsmarts him and has already sent the telepathic aliens to a wormhole type thing that takes them out of Devore space. Just another typical Delta Quadrant race that hates everyone else. Clearing the air at 295, in memory. Or the Collaborator, as the election to replace the beloved Kai Opaka comes down to the school-burning Vedic Wynn and the square-jawed Vedic Barial, Wynn tries to use every angle, including befriending the emissary at the 11th hour, and trying to prove that her opponent got Opaka's son and other Bajorans killed. In reality, Kai Opaka was the one that made the choice to save most Bajorans but let her own son die. And only Barial knew the truth and hid it, despite his act nearly taking Bajor down the path of Kai Pa-Wraith over there. If you look closely during the scene on the promenade where Odo arrests Kubis, a Jem'Hadar can be seen in the crowd. This could be how they got some of the considerable knowledge about Alpha Quadrant powers in the season finale. This one's a really bizarre mystery journey to uncover during an hour of television, making the misinformation folks jealous at 294. Alternative facts. Or the Voyager conspiracy. In an effort to more efficiently assimilate data, Seven starts downloading Voyager's logs during her regeneration cycle. At first, she uses small unrelated cues to accurately predict an insect infestation, but soon starts seeing patterns in every aspect of Voyager that just aren't there, including giving Janeway and Chakotay competing misinformation based on the same data about the other plotting against them. In reality, she just assimilated too much data at once, and it caused some problems with her implants. There's one of many great conversations between Janeway and Seven at the end as she's talked down off the ledge by her self-imposed mother figure. It's a really unique sci-fi tale with a ton of intrigue to the very end. The gods do battle at 293. Penance. Or the Reckoning. Near the beginning of the season, when the Prophet stopped a few thousand Dominion ships from overrunning the Alpha Quadrant, there would be a penance exacted. That will come in the form of Jake becoming temporarily host to a Pa-Wraith bent on destroying the wormhole and everything in its path. The whole episode is kicked off, though, by the emissary visiting the ruins he previously uncovered of Valhalla. A tablet is found with an inscription about the emissary. Ben takes it back to the station to study, much to the ire of Kai Wynn, before destroying it because it felt like that's what he was supposed to do. Anyway, this releases a Prophet and a Pa-Wraith to take place in a prophesized battle known as the Reckoning. Kira willingly gives herself as the vessel of the Prophets in this fight, and the station itself is nearly destroyed in this literal battle of good and evil. I still don't fully understand why Kai Wynn is the one to pull the technobabble lever to stop the fight, but this now casts uncertainty on the future of Bajor since no winner was decided. I've seen this entry on others' worse lists, but it's got way too much going for it. The special effects are decent for the 90s, the story is compelling, even if a little anticlimactic. Still want to know why there's always unaccompanied minors during these evacs though, but another solid episode in the Arc of the Prophets. Using strategy to outwit your opponent at 292? Protection Racket. Or Think Tank. Longtime Trekkie and renowned William Shatner impersonator Jason Alexander gets to finally play around in the Trek universe as part of a think tank that occasionally causes the problems it gets paid to solve. One of which is a series of mercenaries, and they offer Janeway a way out in exchange for 7 of 9 and a few other things like the running joke about Neelix's famous Shadra Cobb. For a moment, Seven even considers what an honor it might be to join a think tank and be part of a high-level collective, until they figure out what the think tank is really up to and devise a plan to take them down for good, with the help of the mercenaries hunting them. I personally enjoy how the think tank is made up of so many types of aliens and AI. A very thoughtful episode of Trek. Number 291 is being watched in Specimens, or Scientific Method. Alien researchers that are out of phase with us in time hook the crew up to various devices to subject them to various things and record data. After jacking Janeway's adrenaline, she takes the ship through a trinary star system in an effort to drive the aliens off her ship, after members of the crew start dying from their procedures. At the end, Harry says, "Smells delicious" to Tom and B'Elanna, But they're eating salad. What do you smell? Kate Mulgrew quit smoking during this episode, and boy, doesn't that rage come through in her character. This is only a mediocre classic plot, but it's executed on a very high level, with some unique plot twists that keep things fresh and exciting. Setting Mars on fire at 290, loss of status, or maps and legends. The first few episodes of Picard definitely take their time building the show. We see a side of Picard we're not used to, one that has a very small sphere of influence. He's trying to figure out who blew up Daj, and we learn his Romulan indentured servants are ex-Tal Shiar, and have some pretty cool tech to see back in time. Picard goes to the Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet with what he learned about the Romulans operating on Earth, and gets laughed out of her office. This episode sets up the tone of the season where our main characters are at their lowest, with no one to turn to for help but each other, including Raffi, who we meet at the very end, living out on the iconic Vasquez Rocks, and is the most broken of this motley crew we're introduced to very slowly. I honestly don't mind how slow this build-up is, because the payoff of Commodore O that we're introduced to in this episode as the cause of all the main characters being broken is a tale well told. Falling from Grace at 289, Naked and Afraid, or Deja Q. This one is simultaneously a classic and fun Trek episode, while also feeling like any sitcom from the late 80s, minus the laugh track. While the Enterprise is trying to help a planet whose moon has somehow changed orbit, Q shows up in his birthday suit, having been kicked out of the Continuum. The bulk of the rest of the episode is the extreme juxtaposition as Data teaches Q what it means to be human. Though, as it turns out, the crew of the Enterprise isn't the only group Q has tormented seemingly for his own amusement, and a fork-wielding Guinan is the least of his worries. The crew can't simultaneously keep Q safe from the Calamarain and put this moon back in orbit. In the end, Q is willing to sacrifice himself, and apparently that's what the Continuum was looking to see from him and reinstates his powers. He thanks the crew of the D with an extremely over-the-top display of gratitude. Yeah, the episode is a lot of fun to watch, though it does seem to have a lot of filler and feels a little out of place in the grand scheme of Trek. Abetting genocide at 288, loving the enemy, or remember. This is a really odd, almost bodice-ripper romance novel with a giant fascist twist. A group of people from a planet that uses a salad bowl on a piece of wood as an instrument are hitching a ride back to their planet on Voyager. Neelix turns the mess hall into a hookah lounge with pillows everywhere, as a bit of cultural exchange happens. Torres oversleeps because of a reoccurring naughty dream. This is all fun and games until she ends up unconscious in engineering, and by the end we find out she's been receiving this story from one of the older Onarans to try and share a memory of a time when her people basically sent another group, akin to the Amish, to death camps. Her lover in this story was part of the group that got sent away, and by the end, she actually seems to embrace the Nazi-like ideals. After the woman's death, B'Elanna tries to expose this truth that had been covered up for decades, and does manage to get one of the more open-minded Anarans to use their telepathy and view the memories herself. This episode feels particularly important today, as we don't seem to have learned the lessons of erasing history just because it's sometimes messy and inconvenient. Cleaning up after itself at number 287, Homicidal Hollow, or Revulsion. Back to back, these are two of my personal favorite episodes of Voyager, but both are a bit slow and dragged out and lose a few points in an objective review. That being said, Leland Orser is one of the most amazing villain actors of all time. And here we're dropped straight into a bloody scene of this hologram hiding the body of a crew member he's killed because he's very OCD and can't stand the thought of organic life. When he sends a distress call, this immediately piques the Doctor's interest as he and Torres go check out the ill-fated ship. The lighting is constantly dark for most of the episode and really sets this amazing foreboding tone. At first, the Hollow seems likable and just a little off. As the runtime wears on though, that quiet demeanor cracks open into Garth of Izar level insanity, but in a way that doesn't feel so hokey. After a classic horror movie battle of slowly moving through the set pieces, And a false climax, B'Elanna finally overloads his power matrix. There's a tiny B-plot where Seven not so subtly drops an offer of sex in Kim's lap, and Harry doesn't know what to do with this information. It almost becomes a case of sexual harassment as he reports his discomfort to Chakotay, and this is one of the few passes I'll give Star Trek, where a case of near sexual harassment can come off as funny. Being judged at 286. No changeling has ever harmed another, even though we were ready to let one die too. Or Broken Link. This is a classic DS9 episode that does a lot for Odo as a character, and sets a ton of things in motion in this Season 4 finale. Some great moments, though, are built on a pile of filler, and a premise that doesn't make sense to me. The Founders destabilized Odo's morphogenic matrix, forcing him to return home to be both cured and judged. His crime is being the only changeling in the history of the Great Link to harm another. Yet, this story is predicated on a situation where Odo kills to prevent another changeling from killing him, and the offer to leave the ship with him doesn't change the initial circumstance of the situation. The Founders judge him to be so humanoid that he's given that permanent, for now, form. This story takes up a surprisingly short amount of the runtime compared to the build-up getting there. Otherwise, we get side bets on Neresa's pregnancy sneezing, a scene with the reoccurring Boslik freighter captain, and a Bajoran chick that has the hots for Odo we'll never see again. I think the only two tropes that didn't make the episode were self-sealing stem bolts and a mention of Captain Baudet. The coolest side plot is Garrick telling Odo innuendos and half-truths about his life in the Obsidian Order. Employing deception at 285, ploy to start a war. Or The Defector will again set a slow tone to an episode by starting with Shakespeare. Data's on the holodeck advancing his understanding of humanity, and we get to see Patrick Stewart playing two roles in the same scene. A Romulan scout ship being chased by a warbird comes across the neutral zone, and the Enterprise gives its Romulan passenger asylum. I personally don't like the bulk of this episode for the same reason I don't like Duet. The obfuscation of identity, which is a huge chunk of both episodes, feel entirely unnecessary. However, the ending of this episode feels better, and Picard decides to act on the information Jarek gives him that the Romulans have built a cloaked base in the neutral zone, and goes to investigate. Thankfully, he planned for a typical Romulan ploy and calls in his favor from Gowron to bring 3 cloaked Klingon ships. The moment when Picard one-ups Tomalak and asks him if he's ready to die today is honestly one of the best moments across Trek. Unfortunately, Data doing Shakespeare in the intro and Picard being awesome at the end are the only things the episode has going for it. Wrapping up the block today at 284. Enhanced. Or Dr. Bashir, I presume. There's several great plot threads that set up character dynamics through the rest of the series here. Bob Picardo does a crossover as Louis Zimmerman, creator of the EMH, who wants to create a new LMH based on Bashir. Everything goes fine until he disregards Julian's request and contacts his parents as part of the background profile. This inadvertently brings up the fact they had Jules genetically altered to be stronger, smarter, and faster than ordinary humans. Which brings up the whole Khan eugenics thing and leaves the fate of Julian's Starfleet career in the hands of an admiral we've never seen before, using the holo communicator we'll barely see in the run of the show. His accomplishments and guilty plea of his father keep him in the service, and this breathes a new life into the character of Bashir. Season 1 into Season 2, his character was over the top, and was possibly the most unlikable main cast member in the history of Star Trek. Thankfully, the writing generally got better, and adding this seems to give the character a sense of completeness going forward. Though I know not all fans agree on this point. The subplot is also wonderful, as Zimmerman goes on a few dates with Lita and tries to entice her to come back to Jupiter Station and run a cafe. All the while, she's just waiting for Rom to ask her to stay, and he's crazy about her, but is no good at talking to women. Just as she's about to leave the station for good, Rom comes running to the airlock and kicks off this great cross-cultural multi-season romance. One of many great character-building episodes in the run of DS9. Running a marathon at 283. Shaking things up. Or Point of Light. Gotta say, I love the recap being read in Klingon. It's a brilliant addition to the mediocrity of these openings. We get a ton of 23rd century Klingon lore here, finding out L'Rell had a secret baby and it's Tyler's. This becomes a liability to them both that forces Michelle Yeoh to have to come and lay the hammer down after their baby is kidnapped to force L'Rell to step down. Ash is forced to leave Kronos, but start a possibly long-running career with Section 31. Over on Discovery, Tilly somehow takes a full minute to talk to her new imaginary friend, and still manages to win a race. When her fungal friend shows up again while she's training in the big chair, Tilly seems to be at her lowest, until Burnham helps her apply some pure Vulcan logic to her situation, and realize Stamets is the answer to her apparition of a girl she used to know. Amanda sets up a murder mystery for Spock by showing up with encrypted files regarding his escape from a mental health facility. It's a lot of really solid setup for the season, and the pacing is on point. Section 31 Georgiou, though, is the highlight in this one for me. Being betrayed at 282, bad faith. Or proving ground. As the Xindi prepare to test a weapon like the one they're going to use on Earth, Shran shows up out of nowhere with overtures of cooperation to stop the Xindi. It's always a good day when I get to talk about Jeffrey Combs. But unfortunately, he's here under false pretenses, under orders to secure the weapon for the Andorian Imperial Guard. This episode is some of Scott Bakula's best acting across the run of the show, and his scenes with Shran are a good chunk of that. Archer wises up to Shran's plan and forces him to dump the weapon prototype before they can get out of the Expanse, which is where this episode loses a few points. I thought these clouds wouldn't allow you to leave. If Shran's captain's chair looks familiar, that's because it's from Voyager's Bridge. Looking for a different life at 281, taking a stand. Or till death do us part. More great lead up to the end of the Dominion War as the Cisco goes over what he learned in the last episode from the Prophets about not marrying Cassidy. As Ben decides to take a stand against the Prophets and marry Cassidy anyway, so too does Damar start to take a stand as he realizes he's just a Dominion puppet with no real power, except to recommend Dukat to a good plastic surgeon to allow him to continue spreading the good word of the Pirates with his soon-to-be best friend, Kai Wynn. Worf and Ezri eat algae paste, and that's about it. It perfectly pushes along the final bits of arguably Trek's best arc. Easy to summarize, must-watch television. Resurrecting a long-dead war at 280, Awakening. Or Dragon's Teeth. After Voyager accidentally slips into some kind of underspace corridor, the race currently patrolling it demands to destroy Voyager's knowledge of it, and a battle forces the ship to go blue alert on a once-inhabited planet, now decimated by war. While making repairs, though, they detect nearly 1,000-year-old life signs in stasis, and prove Starfleet has learned nothing since the days of Khan about opening random stasis pods. At first, it seems like Janeway has gained a new ally that can help them use the underspace to get closer to home, if she helps them escape the Terrae in orbit that were some of the original destroyers of this world. Naomi's getting older and not needing Neelix to read to her anymore, but that gets him thinking about fairy tales from his world, and gives him another good investigative plot, realizing the Vaadwaur were conquerors of the Delta Quadrant that used the underspace till a number of controlled worlds banded together and seemingly wiped them out. In the end, they turn their backs on Voyager and try to take it as their own, till Kathy sets the old rivals against each other and pieces out. For 90s CGI, the effects in this episode are superb, and it was nominated for an Emmy in hairstyling. Going rogue at 279? Change of Allegiance, or Preemptive Strike. In the final on-screen appearance of fan favorite Ro Laren, she returns to the Enterprise from advanced tactical training that's said to make or break those that undertake it. Her new skills are put to work undercover in the Cardassian Demilitarized Zone, infiltrating the Maquis in their first appearance. She spends time proving herself to them, but when her cell leader gets killed in an attack by the Cardassians, she realizes her true calling and alerts the Maquis to the Starfleet trap they're about to walk into. It's too bad Michelle Forbes didn't want to take on the role that became Kira in DS9. But she did have more adventures with Picard in the Dominion War novels. Another one that's just a beautiful final appearance of a beloved character in a nice, neat little package. Facing yourself at 278, Too Many Rikers, or Second Chances. Troy riles Will up as he opens the floor to requests, and she asks for the one song she knows he's never been able to get right. And thankfully for him, he doesn't have to try, as he's called to the bridge ahead of beaming down to an outpost he visited 7 years before. And the atmosphere makes beaming possible only every interval. What he finds is his transporter clone that's soon to join Laren from our previous entry. It becomes a series of what-ifs for both versions of Riker and gets Troy swept up in it as another chance for now Thomas Riker to pick up where their romance left off 7 years prior. In the end, after a lot of petty bickering between all Rikers concerned, Tom saves Will, though that's not how the original draft of the script was written. Originally, Will was going to die and Tom was going to take his place on the crew. Instead, he'll attempt to reclaim his life in Starfleet aboard the USS Gandhi for a while and get back up to speed. Mae Jemison, the first African-American woman in space and personal friend of the late Nichelle Nichols, plays the transporter chief in this episode, and Nichelle visited the set during filming. Getting a shot of nostalgia at 277, Simpler Times. Or Flashback. Neelix impresses Tuvok with his juice, which is high praise for a Vulcan, as Tuvok sees a nebula that looks similar to one he'd seen before on the good old Excelsior under Sulu. This triggers a fake repressed memory created by a strange parasite that keeps passing this fake memory as its host dies. He picked it up during the events of the undiscovered country. This gives Uncle George a chance to put on the uniform one more time, and even bring back one of the best recurring characters from TOS, Rand, as a commander now. To help him make sense of what's going on, Tuvok brings Janeway into the scenario he keeps replaying. Really, this is just a fun way to play around in the 23rd century again, while the Doctor figures out how to counter the actual parasite causing the memory that's killing Tuvok. We get a ton of Tuvok backstory and tidbits of Vulcan society, while giving some original series cast members a chance to shine one more time. Finishing up the block today is number 276, War Games, or Peak Performance. In one of a very few good episodes of early TNG, Riker gets to play the underdog in a Starfleet battle exercise. For some reason, he and a skeleton crew of Enterprise officers are given command of a literally falling apart ship, and tasked with beating the Enterprise in a war game. In particular, Wesley Crusher and Worf come up with some game changers to give them an edge over Enterprise. It's all fun and games until the Ferengi show up, and this gives Armin Shimmerman his first chance to try and salvage the Ferengi as a slightly more serious race than in their first appearance, while still a little weak as they're driven off by the trickery of the Picard maneuver. There's a fun B-plot about the wargame advisor Karami being a Grand Master at the game's Stratagema. And after handily beating Riker, Data gives it a shot and spends an inordinate amount of time trying to figure out why he got beat. It's a good way for him to get an exploration of humanity moment, as he realizes he may not be able to beat his opponent, but he can play infinitely till his opponent is frustrated and concedes. Nice development for Data, and I hope we get to see Stratagema come back in Lower Decks at some point. Being persecuted at 275, Witch Hunt, or Body and Soul. As Kim, Seven, and the Doctor do a science mission in the Delta Flyer, we see why Kim hasn't gotten a promotion in 7 years, as they're boarded and the Doctor is nearly lost. Thankfully, Seven is able to hide his program in her Borg circuitry, and keep him safe against these fanatics that don't allow holograms in their space, since a revolt. They're locked up and Jerry Ryan gets to do her maybe most interesting acting in the run of Voyager, playing the Doctor in her body. Bob Picardo recorded tapes of how he would move and deliver these scenes for Jerry to watch, and she really does a great job of selling that she's the Doctor. And the Doctor himself gets to experience things that he can't as a hologram, and gets a little carried away in Seven's body, eating and drinking just a lot too much. He manages to use Seven's feminine wiles, though, to nearly escape, but at least buy enough time for Voyager to show up and both save them, and give the Doctor a chance to prove to this group that not all Hollows are against them. Meanwhile, Tuvok's dealing with his 7-year itch, and Tom helps him out with a hollow of his wife. that he can't use without offending this race. Oh, Tuvok. Poor Tuvok. Don't worry, Neelix will cheer you up, dude. Confronting your possible future at 274. Feedback loop. Or E squared. We're dropped into a weird sequence with an old AF T'Pol, and after skipping that oh-so-long road, the present T'Pol is not doing so well, coming down off her Trellium addiction. Then another Enterprise comes out of nowhere, culminating in a conversation of, "Hey dude, we're your kids." And Archer's like, "You're full of shit." Apparently, the first time they went through this corridor in space, a battle forced the crew 100 years into the past, and their descendants have been wandering the expanse ever since. This one is a bit of interesting character development for T'Pol, but ultimately comes to an anticlimax when Enterprise breaks the causality loop and makes it through the subspace corridor to make the rendezvous with Degra with time to spare. It's a really moving plot, but the chicken and the egg nature of it leaves me with way more questions than answers at the end of the day. Taking a deep dive into Dax at 273. Inner exploration. Or facets. As Jadzia undergoes a Trill ritual to explore all the past hosts of the Dax symbiont, our main regulars get to show us some of their acting range, as the consciousness of past hosts are transferred one at a time for a few hours. Quark gets to play his first of 2 female-centered roles in DS9, and generally all of Dax's past lives are pretty interesting. Alexander Siddig feels more at home in his brief role here than as Bashir for the first season and a half. Avery Brooks gets a chance to Avery Brooks as the short-lived murderous host Duran. The second half of the runtime, though, turns into one of Star Trek's wonderful explorations of gray areas, as the old man himself, Curzon, inhabits Odo. The problem is, neither want to demerge from the other, and we get a Tuvok sort of situation. Thankfully, the Cisco doesn't have to order anything ethically questionable, as Curzodo agrees to go back to the way they were before, though not before getting into some shenanigans and admitting that he was just a creepy old man that had a crush on Jadzia when she was an initiate. The B-plot sees Nog doing simulation training for Starfleet Academy entrance, and Rom standing up to Quark about his son doing what he wants to do. The episode did some nice furthering of Jadzia and Nog's characters, while giving the rest of the cast a chance to play around for an hour of television. Looking at the best of casts at 272. Fountain of Youth. Or Before and After. Kes wakes up old and in an alternate Voyager future, where the Doctor has a hairpiece and a name. She keeps getting younger before anyone can actually help her, giving us a sneak peek at the upcoming Year of Hell, until she's just cells in her mother's womb, before miracles in time and space get a treatment the Doctor in the show's present created to bring her back into temporal sync. The plot is extremely easy to summarize, but is probably Kes's best episode, just a few ahead of being replaced in the series. Some fun what-ifs worth watching. Unleashing Badgie at 271, Deliverance. Or worst case scenario, B'Elanna finds and recovers what she thinks is a holonovel about a Maquis takeover of the ship, and it quickly becomes a word-of-mouth favorite among the crew. After Tom finds out it has no ending, and even Janeway wanting to find out who created it, Tuvok, of all people, comes forward as the author. He created it for training purposes, and then deleted it when he thought it was no longer necessary. He and Tom agree to team up and finish the program when the ghost of Seska comes back to haunt them in the form of tampering with the parameters file in Tuvok's program. She pretty much just screws around with them for the entire second half of the episode, until Tuvok is able to outsmart Holo Seska. This one is a ton of fun and gives Seska a chance to level up to her final form as a villain, even after death. Learning from your mistakes at 270. Misdirected Rage. Or Hope and Fear. In Voyager's Season 4 finale, we quietly close out the season on a standalone episode about a dude named Arturus with a grudge against Voyager. We're introduced to the game Velocity as Janeway and Seven again strengthen their character bonds, bookending this episode. Their passenger Arcturus is able to seemingly finally recover some of the lost Starfleet transmission from earlier this season. But for someone that has a ship capable of traveling across tens of thousands of light years, he wastes it on a revenge plot against Voyager, because they sided with the Borg against Species 8472. He tries to deliver Janeway and Seven to the Collective before being foiled at the last minute, and Voyager using the tech to get them another chunk of the way home. As a season finale, this is pretty bland, but there's some great dialogue, particularly with Kathy and Seven. Learning the meaning of non-violence at 269, beaten by pacifists, or Errand of Mercy. Kirk and co. are on a mission to establish relations with the seemingly pre-warp Organians, before the Klingons can annex this strategically important planet of pacifists. William Shatner does some of his best William Shatnering trying to convince these people that the Klingons will rule over them as a dictatorship. They seem unconcerned, and our good friend Kor proclaims himself governor of Organia, while Kirk and Spock pose as passing merchants to avoid capture. While the Cold War rages on this planet, the Federation and Klingon fleets are en route to each other, and the hot war is about to begin. There's some great back and forth between Kirk and Kor, and in the end the Organians reveal themselves to be beings of energy that were never truly there to begin with, and exert their godlike powers to prevent the Klingons and Federation from fighting anywhere in the galaxy, for some indeterminate amount of time, before straight up disappearing. This episode is one of the best early interactions between the galaxy's two greatest frenemies. Still not done with fascist ideologies are numbers 267 and 268. Nazis. Again, or The Killing Game, Parts 1 and 2. For really no good reason at all, we're treated to a World War II epic on the holodeck, with the Hirogen having taken over Voyager off-screen and subjecting the crew to brutal simulations for the sake of their important hunt. Does a lot of it make any sense, and was Janeway's decision to give away Federation tech that 3 years prior she would have blown up the ship before giving away a good move? The answer to both these questions are no. However, getting there is more than half the fun of this one. Later folding in Klingons from an adjacent simulation are really working in the entire cast to some non-standard roles smack dab in the middle of Voyager's overall run actually works better than I'd think. There was a resurgence of World War II nostalgia in the 90s, with the rise of what was jokingly called the Hitler Channel, because the History Channel seemed to show more than 50% war documentaries at the time. Not sure if this is better or worse today. What I am sure of is that despite almost literally chewing the scenery at times, and a plot that amounts to at best nothing, and at worst a chance for the Holograms Be Free movement to spring up later in the show's run, this is a very enjoyable two-parter to grab some popcorn and not think too deeply about an hour and a half of television. In Search of Profits at 266. Lobes for Business. Or Rules of Acquisition. Quark's new eager waiter, Pell, impresses him, enough to include in negotiations at the behest of the Grand Nagus, with the Gamma Quadrant Karma. Despite botching the initial negotiations, Quark takes Pell to their homeworld and won't take no for an answer. This gives us a chance to see that the misogynistic Ferengi society does have cracks in it, as Pell reveals herself to be a female with lobe extensions, which is a big no-no. More than that, she's got feelings for Quark, which leaves him confused for a while, until the Nagus learns that he was duped too, and it costs Quark his Gamma Quadrant profits. You know, except the ones he built in and blames on Rom. This is one of DS9's best early episodes, tackling women's rights. It contains a bunch of firsts. The first mention of the Dominion and the Karma, the first we see Tongo being played, and the first time we see a Ferengi female. Giving up on choreography at 265, tit for tat. Or Arena. Visiting Cestus 3, a landing party expecting to be treated to a lavish reception by a notorious Commodore, finds themselves beamed into a trap. The whole colony's been wiped out, and even the Enterprise comes under attack and can't beam them up. It's kind of weird at first that the red shirt just disintegrates, though this attack isn't seen again, as the enemy rains down simple mortar fire on them as they scramble. Leonard Nimoy, DeForest Kelley, and William Shatner all got permanent tinnitus for their trouble with the explosions in this episode. Once the ground and space battles even out, the respective crews are retrieved, and the Enterprise surpasses its safe cruising speed to catch up with the alien ship, only for both to be stopped dead in space for seemingly no reason. This is when us Trekkies are first introduced to the Gorn, as the captains of both ships are transported to a desert planet and told to fight it out for the lives of their crew. While I do find this episode quite good, let's be honest, it also gives us a couple of the worst fight scenes in the history of Star Trek and maybe all of television. I've seen fans recently complain that the new Gorn are too fast, and couldn't be the Gorn that fought Kirk here. And I agree, it's probably the best example of a retcon in the history of retconning, because the dude in the rubber suit doesn't work, even when the premise does. Kirk and the Gorn keep trying to one-up each other using the terrain as a weapon, till Kirk ends up building a bamboo cannon to best his opponent. The Metrons that pit the sides against each other to begin with are impressed with Kirk's compassion to not kill his foe in the end. This is a benevolent godlike race that I hope we see again in the franchise. All in all, one of TOS's classics that has action, exploration of the human condition, and a healthy dose of so bad it's good hokiness. Looking for answers at 264, parental impairment. Or The Raven, as Voyager negotiates with the umpteenth xenophobic race in the Delta Quadrant wearing football helmets. Seven starts seeing visions of a three-eyed raven, or something, which leads her to go crazy, steal a shuttle, and enters field goal range in the 49ers territory. Or it turns out a beacon sent by her parents' originally crashed vessel that they were studying the Borg on is to blame for her visions and behavior. Tuvok, originally sent to return her to Voyager, helps her explore and really expose us in the audience to her backstory of parents that thought it was a good idea to take their young child on a Borg hunting expedition. As all great 7 of 9 centered episodes do, there's wonderful bookend moments talking about the nature of humanity with Janeway, this time in Da Vinci's workshop. This was the first episode we got a chance to see Seven's backstory be more than just the Borg. On her long road from Borg drone to drunken vigilante to commander in Starfleet, strengthening the case for the Prime Directive at 263, noble ambitions, or cogenitor. I'm going to skip the usual recap because there's a huge rift in the fanbase on this one, with an average IMDb rating of 7.7 and opinions ranging from the worst episode of Star Trek to a better episode of Enterprise. I'm somewhere in between. Upon first watch for these rankings, we put this hundreds below its current position. Like The Outcast before it, an interesting depiction of non-binary life forms that aspire to be more, only to be ripped away at the last minute. It feels cheap and callous to members of the trans and non-binary communities when Archer denies asylum. While that was my first reaction too, after watching this several times, its case for the Prime Directive is clear. In a species with less than 3% of the population made up by this third gender of people, it may feel morally reprehensible to not teach them to read and have aspirations of their own. But with one of the biggest howevers in the run of Trek, it's way above Archer's purview to fundamentally change a society that depends on that slim 3% margin to even exist. I really hope in the long term that the Vissians are able to see the error of their ways, but the consequences of Trip's conscience as Archer comes at him with the news that the cogenitor's dead is just too moving of a scene to relegate the episode to a poor ranking for the depiction of an, at first glance, oppressive race. Trip's view of the galaxy through the eyes of Florida Man can be a really unique perspective, as he generally seeks to do good, but like every headline that starts with Florida Man, his best intentions have unintended consequences. And the weight of that will hopefully better shape his view of non-interference going forward. But hey, Reed's apparently having a good time eating flavorful cheese. Coming out of retirement at 262, setting the tone. Or Remembrance, coming back 25 years after the close of TNG, with Picard and Data playing poker in 10 forward on the D, to the tune of Isa Briones singing Blue Skies, is hands down the best opening sequence to a Star Trek show to date. While I'll say the episode does a better job setting the stakes of the season than introducing all our characters, I personally appreciate the slow-building nature of Picard's seasons. But a pilot should introduce you to all your main characters as a matter of course, and it kind of fails there. Partially as we're introduced to Dahj, who won't make it out of the pilot, though she's just the setup for her twin Soji to be introduced at the very end of the episode. As the Romulans try to apprehend her, she activates, whatever that actually means, and kills them all after they slaughter her boyfriend. For some reason, unbeknownst to both her and the viewers, she's then drawn to trespass on Picard's vineyard to seek the help of a 90-year-old man with less authority as the days pass, after he gives a scathing interview condemning Starfleet. The aging winemaker has taken a pair of Romulan housecarls that will barely become important to the plot. Unfortunately, after Dahj brings up some interesting threads from Picard's past, he goes to his private storage with this wonderful Captain Picard Day callback, and the coolest unfolding box ever. I'm all for a future where boxes like this exist. Here he learns Dahj is based on a painting Data made before his demise. As he exits the facility, Dahj tracks him down, only for the most improbable explosion to somehow not kill Picard, or even land him in the hospital, but sadly takes an early character we want to care about in a Game of Thrones moment pretty quickly. We finally get our first look at the often-mentioned Daystrom Institute in spectacular fashion here, as we're introduced to Agnes Dorati, our AI specialist, and former girlfriend to the confrontational Bruce Maddox. The episode is a bit all over the place, but sets up an interesting mystery and the slow-building tone of the rest of the season. Being tracked at 261, Gone Huntin', or Prey. In Voyager's third interaction with the Hirogen, the Hunter race is f***ing around and finding out with species 8472, which proves to be more prey than these hunters had bargained for. Voyager responds to their distress call and takes aboard the lone survivor, and unknowingly takes the prey aboard as well, as Janeway decides the ethical course of action to take to stop this citizen of fluidic space. Seven's like, burn them all! To the point that after they communicate with 8472 and Kathy's ready to rethink how she deals with the species, Seven takes it upon herself to beam 8472 to a Hirogen vessel and save Voyager. What's said at the end between Captain Janeway and 7 of 9 about whose fault it is and who's wrong? I don't think either are right, and it's a very rare yet interesting close to an episode of Voyager on a muted moment of angst. Negotiating peace at 260, diplomatic immunity, or ceasefire. Two of Trek's best recurring actors, Jeffrey Combs and Susie Plaxton, putting on blue makeup and antennae was a sign that by the middle of Season 2, Enterprise had worked through the worst of its run, and the longest part of its road had already been paved. As Shran asks for Archer's assistance in negotiations with the Vulcans over a planet they've both claimed at one time or another over the last few hundred years. What we've seen in Trek's past is a key part of what the Federation does. Archer gets his first taste of, being an intermediary in interstellar diplomacy. While the trust of Shran is what brings him to the table, Ambassador Saval brings his usual lack of any basic respect for Archer as a person. Shran's second-in-command, Susie the Blue, isn't as ready to negotiate as her boss, and has their troops shoot down Archer and Saval's shuttle pod, which leaves them in the middle of a war zone. The whole thing comes to a perfectly Star Trek climax, as bits of both armies converge and Archer forces Shran to choose between his word versus the trust of his subordinate. It's another wonderful episode that builds the friendship between Archer and Shran, and gives Trip a chance to Florida man it up in the captain's chair. And our last entry today at 259, Mother Knows Best, or Family Business. As Quark laments his nephew becoming the first Ferengi in Starfleet, Liquidator Brunt shows up and informs Quark his mother Ishka is accused of earning profits back on the Ferengi homeworld. He and Rom go back to Ferenginar, and we get our first look at the first of 3 actresses to play Moogie. I also find the idea of a planet where it's always raining that towels near the door are a nice courtesy. Turns out their mother has amassed quite the little fortune, and after some brotherly shenanigans, they get their mother to take her clothes off and confess to some of it while hiding the bulk of her profits. This is another great stepping stone in the Star Trek exploration of human condition, of sexism and patriarchy, through one of the most misogynistic cultures in the galaxy. Casting a wide net at 258, Alone, or The Tholian Web. I really hope this is the last time I have to say this, but this episode doesn't belong this high up on the list. It's one of those classic TOS episodes, and even sets up a few great episodes of future Trek. But upon second watch for rankings, where we had this around number 200, it's more of a lower 300s even. For TOS Season 3, this is quite good, even if that particular feat isn't that hard. As the Enterprise responds to the OG Defiant, the ship starts phasing out of our reality, and accidentally takes Kirk with it. After an extremely drawn-out series of talks between Bones and Spock about the proper course of actions going forward, they do manage to get the captain back, and using this transition layer between the Prime and Mirror universes, to escape the Tholian's trap for invading their space. This episode contains the most people seen on screen at one time in TOS. The premise is decent, but the runtime is stretched thin, though sets up a bunch of canon for the future. Losing captains at 256 and 257, Space Pirates, or Gambit Parts 1 and 2. The main cast case a seedy bar for clues to what happened to Captain Picard, while he did his archaeologist thing. Apparently, he was vaporized, and the gang that did it was headed to another archaeological site in the sector. Riker gets permission from Starfleet brass to go on a vigilante mission, and gets himself taken prisoner by the pirates, leaving Data in command of the Enterprise, which is actually the most time in the big chair Brent Spiner gets in 7 years. Will finds his captain playing pirate, helping this group identify very specific Vulcan artifacts. This story probably didn't need to be 2 parts, but after several layers of cat and mouse encounters, Riker is returned, and the captain turns the pirate captain's control device on him, and uncovers what the whole thing is all about. A psionic device created in the final days of the Vulcans' Great War, but could easily be defeated through logic and peace. This one is a wonderful addition to Vulcan canon. Running aground at 255, more Space Pirates, or Anomaly. After weeks spent in the Expanse, Enterprise runs into the first of many special anomalies. It leaves them vulnerable to theft by pirates, which also leads them to the first of many spheres in the Expanse that's changing the habitability of the region for takeover. They get most of their stuff back and leave the pirates in a bad way, after also copying a Xindi database this crew acquired. Along the way, Archer shows right here in episode 2 that he's not messing around, by letting one of the pirates almost die by decompressing an airlock in an effort to extract information. While his first, it's probably not even his most ethically questionable decision while going through the Season 3 Xindi arc. When Enterprise is boarded initially, the 80s tom fills aren't the worst music cues in Trek, but could have been better. Otherwise, this is a great episode to really get the ball rolling on this action-packed season of Trek. Peering into the darkness at 254, Echoes of the Void, or Night. This is nearly the antithesis of how any normal season of television would start, in literal nothingness. Not only is this a rare non-cliffhanger, it takes place in the least densely packed part of the galaxy that will take 2 years to get across. After only 2 months, the ship and even crew are basically on autopilot, learning to deal with the existential nature of nothingness. Janeway is hit the worst and wallows in self-pity in her quarters about the ethics of stranding the crew in the Delta Q for all these years. The episode is an incredible psychological thriller, even if one of the most purposely slow-paced episodes in Trek canon. We're introduced to the Malon, who use the mostly dead space as a dumping ground for their antimatter waste, and even after Voyager shows them how to eliminate antimatter waste altogether, This waste export captain doesn't want his profession relegated to that of town crier. When it becomes a choice of saving a race that lives in this region, or using a vortex the Malon know about to get to the other side of this space, Chakotay really has to try hard to get Kathy to stop her suicidal self-loathing, trying to stay behind and stop the Malon in the Delta Flyer. It's a very different formula for Trek, but seems to have paid off brilliantly overall. Doing galactic-level calculations at 253, what-ifs, or statistical probabilities. The biggest what-if the episode deals with is what Julian's fate would have been if the procedure that augmented him as a child didn't go exactly right. As a group that underwent similar treatments to Jules come under his care, they're exposed to some of the wider world and start pulling together patterns from simple pieces of media that could be vital to the war effort. These defective augments on the fringe of society finally have a purpose for Starfleet, which seems a little convenient on the part of that always tolerant organization, though in the end reject their overall plan about the war being nearly unwinnable and back to the Institute where they came from. I find this episode more interesting than many, and while we could have done with less of the party scene, it extends that Star Trek umbrella of inclusivity to those with special needs. Jeffrey Combs reportedly had difficulty doing native speech Wayun, memorizing a series of meaningless gibberish. Finally planting some roots at 252, disembarking, or Homestead. For easily Star Trek's most goofy regular, he gets possibly the best send-off in the history of the show, being only a few episodes removed from Voyager's completion, although is the perfect way for the crew to wind down before getting home. As by some miracle, tens of thousands of light years from Talax, a group of rogue Talaxians are found trying to keep their asteroid home from being mined, giving Neelix his first real taste of passion since Kes died. He helps them get a defense perimeter going and Janeway to bend that pesky Prime Directive a little and intervene, as most of the recurring extras and the rest of the cast line up to wish him well with his new adopted family. I cry almost every time. While the plot is pretty straightforward, there's something so perfect about Tuvok lightening up a little with his comedic partner for 7 seasons, and doing a little shuffle. And the series could have ended here and been okay. Some would argue this is better than the final episode, but I don't think we'll see it in these rankings for a while. Closing out the block and the bottom 2/3 of this list at numbers 251 and 250, Battle of the Bastards, or Such Sweet Sorrow Parts 1 and 2. This is a very frustrating episode to rank. While it has arguably the most involved on-screen space battle in all of Trek, based on sheer numbers in the final fight that ensues in Part 2, the series of events should go, open volley, battle over, roll credits. It didn't even need to turn into the Game of Thrones Battle of the Bastards with the Klingons and other players from the season showing up to turn the tide near the end. Though they do buy Burnham time to figure out what to do with her new Red Angel suit, which by this point in the season is kind of a headache and a downfall. Don't get me wrong, I love that Disco goes to the 32nd century and is building their own canon, but considering they went to the future to keep Control from getting the data, even though Georgiou destroys Control right before they leave in the Spore Cube, is deeply frustrating. All of those major plot holes aside, I love the effects and the cinematography on this one overall. I love that they bring back Spumoni ice cream loving Poe from the short trek Runaways, which, when I watched this episode for notes, I stopped and added another 15 minutes to this two-parter to get to see the ultimate food fight that introduces the Queen of Zyhia, closing the episode by silencing the officers with remaining knowledge and setting up the spin-off for Strange New Worlds was brilliant. Starting a holy war at 248 and 249, Crusade, or Flesh and Blood. When self-aware Hollows create a religion around their persecution and acquire one of the biggest proponents of photonic rights in the Doctor, it gives him a new perspective on how far is too far before the hunted become the hunters. It's a very interesting look at this age-old trope in this feature-length episode that shows why in early Voyager, Janeway would have never given holotechnology to a Delta Quadrant race, like she did at the end of The Killing Game, because you can't predict how this will interfere in a space you're leaving. B'Elanna gets to set aside her hatred of Cardassians for a minute as she becomes friends with a holographic version of one and convinces her to stop the whole reverse genocide on the Hirogen thing. For the Doctor's traitorous actions, Janeway gives him a "don't do it again" speech, and that's the end of that. Getting all made up at 2:47, Bloodwine Bloodbath, or Apocalypse Rising. We start off a new season on a not-quite cliffhanger as Odo suspects Gowron of being a changeling and gives some of our main cast a chance to do the lengthy Klingon makeup ritual. They're treated to enough blood wine to slosh even the surliest Klingon and have their plan mostly foiled before they can put it into motion. Though through this and their interactions with Martok, Odo deduces it's really he who is the changeling, and the Klingons blast him into bits. Sisko can't salvage the peace treaty with the Klingons, but earns a new respect in Gowron's amazing eyes. Adding Gul Dukat to the picture with his captured bird of prey ferrying our heroes to their encounter with Gowron was a nice furtherance of where that character is in his story. This one received 2 Emmy nominations for cinematography and makeup, saving the Earth from techno hippies at 2:45 and 46. Time Shenanigans, or Future's End Parts 1 and 2. This is one big nostalgia roller coaster of 1996. Unlike the Y2K scare episode a few years later though, it still holds up as well today as it did when I first saw it then. A little corny at times, but always in a nod to classic sci-fi cheese, while remaining an iconic two-parter. When a time loop is created by the Future Federation Time Police trying to destroy Voyager because of some superficial evidence of them being at Earth when it's destroyed, this creates some of the most ease-of-use time travel we've seen in the franchise, as Voyager joins the club of shows that go back or near to the actual year of the show that was produced. Going back to the Y2K episode, though, Janeway here says she doesn't know what her ancestors were doing that far back in history, but will later recount the somewhat fictitious history of her ancestor. That aside, the casting of Ed Bagley Jr. as the bad guy and a very young Sarah Silverman whose character is sending out a similar message as the golden records aboard the actual Voyager spacecrafts, and idea our modern computer age only happened because of a causality loop, are a few of this episode's many high points. Even though Janeway closes the time loop, Braxton only offers to return them to Gilligan's Island of the Delta Quadrant in an "I hate temporal mechanics" moment. Stirring things up at 2:44, taking sides. Or the Council. There's so much going on in this episode. While Archer presents evidence that it's not humans that pose a threat to the Xindi, but the very sphere builders that gave them tips from the future, meanwhile, Reed leads a team of Makos into one of said spheres to gather more information. The Council ends up split, with the reptilians and insectoids withdrawing and launching the weapon themselves. The ending sequence becomes a really well done space battle for the 2000 CGI. Before the reptilians kill Degra for destroying one of their ships, he and Trip have a very nice heart-to-heart talk and apology for the loss of his sister. This was the moment Trip needed to truly start moving forward. Also, the episode opens on T'Pol taking her first steps towards ending her Trellium-D addiction. Now it's a race to Earth to stop the weapon from becoming activated. And it's even more personal since they take Hoshi to help decipher the final activation codes. It's just the beginning of raising the stakes in the battle for all of humanity in the Xindi arc. This episode was nominated for an Emmy for special effects, but lost to this season's finale. Embracing the Collective at 2:43. Reassimilate. Or Unity. If you've been paying attention to Voyager, nothing good ever happens when Chakotay starts at the controls of a shuttle. After going in circles with a soon-to-be red shirt, they detect an apparent Federation signal and end up crashing, and only Chakotay barely survives the natives. Apparently, everyone on this planet is former Borg, though there's some really big canon questions to answer. As the episode goes on, it's said many were taken during the Battle of Wolf 359. The thing is, that cube was destroyed. Was there a second Borg cube at the Battle of Wolf 359? It's long been surmised that the Borg vessel that scooped up both random Romulan and Federation outposts in the neutral zone was not the same cube we saw in the Best of Both Worlds. And I would say that this confirms it. Chakotay has to make a literal life or death choice to have a temporary Borg link attached to him so they can collectively heal him. Which sounds like straight up magic, but I'm totally here for the power of healing through positive thinking. Simultaneously, Janeway and crew come across the deactivated cube these former drones came from. Turns out the Borg had another motive to linking Chakotay with them, to use him to turn back on a Borg link signal to link all the Borg on this planet so they wouldn't keep attacking each other for resources. It's a really noble and interesting ethical situation. It's a good day to die at 242, Klingon red carpet. Or Blood Oath. When the who's who of TOS-era Klingons converge on the station, we learn that Dax's previous host made a pact to avenge the death of their sons at the hands of an albino Klingon. When his whereabouts are learned, it becomes an ethical conflict for Jadzia, and tries to get advice from Kira and Benjamin about killing in the name of killing having justification. They go into glorious battle, with only Dax and Kor left standing at the end. The only problem is how this battle is played up, and takes only about 8 minutes of total runtime. Don't get me wrong, there's some deep Klingon lore and epic discussion of extreme moral gray areas, but it could have been done a little more actiony. Putting out a help wanted at 241 and 240, slave labor. Or Workforce Parts 1 and 2. As we find familiar faces from Voyager, we're dropped into our characters in unfamiliar roles in a new setting. And I'd like to hand it to the CGI team for this episode, as this late 90s, early 2000s cityscape looks better than basically anything Enterprise would do in non-space CGI a few years later. Turns out Voyager ran into a radiation trap that forced the crew to abandon ship, and they were taken by bounty hunters and had their memories altered to think they came to this planet with a labor shortage looking for work. Though it gives the Doctor a chance to live out his dream of firing the photonic cannon as the red-shirted ECH. Chakotay, Neelix, and Kim also join them from a separate mission in the Delta Flyer that somehow Chakotay managed to bring back in one piece. After a bunch of cloak and dagger maneuvers and Chakotay going to the planet in disguise seeking answers, they managed to get some non-compromised authorities involved to stop this forced labor syndicate. Beyond the excellent CGI, this episode gives us a chance to look at Voyager's characters in a different light. We see Paris and Torres are possibly meant to be together, despite not remembering who the other was. It gives the captain her most real romantic relationship in 7 years, even though the circumstances reveal it to be a fake. Meanwhile, Harry, Kim, and the Doctor, as the only crew of Voyager, get to show off their hidden talents. Getting caught up in the Future's War at 239, temporal shenanigans. Or Cold Front. As Enterprise boldly explores long roads, it comes across a protostar approaching an event where it releases a visually pleasing burst of energy, known to one group as the Great Plume of Agasauria. The crews get some cultural exchange, and in the mix take on an unexpected guest in disguise. Their old foil Silic, whose Shadow Man from the future has tasked him with actually helping Enterprise avoid destruction, so he can steal technology from the future temporal agent serving on Enterprise, Crewman Daniels. I know there's a segment of the Trek fandom that's not super into this 4-season story arc, but I gotta say, I am here for it 100%. It fleshes out the Federation's pre-burn time police and gives the crew of Enterprise some interesting side quests over most of the show's run. The moral of the story, if someone brings you eggs just the way you like them, you should probably keep them around. Finding its place in the galaxy at 238. Or die trying. After an initial rough go of coming to the future, Discovery is finally reunited with Starfleet. For a much diminished organization, their new headquarters that's not easily detectable is very impressive. Along with our introduction to nearly 1,000 years worth of starship advancements, and I'm pretty sure this was the point in the franchise I stopped paying attention to ship classes. Because from this point forward, it feels like we're introduced to a new class of Federation ship every other episode through all the new shows. It does have some amazing CGI work overall, though. CNC Admiral Charles Vance has a lot of reservations, however, about adding Discovery and particularly its crew to the fleet. For Starfleet, debriefings are at worst frustrating and at best hilarious. Picking up on a chance to help prove their worth in an ongoing medical crisis, Burnham takes Discovery with some 22nd century Federation observers to get a possible means to a cure from a Federation seed vault located halfway across the quadrant. What they find there is the aftermath of a tragedy, where the family of the current keeper of the vault were killed, and he was turned into some kind of energy-based life in a transporter accident after acknowledging his pain, and Burnham making her first connections with cosmic music associated with the burn. They return from an otherwise successful mission while saying goodbye to one of my favorite characters, Nan. There is so much going on in this episode, and truly something to like for everybody. My personal favorite bits are the interactions between Georgiou and Kovich. Protecting itself at 236 and 37, Minutemen Militia, or the Maquis. This episode kicks off a franchise arc of the disillusioned members of the former Federation colonies that have by treaty found themselves on the wrong side of the Cardassian border. It also kicks off the long-running joke about Captain Baudet, as a Cardassian freighter is destroyed in this tit-for-tat gang war in the demilitarized zone, spilling over into neighboring systems. This leads Dukat to be a good friend and shows Sisko the situation on the ground that he was previously unaware of. And his old friend has been shifting his sympathies to the Maquis and provides him his first former officer foil tropes in the run of the show. Meanwhile, the Cardassian Union tries to pin an arms smuggling scheme on Dukat, and he and Sisko work to stop a Maquis plot and clear his good name. For me, this episode marks Sisko's first great speech about how Earth is the problem and it's easy to overlook the suffering of others in a place where life is good. In general, this is the set of episodes where DS9 feels like it hits its stride, just ahead of the Dominion arc. Making a crash landing at 235, Objects in Mirror, or That Hope Is For You Part 1. This is the one exception in this list to two-parters being ranked together, because it's not really a two-parter, but a production naming gimmick bookending Disco's third season. Michael Burnham is dropped into the 32nd century on a collision course with Book's ship, forcing both of them to crash on a nearby planet and then tussle a bit before declaring an uneasy truce. That Book breaks as soon as they reach a nearby trading hub. He gets her arrested and she gets high AF from a truth serum they use on her, and eventually hooks back up with Booker and they shoot their way out, as we learn the virtues of the personal transporter as the battle continues across landscapes, culminating in trying to reclaim an endangered animal, one of which we'll see later kill Osiris' nephew, and Book showing off his druid powers to turn the creature on their pursuers. The episode is bookended by a guy with an awesome bird alarm clock that gets up every day and plays Starfleet officer aboard a former Federation station. When Burnham comes along, she inducts him as a non-commissioned part of Starfleet and enlists his long-term aid in figuring out when and where Discovery might join her in the future. When you put aside questions like, why did she have to get rid of the Red Angel suit? This episode is the first for me where Michael became a real character that literally stands on her own, and the introduction of Grudge cements this one's place in these rankings. Wrapping up our block and Season 1 of Picard at 233 and 234, Departures, or Et in Arcadia Ego Parts 1 and 2. These two episodes have some high highs and some low lows, but overall I'd consider them quite good episodes of Trek. As La Sirena exits a transwarp corridor, they find they've been followed by the Romulan Narek, and completely out of nowhere, the artifact Borg Cube shows up, with Queen 7 at the helm. All ships concerned are pulled down to the planet's surface by flowers, where Picard's terminal condition reveals itself to the rest of the cast. They first reunite with Seven and Elnor before going to meet another soon-creating androids. Like they do. Turns out synthetic life can mind meld now, which is in no way terrifying, and the synths learn of the AI overlords that lurk just out of reach, and decide a synth-only galaxy might be their best option for long-term survival. Thankfully, Picard is able to figure out holographic controls and use the Jurati maneuver to hold off a couple hundred copy-and-paste Romulan ships, long enough for a copy-and-paste fleet of hundreds of Starfleet ships to show up, drive the Romulans off, and convince the androids to shut down their portal into the synth dimension. It's a win-win for everyone. Except Picard, whose condition finally catches up to him and dies in the arms of those who care about him. This could, and maybe should, have been the final nail in the coffin of one of Star Trek's greatest characters, in this moment that's basically impossible to not cry over. And then Picard begins a new chapter as a synthetic that has no enhanced abilities and will still die in a few years anyway. But not before, in death, he meets a remnant of Data Soong and friends have kept alive. And in one of the most controversial decisions Trek has ever made, they force us to watch Data die a second time. Which, at face value, I hate. But it always provokes a strong emotional response, and that's all you can truly ask from a piece of media, even if you don't agree with the production decisions that got us to this point. Narek's fate is never known, though 7 of 9 gets an awesome action sequence potentially killing his sister Narissa. There is so much going on in this episode, it's impossible to summarize everything. But despite its many flaws, I believe it's a very touching and enjoyable set of episodes in the franchise. Finding Home at 232, Good of the Many, or Child's Play. Subscriber to the Wesley Crusher Shirt of the Month Club, Icheb finally finds his parents, which should be a happy moment of reunion after his encounter with the Borg. But it becomes quickly obvious that something is off in this family reunion, as a sleepless Mazzotti tips off 7 to the circumstances surrounding Icheb's assimilation. She puts together that Icheb was the reason the Borg ship they found these kids on suffered a matrix collapse, and his geneticist parents try to send him back to the Borg as an engineered bioweapon. But not before Janeway rescues him and makes a Borg sphere look like an easy target. The premise is pretty mediocre, but we get a glimpse at a different side of 7 of 9 we don't really see again until Picard, the overconcerned parent dedicated to her adopted drone kids. Being split in half at 231, Double in Trouble, or Deadlock. This episode packed with asking a 9-month pregnant lady to do some work, and another ultimate Harry Kim must-suffer moment. Trying to avoid Vidian space, Voyager gets copied, with one being slightly out of phase with normal time. Unfortunately, both share one antimatter supply, and one Voyager tries to save itself, unknowingly causes a ton of damage to the other, including Harry decompressed into space, and the death of one of the recently born Naomi Wildmans due to loss of power. This one really pulls at your heartstrings and keeps piling on as the Vidians show up anyway and try to harvest one of the Voyagers. Thanks to a tear in dimensions, Harry and the surviving Naomi go to the other side and make a complete Voyager set again, even if it is the one that sustained the most damage. Under the direction of fabulous Trek director David Livingston, the episode actually came in 9 minutes short because of his quick and punchy direction that caused an additional 2 days of filming, yet I don't find anything to be filler. Asking a stupid question at 2:30, Broken Shell, or Chrysalis. This episode is far more feel-good than Complete Substance, but I feel like it says a lot about Star Trek and its general mission statement. As the failed augments make their way back to the station under the guise of Admiral Patrick and Associates, Bashir's forced to push up his timetable to possibly cure Serena, even with the help of the augments to bend the laws of physics. Aside from a musical number that goes on way too long, watching Serena blossom makes for a really beautiful episode. Though it may be a bit ethically questionable for her doctor to get into a relationship with her, as the augments work on a universe-level problem. They're sad to lose their companion. In the end, Serena shuts down and Bashir thinks his fix is wearing off. But really, she's just overwhelmed by her social choices going forward, and in the end heads out into the galaxy to make her way on her own. This is another great take on breaking down the stigmas of care. Killing your grandfather at 229. Paradox shenanigans. Or Children of Time. I'm not the biggest fan of stories that never really happened in the end. But damn if this one doesn't play with your heart, and getting there is definitely half the fun. As the Defiant is on its way back to the wormhole from patrol, Dax detects a planet with a strange energy field, and detour is in order. Unfortunately, contact with the barrier shocks Kira, who won't survive without starbase-level treatment, and Odo can't hold his shape. What the crew find on the planet is their own descendants. Apparently, Dax just got them into a predestination paradox to create a society of hundreds when they try to leave orbit. This gives a 200 years older Odo a chance to tell Kira exactly how he feels, and in the end, even alters the Defiant's trajectory so these people cease to exist. I actually feel bad for this colony that never existed by the end. Going home at 228, coming around. Or Family. This is one of those episodes I wouldn't personally rank this high on the list, but it is a fan favorite. Though it's worth mentioning that this episode was the last thing in the franchise Gene Roddenberry tried to exert control over. He wanted it pulled because he felt it was too much like a soap opera. While that's not my personal problem with the episode, the studio shut Roddenberry down and his health failed shortly after. For me, this has one great scene, a couple of okay scenes, and a lot of filler. Being the third part of what can be considered Trek's first three-parter, the Enterprise undergoes maintenance after the Borg incident, which gives crew members a chance to reunite with family. And in Picard's case, exorcise the demons put into him by the Borg. This is the episode where Jean-Luc goes from stern captain to compassionate man of the galaxy, as he gets into a fight with his estranged brother, who then helps him find himself and a new sense of family. Meanwhile, Worf is lamenting being a disgraced Klingon as his parents meander around the ship. Bev finds a holo recording in storage that her late husband made for Wesley, which seems convenient but makes for some nice character development, even though it's one of several logical closure points the episode skipped. It's a very hopeful episode, even though there's a ton that feels packed in for time. Embracing the dark side at 227, Crossing Over, or Mirror Mirror. Another of the major TOS classics, the reason it's not higher is really the opposite problem of our previous entry. This episode is solid basically the entire way through its run, but it doesn't have a major high point or great speech. It's purely fun up till we're introduced to Marlena purely for time, and her entire involvement feels contrived. But as far as TOS, we've only got a few more in the list to talk about, and you can consider this amazing compared to most of the series. As Kirk bargains with pacifists for dilithium, the landing parties beam up through an intense storm, has them trading places with their mirror universe counterparts. Kirk gets to find out what it feels like to constantly be challenged for his command by upstarts like Chekhov. Scotty and Bones spend most of the episode trying to modify systems undetected to get them home before the universes move apart again. Uhura gets probably the most to do of any episode in the series for her character, and Nichelle Nichols nails the execution, particularly the flirtation turned murderous intentions moments with Sulu. For some reason, in the later third of the episode, we're introduced to the captain's woman, Marlena, who will literally do anything for a taste of power, and controls the captain's death ray. Kirk causes the downfall of the Terran Empire, though, as he convinces Spock that the universe doesn't have to be all fascist expansion. But that's a story for DS9 to tell. Jumping across time at 226. Paradox, or Relativity. This is probably the time thriller that has the most twists and turns across the franchise. Turns out Captain Braxton from back in Future's End has had enough of cleaning up Janeway's time messes, and decides it'd just be better to put a bomb on Voyager and eliminate it from the timeline altogether. To stop him, a younger version of himself and other time police recruit 7 of 9 to go back through Voyager's time periods to figure out when the weapon is placed and by who. Along the way, I'd like to give it up to the model team that created Utopia Planitia on their own time, because despite the budget not being there for it, they wanted to show it off, and boy didn't they deliver at a high level. After failing a few times and being re-recruited, she manages to enlist Janeway's help and stop Braxton. It's an edge-of-your-seat thriller that will leave you hating temporal mechanics if you try to analyze the episode too deeply. Losing a friend at 225, Compromised, or Project Daedalus. This is the point in Discovery's Season 2 where all the plots start to come together and make sense. Admiral Cornwell pays Disco a visit and demands to speak to Spock alone. Through the course of the episode, we learn Spock's supposed murderous footage is all holographic fakery, and they start to suspect Section 31 has something to do with it. Rolling up on 31's base in a ship that's currently wanted by the Federation might not be the smartest idea, as they have to maneuver an ever-changing minefield and find no living person is currently controlling the shadowy part of Starfleet. But an AI known as Control is in control, who has, unfortunately, compromised Arium and uses her to try and take out the away team and get control of the sphere data Discovery acquired early in the season. This is a thriller with just about everything one could want in a Trek episode. If you don't like one part, wait a minute, because so much is crammed into this one, there's definitely something for everyone here. Closing out the block and the Loxana Troy appearances on this list at 224, Compassionate Care, or Half a Life. The episode is so self-aware of Loxana Troy's mediocre reception, it starts with Picard literally peeking around corners hoping to avoid Mrs. Troy, to no avail. She even declares herself the ship's official ambassador of goodwill as a scientist comes on board to test a device that might reinvigorate the system's dying star. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, but what does is Mrs. Troy trying to convince Dr. Timothy that his culture's practice of ending a life at 60 so families aren't burdened by the infirm is barbaric, and he should seek Federation asylum. Despite him being the foremost scientist trying to save his world, the planet's leaders cut him off from his work and won't even take updates, because his time has come. We also get our first look at Michelle Forbes in this episode that would go on to play Ensign Ro. This might generally be Majel Barrett Roddenberry's best overall appearance in the franchise. She is so impassioned. Truly, thank you, Majel. Starting us off at 223. Inception, or Extreme Measures. As the Dominion War nears its end, Odo's not doing so good after being infected by Section 31's virus to kill the Founders. Julian has no luck with a cure and instead gets Miles to help him create a trap, in hopes of extracting a cure from Section 31 itself. Which brings back Section 31's original big bad in William Sadler's final portrayal in the role. When interrogated for the cure he knows, Sloan activates a kill implant to avoid giving up his secrets. The episode then gives us a montage of Julian and Miles building tech that will allow them to go into Sloan's mind via Romulan mind probes. Which is a nitpick I have with the episode. It said they have an hour before his brain dies, and Starfleet's greatest engineer is able to throw this theoretical device together with 43 minutes to spare. Truly a miracle worker. And quite a bit of convenience. Upon entering the mind of Sloan, they're treated to his poor relationship with his wife and family, and his possible real name being Luther. After a false ending and questioning the meaning of life, the two do find Section 31's treasure trove of secrets, including a cure for Odo. The dynamic duo almost gets sidetracked into dying with him by the intelligence they uncover, but manage to escape and return Odo to full form. While an absolutely great episode of info covering Section 31, the episode is overall slow and probably the weakest of the 3 DS9 episodes showing off the Federation's shadow organization. Experiencing a different existence at 222, shifting reality, or parallels, as Worf returns as champion from a Batleth tournament and begrudgingly deals with his surprise birthday party once back on the Enterprise. Only things keep changing on him, first in small ways, and Worf thinks it's just him. It's not until he's dealing with Dr. Ogawa, his wife Deanna, and kids he's never known that it starts to become clear he's shifting realities. In an attempt to set things right, the Enterprise only breaks the barrier between realities further when hundreds of thousands of different versions of the ship start coexisting in the same universe. Worf is returned to his reality after being deterred by a Borg-damaged D, though. This is one of Season 7 TNG's high points, with awesome exploration of a classic sci-fi trope, and it's just pure fun to watch a few times and noticing all the little things that change in the background of the episode. Finding a baby on your doorstep at 221, growing pains, or The Abandon, one of DS9's first episodes fleshing out the Dominion, as Quark unknowingly takes possession of a baby Jem'Hadar in wreckage he buys from the recurring Boslic freighter captain. As the fast-growing child ages before their eyes, the DS9 crew learn some of the features of the Jem'Hadar, like addiction to Ketracel White, and Odo finds himself the only thing standing between his violent tendencies and the people living on DS9. It's a milestone in Odo's growth as a character as he begrudgingly accepts that he is a founder, even if he doesn't want to be, something that will stay with him till the character's very last moments of the show. This is some of Avery Brooks' finest directing work, questioning what love even is at 220, Out of Reach, or Lessons. After 6 seasons, Picard gets a chance at more than just a passing love interest. Upon first meeting with Darren after being denied his Earl Grey, I always found it odd that a captain hasn't met a new lieutenant commander on his ship before they take their station. But it quickly becomes obvious to Picard that there's something about Darren that intrigues him. Maybe it's just that she's a stand-in for Beverly without all the messy, I was the reason your husband got killed stuff. Maybe it's that she also shares his later-in-life love of music. And maybe he just found someone that was right for him. Unfortunately, Picard's aversion to commitment and an away mission that nearly gets Darren killed saving an outpost makes this love a thing that can never be. Jean-Luc won't compromise his commitment to Starfleet even for his own wants and needs, and generally slips back a few seasons in character development. This puts some distance between him and the family he never really had from Inner Light that started him thinking more about emotional parts of existence. This episode has so many touching moments and leaves you feeling for Picard. Maybe he'll finally find his true love in his synthetic 90s in the 25th century. Reaching for that high castle at 219. Even more Nazis! Or Stormfront. Yes, we've picked this weird Enterprise two-parter as the best Trek episode dealing directly with Nazis. The story has more Trek elements than any previous entry, closing out the Season 3 arc and the temporal Cold War. And it's a genuine pleasure to watch Archer figure out exactly what's going on. Opening up, everyone's trying to figure out what's happening after closing last season with the destruction of the Xindi probe, and thinking Archer is dead. Upon getting no response from Starfleet HQ, Trip and Mayweather try going down in a shuttle pod, only to be met with World War II planes shooting at them. A badly time-deformed Daniels shows up out of nowhere to warn them about how this is one of many battles in the now temporal hot war. Meanwhile, Archer wakes up in the middle of aliens wearing Nazi uniforms and gets rescued with a bullet for his trouble by Mafia-style resistance fighters, and dropped into the middle of an unfamiliar 1940s New York City. As if this isn't enough, my one gripe with these episodes is Silik showing up without explanation as to how he got on Enterprise 200 years in the past. That being said, his final outing actually helping Archer is wonderful to watch, and gives John Fleck his only opportunity in Trek to go without makeup for a minute, even if it ends in his death. The whole thing is an attempt by a time-traveling race to destabilize Earth before the Federation can exist, but their leader is no one-dimensional villain. He even offers to partner with Archer to get them all back to their proper centuries. He declines and uses a horribly battle-damaged Enterprise to shut down the Nazi time portal and reset the timeline. For mid-2000s CGI, these scenes are quite good, and the battle damage really gets you to feel the continuity from last season. Alicia Travers is an excellent character acclimating Archer to the timeline, and the story itself keeps moving with just the right amounts of action and emotional moments. The ending of Enterprise finally getting all the way home is reminiscent of Voyager's final episode, but thankfully, this is only the beginning of Enterprise's excellent 4th season. Solving a murder at 2:17. Clue. Or Meld. Tom continues his Season 2 bad boy routine with my favorite stunt of starting a betting pool, but Chakotay doesn't find it amusing. Meanwhile, Torres finds body parts in an engineering conduit, starting a murder investigation, where the killer even admits to the crime fairly early in the searching for the truth. And it's none other than horror movie legend Brad Dourif as former Maquis crewman Suitor, even though Tuvok now has the traditional clue evidence in suspect, weapon, and location of the crime. He's not satisfied. Without a confessed motive, it behooves his Vulcan logic. He also thinks he can use some of his Vulcan discipline to help stabilize Suitor's violent tendencies through a mind meld. This is where the episode goes from interesting to amazing, as the meld does stabilize Suitor, but opens Tuvok up to these hard-to-control emotions, and results in the Doctor having to reset his emotional barriers through Vulcan medicine. It gives Tim Russ a chance to do some of his best acting in the run of the show, as he loses it, and in the end debates morality with Suitor. There's some amazing lighting cues in the episode as whoever the bad guy at the moment is in the darkness, while the good guy is well lit. One of Trek's best attempts at the horror genre, creating an ethical dilemma at 2:16, The Island, or Similitude. An episode I can't watch without crying. The only thing that keeps it from being ranked higher is the B-plot of the episode. Getting particles off the hull just isn't that interesting, even if the progression of them building up is decent CGI. Trip tries to redefine the laws of expanse warp physics when it nearly destroys the ship, and his last-minute heroics save it but cause him a nasty bang on the head he shouldn't otherwise wake up from. That is, if Phlox wasn't Enterprise's physician. One of the many living creatures in his medical menagerie can actually help create a clone of other living things. In this case, for the questionable practice of harvesting brain tissue to save Trip's life during this crucial mission for Earth. The really complicated part of the ordeal is that they have to watch a fast-aging clone grow up and even starts remembering Trip's real memories, which leads nearly everyone except Archer to question whether the Tuvix solution is the correct one. Jonathan clearly hasn't piled on enough PTSD in this season, and gives the order that brings the episode full circle to the memorial service it opened on. One of Trek's many human condition episodes, questioning procedures that may be possible within our next century. But is it morally and ethically okay to grow a conscious being to slaughter for parts? Starting us off at 2:15, House Call, or Lifeline. Thanks to the defiance of Reg Barkley, Voyager starts getting mail from the Alpha Quadrant, with a chance to respond. News for the Doctor comes that his creator and body double, Louis Zimmerman, is dying, but techniques he developed in the Delta Quadrant could be a cure. This requires him to be sent to the Alpha Quadrant for the second time, only to be met with the fact that his programmer is not the nicest guy in the galaxy, as evident by the Doctor's original poor bedside manner. Dr. Z won't let an obsolete model that caused him years of madness trying to fix even scan him, let alone treat him. In the end, the Battle of Wills quiets as Reg Barkley creates a problem with the EMH only Zimmerman can solve, to try and get the two to bond. which works, and after technically treating the doctor, he finally lets him medically treat his terminal condition. This is a fun father-son bonding episode that also has a ton of filler to make its point. It's always nice to see Troy in Voy, but her counseling attempts are ultimately futile, and it feels like the episode takes too long to get to its point. Some nice 90s visual effects work, making Bob Picardo fluidly fill up the scene with two of himself. Overall, this one gives Mr. Picardo one of many times to show off his acting range in the show. Changing sides for a minute at 213 and 214, Brothers Gotta Hug! Or Descent Parts 1 and 2. Not sure why in my first watches for these rankings I thought this belonged near number 100, but it may not be as good as where I'm forced to rank it here. The episode starts with what would make a great walked into a bar joke as Data plays poker with Einstein, Newton, and Hawking. Fun fact, Hawking is the only actor in Trek history to play himself. Data gets his first taste of emotions as he feels anger while killing a Borg from a rogue collective, controlled by his evil twin brother. As he processes this newfound peculiarity, he takes a captured Borg and leaves the Enterprise. We'll come to find out it was just a plan by Lore to get Data all along, going so far as to nearly get him to perform a lobotomy on Geordi in the name of cybernetic science. While manually searching the planet where Data is, Bev is left in command of the Enterprise with a skeleton crew. And honestly, this is probably her shining moment in the series, as she carefully weighs the safety of the ship against a Borg vessel, and getting the search teams off the surface. Meanwhile, Riker uncovers what caused this whole mess in the first place. Apparently, it was them when they humanized Hugh and sent him back to the collective. It fragmented the minds of the Borg on this vessel and caused them to separate from the collective. But their minds not used to individuality heard the narcissistic rants of Lore, and many followed. Except a group led by Hugh himself that lives in caves below Lore's Power Ranger headquarters. In the end, Data puts his brother down hard, and they leave Hugh in charge of leading these Borg into a better future. Bev in command is the high point of this two-parter, and otherwise feels like a single episode worth of plot dragged out into a season cliffhanger. But hey, it gives Nechayev a chance to do something non-Cardassian related. Having your senses deceived at 211 and 212. Director's Cut. Or The Menagerie Parts 1 and 2. The Cage is the only episode of live-action Star Trek I have purposely left off this list. Though for those interested, it would probably score somewhere down in the 500s for me. It was a pretty mediocre script that rated the studio's costume department for as many different things as it could. Yet, somehow turning it into a clip show told in past tense, with an added trial component, turns it into a Hugo Award-winning redemption moment for Pike. In a nice bit of continuity, going in production order and not by airing, the episode picks up at Starbase 11, where Kirk just came off a court-martial, and now Spock decides he'd like to join Jim in the hot seat. After he kidnaps Delta Radiation Husk Pike, and gives unlawful orders to take the ship to Talos, the only place in the galaxy the Federation of Planets still has a death penalty for visiting. The Talosians give Spock a leg up in his defense by beaming the footage of the cage into the proceedings, telling the story Pike can no longer tell himself. One that mirrors where we find Pike again a few years later at the beginning of Strange New Worlds, in a crisis of faith and commitment after coming off a rough mission. I do like that it gives Pike a lived-in quality at what was supposed to be the beginning of a series. Upon Pike's first visit to Talos, he finds some supposed crash survivors, among them a woman named Vina that's not quite the same as the rest. The Talosians take Pike hostage and force him to relive his past battle on Rigel, among other random fantasies, because, again, wardrobe department. The high point of this whole fiasco is Majel Barrett as number 1, probably her best role in all of Star Trek, and it's unfortunate it wouldn't last, because her rescue efforts show her to be an amazingly capable commander. By the end, Pike takes one of the Telosians hostage to escape the cage they put him in, and then tried to tantalize him with Vina and even Number 1 and Yauman Fiery Redhead. Back in the present, the Enterprise finally makes it to Talos, and it was always about Spock giving Pike both a chance to feel fully human again and be with a woman he could never forget. TOS's only two-parter is one of the better episodes and sets up some great storylines for Pike in modern Trek. Though much of the cage is dated filler-esque material that keeps it just out of the top 200. Achieving godlike status at 210, the Picard. Or Who Watches the Watchers? I would like to hand it to this episode for being the highest up the list, while having a backing score this bad. Season 3 of TNG was a segue between the absurdity of the first two seasons and what it would well and truly become by its cliffhanger finale, Best of Both Worlds. It occasionally carried over some of the stank writing and music cues, and I have trouble taking this episode that in first rankings were in the top 100 seriously. All I can say is watch the episode for yourself and see how out of place the music cues feel. As for the episode itself, an away team responding to a camouflaged outpost are accidentally discovered by this pre-warp civilization. This causes Beverly Crusher to do what she does best and brings a dying Mintakan back to the ship. Picard would have let him die to satisfy the Prime Directive. Things get more primey-wimey breaky-wakey when they return the man to his people, but he remembers flashes of consciousness from sickbay, heralding in an era of the Picard as a godlike figure, to which Picard reluctantly decides that the best course of action is to take the village leader by transporter and explain the difference between magic and tech. Doesn't stop him from getting shot in his mechanical heart on a bluff gone wrong in the end. It's a really straightforwardly good episode. The message is out in the open and generally works. Did I mention the music? Going Home at 2:09, Power Dynamics, or Sound of Thunder. In a rare twist for Discovery, this episode starts with 5 minutes of exposition. But not from Burnham. Saru actually has a fairly interesting monologue as he deals with post-Vihari and comments on where his crewmates are, including Culber, fresh out of the Mushroom Kingdom. The next Red Angel appearance takes him to his homeworld for the first time since joining Starfleet. We learn that, much like in the Mirror Universe, the Ba'ul use forgotten knowledge about Vihari to dominate the Kelpians. Saru's return puts Discovery and Pike in the middle of the fight against oppression, giving another opportunity to bend the crap out of that old Prime Directive. As Michael and Tilly pour through the sphere data, they find the Kelpians used to be the dominant species on the planet, until the Armus-like Ba'ul turned the tide and suppressed their knowledge of how Vihari isn't the end of Kelpian life, but a new beginning. The Ba'ul, especially their voice, are truly terrifying. And there's some really cool special effects with the Ba'ul ships and base. It's a very hopeful, normal episode of Trek, which contrasts with a lot of Disco's other stories, though it could have done without J.J. Abrams' levels of lens flare. Adopting a Changeling at 2:08, How Odo Got His Goo Back. Or The Begotten. This one's pretty straightforward with a beautiful ending. Quark sells Odo a dying baby changeling, one of the 100 like himself sent out into the galaxy with no knowledge of what it is. Odo takes on the role of father figure and researcher all in one, which brings his own unwanted researcher father figure to the station to help as the preeminent scientist on changelings. There are some wonderful moments for Odo, the former changeling, and after going through the process of trying to get the baby to realize its sentience, Odo grows a new appreciation for Dr. Moira. Unfortunately, their efforts aren't enough to save the changeling's life, but it somehow burrows into Odo and gives him the ability to shapeshift again. The A-plot is top-notch and begs this episode to be ranked higher. Unfortunately, the birth of Kiriyoshi and the B-plot turning into a machismo contest between O'Brien and Shakar is a pretty big B-plot miss in the series. Forgetting Yourself at 207, Instrument of Destruction, or Conundrum. In a surprising twist, Deanna Troi is totally capable of beating Data at chess, and it earns her one of those sweet, sweet Sumerian sunrises. Meanwhile, a scan comes out of nowhere and causes the show's drunk cam to follow our heroes on the D for a minute before settling and introducing us to a new first officer, at the expense of the entire crew forgetting who they are. But remember how to work the basics of the ship. The lack of short-term memories leads to some interesting juxtapositions, the best of which is enemies Riker and Ro hooking up. Turns out a race with limited ability to project war does have a device that can wipe out memory and brings others, like the Federation, in to win their war for them against an equally technologically unimpressive race. The Lycians, whose central command is a reuse of the Edo god from the least clothed people in the history of Trek. Picard reasons out that none of this war makes any sense, and the crew kills McDuff. This episode is pretty standard over-the-top sci-fi, but won an Emmy for special effects. Though I'm not sure what was particularly interesting effects-wise in this one. Retconning some makeup at 205 and 206. Explanations. Or Affliction and Divergence. This decent two-parter in Enterprise's final season seems to have been further retconned as to not have had the widespread consequences for Klingon society it sets up. I'm not one of the people who's overly worried about Discovery creating new Klingon makeup, but they literally had an easy out here to not spend millions on makeup when they could have just ordered a boatload of bushy eyebrows. Anyway, while at Earth, so Trip can switch engine rooms and become NX-02 Columbia's chief engineer, Hoshi and Phlox are attacked and she's left to be the recipient of T'Pol's first initiated mind meld. They figure out that Klingons have the good doctor who's been asked to work on a cure to Klingon hijinks. Their attempts at using augment DNA on themselves had some nasty side effects, including making them look human. Heading into the second episode, Enterprise is caught in a speed on a starship scenario, and I'm not going to try and understand how Columbia, with the same speed limitations as Enterprise, can leave space dock second and catch up to it before their engines explode, or be able to hold the warp field beyond warp 5 for 2 ships worth of mass. But it's a cool spacewalk contriving a way for Trip to come back to Enterprise literally right after he left. Columbia's inaugural mission now becomes entangled in Klingon shenanigans in a battle to rescue Dr. Phlox. And there's the added side plot of Reed being part of early Section 31. And like the Undiscovered Country, its high-ranking officials in both Starfleet and the Klingon Empire conspiring with unintended consequences. But Agent Harris is betrayed in the end. The high point of this interesting cluster fluff of a two-parter is Archer being part of the process to a cure, developing Klingon ridges for a while, and generally Scott Bakula does some great suffering acting in this scene. Being at the wrong place at the wrong time at 204, stepping in it, or the Andorian incident. This is the episode where Enterprise finally feels like it hits its stride and finds a decent but still totally Trek standard episode of television introducing everyone's favorite recurring Trek actor Jeffrey Combs as Shran. Too bad during its initial run, many viewers, including myself, had already tuned out the series by its 7th episode. Since it's along their course, Archer wants to visit a thousands-year-old Vulcan monastery, only to find it under siege by his ultimate blue-skinned frenemy. After roughing Archer up for a while, he actually helps prove the Vulcans are using this place as a listening post against the Andorians, and lets Shran and his men go in peace with the intel. It's a premise stretched thin against the runtime, but acted at a very high level. Playing a little game at 203...
Resident Resident Evil 3.
Or Empok Nor, a classic predictable horror plot where Garrick's the bad guy? Yes, I'm here for this, 100%. Even if it leaves everyone you've never heard of dead and gives O'Brien a chance to go old school Cardi hunt in DS9's late stage penny pinching days, where, unlike the old school Planet of the Week, on the rare occasion they stray from the station itself, we're on the Defiant classed Valiant, or the station's duplicate sideways version like Empok Nor. There's literally nothing else to say about this episode except go watch and enjoy. Searching for the truth at 202, Taboo on You. Or Stigma. Born out of a 2002 directive from Viacom that all TV shows in their umbrella do an episode devoted to AIDS awareness, which, at its most base level, presents itself in the script through T'Pol feeling the guilt and stigma from being the recipient of a debilitating disease, just because mind melds are taboo at the time. The act of her reaching out, even covertly through Phlox, to help herself, nearly costs T'Pol her place on Enterprise, and is only saved at the expense of another physician to bring it up against her wishes after making known that her mind meld was forcible. It's the only episode to do this topic justice in Trek. The B-plot about one of Phlox's wives coming aboard and hitting on Trip in an uncomfortable sexual harassment moment, though, could have been paired with a better episode, but isn't Enterprise's worst sexual B-plot either. Suddenly Human at 201, Emotional Damage. Or Riddles. Hot off the heels of T'Pol, Voyager's resident Vulcan loses his memory while on an away mission in the Delta Flyer, and struggles with being a diminished husk like Uhura after her encounter with Nomad, whose one annoying but true friend Neelix helps him through this troubled time. After 5 seasons of Vulcan rigidity, it's interesting to see Tim Russ get a flash of some emotion and be vulnerable for a minute. Janeway employs a ghost hunter of sorts from a neighboring system that has a record of cloaked beings operating in this area responsible for Tuvok's condition. They go in, search for answers, and are able to gain knowledge to help their chief of security in exchange for secrecy and not giving away the means to decloak them. This is easily some of the best interactions between Neelix and Tuvok during the run of Voyager. Going to the source at number 200, Uranium Fever, or The Shipment. Archer goes on a tip where the power behind the weapon being built to destroy Earth, Chemosite, is being refined. He takes the lead scientist hostage and learns of a 100-year war that destroyed the Xindi homeworld, and that the general Xindi society doesn't know what's going on with the destruction of Earth. Archer even gains a friend despite kidnapping and gets a way to track the Chemosite to the actual weapon being built. Trip and Phlox mess around with a reptilian weapon and show why you use an abandoned asteroid somewhere as they trigger a self-destruct feature. This is where the Xindi arc truly starts hitting its stride. Learning Borg rituals at 199, Extreme Truth, or Absolute Candor. Picard's 4th episode, in the slowest building season of Trek ever, won an Emmy for makeup, and that does help, considering Soji and Narek's extreme sock sliding around Borg hallways in this Jonathan Frakes directed episode. We see through flashbacks that Picard had a good thing going a decade and a half before resettling Romulans, but in that time has gone from hero to zero in their eyes when Starfleet pulled out of the resettlement efforts. As he goes back to Vashti to enlist the help of a Romulan warrior nun, it seems as if Picard is given a second chance at an adopted Romulan son figure. But this episode's ending with Elnor saving Jean-Luc's life is the most useful thing Elnor will ever get to do, before being completely forgotten by the end of this season. Despite the nitpicks, the episode is very satisfying to watch, has a good Star Trek message as Picard challenges a Romulan-only cafe, and we get into space aboard the La Sirena. Trading up at 198, Of the Heart, or Treachery, Faith, and the Great River. we're dropped into Odo giving Kira an amazing-looking back rub. He's called to meet with a once-thought-dead Shadow Master Gul Rousseau, and it turns out to be a ruse from a Weyoun clone looking to defect. Odo spends the rest of the episode trying to get him back to the Federation before his successor and Damar have Dominion ships destroy them, behind the back of the female founder. Odo learns what faith really is and what it feels like to be a god giving his favored children last rites, when this Weyoun triggers his kill implant to save the life of Odo. Back on the station, Nog shows us the faith of Ferengi society in the Great Material River, as he continually trades up to keep O'Brien's reputation as a miracle worker alive. There's some great moments where you think he's going to drown Miles in the choppy waters, but in the end makes everyone happier than they thought they could be after just a pinch of panic. Number 197 has an air of distrust in Allegiances, or For the Cause. Turns out Sisko's love interest Cassidy Yates has been smuggling goods to the Maquis and sending him on a wild goose chase to find out that it's just the distraction for Eddington to expose himself as a major player in the organization and stealing industrial replicators meant for Cardassia. Garrick starts taking notice of Gul Dukat's daughter, Zial, and in the end basks in the heat as lizard people do. The plot is really straightforward, but an absolute pleasure to watch, and sets up the heyday of the Maquis right before it all comes crashing down. It says a lot about Ben that he's willing to send his girlfriend to prison, but wait for her and keep her quarters fresh. Dealing with deep emotions at 196, Head On, or The Forgotten. In that one where Seth Farland got a cameo, Archer gives what's left of the crew the "It's been a long road" speech, because things are looking pretty bleak. And in between 48 hours without sleep for Trip, he's asked to write the "Sorry, your daughter isn't coming home" letter for a member of his team. It forces him to look at the fixation around his sister that he lost during the first Xindi attack, and allows him some measure of peace in the end through a process that makes Florida Man anxious. T'Pol's facing her own demons in Trellium addiction and really shows that she's falling apart, as the ship around her is in shambles as well. As Degra deals with his doubts about building the weapon, he and Trip cross paths, and there's this humanizing moment for both men. There's a lot of pieces that pull on your heartstrings in this one. Becoming obsolete at 195, Ultimate Logic Loop, or The Ultimate Computer. We get a look at a Commodore that doesn't completely suck in Commodore Wesley, who orders Kirk to take Richard Daystrom on board for a war game and tests a new Starship AI that could make Kirk and company obsolete. The early version of Badgie proves, like every computer we see gain the ultimate power and sentience in the franchise, kills crew members that try to unplug it, destroys unmanned ships, and kills a few dozen Starfleet officers when it stops treating these war games as an exercise. The M5 computer is the most interesting of all the computers Kirk proves a propensity for talking into logic loops, and introducing the namesake to the often-mentioned Daystrom Institute makes for a very satisfying episode of TOS. Like others in this block, the episode is also about aging out of the usefulness of starship captains, and bringing up the idea of a Captain Dunsel. But Commodore Short-Sighted got the short end of M5's wrath, bringing back an old-school Trek character at 194, Dignified Aging, or Sarek. At a time when Gene Roddenberry didn't want any real mention of the original Enterprise and its shenanigans, the new showrunners brought back Spock's father, Sarek, in one final ambassador role, despite his clear problems due to aging. When a rare Vulcan aging disorder causes him to lose his emotional control, the effects are felt by the crew, and it turns minor issues into emotionally charged fights. Jean-Luc setting Sarek up to realize his controls are slipping is an amazing acting moment for Mark Leonard. as is the chance for Patrick Stewart after a mind meld to help Sarek to gain some measure of the captain's control and leaves Picard an emotional wreck. This is an amazing episode of emotional outbursts and a question about how to treat aging in a dignified manner, and cements these two characters in a way even Spock could never appreciate his own father in life. Trying to make things right at 193, Atonement, or Jatrell. I know some don't view this as a good episode of Trek, but hear me out. The end seems really ridiculous, and the fact that the scientist theory doesn't pay off aren't really the point. I'd argue that this is Voyager's first really good standalone episode in its first season, as Neelix confronts the creator of the weapon that destroyed the moon that he lived on and killed his family. Jatrell comes under false pretenses of checking on Neelix for a deadly disease, just so he can covertly gain access to the ship's transporters, and try to put back together fragments of DNA from the cloud into living Talaxians. Even though it doesn't work, it shows the man isn't a monster, and that Neelix is capable of change and growth. Disappearing into your own little world at 192, oh, all right. Or, remember me? Beverly Crusher's got a whole shoebox full of them dangly ones. Here's another one many fans discount, but I think it's an amazing sci-fi story coupled with a fear of getting older, as one of Bev's literal oldest friends comes on board, and her son's messing around with cosmic-level warp bubble theory that accidentally engulfs his mom, Bev's world getting literally smaller and smaller, until she's just arguing with Majel about the nature of a collapsing universe, is great, and is one of just a few moments where Gates McFadden gets to shine in a truly interesting sci-fi plot. The Traveler makes his mid-run of the show appearance to check in on the future Traveler Wesley Crusher, and help pull his mother out of the silly math of the universe gone wrong shenanigans. Interrupting someone else's business at 191. Rained on parades. Or Hippocratic Oath. Two running plots in this one see Worf, first in the B-plot, having a hard time transitioning from security officer, as he thinks he's doing Odo's job for him, nabbing Quark in a black market deal, only to find out he's working with Odo and Worf needs to stay in his lane. It appears by the end he and Odo have a better understanding of each other. But the tensions will rise again in the future. In the feature part of the episode, Miles and Julian receive an emergency signal while in a runabout in the Gamma Quadrant, and end up taken prisoner by the Jem'Hadar, but not your ordinary Dominion puppets, seeking to break free of the Founders, led by one who had already overcome Ketracel white withdrawal on this planet. Despite Miles' protest, Julian is bound and determined to help these de facto enemies. For the only time, he even pulls rank on O'Brien to no avail as Miles foils the whole thing and causes the Jem'Hadar first to slaughter his own men. Julian doesn't bring him up on charges, but the incident strains their bromance a little. This is one of Trek's greatest moral gray area episodes done well all around, even wrapping up with Sisko giving Worf a Shades of Grey speech. It's one of the only times in the series you actually feel bad for the Jem'Hadar. Number 190 has a magnetic personality in Self-Sacrifice, or Minefield. During everyone's favorite morning talk show, Breakfast with Archer, Lieutenant Reed proves he has the personality of a wet sack of potatoes. Enterprise thinks it's headed to an unexplored Class M for some shore leave, when we learn the Romulans have cloaking technology much earlier than previously thought. As Enterprise hits a series of cloaked mines, one of which becomes Reed's problem to disarm on the hull. It takes Enterprise till the third episode of the second season to really dig deep into Malcolm's backstory. But here we are, with a Romulan mine attached to the hull through his leg. And what his pride got in the way of letting anyone in before now, Reed finally unloads on Captain Archer as they attempt to defuse both the mine and a tense situation with the Romulans at the very first meeting of the races. Johnny pulls off some brilliant maneuvers that save Reed and allow them to limp away with their lives from a Romulan-controlled planet. All in all, a very moving main character story, proving its intentions at 189, The Whole Truth, or Heart of Stone, in two concurrently running plots about characters revealing truths about themselves that really help move them forward a third of the way through DS9's run. Of which the traditional B-plot with Nog convincing Cisco his Ferengi tradition of choosing a trade and purchasing your way in goes towards wanting to become the Federation's first Ferengi cadet. Meanwhile, Odo uses his deductive reasoning skill to free a trapped Nerys, and eventually to discern that it's just the female changeling testing him, and getting an early reveal of his feelings for the real Kira. There's a ton of amazing dialogue in this one between Ben and Nog and Kira and Odo, advancing to the next stage of life at 188. Great monologues, or imperfections. As the crew say goodbye to the Borg children, Seven starts to feel a bit of empty nest syndrome. With only Icheb remaining, Seven cries for the first time, but not because of the loss of her kids, but as a sign her Borg cortical node is shutting down. The whole episode really does a great job of portraying what people with a tough or terminal diagnosis go through, and in Seven's case, a proclivity towards pushing people away that are trying to help her. The crew go grave robbing a destroyed cube for a slightly used cortical node, only to find out they have to take it from a live Borg. While Janeway is always ready for a good Borg hunt, Icheb forces the issue about giving up his, since he's still young enough to probably recover without it, and when Seven refuses, he takes it out on his own. There's some amazing talks between crew members in general that make this episode a pleasure to watch. Foiling the bad guy's plan at 187? Die Hard on a starship. Or Starship Mine. At face value, this is a pretty standard 80s, early 90s plot of the bad guys trying to get away with something, while one daring main character stops them. In this case, it's Picard, but there's more to this. Between Data trying to understand the art of small talk with a windbag commander, or randomly bringing back Jean-Luc's love of horses, there are some great character advancement moments, along with a perfectly paced episode with a ticking clock, for Picard and the bad guys in the form of the Enterprise undergoing a barium sweep to remove radioactive particles that build up from warp. We even get Tim Russ in his first performance in the franchise, as one of Picard and the sweep's victims. The planetside held hostage bits are weak at times, and I'm not sure why when Riker causes a diversion, they don't just kill him like the other windbag commander, except plot armor. But this is a wonderful hour of television I could recommend to anyone and not just Trekkies. Getting into character at 186, playing the part, or vaulting ambitions. A ton of plots converge during Discovery's first foray into the Mirror Universe, as Burnham embraces her Terran counterpart and presents the traitor Lorca to Emperor Georgiou. Paul is stuck in the Mycelia network, not having a good time, and even sees a flash of Hugh, who we'll get back to in Season 2. Tyler's also not doing well, and Saru asks their prisoner Laurel to help, and she performs some kind of procedure to integrate his two consciousnesses, as we learn Ash Tyler is also Voke, the Klingon torchbearer. Both Mirror and Prime Universe Stamets wake up in the other's body, and this is where we also discover all the Mycelia are dead. And if something isn't done to stop the Terran flagship Karen, all life in all universes will cease to exist. So, no pressure there on our heroes or anything. There's so many different things happening, there's no way even the worst disco detractor can't find something to like about this episode. Looking ahead at 185, Clairvoyance, or Visionary. As a shock to absolutely no one, Miles O'Brien wakes up suffering, and Julian standing over him. After a plasma conduit blowout, he gets a dose of radiation that will play a big part in the main story. He starts seeing flashes of a few hours in the future, which culminates in the station exploding, In the original I Hate Temporal Mechanics moment, Miles uses his knowledge of the future to put right what once went wrong. And just like Sam Beckett, he would never make the leap home, instead sending one of his temporal selves back, because Prime Miles dies from radiation poisoning. It's a really crazy, great sci-fi plot, and it's so worth a little suffering for the Chief. The Romulans are behind the whole thing, all under the guise of getting promised intel on the Dominion in exchange for the Defiance cloaking device. When they're interviewing Kira, she reminds me of pilot episode Emissary Kira, getting super animated at the Provisional Government. A great episode of time shenanigans. Closing out our block today at 184. Back in the Shadows. Or crossover. Whether or not you think the Mirror Universe has been overutilized, you have this episode to thank for resurrecting the TOS classic. And it's done in even better fashion. As with several other episodes of the series, we open to Bashir Bashiring himself up to Kira. Just as they think they're getting home from the Gamma Quadrant, a malfunction causes their trip through the wormhole to end up in the territory of the Klingon-Cardassian Alliance, where Nerys is, at first mistaken for the overlord of the sector, her double, the Intendant, which really gives Nana a chance to show off her acting range in this one. I love how Julian finally gets his smug face rubbed in his own privilege as he's put to work with other Terran slaves. As we find out, power dynamics have shifted in the century since Kirk paid a visit to this universe. And we find out it was even his fault for convincing Spock here that peace can be the answer, which turns out badly for the Terrans since they pissed off so many races before trying to unify the galaxy. Avery Brooks gets a great chance to Avery Brooks as his alternative self. That won't live much past this episode. Kira and Julian awaken a rebellious spirit in the Terrans and help them take control of Terok Nor, before using the wormhole to get home. This fun episode opens the door to a lot of interesting plots through the run of DS9. Doing some casual attempted genocide at 183, the classics. Or, for the uniform, smash the basic premise of La Miserale with Sisko's side quest from the Dominion War and personal white whale Michael Eddington. What you get is a possible war crime investigation into Captain Sisko for poisoning the atmosphere of a Maquis-controlled planet. And I am so here for this. Though Michael cleverly one-ups Ben at every turn that doesn't involve a court-martial, in the end, his dreams of an independent Maquis nation would basically die that day when he's captured. There's some excellent music cues in this, and a great game of cat and mouse. For our troubles, we're introduced to the holocommunicator that will pop up a few more times through the run of DS9. We definitely see how far Ben's willing to go to protect the moral certainty of Starfleet, all the while spitting in the face of the concept simultaneously. Suffering mounting losses at 182, catching up, or a time to stand. Jumping into DS9's 6th season, various fleets limp home from action on the front lines, with one, we're told, suffering 90% losses. Things are looking good, but not great on DS9 with the Dominion firmly in control, but yet without a plan to deactivate the minefield guarding the wormhole. Jake learns the futility of being a war reporter whose reports don't make it back home. And Dukat lays on his charm with Kira being the ultimate denier of the meaning of the words "resistance is futile." Ben and company take a break from the Defiant for a while and take the now repaired Jem'Hadar ship they captured a season before out for a spin to blow up a Ketracel White distribution facility. They succeed, but only at the cost of the warp drive on their ship deep inside Dominion space, and that's where we're left on this leg of the multi-episode Dominion Control Terok Nor arc. This is a really good setup of the stakes going forward between the galactic powers. Finding what you've lost at 181, regaining honor, or soldiers of the Empire. Leading up to the Dominion War, Worf helps Martok take on a motley crew on a Klingon bird of prey in his first command post-Dominion prison. Jadzia tags along too, and at first, the misadventures of this ship are a stark contrast to the Klingons we're used to. It shows they're just as capable as any other race of having less than perfect soldiers, though it takes him some time to come around and his crew questioning his ability to command. Martok even comes around and defies his orders to go just a smidge into Dominion space to complete their mission. It's a lot of Klingon saber-rattling and very endearing as Mr. Hertzler struggles to take back the certainty of command the Dominion took from him. Doing what it's born to do at 180. Adapting, or return to grace. Kira is coerced into going to a conference on behalf of Bajor. What she doesn't know is now demoted freighter Captain Dukat is going to be her shuttle service. Along the way, in the current war between them, they're punked by a Klingon bird of prey that could kill them all, but leaves them alone for now, since they're not worth destroying. Kira comes up with a plan to fit a planetary cannon in the freighter's cargo bay, while giving Zial number 2 a crash course on weapons. Thankfully, by the end, she convinces Dukat to let Zial go back to the station, since she's clearly not cut out for the fight Dukat's about to bring with his newfound bird of prey, after using his new super cannon and some cunning to take it. Dukat tries one of many times to get Kira to see him as more than an oppressor, and is actually one of the better pairings of these two characters across the run of DS9. Breaking the Prime Directive at 179, sometimes dead, is better. Or the Pegasus. In the days before Section 31 was dreamt up, we see a side of the Federation we're not used to that despite treaties will develop tech for intelligence work and in case purposes. In this case, we get some Riker backstory that goes back to his ensign days under now Admiral Pressman, testing a phasing cloak that violates the Treaty of Algernon with the Romulans. There was a mutiny that was covered up, and now, after being tipped off, they need to beat the Romulans to their own ship. The Admiral is clearly more concerned with the mission than lives, which culminates in the Enterprise being trapped inside the asteroid with the phasing cloak as their way out. Picard doesn't have to tip off the Romulans, but he does, and puts Pressman and Riker under arrest. The best bits in this one are in the uncharacteristic trust moments between Picard and Riker. 178 isn't aging so gracefully during Today is a Good Day, or Once More Unto the Breach. Starting with an analogy to the episode itself, Miles and Julian debate Davy Crockett being real or not at the Battle of the Alamo, with Worf chiming in that it's all about faith. And in John Colicos' final acting role, Kor visits the station one last time to seek a glorious battle, despite having few friends left in the Empire, least of all Martok. Worf, though, goes over the head of the leader of his house and commander to appoint Kor Dahar Master that once tangoed with Kirk, a lowly officer in what should have been a straightforward mission. As the episode goes on, we see Kor's age betrays him as the crew go from mesmerized to scornful of him after briefly taking command and name-dropping a now-dead Kang. Though in an act of bravery to distract the Jem'Hadar chasing them, Kor pulls off a masterful feat that cements his eternal place in Stovokor that impresses even Martok, who he once wronged. One of the most touching episodes to focus on the strange world of Klingon culture. Coming to terms at 177, reliving trauma, or latent image, as the Doctor does annual physicals with the twist of a cool holographic camera that can stack your various layers and see your insides, which tips the Doctor off to a surgery performed by him on Harry Kim that he didn't know about. This leads Janeway to pull a little Tuvix magic and erase his memories associated with even knowing that there are memories. Good thing the Doc has an advocate in 7 having mentioned something to her previously. Though the event that triggered this happens before she came on board, where the Doctor's ethical program didn't know how to handle a 50-50 chance of survival, and with only time to save one life, he decides to prolong Harry's ability to suffer through the run of the show, and Ensign Jatal is off to the great koala in the sky. After great care, debate, and more advocacy by 7, Janeway decides to let the Doctor's program go in a loop for a while and see what happens. Eventually, he does learn to reconcile it and presumably makes him a more effective tool and person. The retelling of his first bit of Going Nuts is pretty hilarious to watch Bob Picardo chew not only the scenery, but his fellow cast as he spirals into a logic loop. It's a wonderful episode about friends, advocacy for people, and the ethics of denying artificial life parts of itself. Our last entry today at 176, Reigniting Passion, or Rejoined. One of Dax's past life wives visits the station to perform a science mission for some reason aboard the warship Defiant, because Starfleet isn't an organization made up primarily of science vessels. This becomes a problem when old feelings bubble their way to the surface, and not because it's two ladies kissing on 90s television, but because it's taboo in Trill society to have a romantic relationship with a past host. So much so that those caught breaking it become the last host of a particular symbiont. Some people say this is just an episode to titillate your stereotypical Trek fan caricature or queerbaiting. I see it as much, much more, and especially for mid-90s TV. The fact they're same-sex is never really touched on, and I find the seamless inclusivity of the future a hopeful metric. Jadzia's sense of loss at the end of the episode to do what's right for the longevity of their symbionts is heartbreaking. And I think this episode is done really well, even if a little soap opera-ish. Going back to the house you grew up in at 175, The Voyage Home, or People of Earth. After getting the band back together, Discovery heads for Earth, the OG home of the Federation and Starfleet, only to find that 1,000 years is a long time. And of all places, Earth has seceded from the Federation, and there be no Starfleet here. This is one of the most classic Trek formulas in Discovery, as the time-weary crew helps patch up relations between an Earth colony on Titan, trying to survive by raiding from Earth, and neither knew the other was even the same race in a post-burn xenophobic galaxy. The episode is very light in contrast to the heavy stuff Disco sometimes gets into. This is the first episode you start to see the cracks forming in Tilly, Detmer, and the rest of the crew, as going 1,000 years in the future and leaving family behind is hard. The actress playing Anduye, whose name I'll butcher if I try to pronounce it, thought this would be her last acting role ever. But the production gave her a new lease on acting life. The ending, with many of the human crew touching grass next to a tree from the former academy that's been there since all of them attended, is this really nice break for both the characters and audience after so much tension at the end of Season 2 and now 3 episodes into Season 3. Showing its resolve at 174, Lines Drawn, or The Jem'Hadar. In the first episode where the Dominion makes their presence known, Ben takes Jake and Nog on a planetary survey for a school project. Quark somehow gets away with playing the race card against an Avery Brooks-played character to force himself onto the expedition also, only so he can try to sell Ben on the idea of playing merchandise ads on the station's monitors. While enduring some of Sisko's famous Jumba What's-It, Quark and Ben are caught in the middle of Jem'Hadar chasing a Vorta. Though at this time, they don't know this is all a ruse and get imprisoned. The Jem'Hadar simultaneously deliver a pad to DS9, letting them know they've destroyed the New Bajor colony and are holding Sisko hostage. In between, there's some filler where Jake and Nog get back to the runabout and try getting out of orbit without blowing themselves up, until the cavalry arrives, in the form of a Galaxy-class starship. While they do rescue Sisko, the USS Odyssey highlights some of the many design flaws and overconfidence in the build of the Galaxy-class, as the Jem'Hadar handily destroy it. The message from the Dominion has become clear. Stay out of the Gamma Quadrant. While the episode is paced kind of weird with a ton of microplots going on, they all converge into a satisfying introduction to arguably the Federation's greatest enemy. Finding things gone from bad to worse at 173, trust at a premium, or the war without, the war within. The previous episode culminated in Stamets finding Discovery's way home from the Mirror Universe. But in the twists and turns of the Mycelia network, he accidentally time travels 6 months in the future, and sorry to say, The Federation ain't looking too good in this war. Even though Discovery destroyed the Klingon ship of the dead, by not getting the cloaking data back to Starfleet, the Empire is running roughshod over the Federation. This becomes very evident when Admiral Cornwell shows up and command overrides the computer because as far as she knows, they found the wreckage of the ISS Discovery and thought everyone here was dead. After the misunderstanding is cleared up, we see firsthand what the Klingons are capable of. While visiting Starbase 1, the closest starbase to Earth, now taken over by Klingon raiding parties, Kat goes to ask her old friend in captivity, L'Rell, what it will take to stop the Klingons. And the answer is a show of force Starfleet isn't usually prepared to make. If they don't make the Klingons bend the knee, there may not be a Federation left. Good thing they now have the former Terran Emperor, Georgiou, who happens to be familiar with how to deal with the Klingons. And she's drafted into her Prime Universe counterpart's role heading into the final episode of Season 1. This is where Season 1 peaks for me and hits a bit of an anticlimax in the final resolution. But this episode is great setup and some amazing dialogue throughout. Getting an upgrade at 172. Galactic Pickers. Or Scavengers. Discovery receives a 32nd century refit and an A added to its registry. After some fun scenes getting used to the cool new interfaces and comm badge possibilities, Book's ship shows up on autopilot with the Queen herself, Grudge, opening hailing frequencies. A log shows Book was trying to get info from Michael about the burn, but he got a little human trafficked into the Emerald Chain. Burnham and Georgiou go off Book despite orders to rescue him, which will cost her her first officer status in the not-too-distant future. What they find is a scrapyard with Booker and many others used for slave labor, processing materials. Georgiou liberates the camp and makes Osira's nephew in charge of it her next target. There's a ton of great action balanced out with wonderful dialogue, and just plain fun moments like a recurring joke about Linus playing with his personal transporter and ending up as the comic relief in deeply personal moments. All in all, one of Disco's best. Learning Loss at 171, The Evolved Automaton. Or Drone. After an accident aboard the Delta Flyer during a proto-nebula survey, a beam-out fuses the doctor's mobile emitter, which gives Bob Picardo a weird voyeur moment with B'Elanna in the sonic shower and a well-delivered joke about the early bird getting the gach. It turns out in transport, some of Seven's nanoprobes fused with the dock's 29th century mobile emitter, which in turn assimilates the often-mentioned and unfortunate Ensign Mulcahy in his first on-screen appearance. The culmination of these things creates a 29th-ish century Borg to teach Seven the meaning of new connections, love, and the first feelings about being a mother before the Borg kids in the following season. This one tugs on your heartstrings as this drone matures from baby to adult, to eventually ending up sacrificing himself to save Voyager from the Collective, coming after his advanced tech. This is so well acted and shot in the cold clothes of Seven staring at a reflection of herself. The story of one is a classic sci-fi formula done well. Wandering into time shenanigans at 170, Not as It Seems. Or Timescape, another classic sci-fi feeling plot as half the main cast are headed back to the Enterprise on a runabout when they encounter pockets where time doesn't run linearly. When they finally make it to the Enterprise, they find it's seemingly in a battle with a Romulan warbird, but frozen in time. While exploring both vessels with some technobabble armbands, they find the Enterprise was working to evacuate the warbird that was undergoing problems in its warp core. But in the process, the Enterprise core is mid-breach. Using the non-linear nature of the area of space, they force time to move backwards, and are able to avoid a breach and uncover some higher beings trying to use the Romulan engine core as an artificial nest for its young, which has serious consequences for both the aliens and the Romulan vessel. It's another nice use of classic sci-fi tropes with some hilarious random moments throughout. A thoroughly enjoyable episode near the end of TNG's Season 6. Leaving your kid with the hollow babysitter for way too long at 169. Innocence challenged. Or Sukal. We set up the final stakes of arguably Disco's best season as we find the ship heading into a radiation-filled nightmare of a nebula to check on a more than 100-year-old Kelpian distress call. Booker ends up having to take his ship to reduce exposure, and Saru leaves his new first officer, Ensign Tilly, at the con, which in no way is a bad choice for Captain Saru. And even worse, Book couldn't leave Grudge on Disco when he's going into one of the most radioactive places in the galaxy. Burnham, Culber, and Saru end up beamed into one of the weirdest sci-fi landscapes we've ever seen in Trek, and one of the biggest reasons this episode ends up this high up the list. A holodeck running for the benefit of one lonely kid for over a century, and our heroes get new holo appearances, with Doug Jones getting a chance to peel back the layers of makeup and showing us the heart of a giant wandering around this ultimate Alice in Wonderland culmination this show loves so much. We learn that Disco A has had a cloaking device since its upgrade, and shows it off when Osira shows up on the other side of the galaxy, till her command crew trigger a mini burn that gives away their position, and gives command of Discovery to Osira. While the conclusion a few episodes later is kind of a weird resolution, the surreal nature of this one is in an episode that keeps moving from start to finish, and earns it a top spot, leaving ethics by the wayside at 168 when push comes to shove. Or damage. Every captain seems to have a white whale moment, and Jonathan Archer's is probably the only justified one, as he finds himself stealing a warp coil from Not Damar and stranding the Illyrian crew to get home at Impulse. What this episode lacks in ethics, it makes up for in amazing cinematography. We also get a rare look at addiction as T'Pol is at the height of her need for Trellium D, despite being cut off from it in probably the most damaged but still flying ship we've ever seen in Trek history. They do end up making their 4 light-year away rendezvous with Degra, but only at great costs all around. This is one of the grayest areas Trek has ever tried to explore, and does it extremely well. Getting serious about the Dominion at 166 and 167, Peace Offerings. Or The Search Parts 1 and 2. Ben sneaks up on DS9 in his new secret weapon for the Dominion, the Defiant. As part of the deal, he also brings back Romulan sub-commander Not Seska and his soon-to-be rival Michael Eddington. Using Quark's contacts in the Karama, they aim to make contact with the Dominion and smooth over some galactic politics before the events that ended Season 2 boil over into all-out war. Unfortunately for them, the Founders have other plans and force them into a simulation to see how they'd respond to the Dominion signing a non-aggression pact with the Federation. And you'd think that was a good thing, but Ben and crew end up destroying the wormhole just to keep the peace from finalizing. Meanwhile, Odo feels a calling to the Omarian Nebula, deep in Dominion space, and takes an unconscious Kira along for the ride as he discovers his people and the Great Link for the first time. Though a bit of a misstep for Changeling hair being the same as Odo's, since Odo mimicked Dr. Moira for that due. After discovering what the meaning of being a rock is, they discover Sisko and others in a bunker on this planet. The Federation's second encounter with the Dominion isn't much better than its first, but Odo finally knows something about his people, even if some days he'll wish he didn't. This one contains the last portrayal of Admiral Nechayev on screen in this false reality. A great way to kick off Season 3 and the Dominion arc. Hyping up the Dominion at 165, if it feels good, do it. Or Behind the Lines. Nog impresses the brass by getting currently hard-to-come-by Saurian brandy while the female changeling pays Dominion-controlled DS9 a visit. Odo finally gets some of the questions he didn't get answers to in our previous entry, and loses all caring for Kira and Rom, who get caught trying to sabotage the station when Odo doesn't do his part of the plot. Damar gets his promotion from Glynn to Gull in this one, for coming up with a way to take down the minefield. There's a joke about how if Nog had to take command, there would be no one left. That will pay off as true later in the season during the events of Valiant. Bashir tries hitting on Ensign Kirby, who he partnered with during the events of Children of Time. This is the episode where everything starts to look rosy for the Dominion, and Nerese's frustration is probably the most interesting part of the episode, in the middle of the run of the Dominion controlling DS9. Doing an escape room at 164, attention Bajoran workers, or civil defense. There's nothing particularly special about this episode. But another escape room gone wrong plot, and Jake and O'Brien accidentally trigger a Cardassian program meant to deal with the Bajoran worker revolt as the station becomes locked down. And only Gul Dukat holds the key. Thankfully he shows up, but his own program turns against him when he tries to leave, though eventually they will get everything under control. I think it's the fact that every time it seems like our heroes have outsmarted part of the trap, they end up in an even stickier situation that makes this a fan favorite. My only gripe is the foreshadowing that never pays off of Dukat and Garrick having a time that's coming, and unfortunately that particular bit of angst never bears fruit. This is one of my personal go-to episodes when I just want to throw something on in the background. Fighting your own base emotions at 163? Fear. Or The Thaw. This is one of the more contentious episodes amongst fans. Some swear it's Voyager's best episode, and more than a few think it's the worst episode in all of the Trek franchise. It brings a certain level of TOS Season 3 cheese with it that I can understand why some don't enjoy. But Michael McKean's performance as Fear makes nearly everything in the plot seem irrelevant because it's so good. As Voyager find a group in stasis riding out a nuclear winter in a simulator, they come to find something is wrong in this second life on Tranquility Lane. We learn a weird truth about a morgue in Kim's past as he gets trapped in the simulation by the manifestation of fear generated by the doubts of those connected to the link. In the end, Janeway outsmarts Fear and is able to disconnect those under its control. It may be the best ending in all of Star Trek, as Fear's world literally fades away from him, and Janeway has a great speech about the nature of fear, and his last word is drat, before a complete black and closing credits. It feels like there's a lot of Badgie in this one. Playing it real cool at 162. Nanook de Thawed. Or His Way. This episode might hold the distinction of the most licensed music in a single episode of Star Trek. It was even nominated for an Emmy in music direction that it definitely should have won during the first introduction of Vic Fontaine and his Hollow Lounge. Odo takes tips from Vic on winning over Kira finally after 6 seasons, and in the end, Vic even tricks both into a dinner date because he knows they're both crazy for each other and haven't been able to pull the trigger. It's a simple episode, but there's something wonderfully Star Trek about how it plays out, and the way Odo just grabs Kira on the promenade at the end and gives her a kiss is one of the greatest dating moments in television history. There's even a great frenemy moment between Odo and Quark that helps cement this 60s soap opera as a wonderful episode of Trek. Calling Collect Long Distance at 161, Relapse for a Cause. Or Pathfinder. Reg Barkley shows himself to be Voyager's crew member and advocate in the Alpha Quadrant, though also having had a bit of a relapse into the temptation we first saw him suffering from, Hall addiction. This time, though, he's hanging out with a version of the Voyager crew, using them to help solve problems as much as stroke his ego. It catches up to him and requires a call from Counselor Troy to Reg's Earth apartment, as he tells the bulk of the tale in past tense, about how he's been part of a team working to make a better phone call, under the command of Tom Paris's Admiral Father. When he's caught abusing the lab holodeck and asked to take time off, we catch up with the modern time, and Reg decides to potentially throw his career away to test his theory despite being shut down by everyone that would listen. After some shenanigans in the Voyager scenario, he's caught, but his transgalactic call to Voyager goes through. And all of a sudden, the galaxy got a little smaller. For an episode that doesn't get to the real Voyager till the closing minutes, it's so much fun to follow Reg through where he's at in his career and how he assumes the crew is still in their Season 1 uniforms. A great way to bring back some old favorite characters while giving Voyager a chance to still feel connected to the fleet going forward. If only he'd hit it off with whoever Hope is at the end of this one, he wouldn't have to correct his own mistakes in a future episode. Taking a dirt nap in a mud bath at 160? For whom the toll bells? Or who mourns for Morn? This is probably Trek's cheekiest episode, as Morn fakes his own death to keep the bulk of a heist of 1,000 bricks of latinum, largely for himself. He brings an unwitting Quark into this plot that keeps thickening by making him the heir to everything he had. His former heist partners quickly show up and try to shake Quark down for latinum he knows nothing about. In the end, they all go to jail for trying to kill each other, and Morn shows back up alive. A few episodes after DS9 is liberated from the Dominion, exploring the show's recurring Silent Bob character in a pure bit of fun for the sake of fun is a breath of fresh air. The episode was nominated for an Emmy in makeup, as it involves a fair number of different races in the main story. One of the best bits is during Morn's remembrance service. Mark Shepard, who plays Morn, plays the Bajoran that first keeps his seat warm. An all-around fun episode in Trek's Top 200. Debating the meaning of sentience at 159? Skin deep. Or the quality of life. If you thought we were done with the rights of synthetic life back in Season 2 of TNG, then you'd be wrong. This episode, that will later spawn everybody's favorite character in Lower Decks, Peanut Hamper, teaches us that every random pad could be a sentient beast if we just learn to listen to it. While checking on the progress of a new Federation mining technology known as a particle fountain, the Enterprise crew is introduced to the Jack-of-all-trades exocomp, as the project has hit a series of setbacks that culminates in the project basically imploding and trapping Picard and Geordi in a radiation nightmare, with only the exocomps to possibly give them a chance at escape. Except that Data has found they might be sentient and shouldn't be expected to be sacrificed for the lives of humanoids. Though in the end, they do consent, and this is a great thought experiment as the world around us evolves more AI tech. At what point do we owe our creation something? An extremely Star Trek message here. Saving the planet at 158, sacrifice is never enough. Or 0 hour. Finally, we've come to the end of Enterprise's Xindi arc, and it's a doozy for one of Trek's best overall seasons. The Sphere Builders, with their vision of alternate futures, accelerate their plans to enter our universe to try and stop Enterprise from taking down their key transformation sphere. Archer and a very mentally damaged Hoshi travel with their aligned Xindi friends towards Earth to stop the reptilians from unilaterally deploying their world-ending weapon. After some epic hand-to-hand combat, Archer does manage to stop the weapon with some help from Shran, but seemingly gives up his life. Meanwhile, Enterprise, still in the Expanse, takes a little overdose of radiation to put the Sphere Builders' plans to rest for good. There's a great meeting in the middle of this one between Archer and Daniels, as he's shown his destiny to help drive the signing of the Federation Charter. When Archer's trying to escape the sphere, there's some very over-the-top pyrotechnics, but not the weirdest thing in the episode. That comes at the very end when Archer wakes up in the 40s in an America under Nazi control, but that's a mystery for another season. One of Trek's most action-oriented episodes that doesn't quit putting it right in your face till the very end. Going up at 157, The Odd Couple, or The Ascent. In two parallel plots, two sets of main characters learn to live with each other. As Nog comes home for his first Academy posting, he's paired with Jake in their own quarters together. I mean, what could go wrong? Odo thinks he's finally going to watch Quark get what's coming to him as he transports him to a grand jury proceeding. Along the way, though, the Orion Syndicate has sabotaged their runabout, and they end up with few supplies, marooned on a barely habitable planet. It gives the two frenemies their own episode-long interaction, even though their on-screen chemistry had been through the roof since the show's beginning. Climbing a mountain with no supplies to try and get a comm signal out proves harder to deal with the company than the climb itself. After nearly killing each other, the two end up with a better respect. Back on the station, Nog's Starfleet training puts him at odds with his best friend, the slob who sleeps in. It's a pretty standard coming-of-age and learning to deal with the people you live with story, and both of these plots are done on an extremely high level. There really needed to be more Quark and Odo episodes in the run of DS9. Experiencing tragedy at 156? Remember war crimes? Or Memorial. This episode is both terrifying and perfectly Star Trek, as four main cast members come back from a weeks-long planetary survey and dilithium gathering mission. It appears everything's good at first until a thoughtful gift of a TV by B'Elanna to Tom turns from cartoons and commercials to war crimes and Tom himself in the narrative. This plays out in different ways for the different members of that particular away mission, including Neelix taking Naomi hostage to protect her from the fighting, until Chakotay again proves he's actually Voyager's counselor, talking people down from self-destruction. They all think they were part of some kind of war crime that got covered up, but when Voyager investigates, what they find is a mental transmitter broadcasting a past tragedy so that others might avoid it. A classic moral gray area is touched on, and in true Janeway fashion, she decides to repair and repower the transmitter on this now dead world. There's just something about watching Harry Kim and others suffer the atrocities of war that kicks this middling plot up to the next level. Telling a tall tale at 155, OG First Contact, or Carbon Creek. Somehow this one takes the plot of 1159 and the Coneheads, smashes them together, and makes something wonderfully Trek. Over dinner, T'Pol tells the tale of the original First Contact, and it wasn't in Montana, but Carbon Creek, Pennsylvania, as her ancestor and two others crashed nearby in the 50s. It's a pretty simple story of blending into human society, waiting for rescue, and in the end, one of the Vulcans purposely remains behind. The way it's told, though, is a perfect blend of classic sci-fi, 50s nostalgia, and a sprinkle of Trek to keep it canonical. What gets really interesting, though, are the meta implications this episode sets up. For instance, I Love Lucy becomes canon in Trek. You know, the godmother of Trek? Also, Trip mentions old episodes of The Twilight Zone, which guest starred nearly every main cast member of TOS. So the fact that William Shatner as an actor is canon in a universe with a character played by William Shatner seems like one of those universe-ending paradoxes Q warned Picard about. In all seriousness, this one is one of the best Trek episodes that anyone, not just a Trek fan, will probably enjoy. Running silent at 154. The Hunt for Gem October. Or Starship Down. The Defiant becomes the set of a submarine-style classic game of tactics between them and the Jem'Hadar after they retaliate on the Karma and force all ships involved into the atmosphere of a gas giant. The Cisco is injured during the battle, and from here on out, the story is told in pairs. And different people are sealed into different parts of the ship for different reasons together, just trying to outsmart the Dominion and rescue the Karma ship. It becomes a tale of desperate camaraderie that pays off, even literally for Quark as he turns amazing recurring actor James Cromwell's character from foe to financial friend after disarming a torpedo together. Still questioning how Jadzia and Julian survived this one, but plot armor prevails for all in the end, and everyone's presumably quite a bit wiser for it. Fighting for a common cause at 153. Gateway of Trust. Or To the Death. Despite much fiercer battles being fought at DS9, the Defiant returns home to find an entire upper pylon detached and obliterated. Ben nopes right the hell out of there, leaving Kira with the relief effort as he pursues the single Jem'Hadar strike force that did this. Along the way, he meets the first incarnation of his soon-to-be nemesis, Wayun. Apparently, the Jem'Hadar that attacked the station are rogues, and this unit is after them also, but in a currently disabled ship. The two crews work together to secure an Iconian gateway, and all it takes is a little bloody hand-to-hand combat that ends in the death of this Wayun clone. It's a perfectly Starfleet message to work together with an enemy towards common goals. Seeing it all at 152? Ancient knowledge. Or Rapture. In one of the Sisko's first real trials of the emissary, he uses an ancient painting to triangulate the position of a famed city, now lost to the layers of Bajor. It comes also in the form of spiritual knowledge that Kira interrupts him from on the holodeck. He claims to see the coming war, and by the end, a vision of locusts consuming Bajor. This is all during the final ceremony to bring Bajor into the Federation, but after all the emissary has proven, Bajor defers for the time being, in hopes of being spared when the Dominion really decides to get frisky in the Alpha Quadrant. This important moment in the path of the Sisko earns top merits for emerging of faith and galactic reality. Starting us off today at 151, Change of Status, or When It Rains. One of many parts leading to the finale of DS9. Wynn laments killing Sobor. Kira, Odo, and Garrick take a little trip to bolster the new Cardassian resistance. Oh, the irony of Kira teaching the Cardies how to be resistance fighters without ever using the term spoonhead. Most notably, Gowron shows up on the front lines to take general command from Martok and try and commit Klingon forces to winning the war by themselves. Especially since they're currently the only thing standing between the Breen energy weapon and control of the Alpha Quadrant. Martok dares not speak up, but Worf won't take this one lying down, and takes his first steps to doing his own show, Kung Fu, the Worf continues. So many great plots get furtherance here, centering in on the end of DS9. Playing with time crystals at 150, nostalgia and shenanigans, or trials and tribulations. We're introduced to the Federation's time shenanigan police, temporal investigations, at the beginning of this one, as Sisko has some splaining to do after their recent blast to the past. While returning an orb of the prophets to the Bajorans, it turns out to be the Orb of Time, and an old Klingon adversary of Kirk's that happens to be on board takes advantage of the situation to put wrong what once went right, and of course, we end up in the middle of possibly TOS's most iconic episode, Trouble with Tribbles, and Darvin tries to blow Kirk up with an explosive tribble, which I have to admit would have been hilarious to see on screen. This is an episode where getting through the rather simple plot is definitely more than half the fun. Using some fun Forrest Gump-style compositing to add the DS9 crew to original footage is done brilliantly. I know some will say this is a top 10 episode of all time in Trek, but for me, you can't have a perfect episode that tries to hang the bulk of its run on nostalgic callbacks. This is an absolutely incredible episode, but I think the TOS episode it draws on is better on its own, though don't sleep on this one. It will keep you entertained all the way through. Not falling through the floor at 149, Gone Tomorrow, or The Next Phase. While trying to help a Romulan scout ship battle damaged and off course, Geordi and Ro are seemingly lost in a transporter accident. The rest of the episode is spent with the two wandering around the ship, seemingly as ghosts, trying to make sense of their new ascended status. In their investigation, it turns out they're not dead, they're just phased from a Romulan experiment gone wrong. And they can walk through walls, but for some reason don't go through the floor. They manage to force Data to figure out what's going on and get rephased. This is a purely fun sci-fi trope of people not being able to see you, done extremely well. This one even explores some rare religious overtones and end-of-life rituals. During TNG's first run, I used to say this was my favorite episode as a kid. While I don't think it's quite that good now, it is worth a top 200 spot. Losing Friends at 148, Sacrifice for Nothing, or Tears of the Prophets. Cisco kicks off Season 6's finale on a positive note by receiving the Chris Pike Medal of Honor. It's pretty much all downhill from here, despite the hopeful mood of Jadzia that she and Worf are trying to have a baby that will be difficult given the species gap. Alas, she won't make it out of the episode. Her plot armor runs out when actress Terry Farrell runs afoul of old Ricky Berman, and Dukat, with the power of the Pah-wraiths, ends her life, closes the wormhole, and leaves all the orbs of the prophets dark. Meanwhile, Cisco and the Defiant are embroiled in the first battle of Chintaka, and he feels the prophet's silence, forcing Kira to take command and finish the job. The only thing I find weird is the concept of these orbital weapon platforms having a remote power source. I realize this is a franchise that runs on technobabble, but we've never seen any explanation in Trek otherwise of wireless power, which would have a ton of drawbacks, if it's even possible. In the end, the Cisco loses faith and goes home to Louisiana to peel potatoes into the next season. One of the most emotional season finales in all of Trek. Setting aside prejudices at 147, Cold Warriors United, or The Enemy. Responding to a distress call from a remote uninhabited world near the neutral zone, the Enterprise finds a Romulan crash survivor from a small craft. Geordi falls into a hole and he's left on the surface between transport windows, and upon climbing out, is taken prisoner by another Romulan survivor, only for the two to find that they're both experiencing disabilities due to the atmosphere on this planet, and help each other get out of the sticky situation they're in. There's a clear Cold War analogy here, broadcast during the final year of the Soviet Union before collapse. It's probably also Geordi's best episode to center around. Thankfully, it had nothing to do with romance. Speaking with the Gods at 145 and 146, Destiny Calling, or Emissary Parts 1 and 2. Everything has to start somewhere, and apparently for DS9, going back to an event we only saw the aftermath of in TNG, in the form of the Battle of Wolf 359 and a tech scroll, because somehow we needed that. This provides us with the first appearance of John Hertzler as Cisco's former captain, and we find out the key event in Ben's life that this episode centers around, in the death of his wife. After hearing about Bajor many times in TNG, we finally get to see it just after the Cardassians pull out aboard the Federation's newest hunk of space metal to administer. Ben finds out he's going to be the one to reunite the Bajoran people with their gods, so no pressure there in the next 7 seasons. But before that, he's got to get his hands dirty and learn to get along with his hostile witness of a first officer, Major Kira, and her not-so-dialed-in hair. Speaking of not dialed in, Dr. Bashir steps off the shuttle to his initial posting with a weird over-eagerness that will need to be dialed back over the next few seasons. When Ben finds the wormhole, the prophets help him put his life back together, rather than him living his life still watching his wife die and blaming Picard. The episode does maybe the best of any Trek starter at doing a pilot's key job, of introducing our characters and giving us reasons to care about all of them. Even the minor characters that could have just as easily been never seen again like Nog start a redemption arc as a common thief that's just a way for the writers to keep Quark on the station for time being. While a little over the top and hokey, this is nearly Trek's best first episode of a series. 2 Emmys came out of this one, and even more nominations that are well deserved. Crash Landing at 143 and 144, Beginning of a Long Road, or Broken Bow Parts 1 and 2. The award for Best Star Trek Pilot goes to Enterprise, while attached to a Season 1 that gives TNG a run for its money in bad Trek. Its pilot does everything it needs to do and just a smidge better than DS9, in that its characters are more dialed in from episode 1, with the exception of maybe Archer. I buy them as characters that they are by the end of the show and not just a TV character that needs tweaking. From Johnny Archer's early days painting model ships with his warp theorist father, to the day he launches Earth's first deep space Warp 5 prototype, we're introduced to an explorer whose naivete and curiosity will provide 4 seasons of misadventure and some decidedly Trek content. The rest of the cast is well-rounded also, though Phlox's super smile is some super scary as hell 2000s effects. The crew is charged with taking a near-dead Klingon to Kronos, despite protest from their Vulcan observers. Along the way, they get caught up in the Suliban kidnapping him. Archer uses what limited resources he has to get him back and deliver his coded DNA intel back to his homeworld. This pilot sets up a recurring villain frenemy in John Flex Silic and does a great job getting the NX-01 out into the galaxy as they seek a ton of new life. A truly great start to an overall middle-of-the-road show that gets much better toward the end of its run. Sleeping with the Enemy at 142. Yeah, they did it. Or Strange Bedfellows. Let's get the title out of the way, as when we first see Dukat and Wynn in this one, it appears to be post-coitus, and the 2 worst people for the interests of Bajor are now at the helm of its new era. Meanwhile, there's 2 more instances of fellow strangers in bed as Worf and Ezri are turned over to the Dominion while processing feelings about each other after doing the dirty one more time in Dax's new body. Simultaneously, the Breen are entering a strange new partnership with the Dominion. Honestly, I think this may be the most honest title in Trek history, because there's so many meanings. As Wynn double dips and becomes the unlikely companion of the Pa-Wraiths as they reveal themselves to her. A Kai that had never felt anything from her gods finally gets the acknowledgement she so desperately seeks from Bajor's version of a devil. Possibly the best scene is the Kai coming to her long-running foil Kira in the middle of the night for advice. Kira lays it all out. Her off-ramp, if she as Kai is having a crisis of faith. In typical Adami fashion, though, she fails to let Kira's words set in. The closing miniseries in DS9 are all top-notch. Trying to seize power at 139, 140, and 141. Basically Star Wars. Or The Homecoming, The Circle, and The Siege. In Trek's first true 3-parter, the flimsiness of the Bajoran Provisional Government comes to the forefront as a xenophobic group known as the Circle literally leave their mark on spots on Bajor and now on DS9. Simultaneously, in the first appearance of the Boslik freighter captain, she gives the Bajoran family earring to Quark, who badly tries to extort Kira for it. This leads her to liberating the Cardassians' final Bajoran labor camp for a famed rebellion figure, Lee Nellis. This is kind of the original Davy Crockett figure in DS9 before it would come up later in the run. This man's legend outmatches his ability and patience, to his peril in the very end, as he dies at the end of this Star Wars-like coup, where it looks like this guy is Palpatine, but in truth, Wynn is the one taking advantage of the situation, and it ends up elevating her, despite being part of this plot, that Kira will end up exposing as a plot by the Cardassians to retake Bajor by providing arms to these rebels, who are under the control of the First Minister playing both sides. John Fleck's first appearance in Trek as the guard Kira seduces goes uncredited, but not unremembered here. There's a nice sprinkling of action in this arc that makes it very well-balanced television. Asking exploratory questions at 138, turning the tables, or The Outcast. Here we have another of Trek's many controversial episodes that at different points in my life, I've had all different opinions about. And Near the Top feels right about where this episode is today in 2023. as about as good a job as the early 90s could have done with the topics it was trying to broach, in a time when few people had the kind of understanding of non-binary and LGBTQ issues we do today. The Enterprise responds to a request for Federation assistance from a non-binary race in finding a lost shuttle in an anomaly that's essentially a pocket of subspace. As Riker gets to know one of the Janai pilots, his lack of knowledge of non-binary races helps inform us, the audience, as we hear about a society that's basically the exact opposite of the status quo we're dealing with today in America. A government that refuses to acknowledge gender, despite some people showing gender traits, and they're silenced in an analogy to conversion therapy. And here's what keeps the episode from being top 100 for me. It depicts conversion therapy as easily working and all better. But to say this is a bad episode doesn't do justice to the amount of transparency it brings to the topic for the 90s. And the courtroom scene where Soren sticks up for herself is one of the best speeches in all of Trek. A heartbreaking episode in the end, as Riker is too late in saving his love, creating a diplomatic scene at 137, family therapy, or Journey to Babel. In the debut of Spock's parents, we see a strained relationship between father and son, who barely acknowledge each other at first meeting. The ambassador and Spock's mom, Amanda, are on board as part of a delegation headed to Babel to debate admitting the planet Corridon into the Federation. The plot itself is kinda muddy, as Enterprise is shadowed by a small ship, and an Andorian on board has a transmitter in his antenna that's signaling this ship, all because they're against Corridon joining the Federation. The real lasting main attraction of the episode, though, is Sarek needing a transfusion, but he needs a lot of blood. And Spock's in command because the previously mentioned Andorian almost killed Kirk, and he won't give up the chair, because duty. On first ranking, this episode was higher, but it also takes a really long time to get to a point and feels like much is written in for filler, particularly in the medical procedure scenes. But an important character development arc for Spock, gaining some matter of bond with his father. If you're getting enjoyment out of these ranking videos, please consider a like and subscribe. Calling Child Protective Services at 136. Big steps. Or indiscretion. A good friend of Kira's during the Resistance years went missing along with the ship he was on. Now, Nerys gets credible information there may be survivors of the ill-fated Ravenok. Dukat shows up supposedly as a representative of the Cardassian government. It quickly becomes clear, though, that the mission he's here for is way more personal. This episode is one of the first times Nerys is paired with our favorite fascist former prefect, and the chemistry is evident, as Kira has to stop Dukat from killing his own love child in a Breen prison camp. Meanwhile, on the station, a much simpler domestic situation makes up the B-plot, after the Cisco mistakenly says to the Cassidy that moving in together is a big step, and the rest of the cast giving him their interpretations of where he erred. I feel like the weirdly uncomfortable thing with Dukat and Nerys' mom should have been foreshadowed here, but otherwise a great episode about family and relationships, while bringing the seldom seen Breen into DS9. Baking pizza at 135. Venomous meat lovers. Or Nepenthe. When this first aired, I was like, well, that was cute, but it was one of my least favorite episodes of Season 1 in Picard. Every subsequent watch, it has gotten better and better for me. After using a Borg long-range transporter at the end of the previous episode, Jean-Luc and Soji find themselves at Arrow Point from a wild girl of the forest, whose parents should have taught her better about pointing a bow and arrow at people, and there's no way she doesn't know what Picard looks like. Meanwhile, back on the Borg Cube artifact, Elnor stays behind for a cause that's more lost than Picard's. Too bad that won't save fan-favorite character Hugh by the end, as a Romulan battle between Elnor and Narissa ends badly for the OGXB. The La Serena crew tries to shake Narek, suspiciously following them, and Girardi nearly dies flushing the Viridium tracker in her blood out. This may be Deanna Troi's best counseling episode, trying to help Soji figure out who she really is, after just learning she's an android that's only a few years old. Using the memory Narek dragged out of Soji, they figure out what the next move is to take her home. This is one of the best uses of an episode dripping in nostalgia, while still managing to do its own thing within the context of the season. Nearly the best episode of Picard. Number 134 is coming apart at the seams in Silver Blood Part 2. Less blood, more silver. Or Course Oblivion. This is one of the few Trek episodes that no matter how many times I see it, or knowing the ending, that never fails to make me cry. The mood is so hopeful to start as we see the wedding of not Tom and not Torres. If you're observant, you'll think Tom got his pip back between episodes. But nay, it's not him, and the good times won't even get to the 1920s honeymoon in Chicago. After bringing online an advanced warp drive that can get them home in a matter of months, it starts destabilizing the crew's DNA and reverting them back to the silver blood components they actually are. After the crew, and I guess Voyager itself, was copied back in the episode Demon. Kim finally gets the command he's always wanted, but not the way he wanted to get it, as he and Seven are the last two main characters left, trying to get back to the original Demon planet. They don't even get a log buoy with all their accomplishments to launch before the ship just dissolves into goo, only to become a footnote in the log of the real Voyager responding to their distress call. I generally hate plots that never really happened in the end, but here it did happen, and it feels like such a shame when this group's struggles will never be acknowledged. Going on a comic misadventure at 133, Small Soldiers, or The Magnificent Ferengi. An episode that shows when push comes to shove, the Ferengi are still just maybe one step above the seriousness of their first appearance in The Last Outpost. While the Ferengi are pretty bumbling here, that's the charm of the episode. One of Trek's few purposely funny episodes that actually comes off as hilarious, as Quark and a team of other Ferengi attempt to rescue Ishka from the Dominion. Though to start, Quark is now profiting off his latest scheme, to extract free syrup of squill from the distributor after calling them out on market manipulation. The bulk of the rest of the episode centers around Quark and Rom putting together their Ferengi team of subpar adventurers to undertake a prisoner exchange on Empok Nor. Because saving money on set. Incompetence leads to their Vorta prisoner Kevon being killed, and they rig him up to do Weekend at Bernie's 3. In the end, they outsmart another Vorta played by Iggy Pop with a broken arm, and end up capturing another Vorta for the Federation. This is pure fun all the way through, and does a good job touching on the Dominion, and where other Ferengi on our periphery are at, and how they use this as stepping stones back to profitability. A fabulously funny episode of Trek. Meeting our main characters at 132, Broken Things. Or The End is the Beginning. Yes, it takes 3 episodes to meet all our main characters, and we still won't leave Earth till the end of this one. But this episode shows us how well and truly broken everyone is. Raffi's just vaping in the desert. Rios had an accident just before we meet him with shrapnel in his shoulder, and Agnes gets to make her first kill when she shows up out of nowhere at Chateau Picard mid-battle with the Romulan Jat Vash. On the Borg cube, Soji doesn't yet know she's broken, but as she tries talking to XB Ramda, who likely caused the submatrix collapse of the cube via her knowledge of the admonition, we see how broken Ramda was before and after assimilation, as she tries to attack Soji and foreshadow Zeb Sheneb. While this episode is all set up, it's well acted and introduces the season arc mystery quite well. A Blazin' Bev production at 131. What is even real? Or Frame of Mind. Easily the best Riker-centered episode, while also having some of the weirdest twists and turns in Trek. Neither Riker nor the audience truly knows what's real until the very end, as his mind draws from the recent experience starring in a play set in an alien mental asylum. Along the way, we see a not Borg queen using a spoon to contact the collective. There's this great self-reflection scene where Riker's mind is probed and other cast members represent his personality. The episode also hosts some really decent special effects. There's not much to say about the episode, but it's just one you have to watch and experience. Though, how exactly did this one not win Jonathan Frakes an Emmy for Best Actor? Breaking the Hippocratic Oath at number 130. Doctor's Got a Doctor. Or Critical Care. When the doctor's program is stolen by a shady merchant named Gar, what ensues is one of Trek's biggest moral gray areas. He's sold to a medical facility on a planet with a caste-based care system. The least contributing get near no care, while important citizens have access to preventative care. The doctor uses unauthorized medicine to save the life of one of the lower caste, who shows improvement and wants to learn to be a doctor. But when found out, is left to die. Janeway goes on a chase for Gar that she's clearly literally tired of by the end. Neelix uses some enhanced interrogation techniques to uncover the location of the doctor, who's in the middle of using some motivational hospitalization of his own to convince the hospital administrator to actually save lives so that he can get himself treatment. A great example of doing the wrong things for the right reasons, and a look at the ghastly decisions that sometimes have to be made due to triage and resources. Waxing poetic at 129, Cyrano de Broccoli. Or Nth Degree. As far as I'm concerned, another crime in the history of Emmy nominations, as Dwight Schultz gives one of the best performances of his life. First is Reg, the socially awkward guy trying badly to come out of his shell through acting, and then later as cool, calm, and collected Barclay. The man is truly an acting talent to behold. The way he can tune in many facets of the same character in a single episode. As one of many random probes in the franchise is encountered, and gives Barclay superhuman mental calculations, which ends up in him taking over from Majel and bringing the ship to the middle of the galaxy. It ties back to the final frontier as the Cytherians are introduced at the center of the galaxy, finally answering the question, what God needs with a starship? And that is mutual exchange of information, and the embodiment of the seeking out new life and boldly going mission statement the show has come to be known for. Searching for the answers to Unity at 128, Origins, or The Chase. This one has a little bit of everything we love about Star Trek. All the major Alpha and Beta Quadrant powers show up in a struggle for power over research by Picard's former archaeology professor, on this journey across half the quadrant to put together DNA strands from different worlds and cultures across history, all to find out one of several reasons that the majority of races we see in Trek are bipedal, other than because it's cheap and easy to stick prosthetics on human actors. Salome Jens makes her Trek debut in a form eerily similar to that of the Dominion, and makes you wonder if this race that seeded life on so many worlds were the ancestors of the Changelings also. A thrilling mystery with a decidedly Trek conclusion in all of its infinite diversity in infinite combinations. Closing out the block today at number 127, Erotic Distant Cousins, or The Enterprise Incident. Proving that Season 3 of TOS isn't all bad, Kirk orders the Enterprise into the Romulan neutral zone, only to be surrounded by Klingons. Well, really it's Romulans using surplus Klingon designs in this era because the original Bird of Prey model was destroyed after Balance of Terror. After joining the Romulan commander to discuss terms, she takes a liking to Spock for the rest of the episode, who plays into it well, making her believe he's coming around to a Romulan way of thinking. Her evening dress is one of the best outfits in TOS. Though all the misdirection about Kirk being mentally unfit was really just a way to steal a Romulan cloaking device, which they use to render Enterprise invisible and slip away. We find out Spock's been in Starfleet for 18 years at this point. I'm still torn as to whether this portrayal or Carolyn Seymour's Romulan commander are the best in the franchise. There is so much passion in the writing and acting, it really makes you wonder, what happened to the rest of Season 3? Crash landing at 126. Harry Kim suffers. For decades. Or timeless. Harry and Chakotay open the episode finding a Voyager popsicle. But the suffering for Voyager really starts when Seven learns the hard way that Synthahol gets her really drunk really fast. The bulk of the episode is told in the past tense, with Harry not being able to let go of a way to get off Gilligan's Island that never quite pans out in simulations, as Renegade, Chakotay, and Kim are trying to put right what once went wrong, before Captain LaForge can catch them, with LeVar Burton doing double duty, both in the director's chair and as actor. Their ultimate goal is to use a classified crank-prank time phone to call Harry in the past and change Voyager's fate. Some great 90s TV CGI in a heartbreaking plot that gets murky in the end, as Kim gets a log from his alternate future self explaining why he changed the entire timeline for the sake of Voyager and its crew. Yet again proving Harry Kim's fate is to suffer in every version of reality. Tying real-world conspiracies to Star Trek at 125, just a weather balloon. Or Little Green Men. The often mentioned but yet unseen cousin Gala tries to set Quark up by giving him a brand new shuttle that's rigged for speed on a Ferengi shuttle. Nog bringing up Sisko's last trip to the past and inserting himself into history is the first bit of self-actualization in the episode. While taking Nog to Starfleet Academy, some technobabble sees them end up in Hangar 18 as the canon explanation of the 1947 Roswell crash. Turns out Odo came along for the ride because why not? Space hippies grow up into army generals, and Nurse, hopeful as can be, gives us a redux of the Strange New World's classic Trek motto. This episode is pure fun all the way around. There's nothing to not like about it. Cheeky, yet casual time travel is casual. Getting caught in a pickle with a dick at 124. Photons firing photons. Or message in a bottle. Another purely fun episode, but nets the Doctor some much-needed experience outside his programming. Voyager uses an alien relay network that spans most of the galaxy to send the Doctor onto a Starfleet ship in the Alpha Quadrant in one of many, let's contact the outside world Gilligan's Island moments. Which, if you've seen any episode of that show, you'll know the plan goes horribly sideways, as the Doctor's program is sent to explain Voyager's situation, only to find an entire Starfleet crew of this NX registry Prometheus unalived by a group of Romulans stealing it. He gets to play Die Hard on a starship with the help of fellow Mark II EMH, played by Andy Dick at the beginning of his acting career, and not the husk of a human being he's reportedly become today. But here, he and Picardo play really nicely off each other, as the improved hologram with no experience and the experienced hologram stuck in an unfamiliar setting, and fumble their way through stopping the Romulans' plot and turning the ship back over to Starfleet. It was nice, almost smack dab in the middle of Voyager's run, to get an episode in the Alpha Quadrant dealing with standard Trek fare, while finally, 4.5 seasons in, letting the people back home know that Voyager's still out there. I would describe this episode as pure fun, with a purpose, getting a wake-up call from the past at 1:23, hailing frequencies closed, or the sound of her voice. Here's one I would not describe as pure fun, especially not for the voice in the dark that war-weary Defiant crew go far out of their way to try and rescue. This is a very different down-tempo formula that works especially well as a penultimate episode of the penultimate season, breaking up the Dominion War arc. We get to know our main characters a little better as they take turns calming this lone surviving captain on a Class L or barely habitable planet over comms, reassuring her someone's out there. The B-plot back on the station sees Jake trying to get in on a not-so-nefarious activity by a local entrepreneur, and Odo is distracted by his recent start of a relationship with Kira. The main plot ends tragically, which isn't often a thing in Trek, as what they find is a time displacement of a few years on the planet they head to, and this person has been dead for a while. Which leads to an Irish wake where there's a bit of foreshadowing that Jadzia is not going to be with us going forward in the next episode. A solidly interesting episode of DS9 that pushes your emotional buttons. Playing Clue at 122. Yeah, she did it. Or Necessary Evil. We open on a dark and stormy night, usually not a great start to a story as Picard once pointed out. But as Quark gets enlisted by a woman on Bajor to find a box hidden on the station during the occupation, curiosity will always get the better of Quark, and in this case, leaves him clinging to life by a thread for looking at the list of hidden names. Which means Odo now has to play whodunit, which all ties back to another murder years before, when the box was hidden in the first place and Kira was Odo's prime suspect. After a drawn-out investigation, in the end it turns out Kira had been guilty of murder all those years ago to protect the Bajoran resistance. It'll take him some time, but even knowing the truth, he still has a place in his heart for Kira. A side note, this is the first time Rom starts feeling like the Rom we know going forward. Before this, he's been portrayed simply as your average cutthroat Ferengi. An episode that keeps you guessing till the very end. Doing some time shenanigans at 121, Grand Trek Auto, or Carpenter Street. Following the tradition of most Treks going back to or near the production date of the show, Archer is tasked by Daniels with cleaning up some Xindi in 2004 Earth, trying to wipe out the population with a bioweapon. Recurring Trek actor and horror movie legend Leland Orser shows the worst side of 21st century humanity as he helps the reptilians by kidnapping people with certain blood types for their research. And his performance here is a lot of what turns this B-list buddy cop show into a high point in Trek history. Even though the time travel is completely casual and the message is the 21st century kinda sucks, there's something about Archer ordering from a greasy spoon drive-thru and T'Pol being the butt of a vegetarian joke that really works to add a few points to what might have been an otherwise unremarkable script, if not in a sci-fi setting. Building a coalition of the willing at 118, 119, and 120, Prelude to War. Or Babel 1, United, and the Einar. Here's one of those three-parters clogging up the works and keeping some episodes out of the actual top 100. There's a lot going on and a lot of new lore to like, along with the strong continuation of the friendship between Archer and Shran. The intro of the first part of Babel 1 sees our favorite Blueskin getting his ship pulverized, seemingly by the Tellarites. Archer gets involved and starts the long road journeying to Babel, to start his great role in history that Daniels has been grooming him for all these years, playing mediator and bringing races together. Indeed, it's this three-parter that truly starts the wheels of the Federation in motion, and why this collection of episodes finds themselves quite so high up on this list of Trek. Turns out it's the Romulans just trying to muddy the waters all along with an early holoship that can look any way they want it to, with no real crew, and when Enterprise follows a supposed Andorian warp trail, Reed and Tucker end up stuck on the craft, which, into the next episode, will navigate a labyrinth trying to kill them, all the while trying to slow down the ship so Enterprise can retrieve them. While back aboard, the Tellarites and Andorians go after each other, and Shran loses his current love interest, which forces an almost amok time but better battle of friends, as Johnny steps in for the Tellarite ambassador in a ritual matter of honor, to hold the fragile alliance against the Romulan holoship together. After a careful reading of disqualification rules, Archer gets the Alliance back on track, and it's revealed whoever is piloting the ship remotely is Andorian, or more precisely, Einar, a race of blind but heavily telepathic albino Andorians that will later spawn one of Starfleet's greatest engineers. But for now, Archer and Shran, after being deceived by the Einar, figure out this is someone controlling the drone craft against their will, and use the person's sister to build their own control device. To up the stakes at the end, there's a second drone ship, and after some decent CGI battle sequences, the drones are destroyed and the Romulan involvement is never fully exposed. This was to be foreshadowing of the coming Romulan War if Enterprise had gotten a Season 5. There's also a subplot throughout these three about T'Pol finally being unmarried, and it giving Trip feelings that are hard for a Florida man to handle. He ends this block by asking for a short-lived transfer to the nearly ready NX-02. These episodes by themselves, as scripts versus other television, are only pretty good. But there's so much Trek lore that gets filled in here, it deserves a bit of a bump in these rankings. It also perfectly complements Enterprise's post-9/11 themes, building a coalition of aggrieved parties to stop an imminent threat. And in the end, a road to war with the Romulans will lead to a road to peace, for what will become the Federation. Putting right what once went wrong at 117, the leap home. Or Detained. Usually when you get famous pairings from other TV shows together, it's a gimmick to cover up a mediocre to bad episode. Here, bringing in Dean Stockwell as the guest of the week takes a solid Trek premise and dials it up to 11. As the warden of a Tandaran prison, a race that hates the Suliban even more than Archer, to the point they've gone all Japanese internment camp on every Suliban in their space, just in case 1 in 100 of them are part of the Cabal. At first, Jonathan and Mayweather are interred by mistake for doing some exploration in a shuttle pod, but when it's found out that Archer has knowledge about the Suliban, he's forced to prove that he's not actually Sam Beckett. When Enterprise shows up to get them, they end up helping with a prison break. The message about false imprisonment is one of the most perfectly Trek plots in the entirety of Enterprise. And we get the benefit of reuniting Bakula and the late great Dean Stockwell. For me, this is the first truly great episode in Enterprise's run. Splitting its loyalties at 116, impossible choice. Or change of heart. Remember the time when Worf chose to save his wife and let a Federation intelligence asset die, only to have her die a few episodes later? The A-plot is just that straightforward, but giving literal life or death choices to Worf. The guy that's not good at making life-altering choices drives the pain he experiences after Jadzia gets hit by a Jem'Hadar weapon that stops the body's ability to clot a wound, and tries to soldier on through the same few meters of jungle set redressed, through a montage of suffering. The B-plot sees O'Brien and Julian learning the Ferengi game of Tongo, just for the satisfaction of watching Quark lose, only to be beat improbably by what's probably the equivalent of a royal flush. Though, the fun is in getting there, as Julian opens up to Quark about his love for Jadzia, that's been obvious since episode 1 in his over-the-top horn dog days on DS9. And it turns out, he's talking to another admirer of the fair Trill Maiden. And what ensues helps round out the episode's overall message of lost love, with the whole thing being capped off by Sisko telling Worf that he simultaneously made the right and the wrong choice. But don't worry, Worf. You've got a nice cushy ambassador job for a few years before you become a pacifist warrior nun. charting the boundaries of darkness at 1:15, The Nothing. Or The Void. Seven shows off her cooking prowess and intolerance of perception regarding her perfectly paired courses, as Voyager is sucked into a space butthole, but this one is enter only, finding themselves stuck in a bubble of space devoid of any energy or resources, except what gets pulled in. Turns out they're in a high-stakes game of Road Warrior to keep their own resources against desperate pirates. As it looks like Voyager might not make it, Janeway turns that frown upside down by uniting many of the other vessels just trying to survive here also into a mini-federation, pooling resources and technology to try and escape. Amidst all this, they come across a race that plagues all the ships, supposedly native to the Void, which doesn't make much sense, in a place devoid of all energy. But putting that aside, we get this subplot where Jonathan Del Arco, as Fantome, learns a language of light and sound from the Doctor and then teaches it to other members of his species. And they help disable the remaining pirates to allow Janeway's coalition of the willing to escape. A couple of things to note in this episode. Chakotay is a vegetarian, but he served Luvian quail at the beginning, which I suppose could go back to the idea that no replicated thing is truly meat if the pre-cooked bird was replicated. Either way, the episode was nominated for an Emmy in makeup with many species represented. All in all, a wonderfully Trek message in this one. Finding out if it can handle the truth at number 114. A few good Klingons. Or Rules of Engagement, one of Trek's many great courtroom dramas, as Worf's in the hot seat for destroying a Klingon ship in the middle of battle that was supposedly filled with civilians. Famous recurring Trek actor Ron Canada takes the role of Klingon prosecutor with an agenda, and does a masterful job trying to weave a narrative that Worf is impulsive and will absolutely throw down if provoked. Sisko plays the advocate that can't keep his hothead client under control, and towards the end, he turns the narrative around on the Klingon Empire as a ploy, where no civilians died, but Avery Brooks gets a chance to Avery Brooks just a little. It's one of DS9's great reminders that wars often have huge gray areas, and this time Worf dodged a bullet. For the second time in this block, the episode wraps with Sisko trying to get Worf to accept that this is a learning experience in the red uniform, and command, even during war, isn't all tactical prowess. There's a great bit in there as Quark is telling a story about Morn and a Dabo girl that is a fantastic comic relief out of nowhere. Maybe the best episode to center around Worf across 12 seasons of Trek. Proving you can do more than just crash shuttles at 113, Interactive Clip Show, or Shattered. It only took 7 seasons, but Chakotay finally gets a really well-written episode that surrounds his character, and for once it has nothing to do with fake Native American stuff. So double yay! As starts many Trek conundrums, the ship encounters a random anomaly in space, and it has consequences. It shatters the ship into different time periods, most giving glimpses at a bunch of previous episodes, and with the magic of chronotons injected in a serum from the Doctor, after Chakotay took a surge of energy from the anomaly, this allows him to be the only impervious person to these time fractures. Like any good former Maquis, he takes a hostage to help him out in the form of Captain Janeway before the ship's ever thrown into the Delta Quadrant. Through it all, Chakotay makes the argument that even if this version of Janeway could change the past and avoid the Delta Q altogether, there's something about the journey and the camaraderie over the last 7 years that makes all the Borg attacks, telepathic picture plants, and lost crew members worth it. Kinda goes against the whole getting off Gilligan's Island thing the show's based on, but it's a sound message, and this episode is just generally fun, rehashing old plot threads, while trying to put the ship back into temporal sync. It's both technical and heartwarming. On top of the fact, Chakotay finally gets something meaningful to do. Questioning if truth even exists at 112, Detox, or The Wire. This is the first episode we really find out what Garrick's all about, and simultaneously, nothing at all. The episode opens to Bashir and Garrick trying to get lunch and going over how boring Bashir finds Cardassian War and Peace levels of Soviet propaganda-style novels. That is supposed to have been on par with Shakespeare on Earth. While unsuccessfully getting food, it becomes clear Garrick is in immense pain. But it won't be till he consumes half of Quark's stock of Kanar and passes out that Bashir can even attempt to do anything for him. But it turns out Garrick's problem is both technological from an implant put in his brain by the Obsidian Order, and Garrick's own self-loathing that have both built up to dangerous levels. Through all the half-truths and bald-faced lies Garrick tells Bashir through an intense period of cold turkey drying out, there's really a good real-world moral of how hard substance abuse is to quit. It's easier to just give your brain what you've built it up to ask for, rather than go the hard road that Bashir helps Elam get through, with some eventual help from an Auburn Tain, who's later revealed as Garrick's father. This early episode in the series truly helps cement this ambiguous duo as friends for the rest of the series, and the ending gives us one of the internet's greatest bases for memeing, questioning whether anything Garrick said in the episode is true. It's all true, especially the lies. Everyone gets a chance to weigh in at number 111. Opinions. Everyone has them. Or I Borg. Picard ends up feeling like a doormat in this one, as he gives orders that everyone seems more comfortable than normal giving their opinion on what to do differently after finding a small Borg craft with only one survivor. Picard's past experience with the Borg suggests they should leave him, but Crusher and her Hippocratic Oath get in the way of that. What happens across the episode is a softening of hardline opinions against the Borg. Geordi goes from hesitant to giving Hugh his name, and becoming his biggest advocate. His enthusiasm rubs off on Guinan, whose planet was assimilated by the Borg, who after a visit to the brig completely changes her opinion, to the point of going to forcing it on the captain, after she'd already told him in no uncertain terms that having Hugh aboard is foolish. Picard disregards orders to use the drone as a weapon, and gives him real choices as an individual, which are some of Trek's best messages. After Hugh chooses to go back to the Borg, Geordi even accompanies him, and you feel the sense of loss for Geordi as Hugh is transported away. A great moral in the episode about never being too old or too affected by a topic to change your opinion. Discovering what your past really holds at 110. Reawakenings. Or The Impossible Box. Despite its flaws, I do think Season 1 of Picard is its overall best season. This is where the show's slow build finally reaches a point where it reaches out and grabs you. The bulk of the episode surrounds Soji's journey to discover who she really is, after weird dreams of her as a child, and Narek tipping her off to the fact she spends exactly 70 seconds calling her mom every night, before she just kind of deactivates. Turns out, she's only 3 years old, and her memories are made up. The crew of La Sirena are kind of a mess, particularly Agnes, fresh off the whole killing of her former boyfriend thing, and finds dudes playing soccer in the middle of night. Sexy as hell. Raffi's not doing much better as she hits the snake leaf and the bottle at the same time before cashing in favors at the expense of friendships so JL can get onto the artifact. The scene where Picard first beams onto the Borg cube makes where this episode is ranked worthy of its spot alone, as he has flashbacks to his time as Locutus, getting disoriented and almost shuffles off the non-OSHA compliant walkways, before some XBs and a friendly face ground him and keep him upright. Jonathan Del Arco again reprising the role of Hugh, and being willing to help his old friend that caused his own transformation. in any way he can. Which leads us back to Soji, who's tricked into a Romulan ceremony to uncover clues to finding her homeworld, and nearly gets irradiated to a shutdown until she activates and realizes some of her artificial potential, to conveniently pop out in front of a complete stranger promising to help if she just follows. I mean, I'd think this is just another Jat Vash plot, but it leads us to a little garden spot Hugh knows that the Romulans somehow don't know about in the Queen's Chamber, which has a spatial trajector which yeets Picard and Soji to planet Unicorn Rabbit. Oh yeah, and Elnor's there. But not written well as usual, and decides Hugh is now more hopeless of a cause than Picard. And look at how that turns out for him. There was so much to unpack here, and it's just fair to say this episode has something for everyone as far as television watching preferences. It's generally a great mix of action, touching moments, and moving the season story forward. Finding out if pig and elephant DNA will splice at 108 and 109. End of a long road. Or Demons and Terra Prime. While not the final episodes, this two-parter is considered by many to be Enterprise's finale. The series wraps up with a milestone in galactic harmony as many of the races Johnny and crew have met through the run of the show come together on Earth for talks that will eventually lead to the founding of the Federation. Before that can happen, though, somehow a random woman bleeding to death gets into a high-profile diplomatic event and dies bearing a message for T'Pol and Trip. There's a baby out there somewhere, and it belongs to them. Despite T'Pol never having been pregnant, and a one-night fling was all they ever shared. Despite previous bad blood in the season, Archer had Reed talk to his old Section 31 leader Harris about what's really going on here. And it's just the beginning of unwrapping this classic Bond villain plot. Turns out a classic Nazi-esque xenophobe created a Vulcan-human hybrid baby just so he could hold it up as an abomination. No matter what, he's going to take his moon mining base to Mars to tap into some Starfleet tech that gives him a ray gun that can reach anything in the solar system. And he'll use it if all non-humans don't leave the Sol system soon. We get a nice tie back to the TOS episode Savage Curtain, as he talks about Colonel Green, who wiped out radiation victims after Earth's Third World War, in an effort to cleanse the human race. Mayweather gets duped by his ex-girlfriend posing as a reporter, also working for the Terra Prime group, and using him to spy on Starfleet, or so it would appear. Loose lips sink ships, dude. As we come to the end of the second episode, Hoshi's left in command to make some big decisions. And this truly brings her character arc full circle from the frightened officer that wanted nothing but to go home by the third episode of the series, to competent bridge officer ready to do what needs to be done, no matter the consequences. There is a scene after the bulk of the action is over of another Terra Prime operative that's supposed to kill Archer, but ends up taking his own life instead. I'm really not sure what that added to the episode other than runtime, but that's a thing. And it wasn't Travis's girl who was the operative. She was working for Starfleet all along. Despite the loss of the baby they never had a hand in creating, T'Pol and Trip's grief really hits you after these action-packed episodes. And you're left on the positive note that if not cloned, a human Vulcan child might be possible in the future, setting up the groundwork for Spock. As long as you ignore These Are the Voyages, this two-parter makes a fitting end to Enterprise's not quite 5-year mission. Throwing the Prime Directive out with the bathwater at 106 and 107. Call Me Ishmael. Or Equinox Parts 1 and 2. Nearly every captain gets a moment where they go on an irrational quest for a white whale. Janeway's comes in the form of the only other known Federation captain in the Delta Q. After it's revealed he and his crew were using beings from a layer of subspace as fuel, only to have them fight back hard against the Equinox. This episode is a long line from the first in Kathy's dedication to her own personal version of the Prime Directive. though she goes so far as to take an Equinox crewman to the edge with one of the entities in an effort to get information, which Chakotay has to pull her back from. One of Torres's academy buddies on the Equinox, Max, shows himself to be more dedicated to the whole using living beings as a source of fuel thing than Ransom. But in the end, they both get what's coming to them. Voyager gains a few crew members, Chakotay continues his role as the ship's unofficial counselor, and in a rare moment, is the shining beacon of morality over Janeway. This episode was nominated for an Emmy in sound editing, and that's well deserved. Many of the darker elements feel dialed up to 11 because of the background score and music cues. Great performances the whole way around in this chase of a white whale. Pulling on the fabric of time at 105, piling on. Or, future tense. Enterprise finds a strange craft with an unknown human aboard. At first they think they found Zephram Cochrane, but this is not the Enterprise that will make that discovery. Instead, what they've found is another piece of the ongoing temporal Cold War that's bigger on the inside than out. Being the first of many callers, a single Suliban ship claims to have rights to the craft, and Archer kinda laughs this single ship off. It's not till later in the episode, where they're being chased by a pack of Suliban, and the little seen Tholians are also trying to get the time ship, that Johnny realizes they have a problem. And to compound it, the ship is giving off some type of temporal radiation that causes the last few minutes in the launch bay to keep repeating in a circle. Up to this point, there's been something of a trope of Enterprise heading full steam for the nearest Vulcan ship for assistance with whatever hornet's nest they've disturbed in humans' early exploration of the galaxy this week. I kinda love that when they get to the Vulcans this time, the Tholians have gotten there first, and ironically leave only the Suliban between Enterprise and the deadly Tholian web. Thankfully, Florida Man does what he does best and gets a time transponder working, so all the future tech stuff gets returned. The stakes just keep getting more and more serious through the episode, and it really pays off in this one. Talking another AI to death at 104, absurdity at its best. Or, I'm Mud. So what makes this different from this? The answer is comedic timing. As long as you can look past the trafficking incident with Harry Mudd, this episode sees him in the role of a planetary ruler, with the caveat that he can't leave. Held hostage by a race of ancient androids that have long outlived their creators, and looking for meaning, they hijack the Enterprise and force the command crew to spend the rest of their lives being studied and immortalized, hanging out with their friend Harry Mudd. The first 2/3 of the episode are just what I've laid out, and is merely a standard TOS formula, even ending with the umpteenth time William Shatner talks an AI to death. But that's where this episode adds an extra to its ordinary. William Shatner does his ultimate bit of William Shatnering, along with the main cast plus Mudd. They do the most perplexing things, while feeding the androids double negatives, and the timing of each event is choreographed so well, I will take this over this every single time. Nonchalantly crossing over at 102 and 103, forgivingly unattached. Or, in a Mirror Darkly, parts 1 and 2. Yes, in the mirror universe, my mother was an Orion snakeleaf dealer. Now that we got that out of the way, this episode is the only mirror universe which, for me, is just the regular verse. That doesn't directly involve a main character crossing from one universe to another, but takes off the thread from TOS's Tholian web of the disappearance of the USS Defiant. No, not that one. We drop straight into our main cast, including a still-alive for now Forrest as captain. But so as it is in the Terran Empire, his first officer, Archer, has higher ambitions of command. After running a coup, liberating the Defiant, and getting Enterprise and Forrest destroyed, he thinks he's up top dog. One of the best scenes is just him in the second episode showing off himself in a TOS-style uniform. After overtaking the crew of another Terran ship, they used the Defiant as a Trojan horse to secure Emperorship for Archer. But after all his hard work, it was Hoshi as the captain's woman, who was always one step ahead. And we're left with the idea that she's probably about to become the next Emperor at the end. I really dig that they leave the story open-ended. This episode is pure fun. Even the CGI Gorn fight scene and Enterprise's only voice contribution by Majel Barrett. Thanks, Majel. See you on the other side of the mirror, suckers! Rounding out the 3-digit ranks at 100 and 101. Enemy of My Frenemy. Or Redemption Parts 1 and 2. The episodes where we get the reveal of not Tasha Yar and Klingon boobs. I mean, Scylla and the Duras sisters getting into bed together. I mean, that sounds like an idea for some fan fiction. What I'm trying to say is the Romulans start supplying the Duras family and those loyal to them in a coup as Galron is ascending to be leader of the High Council. Because we're at Kronos, Worf can't help but get involved and takes a little break from Starfleet to try and regain his family honor by declaring for Gowron. The Federation can't get involved in the war, but after the clues start being put together, Starfleet does agree to run a blockade between the Romulan and Klingon empires, which draws out of the shadows the previously hinted at daughter of Tasha Yar, which comes to tell Picard to move on. Guinan's spidey time sense helps bring some clarity to this follow-up to yesterday's Enterprise. This two-parter really brings a ton of past plot points together in one of the rare moments in TNG that takes off of previous threads. In the end, Data has one of his best moments across the franchise as he gets his first temporary command with a cyberphobic first officer and correctly exposes the Romulan connection. He almost gets emotional when he has to repeat his command to fire to his insubordinate number 1. This episode ties the 3 classic Alpha and Beta Quadrant powers together well in an interesting war story that will have wider implications in the future. Getting rickrolled at number 99. Never Gonna Give You Up. Or Blaze of Glory. After intercepting a communique from the remnants of the former Maquis, Sisko teams up with his personal white whale, Michael Eddington, to stop non-existent missiles probably similar to Dreadnought seen in Voyager, that may have cloaking devices. Ben and Mike try to out-machismo each other for the rest of the episode, and that's really what makes it great. The reality is, this was a rescue mission all along, to extract Eddington's wife and Maquis friends, and the Sisko got rickrolled. Eddington got to be the martyr he clearly wanted. Michael really comes off as a likable good guy in this one, lending more clout to the fan theory that the Sisko is actually the antagonist in DS9. Though in the end, Sisko seems to understand Eddington better in death than he did in life. Going on the offensive at 97 and 98, Preemptive Strike, or Improbable Cause, and the die is cast. Our plain, simple tailor, Garrick, begins the episode having lunch with his totally platonic friend Bashir, when shortly after, Garrick is almost killed by a bombing of his shop. Really, it's just our not-so-simple tailor up to his old tricks to bring Odo into an investigation, which gives Rene Aubergenois a chance to do one of his best scenes in DS9, where he hassles a Phylaxian assassin, and he goes from perfume customer to his casual Sherlock Holmes security chief brilliantly. We get our only look at the shadowy Gull Rousseau, before Garrick and Odo have their runabout apprehended by the Obsidian Order Tal Shiar rogue fleet, heading for the wormhole to destroy the Founders before they can cause problems. Leland Orser makes a really low-key appearance as the Changeling playing Colonel Lobach. It's weird to try to justify this genocide, but remember, the Dominion is pushing this alliance of Alpha Quadrant powers to attack them, so any action they now take on the Alpha Quadrant will be justified, even though they started it in the first place. You know, basically one Great Link Palpatine. Before he ended up in the entry before this one, Eddington shows us his loyalty to Starfleet when ordered to sabotage the Defiant to keep Sisko on book with his orders to sit tight on the station and pray the Dominion don't come looking for revenge. This gives Miles O'Brien another chance to again show why he's Starfleet's greatest asset. Ben and crew fix it and make it there in just enough time to rescue Garrick and Odo halfway across the Gamma Quadrant. One of the unhinged but brilliant scenes that gets this into the top 100 is Elam interrogating Odo for information he doesn't have. Both actors hit in this scene masterfully. This one is a preview of the Dominion War to come, receiving ancient knowledge at number 96, Tower of Babel, or an O-Ball for Charon. For all you disco haters out there, yes, despite not seeing it on this list for nearly the last 100 ranked episodes, it does have a few in the double digits. This particular episode hits so many Star Trek notes, there's absolutely nothing to not like. We start with Pike and Una, which was a big deal before Strange New Worlds premiered, just having lunch together and catching up on the Red Angel situation, and her overseeing Enterprise's refit after their first 5-year mission. Later, an alien probe immobilizes the ship. Where have I heard this one before? Usually a recipe for a mediocre Trek snooze fest, but not today. Having it knock out the Universal Translator, which is pretty much vital to tying a crew of people from across species and dialects, is a brilliantly done bit of sci-fi. Stamets and Reno get to show their witty banter off for the first time, as they try to rid Tilly of her fungal friend May, which gets weird with drilling a hole in her skull and having the rare Trek moment of licensing a popular song. Saru thinks he's dealing with the end of his life through the run of the episode, only to find out what he'd been taught his whole life about Vahari was a lie, perpetuated to keep his people in slavery. After all the craziness, this probe just wanted to transfer its wealth of hundreds of thousands of years of knowledge to Discovery, which becomes a problem later in the season. This was the episode where Pike and crew showed what they were made of, and probably the start of talks about a strange new spin-off, which is now going strong. This episode rounds out something about nearly every recurring character in the show, and finally gives the Trek trope of an alien probe archive a decent script to go along with the premise. Don't walk, run to 95, going viral, or the quickening. For such a serious episode about the nature of disease, it starts on one of DS9's funniest gags, as Quark's in hot water for programming ads to play on the station's terminals, all the way to the Defiant's replicated beverages materializing in his gimmicky cups. Aside from that, the episode is grim as can be, as Dax and Julian get caught up in a planet the Dominion made examples of by introducing a virus that randomly terminates their life, and the closest thing they have to doctors are Kevorkians. While all this is going on, Kira's just chilling in a runabout for a week, while the blue shirts make the problem worse, as they find out, only too late, that anything electromagnetic like their equipment quickens the quickening. Even after Kira and Dax go back to the station, Bashir doesn't give up, and even delivers a baby free of the quickening. It's not a cure, but it will allow the next generation to move forward. I kinda love the approach this episode takes, going all Kate Pulaski and dropping the technology in favor of old-school basic medicine. Searching for the truth at number 94, Test of Loyalty, or Inquisition, the episode that spawned the Federation's shadow agency. Section 31 runs a deception that has both Bashir and the viewer in suspense the whole way through. Sloan tests Bashir's loyalty to the Federation through a sleep-deprived witch hunt, accusing him of being a Dominion spy and not even realizing it. It's only when Sisko shows up without any regard for the situation, and the fact Cheap O'Brien's umpteenth kayaking injury doesn't respond in his hollow facade, that Mr. Genetically Modified puts together that nothing he's experienced here has been real, which gives way to Voyager's holodeck set and the reveal of the man behind the curtain. There's no way in a galaxy full of Obsidian orders that the Federation doesn't have their own secret police. The birth of Section 31 easily earns this one a top spot. Fighting back at 93, Mirror's Edge, or Into the Forest I Go. Another disco episode that I just don't have any complaints about, and it comes at the apex of their first season, where everything seems to be moving forward and that pesky Klingon war Burnham gets unjustly blamed for is about to turn for the Federation, only to be sidelined for 9 months because of Mira Lorca that's been with us from the beginning. This one is extremely action-packed and one of Trek's best all-around thrillers. Burnham nearly ends the leader of the Klingon War, and Stamets proves why the Spore Drive-equipped Crossfield class made my top 5 ship designs video too much chagrin, as he makes over 100 micro-jumps to break the Klingon cloaking device, and shows us how powerful that can also make the ship as a weapons platform. But after his sacrifice and original willingness to lay down the Spore Drive operator position, Lorca feeds him coordinates that lead the ship into the Mirror U at the end. To top all that off, we get a Klingon with her top off. And that marks Trek's first nude scene. Unless you count this, or this. But hey, Klingon boobs. Doing recon at 92. Pushed to the brink. Or Azadi Prime. Much like the previous entry, this episode is the crux of a season arc where the season tension comes to a head, and leaves you on a cliffhanger that leaves you wondering if the hero ship is even going to make it. Enterprise will bear the scars from this battle for the rest of the season, and is probably the most beat up but still flying Starfleet ship we've seen since the Year of Hell. Daniels makes another appearance aboard the Enterprise J to give Johnny one of his famous pep talks. Even after that, he still does a suicide mission to try and destroy the season big bad Xindi weapon all by himself, but ends up captured and being a Kirk-style smartass, even while chained and beaten, and that smugness turns into one of Trek's most brilliant moments, as he has a talk about Degra's feelings on genocide. T'Pol finally shows for the first time that her Trellium D problem has affected her when she has an extreme outburst. This one's another great thriller that brings the season's underlying tension to the surface in some intense ways. Running Silent at 91, Hit and Run, or Defiant. The first few seasons actually might have you believe Gul Dukat is the protagonist, and on multiple occasions goes out of his way to help the Cisco clean up a Federation mess. What? No statue of him on Bajor? The episode starts pretty nonchalantly like any middle-of-the-road episode of DS9, with an overworked Kira ordered by her doctor to enjoy life a little. And who better to enjoy life with than the Enterprise's biggest man-whore, Will Riker? Only it's not that Riker, but Maquis transporter clone with the fake beard, Tom. He steals the recently introduced Defiant for its cloaking device, which forces Ben to have to call his old friend Dukat for help getting his ship back. This episode just works on a lot of levels. It's a crossover, it furthers the Cisco and Dukat arc well as they work together at Cardassian Command, it moves the Maquis story forward, and it hints at the upcoming secret fleet we talked about earlier in this block being built. It's one of those submarine chase thrillers, similar to Balance of Terror, but leans into so many ongoing Trek plot points. The ending begs the question, what happened to Thomas Riker? Sacrificing itself unnecessarily at number 90, the Planet Killer, or the Doomsday Machine. Even though some may think I've been harsh on some classic episodes, here's one that well and truly passes the test. The Enterprise finds the USS Constellation wrecked in a destroyed solar system. What they find is a Commodore named Decker, who's the sole survivor after making a tactical error and beaming his crew down to a planet in order to save them, only to have the entire planet eaten by a gigantic space weapon. Kirk, Scotty, and other away party members get stranded on the Constellation, and Decker takes command of the Enterprise to get his retribution for his eaten crew. In the end, sacrificing himself, I guess for no other reason than joining those that he lost. But that gives Kirk an idea. And Scotty, being the miracle worker he is, manages to get the Constellation moving again to be the instrument of destruction that brings down this instrument of destruction. An interesting aside here, Commodore Decker is the father of Captain Decker in the motion picture. As TOS often does, the darkness of the episode is cleansed by a bad joke. In the remastered version, the battle sequences are actually quite good and help the overall aesthetic. The crew proving how good they really were against a galactic-level threat in less time than 56 minutes to leave space dock. Bringing a soldier home from war at 89, Potemkin Village. Or, It's Only a Paper Moon. Pretty much the height of Aaron Eisenberg's adventure of taking a background character and turning it into probably the greatest redemption arc in all of Trek. After the events of AR-558, Nog had to be taken to a more extensive starbase medical facility to be fitted with a new leg. The episode does an amazing job of showing the range of emotions those with PTSD can go through, as he retreats into Vic Fontaine's 1960s Vegas holomatrix. Despite now having a counselor on board, Vic shows himself to be just what Nog needs. A friend that won't judge him or bring up his lost leg. After doing some very Ferengi-esque things like balancing Vic's books and prepping to build a new casino, he also ends up in a literal fight with Jake over an innocuous thing that his girlfriend says, showing us more facets of PTSD. In the end, he realizes that he's not okay, but that is okay. And after living in the holodeck for a couple of weeks, decides to return to the real world. Many wounded warriors congratulated Aaron on his role in this episode, saying they could see their pain in his character. One of those episodes of Star Trek that's not just good TV with a good message, but actively helped real people. This was easily the late Aaron Eisenberg's magnum opus of character acting, giving it the old college try at 88, true to oneself. Or The First Duty, totally not Tom Paris's backstory, gets Wesley Crusher and some of his Academy buddies into a pickle after they lose a member of their flight team while trying to do banned and dangerous maneuvers. The narrative itself told in the past tense in one of Trek's best settings, a courtroom. The cadets think they can cover it up and quietly move on with their careers until Picard figures out what's really going on and gives one of the best speeches across the run of the show, telling Wes he's got to shape up or ship out, basically. Locarno takes the fall for the rest of them, and while they lose their academic credits for the year, they do get to try an uphill battle in Starfleet, even culminating in one of the cadets, Cito Jaxa, ending up serving on the D in Season 7. The premise and story are pretty straightforward, but between Picard's speech and the first meeting of groundskeeper Boothby, the episode is a great coming-of-age story with a solid message. Becoming someone else at number 87, Dissociation. Or Infinite Regress, an episode that gave Jerry Ryan her biggest chance to open up her acting abilities, and she does it masterfully, starting with skulking around the ship stealing food from the galley, leaving us wondering what's going on in the cold open. This one finally quiets Naomi Wildman's fears of Seven as she manifests the personality of a young girl who also loves the game Kadiskat. Later, the tension between B'Elanna and Miss of Nine gets dialed up as Seven goes all Klingon mating ritual and has to be phasered by security. Turns out there's some Borg technobabble in a neighboring system, causing her to experience the personalities of some of the people she once helped to assimilate as a Borg. There's a subplot about some aliens using the Borg vinculum to try and protect themselves from the collective, and they're not impressed Janeway's trying to neutralize their weapon. Meanwhile, Tuvok has the Vulcan solution to Seven's problem in a mind meld. It's only Tuvok's second most disturbing meld as he goes into Seven's mind and tries to save her from the other personalities in her head, attempting to push her out. This episode has some great cinematography, as through the episode you see Seven's personalities as a reflection in various shiny surfaces, and just some fun camera work overall. Mediating the succession of an empire at 86, you are the father. Or Reunion. The Klingon flagship just out of nowhere decloaks in front of the Enterprise. It brings Ambassador Kellar and the head of the High Council, Kempek, seeking Picard's famous mediation talents. To just, decide the future of the Klingon Empire, no big deal. The delegation carries another passenger Worf is surprised to see, the son of Kellar. And apparently, Klingon kids go from 0 to adult in less than 10 years. But that aside, hey, Worf's a father, and I'm sure he'll do just fine, since he's about to become a single father when Kellar digs too far into the reason Worf's house is now disgraced. And Duras makes the bloodiest scene in Trek until the modern era. Considering his family already failed the Empire pretty hard in Archer's time, I'm not sure how they're still a thing here. But Worf claims the Klingon right of vengeance for his secret mate Kellar, and makes Picard's decision for who to select as the new leader of the High Council a lot simpler, by eliminating one of two choices. There's a few little things that make this already solid narrative a top episode of Trek. There's the obvious heartbreaking moment where Kellar puts Alexander's hand in Worf's, and there's a bunch of previous episode threads that come back around, which is uncommon for TNG. And this is the first time we get old Gowron eyes. Finding out what you're made of at 85, in the deep end. Or, nor the battle to the strong, as Jake tries to do an article on Bashir with an eye. At a medical conference, the return trip becomes more than either bargained for. Responding to a request for emergency medical aid from an attack by the Klingons, Bashir jumps straight into triage, as Jake struggles to find space to stand and attempts to cover the umpteenth Klingon Federation war from the front lines. The episode is generally about him laying down his press credentials as he becomes part of the story. Despite having witnessed starship combat many times, including surviving the Battle of Wolf 359, Jake is thoroughly unprepared for the horrors of up-close, boots-on-the-ground kind of war. Between seeing a man that deserts his post, experiencing artillery fire, and finding another soldier that doesn't live long, the Cisco Jr. doubts himself, until by dumb luck secures the flank as the hospital is evacuated. The episode is one of Trek's most serious, except for some filler moments back on the station with Quark DeGino and Odo forgetting he's not a changeling. Trek had never before touched on mass-scale ground combat, but does a great job depicting the horrors of war. Being obtuse at number 84. Wrong thing, wrong reasons. Or The Wounded. The episode starts by setting Miles O'Brien up as your average good guy having breakfast with his wife, so that later, when a group of Cardassians come aboard, he doesn't look quite so unhinged with what he has to say. Turns out the captain of the USS Phoenix has gone rogue and is destroying Cardassian ships, as he did during the Cardassian Border Wars. This is the first time Miles brings up what happened on Setlik 3. He shows incredible restraint as he tells his story to a Cardassian in 10 Forward. And this is easily one of Colm Meaney's finest performances, as he comes to the conclusion that he doesn't hate Cardies, he hates the soldier he was forced to become because of them. This is a must-see scene in Trek, but not to completely upstage the rest of what's going on. This marks Mark Alamo's first appearance as a Cardassian with a weird helmet, Gul Macet, and acting legend Bob Gunton as Rogue Captain Maxwell. After some cat-and-mouse storytelling getting to the Phoenix, O'Brien uses technobabble to beam through its shields and brings his talk with the Cardassian full circle. convincing his former captain that war actually can change. And even if the Cardassians don't play fair, that doesn't give him the right to start the next war. A nice twist of turning PTSD from war on its head and learning from it, rather than simply dealing with it. Grab your booties, 'cause it's cold outside at number 83. Deja Vu, or Cause and Effect. I remember seeing this episode in first run as a kid and wondering where the heck they're going from blowing up the D at the beginning of the opener. Because time shenanigans, we're right back after the break into a game of poker. But we'll just keep coming back as the ship keeps blowing up. After enough punishment and slowly remembering things from the previous time loops, they're able to send themselves messages through data that breaks the loops and saves not one, but 2 Federation ships. The other being the USS Bozeman that's been in this loop for around a century. Kelsey Grammer as the captain was a big deal when this premiered. There's something quintessentially TNG about this episode, and is one that could be used for someone's introduction to Trek, as it shows that even when things look grim, Trek makes anything possible. Get 81 and 82, fairest of them all. Or Terra Prime Parts 1 and 2, episodes that never even take place in my universe, end up being Trek's best mirror universe experience. We find out that you can cross universes or jump in time, but you can't do both simultaneously. As Georgiou comes to realize, Discovery's sphere data knows a little garden spot in the Gamma Quadrant that will get Her Royal Highness back into order. What they find is a reimagining of the Guardian of Forever. I call him Carl. And he tests Philippa to see if she'd make the same choices she made when she killed her version of Burnham. It's a brutally deep look into what makes the Mirror U what it is, rather than just a place to do weird storylines. Georgiou tries to bring a little Federation goodness to the Terran Empire, and same as Spock found out that's a recipe for disaster. Basically, all the main characters throw themselves into the body count that ends in Philippa being judged worthy. The Guardian of Forever sends her somewhere that maybe we'll find out someday in a Section 31 made-for-streaming movie. There's also some other plot lines setting up Discovery to pay off at the end of the season. This episode shows what the so-called Prime Universe has over my universe, in that you can actually take a bad apple out of the bunch, but maybe it wasn't as bruised as you originally thought. You know? I'm out of here, suckers! Getting assimilated for a cause at 79 and 80, Borg Second Life, or Unimatrix Zero Parts 1 and 2. Fun fact, this episode opens with the Borg Queen holding up a modified version of Brent Spiner's head from Time Zero, trying to figure out how random Borg are able to interlink and have a reality free from the general collective while they sleep. After the opening credits, Seven finds herself in just such a place, and has a vague memory that this isn't her first time here. A place where she shares love and Borg kids get to be kids again. Until the 2 strong female leads, in both the Borg Queen and Janeway, fight a proxy war within this utopia. After a lot of meddling, the Borg Queen kinda gets her way and the simulation is shut down. But only because it becomes weaponized by giving the connected Borg the ability to have free will in the real world. While that's the general plot, the writers well utilized their time in their series arc of Janeway versus the Borg, by making Kathy Borg at her own request, which is an interesting dynamic and gives her a meeting with the Borg Queen. The first Delta Flyer is lost, there's some great Borg combat, which rivals Best of Both Worlds, and this just plain is one of Trek's best cliffhangers. Looking for things to make us go at 78. Our ship is broken. We are far from home. Though the title is straight out of a Pac-led soap opera, Discovery has a rougher landing in the 32nd century. Why does this time anomaly keep dropping people in the path of random planetoids? Detmer does some fancy flying to soften the blow, but that will start her road to PTSD through the rest of the season. The intro sequence is just plain one of Trek's best overall. It literally hits hard. The episode is a scramble for survival to get the ship out of a semi-sentient killer ice before it's frozen solid. Stamets, fresh out of a medical coma, along with a wheelchair-bound Reno, almost make a full engineer that do the equivalent of Scotty in that one junction to get the ship up to bare minimum for takeoff. Meanwhile, the repairs require parts they don't have, and Tilly does her best work yet across the franchise, accompanying Saru to a shady bar/trade spot where they first learn about the future tech of programmable matter. She, along with a badass Giorgio, thwart the season sub-boss for now. Thankfully, Burnham shows up with a ship that can help pull them out in the end, since Disco wasn't going to make it on its own. While that's a bit convenient, the ending is nice, reuniting the crew, putting them on a search for Starfleet and the mystery of the burn. The episode is action-packed and does a great job setting the pace of the 32nd century, spawning a spin-off at 77, Lower Decks. Or Lower Decks. Such a great premise, it inspired a satirical yet mostly canon series 25 years later. Rather than follow our day-to-day bridge officers, we follow ensigns bucking for promotion, some of which we know, and some that are new to the table. It creates an interesting dynamic as their bosses go through the episode trying to decide who to promote. Cedo Jaxa, returning from her academy debacle, volunteers for a mission that ends up in her losing her life before she can even earn the red shirt she was in the running for. A ton of micro-plots come together with tragedy and promotions. I really hope at some point in the run of animated Lower Decks that we touch on the 3 remaining characters from this episode. Number 76 is changed by time shenanigans, Zero Mission Borg, or Regeneration. The events of First Contact left a crashed Borg sphere in Antarctica, and in the 22nd century it's rediscovered, with disastrous results. The Borg corpses still have the ability to assimilate and take off into the galaxy in an effort to join the current collective. It gives Admiral Forrest a chance to do something outside of headquarters, and then task Johnny and crew to figure out what happened, which culminates in Enterprise almost becoming a core of a new Borg ship, and Phlox to have to nearly irradiate himself to death to keep assimilation from taking hold. Our first chronological look at the Borg is well done, and a nice tieback to First Contact that reminds us some things in Enterprise's timeline may be a little different due to the events of that movie. Waking up in a strange place with a strange face at 75, immersed in the role. Or Face of the Enemy. It only took 6 seasons, but Troy finally gets a well-written role that Marina Sirtis nails in a follow-up to the plot of unification between the Romulans and Vulcans. Deanna gets roped into a Romulan underground plot to smuggle high-level Romulan defectors to the Federation, waking up as a Romulan and told what to do or else. What makes this overall simple plot better than the average neutral zone skirmish is how Deanna goes from frustrated pawn to calling the shots by doing the Romulan thing of sniping her higher-ups, which by itself, getting one of my favorite actresses, Carolyn Seymour, to come back to playing probably my favorite depiction of a Romulan commander, gives Troy an adequate foil to keep the tension level set high, as she has to improvise to get the defectors and herself onto the Enterprise, before she's taken to the real Tal Shiar. This episode is easily Marina Sirtis' best performance across the Trek franchise. Breaking the Prime Directive for a cause at 74, The Hunt for Delta Flyer, or 30 Days. In an interesting sci-fi idea, Voyager discovers a space ocean. They help the current inhabitants get to the center of this under-the-sea home they didn't build. What Tom Paris and the late great Willie Garson find is an ancient generator that holds the ocean together in space. But these people's oxygen removal is causing ecological problems that affects the generator. There's such a big analogy to how we treat our own oceans, so that they treat us better here is what earns this a top 100 entry. But Tom and Riga take this a step further by stealing the Delta Flyer and try to destroy an oxygen refinery themselves, while officials won't listen. Janeway stops them, taking his second Pip, and throws him into the brig for 30 days, where the story is told in the past tense as a letter to Tom's father. There's a ton of dynamics that shift as a result of this episode, and it was nominated for an Emmy in visual effects. This one beat Star Wars to a huge CGI critter at the center of a sea by half a year. Doing something death penalty worthy at 73, sibling rivalry. Or, if memory serves, imagine Disco might have more than a couple of top episodes in Trek. This even starts by taking us all the way back to a previously on The Cage, as if this is the part 2 of the first story in Trek. And a fitting second entry it is, as Burnham takes Spock to the coordinates he's been babbling in his broken mental state. We're taken back to Talos 4, and they have the ability to put Spock's broken mind back together. We get a bunch of backstory between Burnham and Spock as kids that rivals the tale of Spock and his Sailot, as demanded by the Talosians as some kind of payment for helping Spock. Vina and Pike get a nice non-standard holocall, tying their meeting years before and their upcoming eternity together in a decade or so. The big emotions flow freely back on Discovery also, as Hugh 2.0 finally confronts Ash about having to climb the Black Mushroom Mountain. He just in general wants to take his new life in a new direction and requests his own quarters. Tyler becomes even more of a punching bag when Pike blames him for sabotaging the spore drive, when really it's a control-compromised Arium. This one won an Emmy Award for makeup. There is seriously almost as much backstory about Spock in this one episode as everything we previously knew about the character combined. It does a great job of tying everything in the season arc together with a Menagerie Part 3. Finding yourself on the other side of the Prime Directive at 72? Ethical experiments. Or Observer Effect. One of the only single episode entries to Enterprise's 4th season. And it is absolutely brilliant. It goes back to one of Trek's oldest tropes of a higher alien civilization testing humanity, but it's done on a very high level here. These particular Organian observers are testing any species that comes across a virus that's almost always fatal, just to see how they deal with it. After Hoshi and Trip die from their affliction, the crew becomes aware of the aliens that have been inhabiting them, mainly to give us, the audience, a hint as to what's really going on. It then becomes a debate about whether it's ethical to withhold a known treatment just so they can do some questionable anthropology. Particularly, we get a very Sam Beckett-esque speech out of Archer, pleading to bring his lost main characters back from the Black Mountain. This is also probably Anthony Montgomery's best performance across Enterprise. Bringing back the Organians from TOS and giving new life to one of Trek's oldest tropes earns this one a place in the top 100. Being locked up for existing at 70 and 71, it begins. Or by Inferno's light and in Purgatory's shadow. After 2.5 seasons of build-up, the Dominion is coming to the Alpha Quadrant. But to start, Odo's reacclimating as a changeling after getting his goo back, when the station receives a weirdly coded Cardassian message. Cisco employs their resident Cardassian to break it, which opens up a whole can of worms that well pair Worf and Garrick to head to the Gamma Quadrant to find the source of the transmission. What they actually find is a buildup of Dominion ships ready to hit the wormhole, and they're added to a prison with some familiar faces. Turns out Bashir hasn't been Bashir for a while, as replaced by a changeling, and Martok has been here for a minute too. Fake Bashir spends this first episode thwarting the DS9 crew from temporarily closing the wormhole, and Garrick has one of his only father-son moments with an Auburn Tane. The second episode sees Worf nearly broken in a Jem'Hadar fight pit, and Garrick to work through his claustrophobia to contact the runabout that for some reason the Jem'Hadar left in orbit. When the Dominion does make it to the wormhole, Dukat reveals his deception that the Cardassian Union and the Dominion are now allies. The Klingons being driven out of Cardassian territory from their war, masses at DS9, and the Romulans even send some ships, which are almost destroyed by shapeshifter Bashir trying to set off a bomb in the Bajoran sun. Kira does the unthinkable and goes to warp in a solar system to save everyone. There's a lot going on here and sets up even more for the next 2.5 seasons. Worf's pain, Garrick's resolve, and the quick thinking of the DS9 crew earned this one a top spot. More Dominion War shenanigans at 69, Reflection Imperfect, or Rocks and Shoals, taking place during the time the Dominion controlled DS9 and being filmed on location during 120+ degree heat that caused prosthetic makeup to melt into people. Production issues aside, the episode picks up with Sisko and friends in their crippled Jem'Hadar ship from the previous episode. And things don't get any better here as they crash on a planet, and worst of all, Miles O'Brien rips his pants. O'Brien must suffer so much. There's some great banter between Garrick and Nog as they go on a scouting walk together, tying back to Empok Nor. While the Sisko goes through a slaughter of Jem'Hadar at the behest of their Vorta, and furthers that end of the Dominion War arc, what earns this a top spot on the list is Kira, at first simply waking up and looking into the mirror. As the episode goes on through normal day-to-day tasks, she comes to the revelation she's become a collaborator, something she used to fight tooth and nail against. It takes a radical unaliving of a Vedic to make her wake up and realize that just because she has her own personal Cardassian assistant, and there's currently no racial suppression, she's part of the problem and doesn't like what she sees in the mirror. Retaking your ship at 67 and 68, Sad Kelpian Kid. Or There Is a Tide, and That Hope Is For You, Part 2. Well, this is its own two-parter. The Part 2 episode is a production gimmick bookending Disco's 3rd season, which is honestly weird. And the idea of a sad Kelpian kid with mommy issues causing the galaxy to grind to a halt is also weird, as is the ridiculous amount of dead space inside Discovery and how its turbo lifts work. So, why are these episodes from the franchise's punching bag in the top 100? Die Hard on a starship, giving the underutilized bridge crew a chance to kick ass, and the revelation that replicated food is just shit. It's a great mix of action and conclusion to the 3rd season arc of The Mystery of the Burn. It immerses us in the show's focus of Alice in Wonderland, though not through our typical Alice character, but through Doug Jones without Kelpian makeup on. The heartbreaking ending to the Kelpian Kid plot really hits. And honestly, there's just too much going on in these episodes to do a proper recap here. But for me, it was the only truly satisfying ending to a season of Discovery yet. It's more action-packed and engaging than most Trek movies. Reading an Elder Scroll at 66, Future is Written. Or Through the Valley of Shadows. Yeah, 2 Disco entries in the top 100 in a row. Looking for a way to kick their sphere data into the future and out of the reach of the evil AI control, Ash sets Pike up with a chance to visit the Klingon monastery on Boreth. Really, the rest of the episode is pretty irrelevant to its rankings. This one is here on the list purely for Pike setting himself up to be in the beep chair in a decade or so. He knowingly takes on this future disability for the sake of saving the galaxy. The other high point of the episode is a fairly small moment of Reno telling Culber in her wonderfully sarcastic way that just because he died, that doesn't give him the right to be a dick, and he should relish the fact he gets a second chance. There's also a whole thing with Spock and Burnham messing with control, but it's completely upstaged by Pike's realization of his future, and that's well-deserved. Flipping its frenemy status again at 64 and 65, Pawns, or Way of the Warrior, Parts 1 and 2. When Klingons come skulking around your station, who you gonna call? This marks Worf's entry into DS9 as the right man for the job to deal with a Klingon fleet, led by Changeling General Martok. The first episode is some fairly standard build-up, but really this episode earns its place here for the biggest on-screen battle to this point in the franchise, and the last to use all models and traditional effects to accomplish it. We get to see the refits DS9 has received since the Dominion came on to the Federation's radar. And impressive they are, to the point of holding off the bulk of the Klingon fleet till Sisko and Worf roll a crit on their speech challenge with Gowron. He's more interested, though, in the Cardassian territory they've taken that started this whole fight with the Federation for helping Cardassian leaders escape in the first place. The other high point in the episode is a small one as Quark and Garrick try root beer, and it becomes this great analogy to the Federation. Worf adds 4 more seasons to his franchise record-setting number of appearances, and he even looks good in red. Lurking near the neutral zone at 63, Round the Antares Maelstrom, or Balance of Terror. The amazing Mark Lenard makes his introduction to Trek and rocks the first depiction of Romulan ears so much, he ends up in the role of Spock's dad for the rest of his career as well. This Cold War submarine captain plot with the 2 ship commanders getting in each other's head is easily one of TOS's best plots and complete thoughts across the episode. After destroying several border posts, the Enterprise picks up the cloaked Romulan ship's trail and shadows it on its way back to Romulus. Not only is the A-plot truly satisfying, but there's some minor plots that also add weight to the whole standoff. Crewman Styles, whose family member died in the previous Romulan War 100 years before, is as much of an expert as any outsider can be on the Soviet Union. He spends the episode a thorn in Kirk's side and gets a little xenophobic towards Spock when Vulcan-style ears are seen on the Romulans, which culminates in Spock saving his life and him realizing he hasn't acted very well in this situation. There's also a plot about a couple whose marriage ceremony was interrupted by the Red Alert, and predictably, one doesn't survive. After a bunch of cat and mouse, Kirk does outsmart the Romulans in the end, while many submarine command plots have come in Trek. The first depiction is still the best. Never really happening at 62, A Life Passed By, or The Visitor. I know many of you would like to see this one in the top 10. I can definitely see that in your personal list. But before I get into the recap bit, I'm not a huge fan of plots that never really happened in the end. The 2 biggest things working for this episode, though, are Tony Todd as older Jake Sisko, and one of Trek's rare parent-child moments that doesn't feel like Child Protective Services should be called. Anyway, when a random, way too young adoring fan goes wandering around a swamp during a rainstorm at night, which is completely normal behavior, and played by Andrew Robinson's daughter, what she finds is her favorite writer with only a handful of stories ever written, dying. And that writer, Jake Sisko, he tells the tale of his alternate reality in the past tense about his father's disappearance due to technobabble on the Defiant, but keeps popping up randomly throughout Jake's life, and Jake gives up writing to learn advanced sciences to break his father free of his purgatory. It works, and the Sisko is able to avoid this fate, and seems to retain some memory of the alternate reality. But ultimately, it's a father-son bonding story across planes of existence, done really well. Starting a moral panic at 61, Morons for Liberty, or In the Hands of the Prophets. An episode that was always great, but means more in the US now than it did when I started this list 3 years ago. This episode marks the first appearance of one of the series' big bad, Vedic Wynn, and Kira's future love interest, Bareil. Keiko's just trying to teach her student science when, stop me if you've heard this recently, a religious zealot comes and challenges her interpretations of science of religion, and when that doesn't go her way, does something drastic and blows up the school. You know, like any rational person will do for the sake of their religion. For all the times I've knocked Keiko in these reviews, I'm 1000% 1,000% behind her resolve to stand up for science over religious dogma, even in the face of extremist violence. I just don't understand how someone that bombed a school could ever be elected a religious leader of Bajor, but I guess that's just the will of the prophets. Finding your original home at number 60, the Dinosaur Inquisition, or Distant Origin. We weirdly start the episode visiting the gravesite of Hogan from nearly a season before. The first quarter of the episode is very different, as we don't see the rest of Voyager's living crew, but we follow a pair of lizard-like scientists setting up an analogy to Galileo. They use personal cloaking devices to shadow the crew close up and learn about what they believe in humans to be a link to the planet they evolved on. Yeah, apparently some dinosaurs left Earth before the Great Extinction 65 million years ago, and then forgot where they came from as they roamed the galaxy, building one of the biggest city ship structures we've ever seen in Trek, governing themselves in an analogy to Dark Age Catholicism and heresy trials based solely on someone saying something that may well be true, but contradicts known doctrine. The stakes of the episode get deadly serious as they find and impound Voyager, while ignoring glaring proof before their eyes about the truth of their origins, culminating in the scientist Gagan being disgraced and forced to change professions so that not just his own life, but those of his family and the crew of Voyager get saved from extinction. Chakotay gives a great speech at the heresy trial. It's too bad no one that mattered was listening. Getting a new beginning at 59, Ultimate Penultimate, or the Dogs of War. After the Breen energy weapon claimed the first Defiant, the Cisco gets a new ship to wreck, and news of a new child in the same episode. So, yay for Team Cisco! Though, kind of funny they take an NCC-registered ship and give it the old NX registry of the old Defiant, but what are you gonna do when the budget's got to go a lot of places in this wrap-up to a multi-season war? As if things couldn't get any more interesting, Jeffrey Combs gets to play 2 characters in the same episode, as Brunt shows up to kiss up to Quark, who rumor has it is up for the new Grand Nagus position. And in true Ferengi fashion, it was never him, but Rom that would go on to lead a new Ferenginar. One where women have rights and can wear clothes now. Julian and Ezri try to work out how they feel about each other, setting up a possible relationship heading into the final episode to pay off. Damar, Kira, and Garrick get stranded on Cardassia after being sold out, while trying to bring more into their rebellion against the Dominion. There's a ton of microplots that wrap up a ton of little things set in motion throughout DS9, so the final episode of the series could truly focus on wrapping up the war. This one was nominated for an Emmy in makeup. In a battle to save Earth at 58, Ultimate Penultimate, Part 2, or Countdown. Enterprise's penultimate entry into the Xindi arc is probably its peak. It's definitely the peak of mid-2000s CGI as we get Enterprise's biggest and most important battle across its run, as they and their Xindi allies try to stop the reptilians and insectoids from destroying Earth. We find out what happens when a ship filled with water and aquatic life is exposed to the vacuum of space. And as tragic as it is, it's also something new to space battles, as the Makos go on a rescue mission to free Hoshi, who's been drugged and used to decrypt the codes that fully arm the weapon. Recurring season addition Major Hayes meets his end in a unique way. This sets Enterprise up to stay in the Expanse while Archer and a few others go with the Xindi to Earth to try and stop the weapon from being deployed. Did I mention the CGI? Which won a well-deserved Emmy for visual effects. Even the ending where T'Pol calls Tucker Trip for the first time really hits. Doing targeted time shenanigans at 56 and 57, Reset Button, or Year of Hell Parts 1 and 2. The events here were previously foreshadowed by Cass in the previous season. These episodes were nearly the cliffhanger between seasons 3 and 4. A scientist from a race known as the Krenum is on a mission that doesn't seem able to be paid off, as he erases specific things from time in an effort to put his timeline back the way it was before he started. Voyager throws an unaccounted-for variable into the works as it enters the space of this former galactic power, and things go from bad to worse over the course of a year packed into a single double episode, where the ship becomes mostly unlivable and all but the senior staff is forced to abandon ship by the end of the first episode. The second primarily focuses on Chakotay and Paris being prisoners, with Chakotay trying to come around to Anorex's way of thinking and tries to play God, finding the perfect way to make everyone happy. After seeing how impossible that is through Anorex going after his white whale, and Tom going behind his back to start a mutiny on the ship, Chakotay finally relents and gives in, with this dramatically ending in Janeway destroying Voyager. But also one of those things that never really happened. What I don't understand is in the final frame, Anorex is with his wife, doing time computations, as if it's inevitable that he's going to develop it anyway. I hate temporal mechanics. This one was nominated for an Emmy in visual effects, and easily deserved a win on that front. Finding Your Birth Mom at 54 and 55, 40 Days in the Desert, or Image in the Sand, and Shadows and Symbols. While this is technically a three-parter taking off the events that ended Season 6, 3 months have passed, Kira's a colonel, and the Cisco is just Avery Brooksing it up on Earth, as he has visions of baseballs dancing in his head. With the crew of the Defiant back from convoy duty, Worf isn't satisfied with protecting stem bolts, be they self-sealing or not. After O'Brien suffering a night of Klingon drinking, his friends find that he hasn't moved on from Jadzia the way most Klingons do, because he fears her soul is stuck in purgatory. One small but amazing scene is this slow simmer of Worf's anger as Vic plays Jadzia's favorite song, All the Way, as he goes from collected to destructive. This culminates in Martok taking Worf and Jadzia's friends on an epic quest to use the power of a star to destroy a Dominion shipyard that Weyoun had demanded 15% extra production out of during this episode. Back on Earth, the Cisco's destiny starts to come full circle as he learns his mom wasn't really his mom, and somewhere, completely randomly on the desert planet of Tyree, is buried the Orb of the Emissary, which, with the help of a newly minted and confused Dax, sets out on this quest to aimlessly traipse through the desert until his infamous baseball finds what they're looking for. A Bajoran orb containing the essence of his prophet mom or something that casts the Pa-Wraith Dukat unleashed on the wormhole out, which reopens the wormhole and reinvigorates Kira's resolve in a high-stakes game of chicken she's currently playing with their new Romulan allies, who have staged weapons in their hospital in the Bajoran system. Some of the best little moments in this episode are Kira's faith and Odo's fascination with her faith. The two of them work really well together, as do these combination of episodes diving into the Cisco's real past and giving Jadzia the send-off to Stovokor she deserves. Being absolved of genocide at 52 and 53, Shenanigans Gone Wild, or Shockwave Parts 1 and 2. I've seen some say this is the worst two-parter in all of Trek, and I'm not quite sure how. It has balanced action with drama and furthering recurring series plots. The episode starts with the crew of Enterprise thinking they accidentally set an atmosphere on fire and unalived over 3,600 people. Except for the sound of Archer throwing his water polo ball against the bulkhead, the return voyage to Earth is silent, with the fate of human spaceflight hanging in the balance. Johnny's guardian angel Daniels gives him some Cold War secrets to prove the Suliban set them up. That brings back their old friend Silic to retrieve the data disks and take Enterprise prisoner when it appears Archer didn't turn himself over. But a time travel experiment gone wrong leaves Jonathan Archer stuck in a future that is not his own. And neither is it Daniel's. This round of time shenanigans finds them the only living souls on a dead future Earth, where Daniel's technobabble MacGyvers a crank-prank time phone to let T'Pol know a plan for Archer to make them leap home by tricking Silic into using future tech and in the process, Beebs, which does manage to get him back from the Fallout future, bringing the Borg and Federation closer together at 50 and 51. Deal with the Devil. Or Scorpion Parts 1 and 2. After being intrigued by a power greater than the Borg in the opening teaser, we get the first appearance of John Rhys-Davies as Da Vinci on the holodeck, which is the setting Kathy uses to process the reality that Voyager is finally in Borg space, and they've got to think very carefully about how to proceed. It appears from scans that there's a convenient passage devoid of the Borg, but what they find down that blind alley is something worse that the Borg stirred up from something called fluidic space. Species 8472 is now bent on purging the entire galaxy of life, which leads Janeway to make a truce to fight their common enemy with the Borg. A truce which Chakotay breaks when Kathy's incapacitated and leaves him in the doghouse. The end of the first episode leaves Harry Kim suffering again, though the 8472 bioweapon affecting him was nearly his end, as Kes wasn't the original first choice to be traded in the cast for 7 of 9, and he almost got Tasha Yard. Kes in this episode gets some of her most useful moments across the run of the show, having her telepathic abilities heightened by the presence of Species 8472. This was the first episode of Trek to try and dig a little deeper into who the Borg were, beyond the galaxy's ultimate threat, and a bigger shade of gray than previously depicted. The Alliance does drive 8472 back into their realm, but starts Janeway as a thorn in the Queen's side for the rest of the series. At one time, this was reported as in the top 10 most streamed episodes of all time in Trek, and is a fitting start to the top 50 in this list. Mining the Mind's Mines at 49, Strategic Withdrawal, or Call to Arms. Miles, Julian, and the rest of DS9 learn that the only way to win the Battle of the Alamo is to retreat. This episode could be this high on the list purely for one small, but perfectly acted scene by Max Grodenchik. As the Dominion keeps sending ships through the wormhole, Starfleet wants to stop their buildup in the Cardassian Empire, and in a brainstorming session, O'Brien, Dax, and Rom come up with this total lack of understanding of the principles of conservation of energy in self-replicating minds. But specifically, it's Rom going on about the logistics of moving in with Lita, while also coming up with the main idea for the mine. And the line delivery timing is something of perfection. He and Lita are married in a Bajoran ceremony conducted by the Cisco just before the war with the Dominion kicks into high gear. Weyoun comes first as an ambassador of goodwill to try and convince Cisco not to activate the minefield, and later as the bringer of destruction, that after an amazing and well-fought space battle, they get the minefield activated and nonchalantly are able to just leave. I love that Ben comes up with a program to largely leave DS9 the way the Cardassians left it for him when they abandon it. The baseball that seemingly decides the fate of the Alpha Quadrant is the only thing of value left behind. This amazing episode leaves us with one very important question. What is a yamok anyway? Exposing deception at 47 and 48, 4.5 lights, or Chain of Command Parts 1 and 2. Some might be wondering why this absolute classic isn't a bit further up in the top 50. If you go back to the very first episode of this show, I laid out some criteria for ranking, and two-parters have to stand up across the entire run of both episodes. If these were separated, Part 2 would absolutely make the top 10 for David Warner alone. However, Part 1 has about 10 minutes of actual plot to set up, padded with a good chunk of messing around in caves and Jellicoe just being a dick. The best moment in the first episode is right at the beginning, with Nechayev's first appearance telling Riker about the change of captain and orders in her own wonderfully forceful way. The limited setup is a ploy to both capture Captain Picard and territory, and seems to be going the Cardassians' way by the end of Part 1. David Warner gives one of Trek's and his own personal best performances in a role he only booked 3 days before shooting began. He had to use cue cards because of the short timing, but has some absolutely perfect line delivery that gives you an absolute feeling of dread as he slowly breaks Picard down and builds him back up just enough to try and extract information. Meanwhile, Jellicoe does some really tough negotiating, and with the help of a crew he's got constantly on edge, successfully figures out the Cardassian plan, and with the help of his previously relieved of duty Commander Riker. The other high point of this episode is Riker telling Jellicoe off. While he may be getting things done, he's just not someone you want to serve under. After all the talk of Riker being the ultimate shuttle pilot, we see it in action as they mine the Cardassian ships and negotiate to release Picard, and stop their deception to gain territory. I'm glad they end on a mental health piece of Picard relating to Troy that he was nearly broken, and seeing extra lights after his cycle of brainwashing. The lighting in Gul Madrid's torture chamber is some of the best in Trek, even perfectly obscuring a Picard butt shot while still leaving the room interestingly lit. The combination of two of Britain's finest Shakespearean actors is a great addition to the best the Trek franchise has to offer. Finding the limits of omnipotence at 46, dignified unaliving, or Death Wish. Voyager's first run-in with Q isn't even with the Q you might expect. Quinn has been imprisoned in a comet by the Continuum to keep him from hurting himself and potentially others in his quest to no longer be immortal. And this brings up some courtroom Trek as Kathy has to decide whether to grant a suicidal Q asylum. For all the times in these top 100 I cite special effects as being at their best, this episode is one of the exceptions. As many Q tricks are played throughout the episode, John Delancey's doubling himself with blue screen aura still surrounding him wasn't good, and neither is Earth that's dangled outside of Janeway's window, or most of the chase to hide in weird places to not be found. Though Voyager being hung on a Christmas tree was fun. What this episode lacks in 90s effects is well made up for in its analogy to end-of-life decisions and the deep thought experiment about if life is worth living after you've literally experienced everything as a higher being. This episode marks our first visit to the Q Continuum, and as we see, the Q have no real need for words, they simply exist. Though the imagery used is pretty great, Quinn seems to have a point, and Janeway ends up ruling in his favor. The surprising thing is that our more familiar Q goes from prosecutor to enabler by giving Quinn the poison he uses to no longer be a member of Janeway's humanoid crew. Despite bad effects and some questionable writing choices to have Q demean Kathy for being a woman captain, the overall message just resonates so hard, it earns a top spot. Seeing anthropology in action at 45, progress, or blink of an eye. The last use of a matte painting in Trek is easily its best, as this one evolves from simple civilization and religious rituals to spacefaring civilization. This is absolutely one of Trek's more unique sci-fi plots, as Voyager accidentally becomes a planet's third magnetic pole, causing the planet problems. But more interestingly, this planet exists in a different sync of time than the majority of the rest of the universe, and in a matter of hours, they witness the rise and fall of civilizations, with the Doctor spending several years on the planet as an observer, and I want to know more about his son. This plot has so many interesting little twists and turns until the civilization attempts space travel and encounters what looks like the Voyager crew frozen in time. And then, transitioning between time frames takes a toll on your system as one of the astronauts doesn't survive. The other goes on to stop his people from destroying Voyager, And once the people on the planet knew what was really going on, advanced to come up with a way to break Voyager out of orbit. Later in Voyager's run, a ship from this race is mentioned and seems like they would eventually find a way to break the time barrier that separates them from the rest of the galaxy. It would be really neat to revisit them someday, as they probably go on to be a 2 or more on the Kardashev scale pretty quickly. A beautiful final use of traditional matte paintings. It's a good thing, a real good thing at 44. War. War Never Changes. Or The Siege of AR-558. This episode shows the up-close horrors of ground combat like no other until modern Trek, as the Defiant is on a resupply mission to the planet AR-558, which contains a captured Dominion communications relay, making it a high-value asset for the Federation to hold, and a priority target for the Dominion to reclaim. What Sisko and crew find is a broken group of Starfleet officers whose commander isn't even around anymore. And despite Jem'Hadar landing during their visit, Ben decides to stay to help this ragtag group hold the line. In the process, Nog has his PTSD moment we'll come back to a few episodes later, and they have to move invisible minds to work for instead of against them. Julian plays some music to die by that will stick with Nog, and at the end of the final battle, you think the Sisko's path may be at an end, only for him to regain consciousness and find the battle won. But not without casualties. Ezri loses her new friend, played by Twilight Zone legend Bill Mumy, amongst others that lost their lives holding. And to drive home the war never changes narrative, we see this war-weary group relieved by fresh cadets that you know likely won't survive this tour of duty. A hard-hitting episode that sets up some amazing episodes of DS9's final season that show us the dark side of Starfleet work we've never truly seen before. Cutting off your nose to spite your face at 43, Mutual Mistrust. Or The Ship. While this episode isn't as flashy as many around it, there's something really wonderful about going on location and being held up in a damaged Jem'Hadar ship where the corridors and set dressings are at a list. And there's generally some perfect cinematography that takes advantage of natural light and the odd angles of the overturned ship. While we've had our fair share of red shirts, they usually go down quickly, while Morbid, having Nunez slowly die from the Jem'Hadar anticoagulant weapon, is actually a high point. It creates unusual tension between our main characters as their moods turn sour and on each other. The episode does have a very small B-plot about Julian importing spiders without a license, but otherwise this focuses solely on the ship under fire, as neither side trusts the other, and it costs each side unnecessary casualties, because they didn't follow one of the most core tenets in Trek, in trust. The ending where Sisko uses Dax as a sounding board about what the price of life is worth, and O'Brien and Worf bonding over their lost comrade, are both moments that really hit every time I watch this. Completing its task at 41 and 42. What You Leave Behind. No satirical title for this one. A perfect moniker for an almost perfect series finale. The episode opens with our main characters showing love to their significant others and families, which is a soft way to start an episode that ends the Federation's biggest known war. As the prophets warned Ben, things aren't going to go well for him. He goes headlong into driving the Dominion all the way back to Cardassia Prime. The Founder sees the Cardassian people themselves as a threat, but when she orders their eradication, it really changes the stakes of the war, and the Cardassians do turn against them, both in the crucial space battle and on the ground. Broca realized too late that this was not a good time to become the leader of the Cardassian Union. His death, though, opens the hole in the defenses Garrick, Kira, and Damar need to get into Dominion headquarters and hold the Founder to task. Though Damar doesn't make it, his patriot spirit helps put an end to the war. Too bad Weyoun's last Alpha Quadrant clone gets unalived here as well, Odo convinces the female changeling that it's time to end the conflict and take responsibility for what the Dominion has done. A treaty is signed, and we have probably the best possible send-off in Trek history, where all the cast and even producers and crew sit in Vic's lounge. Everything after this, though, is the reason this episode did not rank higher. The tone shifts pretty hard as the Sisko goes to Bajor, because he has a feeling he should go to the Fire Caves, where he finds Dukat and Wynn doing the work of the Pirates. While it is satisfying to watch her burn into particles, I have a problem with the episode using the same matte painting establishing shot like 4 different times, and the problems continue as the episode doesn't seem to know what the ending wants to be. There's like 5 false endings that would have been perfect places to punctuate the story, and doesn't take the off-ramp. While some, like Odo's big goodbye, are beautiful, we did not need a montage of stuff we'd already done during DS9's run. No matter what I think of the umpteenth logical closure point later, I always end this episode satisfied and with a tear in my eye, just hoping someday for the return of the Sisko. This episode was nominated for an Emmy in visual effects and was up against 3 episodes of Voyager that year. If it had known what its ending wanted to be when it grew up, I think it could have been Trek's best finale. Reclaiming Your Home at number 40, Battle for the Ball, or Sacrifice of Angels. Being dropped straight into the biggest battle in Trek history is bold for a 90s TV show on a small budget. And they really pull this off flawlessly across the run of the episode. This one is as much about a certain baseball as it is about reclaiming the station itself, before the Dominion can bring down the minefield. Toward the beginning of the battle, Dukat holds and respects the ball, and it rewards them on the battlefield, until he disrespects it, and then it all comes crumbling down. There are a ton of microplots playing out and wrapping up throughout, and basically every scene is played perfectly by all involved. Of note, Quark finally chooses a side and draws a line in the sand of how much he's willing to put up with, and Odo realizing a bit late in the 8th inning why he originally chose to distance himself from the Founders. Ziyal unfortunately completes Dukat's Greek tragedy arc that's been building, and leaves him a broken man with a cursed baseball in the end. Sisko has to ask the Prophet's help in keeping the war from escalating though, and a need for penance for daring to ask a favor of the gods. This is one of Trek's best mixes of action, drama, and sci-fi intrigue. Having a side dish of shenanigans with your timeline at 39, Senseless Death, or Yesterday's Enterprise. Even the episode's throwaway opening to give Worf a scene becomes an instant classic as part of his character as he gets his first taste of prune juice. Our time shenanigan barometer senses something's amiss, as out of nowhere the Enterprise C appears and everything changes, including a still alive in another timeline Tasha Yar. It's really nice to see her back at her post, despite the silly alt-universe belts. But it comes at the cost of the Federation's frenemy status with the Klingons being set to hostile. Guinan makes sure Picard knows this isn't right, and it sets up an uncomfortable sacrifice as the destruction of the Enterprise C is what finally cemented the treaty between the Klingons and the Federation. Though she probably oversteps her bounds telling Yar she doesn't belong, as she takes over at Tactical, going back to the Battle of Narendra 3, it sets up a future arc of her having a Romulan daughter in the past, and it's great to have more chances for Denise Crosby to return. Even the simple ending of Guinan asking about what Tasha was like in the Prime timeline wonderfully bookends this episode. Going on a crusade at 36, 37, and 38, Johnny Python and the Holy Grail. Or The Forge, The Awakening, and Kirshara. The best of Trek's very few 3-part episodes, and the deepest look we've ever gotten about Trek's oldest non-human race. These episodes really help tie up why Vulcans seem like smug overachievers in Enterprise, and the portrayals we're more commonly used to in the interactions of Trek set in the future, as Admiral Forrest is unalived while saving the life of Ambassador Saval in a bombing of Earth's embassy on Vulcan. Enterprise is tasked with figuring out what happened in the aftermath, which turns into like a whole thing, where they get into Vulcan political turmoil and Robert Foxworth returns as another high-ranking official with nefarious intentions. Apparently, the Katra of the often-mentioned Surak has been preserved, and now passed down through this rough group of Vulcans known as Sirenites, until it ends up in the head of Archer. I feel like this whole thing Archer experiences is the moment in his life where he goes from Starship Captain to the great mediator that brings the Federation together, as Surak did after the Vulcan Civil War centuries ago. The episode sets up the Vulcan priestess T'Pau as a young firebrand on a quest for the planet's version of the Holy Grail, known as the Kirshara. Archer uses his Surakian knowledge to find the original version of the Bible. While Archer is busy playing Space Jesus, Trip shows that he's had some growth in the command chair, as they piece together another part of the plot, which is a plan for a strike by the Vulcans on Andoria. And you know that's going to bring our favorite pink-skin-tolerating Andorian Shran back, who, in a very un-Star Trek-like way, tortures Saval to confirm the evidence, which culminates in a short battle between the Vulcans and Andorians, with Enterprise caught in the crossfire trying to broker a peaceful solution. Though that will come as Archer proves the existence of this mythic artifact and convinces the rest of Vulcan's high command that V'Las ain't such a great guy. I think this Vulcan may have more emotion about what he's doing than Foxworth's previous bad guy, Admiral Layton. The music throughout these episodes are some of Trek's best, and really help kick the atmosphere up a notch. There's a lot of previous Enterprise threads that all come together in this episode brilliantly, and well utilizes its entire 3-episode run. Becoming pirates, because at 34 and 35, Lean on Me, or Dark Frontier. While technically a two-parter, this was originally shown as a feature-length episode. I do think the episode starts on a weird premise where a smiling Kathy just casually decides they're going to go on the offensive against the Borg to steal a transwarp coil, because plot. However, what ensues is one of the many great Borg-centered episodes in these top 50. Janeway gets her warp coil, but it costs her a 7 of 9. Seemingly of her own fruition. After ordering her to go through her parents' research, we begin to understand how much her parents really messed her up for the sake of science. After her experience on Voyager, the Borg Queen herself takes an interest in keeping her only semi-Borg to see if she can be an asset to the collective. Turns out, when you give her an ounce of individuality, she still wants to do what's right, and even let some people about to be assimilated go. Janeway won't let Seven go, though, and uses the newly acquired transwarp coil on a mission to the Borg Unimatrix complex itself to retrieve her. Besides Seven's revelations that perfection ultimately doesn't equal satisfaction, the episode sets up Janeway to be the Borg's ultimate threat as they easily slip through the Borg's fingers and end up destroying several Borg ships over the course of the episode. Dark Frontier marks the most distance Voyager gains towards the Alpha Quadrant in a single go, as they do manage to get 20,000 light-years closer to home. This one won an Emmy for visual effects. The creepy dream Seven has of Naomi Wildman sprouting a Borg implant from her face is probably the high point for me. Defending your throne at 33, coup de grace. Or what's past is prologue. Yeah, I'm back from the other side of the mirror, so we can have a little chat about Emperor Georgiou. Long may she reign, as Discovery wraps up their unwitting foray into my universe. Philippa attempts to take back her throne from Lorca, with some success in unaliving him in the coolest way possible. But that won't stop his followers from overwhelming her position, which leads Burnham to make the choice to save the Emperor and take her from my universe to this one.
Meanwhile, those do-gooders on Discovery are trying to save the Mushroom Kingdom from Her Majesty's fungal-powered Death Star, the Charon. The whole thing wraps up with Stamets jumping them back to this so-called Prime Universe and succeeds, but ends up a little later than they expected. While this one was nominated for an Emmy in sound editing, it should have been nominated for VFX and easily won. This is probably Star Trek's most FX-heavy episode ever, and all of it is done really well. Tell that goody two-shoes version of me, I'm coming for him. Having power thrust upon you at 32, end of the eyes, or tacking into the wind. While the bulk of this episode is well-acted setup leading to the grand finale of DS9, there are two scenes that stand out. There's the obvious finale of old Galron Eyes at the hands of Worf. It was a wonderfully natural wrapping up of this corrupt, overly ambitious era in Klingon history. The second major event could have been written by the master of standoffs, Quentin Tarantino, as Damar has to make a choice between his most trusted advisor or someone he's spent his lifetime hating in Kira, and sides with Kira in an effort to save his people. It's the moment he goes from just another Cardassian dictator doing what he has to do for his people to a redeemed and more enlightened person that sees the views he's held his entire life have been terrible and wrong. While he won't last much longer as ruler, Martok, the boy from the Cathalolans who comes not from nobility, has the role of Chancellor thrust upon him by Worf. Definitely feels like Shakespeare, but in the original Klingon. Going all martial law at 30 and 31, wrong thing, right reasons. Or Homefront and Paradise Lost. As the wormhole ominously opens and closes seemingly at random, the fear of a cloaked Dominion fleet becomes real. And after a bombing at a conference on Earth, the Federation calls in its expert on the Dominion, Ben Sisko. He's asked to come back to Earth as head of Starfleet security, along with Odo. His old friend Admiral Layton is setting up what he thinks is required to fight the coming threat. As we see in the seasons to come, Layton was on point with his observations. But what he does with that information in sabotaging Earth's power grid to force martial law and other fascist tactics is against all the things Starfleet has always stood for. The episode almost seems to blueprint for us how the US handled the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. 5 years after this episode came out. Brock Peters as Ben's dad is one of Trek's best actors ever, and his flip-flopping on what the state has a right to do in the name of securing an individual is a well-written and acted facet of these episodes. The darkest part of his plan, aside from being without power, is when Layton orders Notley Abrams to attack the Defiant, bringing proof of the deception to Earth. Layton is probably the biggest gray area in Trek's many badmirals, because he's absolutely right about the Federation not being ready for a war with the Dominion. Though the overall message that fundamentally going fascist at the expense of principles is one of Trek's greatest moral storylines ever. Finding the source of your problems at number 29, shared trauma, or broken pieces. While only Picard Season 1 is included in these rankings currently, I think this is not only the peak of Season 1, but probably the best episode of the entire series. Everyone's pain that's been built up through the season comes to a head, and even turns out all comes from the same source, Commodore O. For it was she who caused the destruction on Mars that caused Picard to walk away from Starfleet and simultaneously bring Raffi to rock bottom. She caused Rios' former Captain Vandermeer to unalive Soji's android brother and sister while visiting the USS Ibn Majid. She was also the one to put the images of the admonition in Girardi's head, and we get to see that very rite of passage of the Zhat Vash in the beginning of this episode. Aside from bringing everyone's pain to the forefront and giving the crew of La Sirena a united villain to confront, as Raffi is getting to the bottom of what freaked Rios out by meeting Soji, Santiago Cabrera gets to do some of Trek's best acting as the multiple holographic versions of him that run the ship, as Raffi brings them together in a brilliant aha moment. Elnor and Seven steal the Borg Cube artifact, but it's really the moments on La Sirena that cement this as Picard's, and one of Trek's best episodes of all time. Laying groundwork at 28, Better in Blue, or Favor the Bold. Why is this setup episode ranked higher than its finale with the mega space battle? The answer is Jeffrey Combs. While the entire cast gives it their all, there are two scenes in particular where Weyoun goes from bubbly to terrifying and back again. The first analyzing Zial's painting, and the second as Dukat tries to show him the minefield coming down. While both provide us with insight into the capabilities of the Vorta, it also gives our friend Jeff time to do some of his best acting in his career. Besides the one-man show, there's a ton of other hard-hitting stuff going on, including Odo having humanoid sex with the female changeling and literally losing himself for 3 days, which doesn't go over well with Kira. Jadzia proves herself to be a capable commander, and the Cisco lays out the plan to take back DS9. While this isn't as flashy as the other episodes in the Dominion in control of DS9 arc, the character interactions and decisions truly deserve to be in the best of Trek. Getting a different perspective at 27, Dreamer and the Dream, or Far Beyond the Stars. I personally believe that Benny Russell is behind all of Star Trek. This episode has a lot of facets, including looking at how people of color were treated in the mid-20th century, Ben's visions from the prophets, and the possibility that there's a single unseen guy that's responsible for all of Trek, and his name is not Gene Roddenberry. Beyond being in top acting form, this is also Avery Brooks' greatest directing job, even though a happy misstep was him never yelling cut while going through the now infamous scene where Benny has a breakdown and starts flopping on the floor. It's really fun having the entire cast, including recurring characters like Weyoun and Dukat, playing alternate roles without their normal makeup. There's something very surreal about several scenes where Benny sees them as their DS9 characters and then as their 1950s selves. For the second time in this block, Brock Peters nails a performance as both Sisko's dad visiting the station and the preacher/instrument of the prophets that ominously encourages Ben through the episode. This is a very different formula for Star Trek that really works, and is probably Avery Brooks' magnum opus acting moment of his career. The episode earned 3 Emmy nominations in art direction, costumes, and hairstyling, and I'm not sure how it didn't sweep all 3. Knowing Not What You Do at 26, The Dark Times, or Things Past. Can you be part of the problem while desperately trying to be part of the solution? That's the question Odo's secretly been dealing with for years. On the way back from a conference on Bajor, he, Sisko, Dax, and Garrick experienced some strange energy readings, which admittedly isn't the most original catalyst Trek has ever used to set up a plot. Apparently, leftovers from Odo's former changeling matrix form a link between the four, and take them back to Odo's early days as constable for the Cardassians on Terok Nor. We really get to see fascism in action, and the darkest look at the treatment of the Bajorans under Cardassian rule, all while being reminded that Dukat's only guilty of caring too much. The crux of it all is that Odo originally found 3 men guilty of an attempt on Dukat's life. The only problem, they were the wrong men, which he'd only come to realize later. We get another great performance from Kurtwood Smith as the stand-in for Odo in this situation and predecessor to his job. And no Odo-centered episode would be complete without a final interaction between he and Kira as she confronts him on whether or not this was the only incident where he was wrong. He doesn't know. And in his humanoid form during this time, it's a very humanizing thing to admit, even if it doesn't make him feel any better. Crossing over at 24 and 25, ploy to start a war.
or Unification Parts 1 and 2. As the episode opens by paying tribute to Gene Roddenberry, so shall we here. The show had already become Berman Trek several seasons before, and Roddenberry's health had been failing for some time. There's something kind of perfect that it's tied to the episode where one of Trek's oldest characters in Sarek also goes to see the Great Koala. But not before an amazing scene between he and Picard, trying to figure out why Spock went to Romulus. These episodes provide us with some of the deepest looks at Romulan society ever, as Picard and Data go undercover in a cloaked Klingon ship to find Spock. While Trek crossovers have become a fairly common part of new Trek, this was the first episode in the franchise to focus on a character from the previous series for more than one scene. While Picard, Data, and Spock outwit not Tasha Yar, the Enterprise under Riker goes on an interesting side quest to figure out what happened to a missing Vulcan ship. The two plots meet as it's discovered the Romulans stole Vulcan ships to attempt a takeover of the planet Vulcan with a forced reunification. In the end, when their plot is revealed to the Quadrant by Spock, we learn how committed the Romulans are to principles when they destroy their own invasion fleet rather than let them be captured by the Federation. These are very engaging episodes that were nominated for an Emmy in Art Direction. I hope we come back to where Seela's at in a future episode of Trek. Only finding the truth you're interested in at 23, Kangaroo Court, or The Drumhead. This episode is quite straightforward, but its cautionary tale is a high point in courtroom Trek. When a Klingon exchange officer is found to be passing Federation secrets to the Romulans, and coincidentally the warp core of the D has a little oopsie, the two things are assumed to have the same root cause. What we find, though, is that coincidence and causality are not always the same thing, and making conclusions made before an investigation can lead to a witch hunt pretty quickly. A crew member that has nothing to do with the plot to steal documents gets caught up in the investigation and has his Starfleet career ruined because he lied about his grandfather being Romulan to get into the service. And just when this admiral, desperately trying to stay relevant, looks like she's going to break the man that neither the Borg nor Five Lights could, Picard, using the words of Admiral Satie's father in the end, and letting her show her worst self to all for the purpose of shutting down these sham hearings, is possibly Picard's best monologue in all of Trek. The scenes between he and Worf also help drive the moral point home. I wish our world as a whole would watch and learn something from this, because in the 30 years since this one debuted, people seem to make conclusions they then build a worldview on way too often. Finding out what evil really is at 22, True Nature, or Waltz. Sometimes you can just cram two actors into a broom closet and get a masterful performance, as long as it's two actors that have great chemistry. And Avery Brooks and Mark Alamo in a cave for the bulk of an episode really works as one of Trek's top plots. As Dukat is being taken to stand trial for war crimes, the Dominion attacks the USS Honshu, and he and the Cisco take a shuttle and end up in a cave on a desolate planet, where a not mentally stable Dukat plays games with Ben pretty much to placate his own ego. Up to this point in DS9, you might actually believe Dukat is the good guy that's just been misunderstood. But as the episode plays out, Dukat just unravels, seeing visions of Weyoun, Damar, and Kira that rile him up, and lay bare his true nature as the Cisco forces him to confront the truth of his life, and why he has no statue on Bajor. The only rather puzzling thing at the end, Dukat leaves Ben to rot on this inhospitable planet, but then lets the Defiant know where to find him. I suppose it's just part of the Prophet's grand plan. Considering how many cave episodes there are in Trek, this is easily the best showing of that setting. Putting history straight at 21, Alternative Facts, or Living Witness. This episode is proof positive that the winner of a conflict writes the history of it. Between information lost over centuries and just plain misinformation injected into the narrative, this one makes me wonder how much of our own history bears literal resemblance
to the reality of the situation. This is the only episode of Trek to not feature a real human being at all, and the first 20 minutes are the closest Voyager got to having a Mirror Universe episode. We see an evil and overly dramatized version of the Voyager crew committing war crimes for siding with one alien species over another. But 700 years have gone by, and the Doctor apparently had a backup module stolen during the battle, and after being reactivated, attempts to set the record straight. People don't like it when you stir up old feelings, especially when they think it's settled history. By simply correcting this planet's view of history, it starts a race riot, but as we see 700 more years go by, it sets the stage for a true peace between these two species, with millenniums of distrust between them. A very different formula for Trek that gives us some practical looks at historical accounts that may not be what we think they are. Coming back to the same moment at number 20, cyclical shenanigans. Or magic to make the sanest man go mad. Yes, I see the dislikes every time I put a Discovery episode amongst Trek's best, and honestly, I don't care. This is hands down Discovery's best. When this episode first came out, I remember thinking, wow, Disco's finally hit its stride only 7 episodes into its run. I'm a little miffed that after 4 seasons and counting, nothing has even come as close to the top as this episode had. Hashtag bring back Brian Fuller. This takes the classic time loop trope, makes it really interesting, adds one of Trek's oldest antagonists, Harry Mudd, and manages to give main characters some amazing growth through a purely fun episode of Trek. 2 things that really shouldn't work in a montage and killing of a Starfleet captain, when put together, become one of the funniest things, as Mudd unalives Lorca over and over in very casual yet deadly ways. It's somehow satisfying watching Discovery blow up over and over, but even more satisfying to tie in the history of Mr. Mudd and having it be the supposed love of his life, Stella, being the thing that ultimately stops him in the end. For those that don't like Discovery, if you don't like this one, I don't think you even like television. Laughing all the way at 19, Furry Scallops. Or The Trouble with Tribbles. Welcome to not only TOS's best episode, but Trek's best comedy. Start to finish, every scene is hilarious, while telling a serious story that furthers the Federation's Cold War with the Klingons. This is the first TOS episode I actually remember watching as a kid. Not necessarily that it was the first episode I saw, but after watching TNG, most of the plots of the original series are just forgettable. Not this one, with its cute little critters that make soothing sounds. The actors, particularly William Shatner, have a more casual demeanor than other episodes, and it really helps sell the silliness as the Tribbles overpopulate both the Enterprise and Station K7. My only problem with the episode is Bones, a medical doctor that doesn't know the difference between bisexual and asexual. But given how good the rest is, we'll just call it a brain fart on the part of McCoy. This episode was so nice it had to be done twice, with DS9 going back and Forrest Gumping themselves into the fun, while desperately trying to not get a visit from temporal shenanigan investigations. The episode was nominated for a Hugo Award, and while not winning, I will bestow my own award of Best Episode of TOS. Fighting for Equal Rights at number 18, If I Only Had a Soul. Or The Measure of a Man. Considering the first 2 seasons of TNG are generally some of the worst seasons across all of Trek, the second season does have 2 standout episodes, with this being one of them. The episode starts with our first look at the often recurring game of poker, and it's Data's first game ever. It humanizes him, as does the contrast to Bruce Maddox trying to take Data under his command, while acting more artificial than an android, by ignoring normal pleasantries like just entering Data's quarters and always calling him it. This is probably the first time we see Picard as more human than a block of wood, as he's reintroduced to Captain Lavoie,
who prosecuted his court-martial after the loss of the Stargazer. You get the sense that they might have had a romantic thing before she came at him hard after the loss of his ship. It's also his first epic speech as he defends Data's rights of personhood, especially after Guinan gives probably her best bit of dialogue, using her usual reverse psychology to get Picard to see that this could lead to a slave army. A prophecy we see come true in Picard at Utopia Planitia. In the end, Data is granted personhood, though the ruling doesn't extend to other artificial life, setting up the Doctor to carry that torch in the future. This is easily Trek's best courtroom episode, and probably the best character development for much of the main cast early on in TNG. Inserting yourself into history at 16 and 17, Trump's second term, or past tense parts 1 and 2. After some really fun episodes in this block, this is one of Trek's darkest yet most poignant episodes that speaks to us today. I've avoided talking about anything political in these rankings, but there's too many current real-world analogies in this plot to not. Many episodes don't age well, but this one's message has gotten more important as time has gone on. When the episode was written in the rosy, carefree 90s, this appeared to be the way the writers were diverging the Trek universe from our own, showing one of Earth's darkest moments. However, much of what's here hits closer to home than many of us want. As this review premieres, we're less than a year away from where time shenanigans drop Sisko, Bashir, and Dax through some of the most technobabble O'Brien ever has to explain. We get to see the hard differences in a caste system where the pretty lady Jadzia gets help when she has no ID, but Sisko and Bashir are being thrown into the Gaza Strip simply for existing. Through Jadzia rubbing elbows with high society, we learn that Europe is falling apart, which sounds ominously familiar. Meanwhile, Ben and Julian are crammed into what amounts to a debtor's prison, which brings up some of Trek's toughest questions about how things could get like this, and if it could happen again, which is a little foreshadowing to the ethical compromises that will be made in the upcoming Dominion War. Ben gets to become part of history as he takes on the role of Gabriel Bell, a man that famously saved the lives of hostages, and by the end you realize this has all been self-fulfilling time shenanigans. In our reality, there's still time to put right what once went wrong in Trek, but that time is running out. Deciphering your enemy's intentions at 15, Trip and Zokan at Tanagra, or Dawn. Welcome to Enterprise's best episode. Some have said this is just a ripoff of Darmok, and it absolutely is. In more than 800 episodes of Trek now, plotlines are going to get reused, and it's a matter of what you add to the formula. And for this one, it takes the Darmok formula, has it make more sense, and adds a scenario that's real. As Florida Man tests a new autopilot in a shuttle pod, he's shot down in a misunderstanding. His attacker is forced down to this desert planet, and with no universal translator. The two at first fight over parts for a transmitter, but through motions and gestures come to an understanding, even through tension, as Trip combines bits from both of their comm units. After a literal fist fight, though, the situation gets really real, as daybreak comes and brings with it unlivable temperatures, especially for Trip's foe. When they finally get a signal to Enterprise, he won't even let himself be beamed up in solidarity with his new friend. This is one of the most organically poignant plots in Trek history, getting two foes that can't even properly understand each other to build a camaraderie towards a mutual goal. If you're looking to recommend a place to start in Trek to a friend, this is one of the most quintessential plots to get them started on. Creating new life at 14, artificial families, or The Offspring. This is not only Jonathan Frakes' directing debut in Trek, and probably the best episode he's been in charge of. This is the first episode to be directed by a cast member. Data creates a cybernetic daughter that stirs up a bunch of controversy. As seen in the previous season, Data's personhood is now settled by the courts, But all other artificial life has their own mountain to climb, including Lal, who gets to choose their appearance and gender, which is an ahead-of-its-time nod to gender identity. Data does a great job of trying to acclimate her to life, but Starfleet Admiral Halftel disagrees. He swoops in to declare her the property of Starfleet and separate father from daughter. By the end, though, he realizes what a mistake he made when Lal's matrix begins to depolarize, and neither he nor Data can do anything. One of the most tear-inducing moments in all of Trek comes as Data has to say his final goodbyes to his child, though he does download her collective knowledge into himself. The only negative I have about this episode is the typical mismatched music that plagues seasons 2 and 3 of TNG, but is still serviceable. Losing your sense of self at 13, Alcatraz Simulator, or Hard Time. If the last episode wasn't a heartbreaker for you, this one certainly will be. We open the episode with O'Brien not looking so good in an unfamiliar setting. After the opening credits, we find out he's had 20 years of memories pumped into his head, and it's far from the positive experience Picard had programmed into him. For asking one too many questions on a secretive planet in the Gamma Quadrant, he's forced to believe he's been imprisoned. If that weren't hard enough to reacclimate yourself to getting back to your real life, he's haunted by the ghost of his fake cellmate that he unalived. When he's relieved of duty for outbursts and doesn't do well by his family, he thinks there's only one way out. Thankfully, he has a good friend in Julian who presses him to get to the core of his pain. For all the suffering Miles O'Brien endures through Trek, this is the absolute hardest thing he goes through. Aside from just post-prison PTSD, there's a general message here that no matter what you've gone through, there is help available to you, no matter what you think about yourself. Reining in hubris at number 12, Uncharted Waters, or Q-Who. This episode marks a change in eras for the Federation. After nearly 100 years of only minor skirmishes with foes at about the same level as themselves, Starfleet finds its limitations on the galactic stage, when Q shows up and forces Picard and company to realize they may not be ready for what awaits. Flung into the shallow end of the Delta Q proves too much as they encounter their first Borg cube. Following up on the missing outposts from the Season 1 finale, The Neutral Zone, we find out what makes the Borg such a force of nature. We also find out some of Guinan's cryptic backstory in having dealings with Q centuries before. After trying everything to make contact, losing crew members, and trying to run in Starfleet's most powerful ship, Picard has to admit his shortcomings and ask for Q's help getting out of this situation. This is one of the most humanizing moments we see from the always confident Picard in the early seasons of TNG. The episode won 2 Emmys in the sound department in mixing and editing, though it at times suffers from the weird Season 2 and 3 cues. It also contains some of the most well-matched cues and score in those seasons based on what's going on in the episode. It was nominated for a 3rd Emmy in visual effects. For all of Q's games over the years, this is easily his best lesson and reason for doing so. Seeking out new civilizations at number 11, To Boldly Go, or First Contact. Here's probably Trek's most quintessential plot that I would highly recommend as a starting point for anyone new to the franchise. It sets the tone of what the Federation is generally all about, and is a good introduction to the Prime Directive. When Riker has an oopsie while on a pre-First Contact recon of a planet about to do their first warp test, Picard and Deanna are forced to reveal themselves a bit early to the planet's top scientists. One of my favorite recurring actresses, Carolyn Seymour, returns in this role of the amazed science minister that realizes how small her world is in the galactic sea. Jean-Luc puts on his best diplomat face and pulls out a bottle of that good old Chateau Picard to enlist the help of the planet's leader to help find Riker. And this is where we get probably the most useful and complete summation of the Prime Directive. The episode admittedly devolves into an 80s romance novel, when Riker literally tries to, diddle his way out of the hospital in a moment that would go on to define the legend of his character as a bit of a chick magnet. Though it doesn't succeed, and he's injured further in the escape attempt, the Enterprise rescues him just in time as a conservative cabinet member tries to become a martyr in the name of not going into deep space. While the script itself is honestly only like a 6 out of 10 in the grand scheme of the franchise, this is the best example of Trek taking a middling script and executing it at an 11, which earns it a top spot here. Ending its television trek through the stars at 9 and 10, Shenanigans Must Come to an End, or All Good Things. This was a great way to wrap up the TNG cast's television days until the 30th anniversary reunion tour in Picard Season 3. It bookends the series perfectly, going back to the Farpoint mission as one of 3 points in time Jean-Luc finds himself shifting between at the hands of Q. That's Judge Q to you. Despite being told across the show's run that initially humanity was exonerated, and later that the jury was still out, Q shows Picard a glimpse of what humanity is capable of if it doesn't slow its roll and think about how to use its technological prowess carefully. They might end up ending all life in the galaxy through nothing more than the exploration they do in general peace. Q's alternate vision of the future even comes close to a few things we know come to pass during the 3 seasons of Picard, including the names of Geordi's kids, Jean-Luc retiring to the vineyard, taking on the wine business after the loss of his brother's family, and the Irumodic syndrome that will eventually do him in. Though Worf and Deanna have it far better in the Prime timeline. It was nice to come back to recurring Romulan foil Commander Tomahawk, and see one of a very few recurring admirals from across the series in Nakamura. It was also beautiful to see Denise Crosby as Tasha Yar, as a way to close out her character in a more satisfying way. What's also satisfying is the look at the D in McKinley Station before the Farpoint mission. That always felt like it was missing from the original pilot. This episode won a well-deserved Hugo Award for dramatic presentation. While tying up a bunch of little plot threads from across the show's run, it also does a good job building a bridge for the cast headed into its movie franchise phase, and provides Picard a chance to become more than just the leader of his crew, as part of a family. Also, the return of Scants, getting off Gilligan's Island at 7 and 8, Shenanigans, or Endgame. Despite this being one of Trek's most streamed episodes of all time, I know some of you are not fans of this one. And if that's the case, cool. Go check out my friend Scott's recent video detailing Voyager's problems, especially with Endgame on his channel Opinions No One Cares About. Link in the description. For me though, it definitely holds up with, and is just barely surpassing All Good Things as Trek's best finale. The first time I saw the actual ending, I didn't like it. I thought the crew needed another 5 minutes of touching grass on Earth after 7 years stuck in the Delta Q. But the more times I see DS9's finale, I'm reminded that logical closure points are good, and there's something to be said for always leaving them wanting more. More than that, the stakes aren't just one of Q's hypothetical games, but one of the most important moments for all the races of the galaxy, as Time Shenanigan Janeway finally foils the Borg Queen, and leaves the collective in a state of chaos for at least decades to come. And finally getting Alice Krieg back in the role, who for me was the first and still the best depiction of the Queen to date. It was an amazing way to put a near-final nail in the coffin of the Borg. Where the ending leaves you wanting more, what I realize upon further watches is that our post-closure does exist. You just have to go back to the beginning of the episode to get it, as we see Voyager's homecoming, which is likely similar in the Prime universe. While the crew's fates are quite a bit bleaker than what we know about some, Icheb excluded, I love the sense of family, even with its adopted member, Barclay, that this version of the remaining characters have. They're willing to do anything to help Janeway put right what once went wrong. I find it interesting that both this and TNG's alternate future finales feature the same uniform set, but that wasn't one of the many uniform paths we've seen in Picard, Prodigy, or Lower Decks. Tom's redemption and growth from the first episode completes as the birth of his and B'Elanna's child punctuates the story, and he's not the put his life on the line outcast he started the series as. While Seven's relationship with Chakotay is a bit rushed in the episode, we knew she had a thing for him, and she seems at her happiest, which is a huge step in her arc to become more human. Kate Mulgrew does masterful double acting duty as both versions of Kathy. This does more to tie up individual characters' storylines than TNG's finale, and does a bigger service to galactic peace, earning this the title of Voyager's best episode and best finale in the franchise. The episode won 2 Emmy Awards for music and visual effects, and was nominated for a 3rd in sound editing. And hey, Harry finally makes captain, going on a black op at number 6, From Romulus with Love, or Inter Arma Inum Sealant Legis. Julian finally gets to play 007 for real, as Sloane swings back with a mission for him, whether he chooses to accept it or not. What makes this great is that his mission's goal actually has nothing to do with what's laid out for him. His mission is actually to legitimize everything Section 31 has already set up in the amazing recurring Trek actor John Fleck's chairman of the Tal Shiar, now a Section 31 asset. Bashir's realization at the end of the episode and confronting Admiral Ross, who we've seen is so straight and narrow he's never had Romulan ale before, is a really clever scene and makes you think about the real intentions of the Federation and what means are justified by their ends. This is one of many episodes in DS9's final seasons that reuse sets in creative ways to give new locations without spending anything on sets, as Bashir goes to Romulus on the Intrepid-class USS Bellerophon, reusing Voyager's principal sets. This is absolutely Alexander Siddig's best performance across the run of DS9. Have you ever loved a TV and film franchise so much that you... Whoa! Dude, what in the Captain Pike's hair is actually going on here? Don't do that. What? You're doing that tacky thing where you bookend a series the way you started it. Just don't. Are you me? It'll take too long to explain, but you need to come with me back to the year 1985. I mean, as long as it's within my own lifetime, Quantum Leap teaches us that's physically possible. But why are we going to the Back to the Future year? I mean, wrong franchises all around, but okay, fine. If you must know, our original videos on this channel suck. And I'm here to help you put right what once went wrong. Wait. We have a time machine, and our YouTube channel is the most important thing? Can you, give me some stock tips or tell me who's gonna win the World Series? Invest in the second great Star Trek NFT boom and the London Kings. Let's go. Hello? Future me? Uncle Owen? Aunt Beru? Where am I? Computer lights? No, I'm on the lollipop. Am I supposed to just do all of my old content over? What's the plan here? No. To hell with that. Just because I learned as I went doesn't mean I need to redo what's in the past. So, what I'll do is get the top 5 done here, so I'll be ahead of the game when I get to it later. Computer, do you have the graphic set for the 5 best episodes of Star Trek?
Affirmative.
I don't have my script. Computer,
Use Majel GPT to write me a script in the style of Botwat about the 5th best episode in Star Trek history.
Working.
With that at number 5, setting the board, or the changing face of evil. We're thrown into a graphic of the aftermath of a surprise Breen attack on Earth, and San Francisco has looked better. In the best of the episodes leading up to DS9's ending, we check in with all the major players. Worf and Ezri return to the station after being freed by Damar to send the message of rebellion to the Federation. The worst thing in this top 5 episode is the mortal sin that is burning the Cisco's prize-winning peppers under the guise of doing something nice for him. We at Botwat fully support full-grown men playing with toys as Worf gives commentary to Ezri about Julian and Miles' fixation with the Alamo, to the point of building a model. How do they randomly bring this giant thing with pieces and all to the bar? Does O'Brien beam it around the station to where they want to play with it? Anyway, Sobor goes from objecting to removing the Costa Verata Nectos from the archive to becoming the sacrifice the book required to show its secrets to their new tool, Win Adami. Wayun seems delighted by Federation casualty reports, meanwhile dropping one of Trek's biggest mysteries on us, about the Breen homeworld being temperate. Yet, they wear refrigeration suits. The episode contains some of the best music cues across the franchise, particularly as the Cisco heads into the second battle for Chintaka, which leads to a tragedy where a Trek show loses its hero ship before the end of its run, as the Breen bring a new energy weapon that disables all electronics on the ship, and basically obliterates the fleet. Between opening the episode on a Breen attack on Earth and watching the Defiant get blown into pieces from the perspective of the Cisco's escape pod, starts making you think the Federation is in an awful lot of trouble with just a few episodes to go. The performances from all actors are done on a high level throughout here, and for an episode that's primarily set up for the end, it's a good script to begin with, spiced up with 10 out of 10 performances, earning it a top 5 spot here. Sorry I'm late, but yeah, redo all your lollipop videos, and then we'll move on to those completely non-emphasized, boring slideshows we used to do. Man, those were terrible. Good luck. Yeah. Wahoo! A good watch that could have been better considering the amount of time and prep the episode took. Sweet, I'm done. Let's go. Where am I now? Is this a 2D environment? I can only manifest photos and move them cool. Alright, the sooner I get started. At 7:55. This society has no idea how to run security operations, and I even hate their hats. Sweet, so we're good here, right? I can move on? Future me? Can you get me out of 2D land? I guess while I wait, I could do the next entry in the top 5. In a slideshow, of course it's a 2-parter, proving Wolf 359 did actually happen at numbers 3 and 4. No humanity to lose. Or Best of Both Worlds Parts 1 and 2. One of the most classic episodes of Trek that everyone seems to love, and with good reason. It mixes in all the elements of a great TNG episode, like interpersonal conflict, sorry Gene, suspense, chat with Guinan, and of course, poker. If you think Picard loses his humanity here, I see the episode as the exact opposite. This is the moment where Picard gains a small bit of humanity for himself, and it took the Borg to get him there. While he's had moments of clarity in the first 3 seasons prior, Picard has to become the voice of the Borg to find his voice as more than just a rigid arm of the Federation. Where Chain of Command suffers a huge loss of rankings due to a severely underused first part of a two-parter, this is maybe the best first part of a two-part episode in television history, leaving us hanging on Riker not missing a beat. Being willing to fire on his mentor is absolutely the best cliffhanger I've ever come to the end of. I do have one major gripe that has never sat right with me since the first time I saw the episode. When O'Brien beams the away team down to Jerea 4, he says he's putting them down in the middle of town. Well, thankfully, the center of town has nothing in it and isn't at the center of this giant crater. I feel like they came this close to pulling a Rios from Season 2 of Picard and nearly tarnished O'Brien's record as an expert transporter chief. Though the real tragedy in this episode comes as for the second time in this top block of episodes, we see a Federation graveyard of dozens of ships at Wolf 359. It's something humbling that grounds the series in reality and reminds us that the good guys may not always win. The galaxy is as big a gray area as we deal with today. The key moments that make the episode what it is are the minor battles between Shelby and Riker, Guinan's pep talk to Riker in Picard's ready room, and the end sequence at McKinley Station, where Picard is on the mend from his Borg implants, but looks out his window and realizes he'll never be the same. Now, this is mostly a good thing. He's just got to have a role in the vineyard with his brother before things start to even out for a while. This one won 2 well-deserved Emmys in the sound department for mixing and editing. It marks a literal change in tone in Trek's background scores and music cues, from mismatched mediocre 80s synths to pieces that really move you. Absolutely Trek and television's greatest two-parter. What now? Not this, too. Am I in the mirror, you? Oh, I can't be here. I've already jumped time. I'm gonna start demolecularizing. Hey, mirror me. Wait, what? Why are you blue? The first time we met, you were an Orion. Yeah, it was like a whole Tuvix thing. Mirror Janeway did this to us on purpose. Which is why I need to harvest your organs now, because things didn't mix so well. I need to kill you so that I can live. Okay? Okay, what's going on now? Mirror me? Future me? Me? I know what I need to do. Is there a John Luck Pickard at number 2? Second Chances, or Tapestry. Trek doesn't really have a Christmas episode, but if it did, Tapestry comes the closest by mashing up 2 Christmas classics in It's a Wonderful Life and A Christmas Carol. His 3 ghosts here are 3 women he screws things up with, including one of his best friends. It's so ominous opening to a main character being told they're dead, and the afterlife is just one of Q's games. It really hits at some of Picard's backstory and regrets, as we see his father and hear the pleas of those that have died under his command or by his orders, and dives in deep as we get to see he had a bit of Kirk in his youth, and that is actually his strength. It gets really real, though, when we shift into the Wonderful Life part of the equation. Picard learns that what he had wasn't so bad, and his brush with death was a big part of what made him who he was, which brings him full circle with Q in this void, wishing to be dead over living out a life of mediocrity. And after teaching Jean-Luc that this is one of the best versions of himself in the multiverse, he just gives him back his life. While it's left ambiguous at the end whether it was just Picard's dying brain feeding him this do-over scenario and he miraculously recovers, or if this was divine intervention. But after Picard Season 2 being a season arc where Picard goes back to this lesson in a time paradox of setting up his younger self to freeing his mentally unstable mother, I think it's obvious Q was letting Picard have a few more years to disappoint the Federation and retire to the vineyard. For all the times I've said this phrase, this is the most humanizing episode for Picard across the run of the franchise, and takes TNG's top spot. John Delancey is in top form as he keeps poking Picard about his choices through the episode, really rubbing things in, but in the same breath, being some of the most benevolent and generous Q ever is. So what now? Am I dead? Do I get to do the final episode on the list? Oh, sweet! Thanks, dude! Oh, praise be to the great koala! I'm back! And we're almost done? 754 down with just one to go! Plus 5 seasons of new Trek to go back and add. I'm so excited to do them after a small break, I promise you. Running against the norm at number 1, Shades of Grey, or In the Pale Moonlight. Despite Trek being generally about looking at a new hope for humanity, where we've moved past all the interpersonal conflicts and shortcomings that hold us back in the present day, one of its darkest episodes with the biggest gray areas ends up at the top of many people's lists. I mean, this bookends this list nicely, going from an episode called Shades of Grey at the very bottom to one that could easily be titled that here. It's not even just the main plot that makes the episode great, but the fourth wall-breaking log Sisko's laying out, and never even saves in the end. Through this, Avery Brooks shows us his dismay for how this plan that he thinks is his plays out. The thing is, it's Garrick's plan from the beginning, and it's the lies especially that one should pay attention to in this one. He tells Sisko to sell the idea to the Romulans as a dozen good men losing their lives to get it. And near the beginning of this whole thing, he sells the idea to him that all his friends from the Obsidian Order lose their lives for speaking with him. He claims he needs biomimetic gel as payment that Bashir reminds him can be used to make a bomb, when it's very likely Garrick used it to destroy Senator Vreenak's shuttle. In the end, I believe what Garrick lays out to be the price of bringing the Romulans into the war is absolutely a bargain. There's so much intrigue and layers of deception to unravel here. It's an episode that makes you think, and the acting from Avery Brooks, Andrew Robinson, and Stephen McHattie as Senator Vreenak are some of the best in career, and some of the best Trek has ever seen, earning this, the Botwad Award for Best Episode in the entire Trek franchise. I can live with these rankings, can't I? And we cause ethical dilemmas.